He saw the formation of the Land of Return, and also knew how the 8 avenues came about. Infinite Avenue origin energy evolved from chaos until it exploded to the limit and began to evolve into a giant egg. This giant egg is the prototype of the place of return, and also the prototype of the entire world. The giant egg continuously accumulates the original energy of the Great Tao and evolves in Type C. At the same time, the origin energy of the avenue outside the dome became extremely wild, completely unlike the quiet origin energy of the avenue seen today. The original energy of the Great Tao today flows as slowly as a stream, while the original energy of the Great Tao at the beginning of the world surged like a 10,000-meter waterfall. The wild avenue's original energy seemed to want to drill into the dome. They collided and changed in the wildness, and gradually began to become distinct. The original energy of the Great Tao began to split and evolved into different attributes, each possessing its own power characteristics, and became the prototype of the Great Tao. After transforming into the prototype of the Avenue, 677, they began to frantically drill into the dome. The dome originally had a huge amount of Tao origin energy accumulated in it, and once these Tao prototypes with different properties entered it, it was like water entering oil, causing the power in the dome to boil completely, beyond the limit. The giant dome exploded, forming an area, which was the place of return. Lin Moyu saw that all the evolved avenues were desperately rushing to the place of origin, but the place of origin was so small at first that only 8 avenues settled there. Survival of the fittest, so that's how the 8 avenues came about. The 8 avenues that originally existed in the land of Guiyuan were not set by anyone, but were fought for by these avenues themselves. After the 8 avenues were settled, the land of return to origin was initially formed. The prototypes of those avenues that were not able to enter remained outside the land of return to origin, and eventually formed the ancestral land of origin. In this way, the core part of this world has been formed. The scene that Lin Moyu saw ended here, and it was not difficult for him to guess what happened next. It is nothing more than the collision, interweaving and entanglement of the great ways, which make both the place of return and the ancestral land of origin more perfect. While evolving, they threw away impurities, which became the dirtiest things in the world, and eventually turned into wild beasts. Under the influence of these great ways, the original energy of the great ways accumulated in the giant egg began to evolve the heaven and earth, and eventually became the current pattern. The original energy of the great Tao in Yuanshan was accumulated when the heaven and earth were first formed. It was not all used up during the evolution of the heaven and earth, and a lot of it was left. Feeling the antiquity of the original energy of these great ways, Lin Mo felt that the evolution of this world was not complete. The puzzle of the entire world seems to be missing a small piece, and this small piece is hidden in the original energy of these great ways. This is why there are so many imperfections in the world. Lin Moyu became more convinced of his idea that this world needed a master. Without someone to control it, all kinds of problems would always arise. Suddenly, the voice of the Lord of Darkness came from my soul, fellow Taoist Lin, we have decided on a place. He seemed to be speaking from far away, and his voice was deliberately lowered, as if he was doing something shameful. Lin Moyu looked up and saw the dark avenue. Avenues emerged in the battlefield of heaven and earth. There were all kinds of avenues, but now the dark avenue was more obvious. There was a faint shadow of the Lord of Darkness in the dark avenue, and Lin Moyu felt that it was a trace of his soul left behind. This time the voice transmission was not an ordinary soul transmission. The Lord of Darkness used the Great Tao to transmit the voice to Lin Moyu, and no one knew where the other person was. Then the Lord of Darkness told Lin Moyu the location, which was outside the formation, about 1,000,000 miles away from here, in a place called Burial Valley. Lin Moyu sneered in his heart, Zhangdao Valley, why did you choose that place? Is there any special reason? Thinking in his heart, Lin Moyu stood up and left Yuanshan, returning to the front of the formation. Senior Zhan Huang, I want to go out and take a look. The voice of the War Emperor came, it's good to go and take a look. The newly promoted Lord of the Great Tao should go and take a look. Even if you don't say it, I will let you go out and take a look. Lin Moyu was surprised. What does it say? The War Emperor said, outside the formation is also a battlefield of heaven and earth. It has experienced countless battles over countless years, and countless predecessors have shed blood there. The blood of the great Tao has not dried, and the fighting spirit of the ancient sages has not ceased. Even if they have died, their thoughts are still fighting. We, the younger generation, can feel the fighting spirit of our ancestors and cleanse our souls, and we can also understand the cruelty of the war back then. Lin Moyu Sacred Heart said before that a long time ago, the battle between the Lord of the Great Tao and the wild beasts was not at this place. At that time, the battlefield of heaven and earth was even wider, spread everywhere, and fierce battles broke out time and time again. At that time, a large number of Tao lords fell. Compared with them, those Tao lords who had lived for millions or even tens of millions of years could only be regarded as their descendants. Lin Moyu could understand it naturally. He saw the origin of the world. It seemed that the world was evolving very quickly, but in fact, it had gone through countless years, more than billions of years. It is unclear how many masters of the Great Way appeared and how many masters of the Great Way perished. Lin Moyu asked, "Does the senior have any recommendations?" Zhan Huang said, "You can go to the Silent Tao Mountain, the Burial Tao Valley, and the Enlightenment Cliff to have a look." Especially in the Burial Valley, the battle there was particularly fierce, so fierce that the entire Burial Valley was stabilized. The Lord of the Great Tao's thoughts made the terrain there unchanged for billions of years. As for the Enlightenment Cliff, that is where the Lord of Slaughter attained enlightenment. There he knocked on the door to eternity and achieved eternity. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Lord of Slaughter? Zhan Huang said, "That's right, the Lord of Slaughter has obtained a huge amount of luck from heaven and earth and opened the door to eternity." Listening to the words of the War Emperor, some vague memories became clearer. In the Land of Return, there was indeed an avenue that matched the Avenue of Slaughter, but if he remembered correctly, the owner of that avenue had already fallen into silence. The original 8 avenues were removed from the Land of Return, and 10 more avenues were added later, and then the door to the Land of Return was closed. Later, 2 extremely talented people borrowed the power of heaven and earth to forcibly knock on the door to the place of return and become the new eternity. One is the human emperor, who gained the recognition of heaven and earth by teaching and imparting knowledge, and thus achieved enlightenment. The other is the Lord of Slaughter, who obtains a vast amount of luck from heaven and earth by killing wild beasts, thus achieving enlightenment. 4.9 Both of them were amazing people, but the Lord of Slaughter later fell silent for other reasons. Lin Moyu's thoughts raced. Since this is the place where the Lord of Slaughter attained enlightenment, I really need to go and take a look. The Emperor of War said, "The next wave of pollution tide will come in half a month, which is enough time for you to watch. Just come back before the pollution tide. Also, after leaving the formation, you must be careful of the wild beasts on the road and the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth that may appear at any time." Lin Moyu nodded. "I will, thank you, Senior." The War Emperor opened a passage for Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu took a step forward. The dangers he faces are not only from the wild beasts and the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth, but also from the Lord of Curse who is hiding in the dark and watching him with eager eyes. That guy is the real danger. No wonder they chose the Burial Valley. It turns out this is where all the new masters of the avenue go. Burial Tao, well, then let's add 2 more corpses of the Tao to the Burial Tao Valley. He came into contact with the original energy of the Great Tao in Yuanshan and saw part of the origin of heaven and earth. It seemed like only a moment, but in fact nearly half a month had passed. This half-month is the time for the Lord of Darkness and the God of Light to plan. Lin Moyu doesn't care what plan they set up. Facing the absolute crushing strength, any arrangement will be useless. The second time I came to the world outside the formation, the clouds were not so low, and the light from the avenue inside was not so strong and dense. There is still half a month before the next sewage tidal wave breaks out, and now the sewage tidal wave is accumulating in the area. Lin Moyu flew in this uninhabited land, where traces of past battles still remained in some places. There was once a great battle between the Lord of the Great Tao and there was no formation at that time. All the Lord of the Great Tao wanted to do was to rush into the hometown of the Great Tao beasts and kill them all. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. The Lord of the Avenue did not succeed in charging in. Instead, he suffered too many casualties and his strength was weakened, so he had to retreat in the end. The Burial Valley was 1,000,000 miles away from the formation, not that far, and Lin Moyu soon arrived in front of it. Two Yuan mountains stand on both sides, with their peaks piercing into the clouds, forming a natural barrier. A valley began between the two mountains. There were traces of formations on the source mountain, but the traces were very faint. It had been so long that all the formations arranged by the Dao Zhifei were erased. Lin Moyu can feel the antiquity of the formation, which is very different from the formation style of today. But all paths lead to the same destination, and the final effects are not much different. This was once a station. Once upon a time, the Lord of the Great Dao's line of defense was here, not over there. The Burial Valley is only 1,000,000 miles away from the formation. In the past, the Masters of the Great Way once fought here and established a base here. But now, they had to retreat millions of miles. It could only be said that Dao Jixing was defeated by the wild beast. The battlefield of heaven and earth is tens of millions of miles deep and seems very vast, but in fact, for the strong people at the level of Dao Lord, tens of millions of miles is just a step away. If there were no wild beasts blocking the way, the journey of thousands of miles would be reached in the blink of an eye. The lords of the great Dao can no longer retreat, they must stay there. If you are lucky, you can maintain the balance and keep it for billions of years. If you are unlucky and there are several explosions in succession, even if Zhulong takes action, he may not be able to hold on. The best defense is offense. If we can set up a defense line at the doorstep of the great Dao wild beasts and monitor their every move, this would be the best solution. Lin Moyu chuckled at himself. His idea was a bit ridiculous, not that it was impossible, but that it was too difficult. Even if eternity exists, I dare not think so. Standing outside the Burial Valley, one can feel the fighting spirit in the valley that has never been extinguished for countless years. The war spirit enveloped the valley, causing the source mountain here to no longer change. Lin Moyu descended to the ground and walked into the valley. Out of respect for the Lord of the Avenue who sacrificed himself here, Lin Moyu stopped flying and instead measured the land with his feet. The Burial Valley was silent and solemn. Although the Lord of the Great Dao was dead, his will to fight was still there and it had almost become an obsession. Even the foul tide could hardly invade the valley. At least hundreds of great masters have fallen in the valley. Lin Moyu couldn't imagine how fierce the battle was back then. There were hundreds of great Dao masters who could easily destroy the entire world, and yet they died here just like that. The battlefield of heaven and earth is extremely solid, and the source mountain is extremely solid, but they are not so solid that all the beings of the great Dao cannot escape. Why don't you run away? Is it because you can't escape, or is it because you can't escape? Lin Moyu sensed the fighting spirit in the valley and got the answer: he could not escape. The fighting spirit of these Taoist masters was filled with determination, and they never thought of escaping. This shows that they have a reason why they cannot escape. They have to stay here, even if it means death. What happened back then? Lin Moyu sighed softly and entered the burial scene. The Burial Valley is very large, especially after entering the valley, the terrain suddenly opens up. What I saw before me was a plain in the valley. The plain stretched forward with no end in sight. Mountains could be seen on both sides. Covered by the mountains, the width of the plain exceeded 100 miles. In the plain, flowers are blooming. They are not ordinary flowers, but flowers of the avenue. The flowers seem to contain the blood of the great Dao masters, their Dao, their will to fight, and everything they had. Hundreds of great Dao lords had stained the land with blood here, and they fought to the death here. And this is exactly where the Lord of Darkness is pointing. Lin Moyu glanced around and saw something interesting, but walked in without paying any attention. Just as he entered the plain and walked less than 100 miles, a huge sun suddenly rose in the sky. The sun illuminates the plain, and the flowers on the road reflect the sun's light, then they bloom and become gorgeous. Lin Moyu looked at the sun. God of light, are you going to choose this place as your burial place? Before the sun, the god of light appeared with a sneer on his face. The burial valley is dedicated to burying the masters of the great Tao. It is an honor for you to die here. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Are you so confident that you can kill me?" The god of light said coldly, "I admit that you are very strong, but there are thousands of ways to kill you, and it doesn't necessarily require a head-on confrontation. Under my arrangement, you have no chance this time." Lin Moyu ignored the god of light. Talking nonsense was the most boring thing. It would be better to talk less if you could take action. He looked at the side of the god of light. "Lord of Darkness, you said you wanted to settle things with me, so you can do it now." The Lord of Darkness appeared behind the god of light and looked at Lin Moyu coldly. "You believe everything I say? I did this just to trick you into coming here." The god of light couldn't help but laugh and said, "Aren't you always very smart? You can guess almost everything as long as you see some signs. How could you be fooled like this? Or do you think you are so powerful that you can break through whatever we arrange? People can be confident, but if they are too conceited, Before he could finish his words, the god of light suddenly let out a scream. Behind him, the Lord of Darkness suddenly attacked, and a dagger filled with the power of the Tao pierced into the body of the god of light. The god of light screamed as his body was devoured by the power of darkness, and the light was rapidly fading away. He struggled and turned into a stream of light, flying 1,000 meters away, appearing in another place, looking at the Lord of Darkness in astonishment. "You're lying to me." Only now did the god of light realize that it was actually himself who was deceived. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "Is it surprising?" The god of light finally understood now, and his expression became extremely ugly. The Lord of Darkness and the god of light discussed how to plan to kill Lin Moyu, but the most important thing was to trick Lin Moyu over. So they discussed and decided to let the Lord of Darkness pretend to betray the god of light, beg Lin Moyu for help, and be willing to surrender, in fact, just to trick Lin Moyu over. The god of light thought so, and he also made what he thought was a perfect arrangement, but he never expected that the Lord of Darkness really wanted to make peace with Lin Moyu and was really willing to surrender. The Lord of Darkness was not as strong as the god of light, but after his all-out sneak attack, the god of light was seriously injured on the spot. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "It seems that the person who will die here today is not me." Originally, he and the Lord of Darkness teamed up to deal with Lin Moyu, but now Lin Moyu and the Lord of Darkness teamed up to deal with him. The expression of the god of light was already extremely ugly. Facing one Lin Moyu was already troublesome enough, and now there was another Lord of Darkness. Even if he set up a plan here, it would be difficult to guarantee his survival. The Lord of Darkness whispered, "Fellow Taoist Lin, is this okay?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's not bad, keep working hard." Bang! With a snap of fingers, countless undead servants suddenly appeared in the void, and without saying a word, they rushed towards the god of light. The god of light had completely lost the intention to kill Lin Moyu at this moment, and he was thinking about how to escape. Fortunately, there is its own layout here, and some of the layouts are unknown even to the Lord of Darkness. Facing the undead servants charging in front of him, the god of light let out a low roar, and a ball of light exploded from his hands. A 10,000-meter-high tower appeared behind it. The 10,000-meter-high tower has a total of 100 floors, and each floor is painted with a large number of divine symbols. The first floor of the tower lit up, and an invisible force emerged, rushing over and repelling all the undead servants. The Lord of Darkness whispered, "100 Array Tower, how do you have this thing?" The god of light snorted coldly without answering the Lord of Darkness. At this moment, part of his energy was being used to dispel the dark avenue that the Lord of Darkness had left in his body. The other part of his energy was used to control the 100 Array Tower. The second floor of the 100 Array Tower lit up, and a strong wind blew. The wind sky was able to blow even the undead servants. "This 100 formation tower is quite interesting," Lin Moyu muttered to himself. This 100 formation tower has one formation per layer, and each formation is very powerful and can shake the Lord of the Great Tao. This magic weapon is already at the Tao Lord level, but Lin Moyu also saw that this magic weapon did not belong to the God of Light. The Lord of Darkness explained hurriedly, This is the magic weapon of the Lord of Formation Tao. I don't know why it is in his hand. The master of formations, no wonder the formation is so powerful, much more powerful than the master of sealing boundaries. The god of light snorted coldly, and the 20th floor of the 100 Arrays tower suddenly lit up. In an instant, the space changed, and the plane was infinitely stretched and enlarged. They were getting farther and farther away from the god of light. It was not because the god of light had escaped, but because the space had expanded 1,000 times. The distance between them and the god of light had also increased hundreds of times. The undead servants who were originally densely packed together suddenly became scattered. The Lord of Darkness attacked again. A chain appeared in his hand and pierced into the void. One end of the chain was connected to the god of light. Taking the dark avenue that he had left on the god of light as its root, the Eye of Darkness firmly grasped the god of light and prevented him from escaping. The god of light looked extremely unhappy. Lord of Darkness, after this, I will definitely kill you. The Lord of Darkness was also determined at this moment, just survive today first. The god of light roared angrily, and the 30th floor of the 100 formation tower in his hand lit up. A formation flew out and resonated with the heaven and earth. Thousands of suns appeared in the sky, and the layout and formation of the god of light were revealed. The sun shot out thousands of strong rays of light that fell into the formation. After being strengthened by the formation, the power contained in the strong light suddenly increased several times. The enhanced light passed through the formation and transformed into countless giant swords that swept across the world. Countless undead servants were chopped away by the giant sword, their bodies were covered with wounds, but they returned to normal in the blink of an eye. For the undead servants, this kind of wound is not even a scratch. Thousands of suns continuously emitted strong light into the formation, which was then enhanced by the formation and transformed into sharp swords that swept across the world. With the help of the 100 Array Tower, the combat power of the God of Light has been greatly enhanced. The Lord of Darkness was a little anxious. Oh no, he is clearing my dark avenue. Once it's all cleared, I won't be able to lock him up. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Don't worry," he jumped. With a light tap of his fingers, dozens of talismans flew out and merged into the formation as if teleporting. The formation that was in operation came to a halt with a humming sound and ceased functioning immediately. The God of Light's face changed and he immediately withdrew the formation. Then he lit up the 5th day layer of the 100 formation tower. Another formation flew out of the tower and quickly unfolded in midair. The formation shot out thousands of rays of light that shone brightly together with the sun in the sky. The original 1,000 suns immediately turned into 2 into 4, and in the blink of an eye, they increased tenfold to reach 10,000 suns. Under the cover of the sun, the entire Burial Valley was illuminated in white, and the bright path of the Tao was churning in the causal land. God's light kills. The God of Light roared, and thousands of suns covered the entire valley. Under the divine light, thousands of rays fell, and countless avenues were shattered. On the ground, a faint light emerged from the flower of the avenue, gently shaking and blocking the divine light. But the undead servants were not so lucky. Under the cover of the divine light, the undead servants were vaporized and died on the spot. The Lord of Darkness was enveloped by divine light. He gritted his teeth and used his own dark path to resist the divine light. If it were any other time, he would have slipped away long ago, but he couldn't slip away now. The God of Light must be kept alive today. If the God of Light is not dead, he will have no good days in the future. He looked at Lin Moyu and couldn't help showing horror. Lin Moyu was bathed in divine light, and faced with the stranglehold of the bright avenue, she was unaffected. All attacks were shared by billions of undead servants and the universe. Attacks of this magnitude had no effect on him. Those undead servants killed by the divine light had already been reborn in the chaotic area. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, "This formation turns 1,000 suns into 10,000, and the power of the light killing is at least increased several times. The previous formation directly increased strength, but this formation increases attack by numbers. This master of formations has done quite a comprehensive study of formations, including all kinds of formations. You can go and discuss with him when you have time, and you may gain something. This 100-array tower looks quite valuable. I don't know how it was borrowed. If it falls into my hands, I wonder what the master of arrays would think. Lin Moyu was daydreaming while being struck by the divine light, and he randomly threw out several divine runes. The divine talisman ignored the attack of the divine light and entered the formation. The formation was once again subsided, and the 10,000 suns turned into 1,000 again. The god of light's face changed, another formation was broken. He didn't expect Lin Moyu's attainments in formations were so high. At this point he had already dispelled the dark avenue, and with some time he would be able to escape. He retracted the silent formation, shouted softly, and this time he lit up the 90th level formation. As soon as this formation came into being, the entire burial valley began to shake, and countless avenue flowers roared at the same time, as if they were resonating with each other. The 100-array tower hummed, and the god of light shouted in a low voice, "The sages have spirits, and their fighting spirits are undying. Listen to my call and slay the powerful enemy. Summon the spirits." The formation was activated, and phantoms appeared in the flowers of the avenue. These phantoms flew up and condensed in mid-air, becoming invincible strong men. It was as if the former lord of the avenue had been reborn, and their remaining will to fight was awakened at this moment, and they wanted to fight again. Possessed by divine light, thousands of huge suns cast down strong light, and in the strong light carried the thoughts of the god of light. The god of light had countless thoughts and controlled these former masters of the avenue. The lord of darkness shouted, "This is his biggest plan." He said that he could use the spirits of the sages in the burial valley to deal with your puppets. Lin Moyu showed some disdain, just based on this? It's not that Lin Moyu underestimated the fighting spirit of the remaining souls of these masters of the avenue. Even if all these masters of the avenue were resurrected, he would not be afraid. No matter how many undead servants he has, if they all move out together, it will be no problem for him to sweep through the valley of the burial. But Lin Moyu did not want to fight with these masters of the avenue. These masters of the avenue had once sacrificed themselves for the heaven and earth. It was no exaggeration to say that they were heroes of the heaven and earth. Their remaining fighting spirit is here, still guarding the burial valley. They should not be used as weapons, which is a disgrace. The god of light is also very ancient, comparable to the heroic spirits here, but now he wants to use these heroic spirits. Lin Moyu's anger slowly rose in his heart, and his killing intent burst out. "You should know all these heroes." The god of light was slightly stunned. "Why are you asking these questions? What does it have to do with you?" Lin Moyu said, "You are going too far by using your former Taoist friend as a weapon." The god of light suddenly laughed wildly and said, "How ridiculous. You actually have such a naive idea. They are already dead. Even if they were fellow Taoists in the past, they are just dead people now. Lin Moyu was murderous. People like you are not worthy of being the great Tao." With a thought, his fingers left after images, and countless divine symbols flew out and merged into heaven and earth. A large formation suddenly took shape. Bang! There was a sudden slight sound from the 100-array tower in the hands of the god of light, and then the 100-array tower flew out automatically without the control of the god of light, and turned into a stream of light and landed in Lin Moyu's hands. The god of light 627 couldn't believe it. "How is this possible?" Lin Moyu said coldly, "You don't understand the formation at all." The god of light naturally understood the formations, but his understanding was not so in-depth, otherwise he would not have been able to control the 100-formation tower. But compared with Lin Moyu, his attainments in formations are nothing but a dwarf compared to a giant. There is a world of difference between them. When Lin Moyu interrupted 2 formations in succession just now, he had already integrated his own talismans into the formations. When the god of light took the 2 formations back into the tower, Lin Moyu was already using his own divine talisman to reversely control the 100-formation tower. He doesn't need complete control, just initial control, so that he can snatch the 100-array tower from the god of light. Lin Moyu held up the 100-formation tower, and with a thought, the formation of the 9,000th floor was immediately retracted. The heroic spirit that had just been condensed collapsed on the spot and dissipated into heaven and earth. Lin Moyu whispered, I originally wanted to bury you here as well, to keep you company with the heroic spirits here. After all, you are the masters of the avenue of the same era. But now it seems that you are not worthy of being buried here, so I will make you die without a trace of your body and soul. With a thought, countless undead servants appeared again. This time, Lin Moyu was determined to kill them. The number of undead servants was so large that they were overwhelming. Tens of billions of undead servants almost filled the plain. The God of Light finally dispelled all the darkness in his body, and the chains of the Lord of Darkness were broken. The God of Light turned into a stream of light and flew out of the valley. Although his injuries had not yet fully healed, he knew he could not wait any longer. The Lord of Darkness cried out, he is trying to escape. He can't escape. Lin Moyu whispered, and a small and cute anti-Tao demon appeared on his shoulder. The rebellious demon waved his hand, and the God of Light, who had already escaped to the valley entrance, suddenly flew back at an even faster speed. The key point is that the God of Light had no idea that he was flying backwards. He screamed strangely and flew out with more force, but ended up flying back at an even faster speed. Under the influence of the anti-Tao demon, the faster he flew outwards, the faster he would fly back. The Lord of Darkness saw the clue and exclaimed, the great way of positive and negative. The positive and negative avenues have little combat power, but are very strange and extremely rare. This avenue has very few people who can comprehend it, let alone the masters of the avenue. He has never heard of it, let alone seen it. Today is the first time he has seen it. It is indeed extremely strange. The God of Light obviously didn't realize that he was being influenced by the rebellious demon, but instead kept exclaiming, what's going on? Why is this happening? He finally realized that it was not that Lin Moyu was chasing him fast, but that he did not escape at all. Not only did he not escape, but he also ended up being surrounded by the undead servants. By the time he reacted, he had already been surrounded and killed. The undead servants launched an endless offensive to engulf the God of Light. Faced with tens of billions of undead servants, each of whom was only slightly inferior to the Lord of the Avenue, the God of Light had no power to fight back at all. The Lord of Darkness suddenly said, be careful, he still has two last tricks. One is to self-destruct, Bed, to break the reincarnation, and the other is that he can forcibly leave the battlefield of heaven and earth and leave the origin ancestral land, but he will be punished, which is not much better than reincarnation. Lin Moyu asked, is the punishment severe? The Lord of Darkness said, it's very serious. Leaving the battlefield of heaven and earth without permission will be regarded as a deserter by heaven and earth. First of all, your cultivation will be greatly damaged, but the realm of the Lord of the Great Tao should still be preserved. It's just that this kind of injury from heaven and earth punishment is difficult to recover. It will take at least millions of years. Secondly, he must return to his ancestral land within 1,000 years to atone for his sins, and he must stay in the battlefield of heaven and earth for a full 1,000,000 years before he can leave again. During this period, if you don't work hard and don't kill enough wild beasts, you will be punished. This punishment is indeed severe. Deserters are the most unwelcome in the army, and so are they in the eyes of heaven and earth. The Lord of Darkness said, I guess he might disintegrate and reincarnate, and then self-destruct before disintegrating, and then follow us into the water. Lin Moyu glanced at the sky. He doesn't have the chance. With a flick of his fingers, talismans flew out one after another. These talismans were extremely complex and their interiors had been modified by Lin Moyu himself. They had already subtly gone beyond the scope of talismans. The divine talisman formed an array in the air, which was extremely mysterious. Then the top 100th floor of the 100 formation tower in Lin Moyu's hand lit up, and an equally mysterious and complex formation flew out. The Lord of Darkness was surprised. Fellow Taoist Lin can actually activate the strongest formation of the 100 formation tower. Fellow Taoist Lin's attainments and formations are truly admirable. What he said was true, and it also served as a way of flattering someone. After saying this, the Lord of Darkness was secretly shocked, I'm afraid his attainments in formations are no worse than those of the Lord of Formations. The 100 Formation Tower is the magic weapon of the Master of Formations. The 100-layer formation is also known as the strongest formation, and only the Master of Formations can activate it. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu could also activate it. Lin Moyu's formation covered the sky, and the strongest formation of the 100 Formation Tower floated on the earth. The flower of the avenue swayed, and infinite power was attracted to the formation, providing power for the formation. At this time, small shadows appeared on the flower of the avenue, like flower spirits, all of which were transformed from the thoughts of those lords of heaven who had sacrificed in the past. Lin Moyu said, "Dear predecessors, I am Lin Moyu, and I would like to borrow your thoughts for a while. Please don't mind." As he said this, he shouted, "Stop." The two formations, one on the sky and one on the ground, resonated with each other, and with a humming sound, they completely sealed off the space. This is the Burial Valley, the world of heroes. Only with their power can this place be sealed. Once the town is sealed, not even the soul can escape, and the rules of heaven and earth are weakened. Even if the God of Light really dies, it is still a big question whether he can successfully reincarnate. The God of Light seemed to sense the change in space. He roared in the siege, "Boy, I will not let you go." His aura rose rapidly, a beam of light suddenly lit up, countless undead servants were annihilated and died in the light, and the God of Light turned into a ball of light, exploding like the scorching sun. The God of Light wants to self-destruct and reincarnate, but Lin Moyu thinks it won't be that simple. An old antique like him who has lived for countless years and is only half a step away from eternity, regardless of whether he can take this half step, he certainly has more than just these few tricks. As an old man who has become a spirit, he must have other ways to save his life, so he simply chose to self-destruct. Surrounded by a strong light, the self-explosion of the Lord of the Avenue was so powerful that countless undead servants were annihilated in the strong light, returning to the universe and being reborn from the chaotic area. The space demon appeared in front of Lin Moyu, tearing the space apart, forming a barrier, and blocking most of the power of self-destruction. The sword demon also appeared, transforming into a giant sword and blocking the aftermath like a shield. The Lord of Darkness also benefited from it, and watched the self-destruction of the Great Tao for free. This was a grand spectacle rarely seen in a million years. The Lord of Darkness was fascinated by it, and his eyes were full of wonder. He wished that the God of Light would die. Only when the God of Light died could he live well. Lin Moyu suddenly said calmly, "What a pity, I said one more word." The Lord of Darkness was not stupid, and immediately grasped the key point of Lin Moyu's words. Fellow Taoist Lin is saying that there is no backup plan. Lin Moyu chuckled, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. How could an antique like this not have a backup plan?" As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out the cause-seeking ring, activated his soul power, and sought the cause and effect. The Lord of Darkness looked at the cause-seeking ring and whispered, "The cause-effect magic weapon." Causal magic weapons are rare to begin with, and the one in Lin Moyu's hand is of such a high level that the Lord of Darkness has never seen it before. He has been the Lord of the Great Tao for countless years and has seen many powerful magic weapons. For example, the 100 Formation Tower of the Lord of Formations is an extremely powerful magic weapon. There are also some treasures in the hands of other Avenue Masters. Even the Lord of Darkness had seen the magic weapons in the hands of the Eternal Being, but those magic weapons seemed to be one level lower than the one in Lin Moyu's hand. He couldn't see exactly how powerful the cause-seeking ring was, but his instinct told him that it was terribly powerful. Lin Moyu activated the cause-seeking loop and began to search for causes and consequences. The effect of the cause-seeking loop is very powerful, and Lin Moyu has not made full use of it. The cause-seeking ring emitted an invisible causal force, ignoring the strong light generated by the self-explosion of the God of Light, and shot directly into its center. Just 2 seconds later, Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I'm here." With the help of the cause-seeking ring, the backup plan left by the God of Light was found. The Lord of Darkness' heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, he has a backup plan. No wonder he just blew himself up. Just as he had the thought, there was a bang, and Lin Moyu's body exploded into pieces. The Lord of Darkness was shocked. Lin Moyu just died in front of him? It was fine just now, why did it suddenly become like this? He immediately realized that Lin Moyu was shattered to pieces because of the backlash of the Seeking Cause ring. The Seeking Cause ring is too powerful, so powerful that the backlash force is so shocking that even the Lord of the Great Tao cannot bear it. Just ask yourself, who can use such a magic weapon? Even if it exists forever, I am afraid that one would have to think twice before using it. He suddenly lost all interest in finding the cause of the problem. Purple light flashed, Lin Moyu's flesh and blood were reborn, his soul was reorganized, and he recovered instantly. Alive again? The Lord of Darkness wondered if he had seen it wrong just now. How could the world be so strangely heavy? Lin Moyu didn't know what he was thinking. He had now found the backup plan left by the God of Light through the Seeking Ring. The cause-seeking loop is still running. It has just experienced backlash, so there will be no problem using it next time. At this time, the strong light from the self-explosion of the God of Light was gradually extinguishing, and a ray of light shot out from the Seeking Ring, breaking through the void and presenting the scene in the distance before the eyes. It was not a projection, but a forced folding of space, connecting two areas that were clearly billions of miles apart. The avenue of cause and effect is one of the most miraculous avenues, and many of its powers are simply unimaginable. Then the Seeking Cause ring shot out several more rays of light, each of which connected to an area, for a total of 3 areas. The 3 areas are the ancestral land of origin, the real world, and the virtual world. Lin Moyu whispered to himself, the Lord of the Great Tao is not easy to kill. Although he may fall, as long as the Great Tao is still there, he can use the Great Tao to be reborn. The God of Light has arranged a backup plan in the main body of the Great Light Avenue. If he self-destructs, he can be reborn in the main body of the Great Light Avenue. Although his realm will be affected, the impact is not significant, and he will not be considered a deserter. He should have a way to stay dormant and not need to come to the battlefield. He also slept for countless years in the real world and also avoided the rules of the battlefield. If he fails to be reborn in the main body of the Great Tao, he still has 2 backup plans, one in the real world and the other in the virtual world. It's hard to say whether the world will regard him as a deserter. He should have his own considerations. Lin Moyu's words seemed to be spoken to himself, but also to the Lord of Darkness. He wanted to tell the Lord of Darkness that if you were his enemy, you would die no matter how many tricks you had. Lin Moyu continued, no matter which backup plan he has, his confidence is the bright road. Once the bright road is gone, he will die. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Eternal immortality does not mean they are truly immortal, but their avenue has entered the place of origin, which ordinary people cannot enter at all, let alone destroy it. But it is different for the lords of the Great Tao. There is a chance to kill them in the origin of their Great Tao. After he finished speaking, the original aura emanated, and Lin Moyu's realm began to rise sharply. Right in front of the Lord of Darkness, Lin Moyu crossed the Tao Lord realm in one fell swoop and surpassed the eternal level. The Great Tao world-destroying palm. Lin Moyu slapped 3 palms in succession at the 3 areas connected by the Seeking Cause ring, and 3 huge palm prints appeared in the 3 areas at the same time. When Lin Moyu slapped him, the Lord of Darkness felt a chill down his spine. He felt that if this palm hit him, he might die. 0-0. What kind of magic is this? How can it be so terrifying? The Lord of Darkness felt uneasy and his soul was trembling, but he dared not speak and just watched quietly. 3 huge palm prints appeared in 3 areas at the same time. In the real world and the virtual world, the palm print swept across the back of the God of Light and was instantly shattered. In the ancestral land of origin, Lin Moyu's Great Tao of Destruction palm fell heavily on the main body of the Great Tao of Light. The 2 sides were deadlocked for a second, and countless cracks appeared on the main body of the Bright Avenue. Lin Moyu's palm actually broke the main body of the Bright Avenue. The Lord of Darkness' eyes widened as he watched, and he didn't even notice that Lin Moyu was shattered into pieces again, and then reborn in Guangzhou. The palm print continued to press on the body of the Bright Avenue, and the tremendous power in the palm print impacted the body of the Bright Avenue again and again. The shadow of the God of Light appeared on the main body of the Avenue of Light. He had a look of fear on his face and seemed to be screaming. Judging from the lip shape, he should be saying something like no. Facing death, even the master of the Tao will panic and his Tao heart will be broken. But his fate was already doomed. All his escape routes were cut off by Lin Moyu, leaving him with no chance of survival. There was a glimmer of hope left in the world, but he couldn't find it. There were more and more cracks, and after a few seconds, with a loud bang, the main body of the Avenue of Light shattered, and along with it, the backup plan that the God of Light had arranged inside it was also shattered. All three backup plans were destroyed, and the God of Light fell completely. The main body of the Avenue was shattered, and the entire battlefield of heaven and earth was shaking violently, as if there was an earthquake. Endless causes and effects swept in, turning into a strong wind blowing towards Lin Moyu. At the same time, a pair of huge eyes appeared in the void. There are countless practitioners in billions of worlds between heaven and earth. Among them, there are countless people who practice the great way of light. Lin Moyu shattered the main body of the Bright Avenue, which was equivalent to destroying the avenue at the same time. Countless people who practiced the Bright Avenue suddenly lost their support. Without the Bright Avenue, they could not continue to practice and cultivate the Great Tent. And the cause and effect of all this will be attributed to Lin Moyu. This cause and effect is extremely huge, just like the resentment of all spirits produced when the world is destroyed. Lin Moyu is hated by countless people and is entangled in cause and effect with countless people. But Lin Moyu didn't care at all. As soon as he thought about it, endless faith surged from thousands of worlds. He used the power of faith to offset the cause and effect of resentment. He had the confidence, so he was not afraid at all. The destruction of the avenue itself caused the ancestral land to shake. This was a very normal thing and had been within Lin Moyu's calculations. Even when Zhulong appeared, Lin Moyu had anticipated it. Zhulong's giant eyes swept over, and the Lord of Darkness shuddered and immediately saluted, "Greetings, Lord Zhulong." Zhulong ignored the Lord of Darkness and stared at Lin Moyu. "Do you know what you are doing?" Lin Moyu said, "It's very clear. If that guy wants to kill me, I will kill him and eliminate the trouble forever." Zhulong said coldly, "I am asking you why you want to destroy the main body of the avenue." Lin Moyu said, "I said that we must eliminate the trouble forever. He is the master of the Bright Avenue. He has arranged a backup plan in the avenue so that he can be resurrected again. In order to kill him, I naturally have to destroy the avenue itself." Lin Moyu said it confidently, which meant to tell Zhulong that the person had been killed, the main body of the Great Tao had been shattered, and I had taken over the cause and effect. "So what do you want to do?" What Zhulong cared about was not whether the God of Light was dead or alive, but that the Tao's essence was broken. Zhulong said in a low voice, "Do you know what kind of punishment you will have to endure if you break the Tao's essence?" Lin Moyu said, "Then you can impose the punishment, and I will take it." At this time, Lin Moyu behaved very tough. "If you, Zhulong, want to punish me, then do it." Nizi took all of them. Lin Moyu could foresee what the punishment from heaven and earth would be like, and with his current strength, he could definitely take it. As long as we can kill the God of Light and eliminate the trouble forever, some punishment is nothing. Zhulong snorted coldly, "I know you are not afraid of punishment, so the punishment will not come. I want you to kill 1,000,000 great beasts and 1,000 great beast kings within 100 years to make up for it." Lin Moyu agreed immediately, "No problem." Zhulong said, "You have to listen carefully, you are to kill alone, not with other masters of the avenue." Lin Moyu repeated his answer, "I heard it clearly, no problem, and it won't take 100 years. Zhulong said, "Well, if you can't do it." He didn't say anything else, as if the consequences would be serious, but Lin Moyu knew that the guy was most likely unable to do anything to him, so he said that. Lin Moyu said, "You came at the right time today. I also have something to ask you." Zhulong snorted coldly, "I am going to repair the Great Tao. No matter what you want to do, we can talk about it after killing the Great Tao beast." Lin Moyu said, "Then how can I find you then?" Zhulong said, "I will naturally come to find you." Lin Moyu didn't say much. "Okay, then go and build the road." Zhulong snorted lightly, closed his eyes and disappeared. After he left, Sugar gradually returned to normal. The Lord of Darkness finally breathed a sigh of relief, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's methods were far more terrifying than he had imagined. The Great Tao itself was destroyed at any time. He used the causal magic weapon to directly connect the virtual and real worlds, destroying the God of Light's backhand across an infinite distance. In this way, the God of Light has completely fallen, and there is no possibility of resurrection. Moreover, when Zhulong came, Lin Moyu was not afraid at all and could even have a conversation with Zhulong on an equal footing. What kind of existence is Zhulong? In the heart of the Lord of the Great Tao, Zhulong is an existence at a higher level than eternity. Obviously, Zhulong was also very polite to Lin Moyu, without much authority. Regardless of his strength and status, Lin Moyu is feared by the Lord of Darkness. Lin Moyu glanced over, and his indifferent eyes made the Lord of Darkness tremble unconsciously. He did not dare to meet Lin Moyu's eyes, and whispered, "Friend Lin, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." "Well, after returning to the Taoist palace, tell the Lord of Formation Tao that the 100 Formation Tower is in my hands. I will bring it back later and chat with him while I'm at it." Lin Moyu's voice was gentle and calm, but the Lord of Darkness had a feeling that Lin Moyu was going to cause trouble for the Lord of the Formation. The Lord of Darkness responded repeatedly, Okay, I will definitely convey fellow Taoist Lin's words." The Lord of Darkness turned into a stream of light and left. He didn't want to stay here anymore, and he didn't want to deal with Lin Moyu. He felt overwhelmed by being around Lin Moyu. Being able to settle the grudge with Lin Moyu this time is the best outcome. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely not become an enemy of Lin Moyu. At that time, Lin Moyu could destroy as many worlds as he wanted. The Lord of Darkness left, and Lin Moyu looked at the plain again. The shaking of the battlefield between heaven and earth gradually subsided, and Zhulong had begun to repair the Avenue of Light. Although the main body of the Avenue of Light was shattered, the fragments are still there, and it should not be too difficult to repair. It does not require re-evolution, nor does it require a long time. Lin Moyu strolled across the plain, his feet not touching the ground but stepping on the flowers of the avenue. The flower of the avenue glowed faintly, supporting Lin Moyu like the ground. This is the core area of the Burial Valley. Hundreds of avenue masters gave up the chance to be reborn and reincarnate, and would rather stay here. There must be a reason why they had to defend it. After the death of the Lord of the Great Tao, his immortal will turns into the flower of the Great Tao, which blooms forever and exists forever. Lin Moyu wanted to find out the reason why those great masters would rather die than retreat. I walked around the valley again and again, but found nothing. Then Lin Moyu slowly rose into the air, looking down from a high vantage point, with a panoramic view of the entire plain. The flowers of the avenue are blooming forever on the plains. The flowers of the avenue have various colors, and each color actually represents their different attributes, different avenues, and comes from different avenue masters. They intertwine together, as if Lin Moyu saw that the masters of the avenues had shed blood here in the past, and countless blood mixed and spilled all over the 2.0 Burial Valley. In the end, it was impossible to tell whose blood it was, until the flowers of the avenue blossomed and various colors appeared. Lin Moyu looked at the crisscrossing colors, and gradually, he saw some clues. These avenue flowers of different colors actually drew out magical symbols. Connecting the flowers of the same color together will form a magic talisman. There are hundreds of colors here, which means hundreds of talismans. These divine symbols overlap and interweave with each other, with you and me and me and you, forming an extremely complex and three-dimensional divine symbol. This divine rune is no longer a rune in the ordinary sense, but a large formation. A single symbol can form a formation. This is the dream of many formation masters. I didn't expect it to come true here. Lin Moyu determined that among the masters of the avenue who fell here, one was a master of the formation. A divine rune condensed at Lin Moyu's fingertips. He drew it based on the divine rune woven from the flowers of the avenue. A divine rune that was not too complicated flew out and landed on the plain. The talisman quickly grew larger as it fell, until it covered the entire plain. Among the flowers of the avenue, a part of them bloomed with light, which corresponded exactly to the talisman drawn by Lin Moyu. The talisman fell down and was absorbed by some of the flowers of the avenue, which immediately became more brilliant. Lin Moyu faintly heard a special sound, which seemed to come from some ancient existence, spanning a long time. This is the sigh from a certain great Tao Lord who fell here. There was some relief in his sigh, relief that after so many years, someone finally understood this. It is very difficult to understand the Burial Valley. Ordinary masters of the great ways simply cannot understand it. Only masters of formations who are proficient in formations may have some chance. But it also depends on opportunity. You can't just take a casual look. After all, not everyone would think about the reasons why those people who were born under the heavenly Tao would rather die than retreat. Lin Moyu's positive 15 is deduced from this. There must be a problem here, so we have to study and observe carefully and finally get the answer. Another divine talisman flew out, still covering the entire plain. It was slightly different from the previous one, corresponding to a different color of avenue flower. A sigh of relief sounded again in the soul world. Lin Moyu continued to draw divine runes, one after another, covering different areas of different sizes, just like the flowers of the avenue. Sighs continued to sound in his soul. These sighs from the ancient existence were filled with relief, and seemed to make Lin Moyu feel their helplessness at the time. Finally, all 621 divine runes were drawn, and the entire Burial Valley was lit up and became sparkling. This also means that there are 620 masters of the avenue who once defended this place. After drawing all the divine runes and lighting up all the flowers of the avenue, there were no further changes in the Burial Valley. Lin Moyu frowned and continued to observe the Burial Valley. He knew that he must have something else to do. The talismans are all there, so what's left is the formation. It is very difficult to create a formation with a single divine talisman, and Lin Moyu has not yet done it. These talismans are intertwined with each other in countless combinations. It is not easy to find the corresponding formation from these combinations. Lin Moyu was observing from the air, thinking with all his might, not missing a single detail. He was looking for the laws of heaven and earth. Whether it was a talisman or a formation, everything had to operate according to the laws of heaven and earth. Then a single talisman needs to form a formation and operate according to the rules. These runes seem to be on the same plane, but in fact they should be divided into upper and lower parts, inside and outside. Lin Moyu wrote them all down and then simulated them in his mind, find the correct answer. He waved his hands aimlessly, drawing out divine runes that combined with each other. After repeated experiments and trial and error, Lin Moyu seemed to have returned to the time when he first came into contact with the magic talisman. After repeated leveling and trial and error, Lin Moyu believed that he would be able to find the answer. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu tried countless times, but still got no answer. But Lin Moyu has a feeling that he is not far from success. Half a month later, a strange aura entered the Burial Valley, interrupting Lin Moyu's thoughts. Dirty tide. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and he saw the situation outside the valley, knowing that a new round of pollution was coming. This round of pollution tide is much larger than the previous one, so after the pollution tide, it is very likely that a larger-scale flood tide will erupt. If it is a big beast tide, there may be tens of thousands or even more than 100,000 great Tao wild beasts appearing, and there may be dozens of great Tao wild beast kings. For the Lord of the great Tao, it will be a great battle. That's great. I'll stop the next batch here. Lin Moyu had an idea. If he could stop some of the wild beasts, he could fulfill some of his promises to Zhulong and relieve the pressure on the Lord of the Avenue. The Burial Valley is guarded by the wills of many great masters, and the dirty tide cannot come in. Lin Moyu came to the outside of the valley and felt the dirty tide firsthand. The last time the pollution tide came, Lin Moyu wanted to experience it himself, but with Xingxin around at the time, it was not convenient for him to do so. This time he personally entered the dirty tide, feeling the impurities of the avenue passing through him. The wind brought by the dirty tide can blow up impurities and can penetrate the body, penetrate into the spiritual world, and affect the soul. There is almost no power that can resist the tide of pollution. The only useful thing is the heart of Tao. The dirty tide itself does not have any attack power. If one's faith is firm, after the dirty tide passes, it will be as if nothing had happened. If one's heart of Tao is not firm, then one will be polluted if he is in the dirty tide. Once polluted, he will be injured at the very least, or his cultivation will be greatly damaged at the worst, and he may even fall from the position of the Lord of the Tao. With Lin Moyu's heart of Taoism, a mere dirty tide is nothing. If he wants to pollute his soul, the injection tide is far from enough. He was comprehending and wanted to see what the impurities of the great Tao were. Standing in the tide of filth, letting it penetrate into his soul, he gradually came to understand the tide of filth. The tide of pollution is composed of impurities from countless avenues. These impurities are dregs. In the process of evolution, avenues will produce some useless garbage. This is the original origin of the sewage tide. But this is just the foundation. The core that Lin Moyu really feels is the countless thoughts and consciousnesses in the tide of pollution. It is consciousness. After Lin Moyu felt this, he was a little surprised, but then he understood. After the Tao evolves, it will be comprehended and practiced by countless people. When those people comprehend the Tao, their thoughts will communicate with the Tao. Some of those people's distracting thoughts will be projected into the Tao through the Tao and enter the Tao itself. The deeper the cultivation, the deeper this kind of communication will be. 480 There are countless practitioners and countless distracting thoughts, which will cause the main body of the Tao to continuously produce garbage. These garbage, together with the dregs produced during the evolution of the Tao itself, form impurities. The great Tao will protect its own purity and will throw out all these impurities. All the garbage from the great Tao will gather together and become a dirty tide, which will eventually evolve into the great Tao wild beast. When these impurities became extremely concentrated, they exploded and became the soul of the great Tao wild beast. The impurities that did not explode evolved into the body of the great Tao wild beast. Based on the images he had seen from the ancient avenue's original energy in Yuanshan before, Lin Moyu judged that as the world became stronger and the number of cultivators increased, the number of avenue beasts would only increase, and the speed of evolution would also become faster and faster. If the Lord of the Tao cannot keep up with the evolution and growth of the Tao wild beasts, he will eventually find it difficult to maintain his current balance and will be doomed to failure. It is very likely that after countless years, the great Tao wild beast will defeat the Lord of the great Tao, rush into the ancestral land of origin, and devour all the great Taos. That will be the end of this world, the Great Way will collapse, and all things will cease to exist. This problem is almost unsolvable. It is the natural result of the evolution of heaven and earth. If we want to solve this problem, there is only one way, that is to let heaven and earth have an advancer. Only through human manipulation can we prevent the destruction of heaven and earth. The pollution tide lasted for 5 days before finally dissipating, and then countless wild beasts flew over from afar. The wild beasts from the great Tao will rush towards the battlefield of heaven and earth from all directions, and Lin Moyu is only facing a part of them. Lin Moyu glanced over and murmured in a low voice, 4,000 great Tao wild beasts, 3 great Tao wild beast kings, a little too few. It seems that we need to stop some in other places as well. With a thought, a large number of undead servants flew in all directions and intercepted the wild beasts in other locations. Lin Moyu did not stop all of them, he stopped about half of them, more than 50,000 ordinary great Tao wild beasts and 32 great Tao wild beast kings. As for the rest, leave them to the masters of the great ways to deal with. If he wanted, he could stop all the wild beasts of the great Tao, but he didn't want to do that. Some things should be left to the Lord of the great Tao, and he didn't need to expose too much of his strength. The undead servants took the initiative to attack, and powerful attacks swept out one after another, and a massacre began. The great Tao wild beast is indeed very powerful after it has a physical body, but no matter how powerful it is, it cannot compare to the great Tao master. The combat power of the undead servants is slightly stronger than that of the great Tao wild beasts. In addition to the advantage in numbers, more than half of the great Tao wild beasts targeted by Lin Moyu were killed or injured in a blink of an eye. The great Tao wild beast kings received special treatment, and each great Tao wild beast king was besieged by thousands of undead servants. Lin Moyu didn't need to do anything at all. He just watched the battles like a spectator. In less than half an hour, the undead army slaughtered tens of thousands of wild beasts in one swoop. Lin Yuren dealt with most of the beast tide this time. After dealing with the great Tao beast, Lin Moyu returned to the Burial Valley to continue his research. On the battlefield of heaven and earth, inside the formation, the masters of the Great Way have gathered and are ready for battle. The War Emperor maintained the formation while also observing the situation outside. When the great Tao wild beasts appeared, the voice of the War Emperor resounded throughout the venue. It is a great beast tide, about 60,000 in number, with more than 60 great Tao wild beast kings. Prepare to fight. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and someone laughed and said, "Fortunately, there are only 60,000, so it's not a big scale. This beast tide is weaker than expected. Kill them quickly and go back to drink tea. Kill, 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 don't let anyone go." The lords of the great Tao took action one after another and started a fierce battle with the wild beasts of the heavenly Tao. They didn't know that more than 1/3 of the wild beasts were stopped by Lin Moyu, which made this beast tide easier. After a day of fierce fighting, all the wild beasts of the great Tao were killed, and several great Tao lords were slightly injured. Sheng Xian treated them. Before the battle, Sheng Xian had given them elixirs, but elixirs were for emergencies and would not be used if possible. The War Emperor observed the world and whispered, "The next pollution tide will break out in 23 days. It will most likely be another great beast tide. Fellow Taoists, please be prepared." Lin Moyu has been studying formations in the Burial Valley. Whenever a pollution tide breaks out, he will interrupt his research and go outside the Burial Valley to retrieve some great beasts. If it was a small beast tide, Lin Moyu would just take a look and leave. He will only take action when there is a big beast tide. As a result, the pressure on the Lord of the Great Tao on the battlefield of heaven and earth was suddenly reduced, and each great beast tide was weakened by at least 1/3. Over time, they also felt strange. Why are the beast tides that have erupted in recent years so different in scale from the previous ones? The beast tides shouldn't be so weak. But they couldn't find the reason either. Only the Lord of Darkness had some vague guesses that it might be related to Lin Moyu, but he didn't dare to say it. 10 years later, Sacred Heart found the Lord of Darkness. Facing the Holy Heart, the Lord of Darkness maintained due courtesy and asked, "I wonder what fellow Taoist Holy Heart wants to talk to me about." Sheng Xian said, "Does Taoist He know where Taoist Lin is?" She knew that there was a conflict between the Lord of Darkness, the God of Light, and Lin Moyu. But in the past 10 years, the Lord of Darkness has been acting alone and has not seen the God of Light. At the same time, Lin Moyu was nowhere to be seen, and she finally couldn't help but come to ask. The Lord of Darkness said, "I haven't seen fellow Taoist Lin for 10 years. He was in the Burial Valley 10 years ago. I don't know if he is still there now." Sheng Xian frowned. "Fellow Taoist Lin has been in the Burial Valley for 10 years? The Lord of Darkness nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin seemed to be studying something at the time, so I didn't dare to disturb him and left." The Dark Lord's choice of words made Sheng Xian feel a little strange. What did he mean by "did not dare to disturb"? It sounded as if the Dark Lord was in awe of Lin Moyu. But it was clear that Lin Moyu and he were not on good terms. Xingxin is kind-hearted, but that doesn't mean she is stupid. She realized that there must be something wrong. And the fact that the Lord of Light has not appeared in the past 10 years may also have something to do with it. Xingxin immediately had the idea to go to the Burial Valley to take a look. The Lord of Darkness asked, "Do you want to go to the Burial Valley, fellow Taoist Saint Heart?" Sheng Xian nodded, "I do want to go there." Fellow Taoist Lin is my good friend, and I am a little worried about him. The Lord of Darkness shook his head. That's not necessary at all. With fellow Taoist Lin's strength, he can escape unscathed even if he faces a large beast tied alone. As long as he doesn't enter the inner battlefield, there will be absolutely no danger. Although Xingxin also believed in Lin Moyu's strength, he was still a little worried because he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. After bidding farewell to the Lord of Darkness, Xing Xian came to the edge of the formation alone. Grandpa Zhan Huang, I need to go out for a while. The shadow of the War Emperor appeared. Where are you going? Xing Xian said, Friend Lin has not returned for 10 years. I heard that he is in the Burial Valley. I want to go and see him. Emperor Zhan pondered for a moment. He left 10 years ago and did say he wanted to go to places like Burial Valley. But not long after he left, Grandpa sensed that a master of the Great Tao had self-destructed. At that time, the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of Light left before him. Later, only the Lord of Darkness returned. I don't know what happened. I don't know if the fallen Lord of the Great Tao was him or the Lord of Light. Xing Xian was stunned. Grandpa, why didn't you tell me these things? Emperor Zhan said, no matter who died, it was their personal grudge. I shouldn't have cared about it, and I forgot about it later. Forgot? A master of the Great Tao who became a formation spirit, Li Wang? Xingxin didn't believe it. He felt that there was something wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Out of trust in the War Emperor, Xing Xian did not dwell on these matters, but asked the War Emperor to open the formation to allow himself to pass. After opening the passage, the Emperor of War warned, the pollution tide will arrive in 7 days, go quickly and come back quickly. Xingxin nodded, don't worry, Grandpa, I understand. Leaving the passage, Xing Xian headed towards the Burial Valley. In the formation, a pair of eyes of the War Emperor appeared, looking at the direction where Xing Xian left. The originally kind look disappeared, and a hint of red light appeared in his eyes and gradually became sharp. Xing Xian was unaware of this. She reached the Burial Valley as quickly as possible and entered the plain. Above the plain, a faint light lingered, and countless flowers on the avenue were blooming with various colors. The Burial Valley seemed to be filled with vitality. Then she witnessed a visual feast. A huge divine talisman fell from the sky, covering the entire Burial Valley and activating the flower of the avenue. In the sky, Lin Moyu was like an immortal, standing in mid-air, drawing mysterious and profound divine symbols in his hands. His whole body was glowing, and he seemed to be merging into one with the Burial Valley. Xingxin's soul trembled. At this moment, she felt that she was extremely far away from Lin Moyu. The special emotion deep in her soul was completely shattered at this moment. They were from 2 different worlds. They are not from the same world. Sooner or later, Lin Moyu will fly higher and become that unreachable existence. If I try to catch up by force, I will probably be torn to pieces by the 9 heavens wind. I should stop now. It might be a good thing to pull back from the brink. The subtle changes in her heart also affected Xingxin. A smile appeared in her eyes. Without that kind of thought, Xingxin suddenly found that it was good to be friends with Lin Moyu. Her mind is simple and pure, without so many twists and turns, and she does things selflessly, so she is respected by many masters of the avenue. She didn't disturb Lin Moyu, but just watched quietly. Lin Moyu drew the magic runes and continuously lit up the flowers of the Great Tao and Tuan Dao Valley. When Xing Xian flew to mid-air, he finally understood what Lin Moyu had done. We have not discovered for so many years that the flower of the avenue actually contains such a secret. Although she couldn't understand the talismans, she could understand that they must contain secrets. But over the years, they have come and gone countless times, but no one has noticed it and still thinks that the Burial Valley is just a relic left by their ancestors. Friend Lin is really smart. Xing Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She didn't think that she and other Great Tao masters were stupid, but that Lin Mapu was too smart. Lin Moyu presented a visual feast time and time again. Although Xing Xian did not quite understand it, it did not stop her from appreciating the splendor. These talismans contain some special charm and contain a great way inside, which makes the Holy Heart fascinated. In the blink of an eye, several days passed and pollution came. Holy Heart was unaware of this. She was already immersed in the divine symbols woven by the flowers of the great Tao. Lin Moyu suddenly stopped, looked at Xingxin, and said in a voice transmission, "Fellow Taoist Xingxin, you can wake up now." Of course he knew that Xingxin was here. After receiving Lin Moyu's voice transmission, Xing Xian woke up from the avenue, with a hint of shyness on her pretty face. I was intoxicated by it without realizing it. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "That's normal. Fellow Taoist Xingxin is close to the great Tao, so he can feel the Tao rhyme. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xingxin can feel that your ancestors once fell here." Xing Xian's eyes became solemn. He really felt it. More than 600 Tao masters died here in those days, one of whom was the Lord of the great Tao of life at that time and also the ancestor of Xingxin. If this person had not died, Xingxin would not have been able to become the Lord of the Avenue of Life. Each avenue can only have one Lord. If the ancestors do not give up the throne, the descendants cannot take over. Xingxin had mixed feelings about this, and felt even more sorry for that ancestor. Lin Moyu said, "Fellow Taoist Xingxin's ancestor left her insights into the great Tao here, which may be helpful to fellow Taoist Xingxin. After this beast tide, Lin will help fellow Taoist Xingxin to feel it well." Xing Xian's eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You're welcome. Now that the tide is coming, let's go watch the tide first." Sacred Heart was puzzled. "What are you doing in the decontamination tide?" Lin Moyu said, "We will know when we get there." Xingxin believed in Lin Moyu and followed him out of the burial valley and faced the tide of pollution. The tide of pollution has arrived. The dregs transformed from the impurities of the avenue are flying in the air, and waves of violence are coming one after another. Lin Moyu stood in the midst of the filth, calm and composed, while Xing Xian seemed a little nervous. On the Sacred Heart, a faint light shrouds it, resisting the tide of filth. It's not that she has never been in the tide of pollution. It should be said that all the masters of the Great Way have faced the tide of pollution and know that the tide of pollution can pollute the soul and is harmful rather than beneficial to cultivation. And using the power of the Tao can fight against the tide of pollution to a certain extent. Lin Moyu said, "Don't use the power of the Tao, try to use your own Tao heart to fight against the tide of pollution." Xingxin still chose to believe in Lin Moyu, put away the power of the Tao, and fight against it with the heart of Tao. The heart of Tao is like that of a person. Xing Xian's heart of Tao is also pure and firm. For a moment, the dirty tide could not pollute her, but Xing Xian still felt a little palpitated. Lin Moyu said, "There is a great secret between heaven and earth hidden in the dirty tide. You must understand this secret carefully. If you can understand it clearly, you may have a chance to open the door to eternity in the future." Sacred Heart instinctively asked, "What secret?" Lin Moyu said, "The secret lies in the glimmer of light born from the tide of self-pollution. Faint lights constantly appear in the dirty tide. These faint lights come out of nowhere and are the souls of the wild beasts of heaven. Compared with the messy dregs of the foul tide, the souls of the wild beasts born from it are extremely pure and are not affected by the foul tide at all." Xing Xian looked at the glimmers as Lin Moyu said, but did not feel much. At this point, she still did not doubt Lin Moyu's words, and just thought that she was not emotional enough. Lin Moyu's voice came to my ears. "All things in the world are intertwined with yin and yang, without exception. Although the pollution tide can pollute the soul, it can also harm the heart of Tao. Have you ever thought about why the soul born in the pollution tide is so pure, and what it means? What does it mean?" Xing Xian was naturally a smart man, and he vaguely grasped a key point from Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu continued, "When mortals plant trees, they need water and sunlight, but if they are watered too much, the trees will be drowned, and if they are exposed to too much sunlight, they will be sunburned to death. Saint Heart Taoist cultivates the great way of life, which can cure diseases and save lives, but if the great way of life reaches its extreme, it can also become highly poisonous." Xing Xian's eyes lit up. "Fellow Taoist Lin, do you mean that when things reach an extreme, they will develop in the opposite direction? Lin Moyu smiled and said, although they are not exactly the same, they are not much different. Everything in the world is like this. So the purest soul will be born in the influx of tides. The great Tao wild beast has the dirtiest body but the purest soul. This is a truth that the heaven and earth tell us. Sheng Xian was an enlightenment at this moment. Lin Moyu's words opened a door for her and she saw another world. A ball of white light appeared in her palm, which was filled with life force and vitality. The white light became stronger and stronger, and the life force inside reached its peak. Sheng Xian mobilized all of his great power and gathered it in his palm. It can be said that if this ball of light exploded in a certain world, all living beings in the entire world would be able to bathe in the great path of life. Almost all injuries of living beings in the entire world can be healed. Sacred Heart continued to gather the power of the avenue of life. She not only wanted to reach the limit, but also to break through it. After a moment, a sound like a balloon exploding was heard, and the ball of light shattered. There was no life force at all. What exploded from the ball of light was a terrifying force filled with destructive power. This power is full of poison. Anyone below the great Tao realm will die if touched. In stark contrast to the life force that could heal the entire world just now, if this ball of poison erupts, it can kill most of the creatures in the world, posing a terrible threat even to the Lord of the Tao. Sheng Xian's eyes also showed surprise. This is the law of extremes, but I can't control this power. At this time, the life poison condensed by Shengxin continued to spread outward, and some of it went towards Lin Moyu. Shengxin exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist Lin, be careful." Lin Moyu was not prepared at all, and with a wave of his hand, the power of death gushed out, corroding all the life force. Lin Moyu said, "You have just comprehended the basics, so it is normal that you cannot control yourself. You will be able to control yourself slowly in the future. But the fact that you can comprehend this truth so quickly is enough to show how rich your experience is. Understanding is just the beginning. There is still a long way to go before you can truly control yourself. Moreover, not everyone can comprehend this truth like Sheng Xian. Sheng Xian's Tao heart is too pure. The purer it is, the easier it is to comprehend. Some masters of the great Tao think too much. The more they think, the more complicated their Tao heart becomes, and the harder it is to comprehend. Lin Moyu is just a guide, but where Shengxin can go in the end depends on Shengxin himself. As for whether Sheng Xian would tell this method to others, Lin Moyu didn't care. It would be good if he told it to others, maybe it could enhance the power of the Lord of the Great Tao. The Holy Heart continued to comprehend, and Lin Moyu also felt the tide of pollution at this time, watching the wild beast souls that were being born bit by bit. What he saw was different from the Holy Heart. He had long understood that everything would turn into its opposite when it reached its extreme. What he saw was the origin, how the soul was born. The soul is the foundation of all living things. If one can understand the origin of the soul's birth, then one can understand this world, and then follow the clues to finally find the ultimate mystery of the world. But this process is not easy. Lin Moyu watched many dirty tides 10 years ago, and can only say that he gained a little bit. The road ahead is long and arduous, and the task is arduous. The road he has to go is not short. The dirty tide lasted for 5 days and then receded. Sheng Xian said, "The dirty tide has stopped and the beast tide is coming. Fellow Taoist Lin, do you want to return to the burial valley or return to the formation?" She wanted to go back to the formation to resist the beast tide like other masters of the avenue. If Lin Moyu didn't want to go back, then she could go to Tuandao Valley. The burial valley is safe. It is protected by the thoughts left by our ancestors, and wild beasts from the great Tao will not enter. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I'm not going back to the burial valley, and fellow Taoist Saint Heart doesn't have to go back either." Sheng Xian obviously didn't understand what Lin Moyu meant. She suddenly remembered that the Lord of Darkness had said that even if Lin Moyu faced the beast tide alone, he would be fine. Lin Moyu looked at the sky. This wave of pollution will last for 5 days. The next wave of beasts will have about 100,000 great beasts. As soon as he thought about it, the void twisted, and a large number of undead servants flew out, flying in all directions. In the past 10 years, he has faced dozens of beast tides and has gained experience. According to the time and intensity of the pollution tide, he can judge the strength of the tide. There is a connection between the pollution tide and the beast tide. Although the root cause is unknown, it does not prevent Lin Moyu from making a judgment. Xingxin chose to believe Lin Moyu's words again and did not leave. She had seen undead servants before, and she also thought that the undead servants were Lin Moyu's puppets. Although they were powerful, they were only at the Dao Lord level, and were slightly insufficient when facing the great Dao wild beasts. But now it seems that these undead servants actually have an aura close to that of the Lord of the Dao. Lin Moyu's realm was elevated, and his undead servants were also elevated. From this perspective, the undead are by no means just puppets. But she was very sensible and did not ask. In recent years, the beast tides we have encountered are weaker than before. Could it be that fellow Taoist Lin is blocking here? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I will do what I can, hoping to share some of the pressure for the masters of the avenues. It was indeed him. Sheng Xian continued to ask, I wonder if fellow Taoist Lin has ever seen the life of light. Lin Moyu said, I have seen him. He died. I killed him. Sheng Xian was shocked. Did fellow Taoist Lin kill the Lord of Light? Lin Moyu said, yes. After getting a positive answer, Sheng Xian whispered, 10 years ago, the battlefield between heaven and earth was shaken because of the fall of the Lord of Light? Lin Moyu shook his head. No, that's because I broke the main body of the Bright Avenue. The Lord of the Avenue is not easy to kill. It's very difficult to kill him if you don't break the main body of the avenue. I never like to leave any trouble behind when I do something. I will kill them all. Even the main body of the avenue could be shattered. Lin Moyu's strength once again refreshed Xingxin's cognition. The most troublesome thing about the great Dao wild beasts has always been their numbers. After all, the wild beast king has the eternal existence blocking him, so they, the great Dao lords, don't need to face it. But they never expected that when facing Lin Moyu, the numerical advantage of the Tian Dao wild beasts completely disappeared. The undead servants crushed the great Dao wild beasts with absolute superiority. Even the great Dao wild beast king could not escape death in the end when facing the siege of the undead servants. Sheng Xian watched the battles one after another, and the number of great Dao wild beasts became fewer and fewer. She suddenly saluted towards Lin Moyu. On behalf of all the great Dao masters in the battlefield, Sheng Xian thanks Brother Lin. With Lin Moyu standing in the way, their pressure has been much less over the past 10 years, and even if someone gets hurt, it's only minor injuries. Some people even joked that the wild beasts on the Great Dao were almost all dead, so why were there so few of them? How could they have imagined that there was a person standing here, blocking half of the wild beasts on the road? The battle ended quickly. Lin Moyu collected the essence dropped by the wild beasts and returned to the burial valley. Fellow Taoist Xingxin, let's go back. Sheng Xian nodded and followed Lin Moyu back to the burial valley. Even if the remaining wild beasts went to the battlefield, they would not pose any threat. Those great Dao masters all have the pills that I gave them, which are more than enough for their use. It just so happened that she also wanted to see what Lin Moyu was doing. Being able to stay in the burial valley for 10 years, Lin Moyu must have something to do. Without Xingxin asking, Lin Moyu had already spoken. There were 621 great Dao masters here in the past. They fought to the death against the great Dao wild beasts, so I judged that this place must be hidden. While searching for secrets, I discovered that many great masters left their heritage here, hidden in these divine symbols, waiting for future generations to come and decipher it. I have already collected part of the inheritance, and am in the process of collecting part of it. At the same time, the secrets here will soon be revealed. Sheng Xian asked, should I leave first? Lin Moyu shook his head. Since Lin has told fellow Taoist Xingxin, I have never thought of driving fellow Taoist Xingxin away. If there is any secret, let's take a look together. Fellow Taoist Xingxin, aren't you curious about the reason why so many great masters fought life and death battles without retreating? Sheng Xian was indeed curious, so he stopped talking about leaving. So what do you plan to do with the inheritance that fellow Taoist Lin has obtained? Lin Moyu said, I will copy a part and send it to several masters of the Great Way on the battlefield, so that they can see the way of the sages, which may be helpful. As for the others, Lin will take them back. Lin still has many relatives and friends in his world. There is nothing wrong with Lin Moyu's action. Lin Moyu does not value the inheritance of those existing masters of the Great Tao. No matter how much the later comers practice, they cannot become the master of the Great Tao. But there are still many. Currently, the position of the Lord of the Great Tao is still vacant, so people in the Origin continent have a chance. Lin Moyu has already thought that most of the inheritance can be released and everyone can practice it. There are only a few, and they belong only to our own people. No matter what we do, these inheritances will not be buried here. Back in the valley, Lin Moyu said, I will activate the Great Tao now, you should feel the way of the sages. Lin Moyu drew a divine symbol and activated a flower of the Great Tao. The inheritance left by the ancestor of the Holy Heart, the former lord of the Great Tao of Life, reappeared in the world. Sheng Xian fell into the comprehension of the Great Tao, absorbing the bits and pieces of insights left by his predecessors and transforming them into his own Tao. Lin Moyu continued to draw talismans. The talismans he drew were many times more complicated than those he had drawn 10 years ago. The talismans are nested and integrated with each other. Although they appear to be just one talisman, they actually contain dozens or even hundreds of different talismans. The entire divine talisman is a road, which was left by the former master of the formation. Compared to the current master of formations, the master of formations who died here was more powerful and had a deeper understanding of the divine talisman formations. But compared to himself, Lin Moyu felt that the other party was still inferior to himself. The divine talisman formation set up by the other party was not finally solved by himself. This great array of divine talismans is merely complicated, not truly difficult. For the next few years, Lin Moyu and Sheng Xian stayed in the burial valley. Every time a foul tide came, the two would go into it, trying to comprehend their own paths. Then Lin Moyu will block the beast tide, and there will be almost no pressure on the battlefield. During this time, Xingxin also went back to tell Emperor Zhan that he was safe and asked him not to worry. Finally, in the 23rd year since Lin Moyu came to the burial valley, the formation in the burial valley was finally completely solved. In Lin Moyu's palm, a divine talisman shone brightly. Sheng Xian was dazzled by what he saw, and his eyes were full of strange lights. This divine talisman seems to encompass the entire burial valley. In the divine talisman, she could see every inch of land in the burial valley, and every avenue flower in it. If the talisman is enlarged, it can be completely integrated with the burial valley. It is hard to imagine that a magic talisman can achieve such a level. Lin Moyu said, that master of the formation has transformed the entire burial valley into a large formation. The formation incorporates the ways of 621 masters of the Great Tao, using their fighting spirit as a driving force to make them fight endlessly, and at the same time, it also left their legacy. And everything eventually converged into a divine array. This is his inheritance. It's really a big deal. That master of the formation is much more powerful than the current one. Lin Moyu said softly, and pushed back with his backhand, and the extremely complex talisman slowly fell down. As it fell, the talisman quickly grew larger, becoming the same size as the burial valley, and completely overlapping with it. The flowers on the avenue in the burial valley sang together, and a large number of phantoms emerged above the flowers. The sage. Xingxin's gaze was solemn. These phantoms were all the masters of the Great Tao who had fallen here. They were sages, and they were heroes of heaven and earth. These floating shadows saluted Lin Moyu at the same time, as if they were grateful to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu also returned the greeting them across time and space. At this moment, the luck of heaven and earth descended from the sky. Over the years, Lin Moyu had killed so many great beasts, and the luck of heaven and earth came in waves, and he had accumulated quite a bit. Now that it has been recognized by these great masters, good fortune has come again, and on a huge scale. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that he might be able to knock on the door of eternity. But at the same time, I also feel that it is not safe now. If I could have a little more. The immortal path is in the place of return to its origin. If you are the master of the immortal path, it will be much easier for you to achieve eternity than if you are the master of other paths. As long as he can knock on the door, he will immediately become eternal. Unlike other masters of the avenue, he not only knocks on the door, but also delivers his own avenue inside. There will be tests when knocking on the door. For many masters of the great Tao, this step is very dangerous and may lead to their death. Many masters of the Great Way failed at this step. Lin Moyu knew that it was not the right time yet, and that he still needed to accumulate experience before he could truly open the door. He was very clear that his own path to immortality was very special and different from other paths. Perhaps some interesting things would happen then. Lin Moyu accepted the gift and watched the entire Baosho Valley being activated. The Burial Valley is a formation. The way to open this formation is to set up an identical formation, which is equivalent to completing the inheritance of the former master of the formation. After countless years, the last wish of his ancestors was finally fulfilled by him. "Look, what's there?" Lin Moyu whispered, and Xingxin also came to Lin Moyu and looked down at the earth like Lin Moyu. The Burial Valley is undergoing drastic changes. The outer skin of the mountain that formed the valley is falling off, and it is sinking continuously with a roar. The earth shook violently, and even the sky was not spared and began to shake along with it. The source mountain that surrounds the Burial Valley is not two mountains, but two mountain ranges, which are rapidly descending at this moment. The ground in the center of the Burial Valley cracked, and something that had been buried underground for who knows how many years finally came to light. At this time, a shadow appeared. He had a long flowing robe and looked like an immortal. He saluted towards Lin Moyu and said, "Old Taoist Xianjinzi, I am your Taoist friend." "Xianjinzi, you are the fallen master of the formation." Sheng Xian couldn't help but let out a low cry. Lin Moyu was also a little surprised. He had not discovered that there were any residual souls left here before. It turned out that they were hidden underground. Because the land of the battlefield between heaven and earth was special, his eyes of the undead could not penetrate it. It was not until now that the formation was activated and the earth cracked that the remaining souls trapped in the formation appeared. Lin Moyu said, "Lin Moyu meets the senior." Xingxin also bowed. Xingxin greets the senior. Xianjinzi looked at Lin Moyu with surprise in his eyes. "You are not from the Zhendao village." Lin Moyu said, "I have only dabbled in the art of formations, but the master of formations is someone else." Xianjinzi chuckled, "It doesn't matter if it's not. The ingenuity of the formation lies in this. The strongest person in the world of formation is not necessarily the master of formation. I'm afraid that your attainments in formation are not inferior to mine back then." Then he looked at the sky and added, "The current master of the formation is probably not as good as you in formation." Lin Moyu immediately said, "Thank you for the compliment, I was just lucky." Xianjinzi laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist, you must be very curious about why we came here and fought to the death. Are we protecting something?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes, please help me. I have been studying for so long, looking for the answer step by step, but it is really not as good as Xianjinzi's explanation." Xianjinzi shouted, "The situation back then was somewhat special. In that battle, we faced not only great Tao wild beasts, but also heavenly and earthly spirit monsters. Among the great Tao wild beasts, there were 3 wild beast kings. The king of wild beasts." Sheng Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the 4.9 light became extremely solemn. She had seen the power of the wild beast king, a powerful being that could rival eternity. Although it was not much stronger in terms of power, it had 2 characteristics that made people despair. One is pollution. Its polluting power is so strong that it can even pollute the Lord of the Tao. In the great explosion that year, a lord of the Tao was polluted and his cultivation was greatly damaged on the battlefield. He could only die and reincarnate, otherwise he would not be able to keep his position as the lord of the Tao. The second is immortality. The wild beast king has an almost immortal body and cannot be killed no matter what. He just stands there motionless, and the power of the lord of the Tao can only cause minor injuries at most. During the great explosion, only one wild beast king came, and he almost caused these great Tao masters to completely collapse. And Xian Jinzi and his men actually had to face 3 wild beast kings. How could they fight? Lin Moyu asked, 3-headed wild beast king, is there no eternal existence stopping it? Facing Lin Moyu's question, Xian Jinzi shook his head. The situation was very special at that time. Several Eternals were held back, and the great Tao wild beasts came out in full force and launched an unprecedented attack on us. But all this is because of this. Xian Jinzi pointed to the cracked ground. Under the ground, there was a lake. The lake is not too big, with a diameter of only 10 miles, and can be seen at a glance. But the lake gave Lin Moyu an unusual feeling, especially the calm water. Lin Moyu couldn't really describe this feeling. It was as if the lake water was formed by the original energy of the great Tao. However, the original energy of the great Tao should be pure, but this lake water was filled with dregs. The 2 completely different feelings of purity and dregs came at the same time, leaving Lin Moyu very confused. Xian Jinzi asked, Dao Yu, do you know the origin of the great Tao wild beast? Lin Moyu said, as we know, the great Tao wild beasts are formed from the impurities of the great Tao, and are the dregs of the great Tao, but their souls are pure and born from the dregs, which is a typical example of things turning into the opposite when they reach the extreme. Xian Jinzi said, your words are correct, but the root is the origin of the great Tao. Strictly speaking, this world all comes from the origin of the great Tao. I don't know what you call the origin of the great Tao in our mouths. Sheng Xian said, we have all heard of the origin of the great Tao, but have never seen it. It is said that it is inside the source mountain. Lin Moyu took out a drop of the origin of the great Tao. Senior, what you are talking about is this. Xian Jinzi smiled and said, that's right, this is the origin of the great Tao, the beginning of all things. All the great Taos come from here. The essence evolved into thousands of great Taos, and became the world. The dregs turned into the great Tao wasteland, and in the great Tao wasteland evolved one after another of the filth. Some of the dregs, after reaching their limit, gave birth to souls. The souls were extremely pure, and combined with the bodies that evolved in the filthy pools, they became great beasts. The dregs of the road sank into the earth. Over time, they formed rivers of dregs beneath the ground. When they gathered together, they formed a sewage pool. And the lake below is the sewage pond. Lin Moyu had never seen a sewage pool, but he was a little confused. If it is a sewage pool, why is there the origin of the great Tao? Xian Jinzi said, we are the ones who brought the origin of the great Tao in. Lin Moyu was somewhat skeptical of Xian Jinzi's words. With the ability of the Lord of the great Tao, he should not have the ability to create the original energy of humanity. Xian Jinzi saw Lin Moyu's confusion and continued to explain, it was our work, but it wasn't us. We discovered this dirty pool back then. There are many dirty pools, but we found this one a little special. This filthy pool is not perfect. It cannot evolve into the body of a great beast, nor can it absorb the soul of a great beast. However, this does not prevent us from conducting research on the filthy pool. We have been researching for 1,000,000 years, but have not made much progress. However, by chance, we threw a spirit monster into the sewage pool, and the spirit monster actually underwent a transformation. He transformed part of the sewage pool into the origin of the avenue. This discovery surprised us greatly. The origin of the great Tao is very useful. We can use it to practice and comprehend the essence of the great Tao, giving us a chance to glimpse into eternity. At the same time, we are also looking at a possibility. If the spirit monster of heaven and earth can transform the sewage pool, if we put the spirit monster of heaven and earth into the real sewage pool, can we suppress the desolation of the great Tao? We have never thought of completely eliminating the Great Tao wild beast. This is a product of the Great Tao and it is impossible to be completely eliminated. But if we can control it and have it in our hands, then we will be relieved. So we were experimenting here, and we were seeing results every day. Xian Jinzi seemed to be lost in his memories, recounting events of the past without missing a single detail. Countless years have passed, but his memory is still clear, which shows how deep the impression they made on him was. Back then they discovered that the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth could transform sewage pools, so they came up with this idea and began to look for the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth everywhere. There weren't so many people at the beginning, but later more and more Tao Lords joined in, and the number of people increased. Many masters of the great ways have stayed in their ancestral lands for tens of thousands of years and have never left. After a series of tests, they confirmed that their idea was correct. The spiritual monster of heaven and earth could indeed transform the sewage pool, but it could only last for a period of time. If you want to control the sewage pool, you must continue to invest in spiritual monsters from heaven and earth. All the masters of the Great Tao believe that there is a glimmer of hope for the heaven and earth, and the existence of the spiritual monsters of the heaven and earth is their only chance to eliminate the wild beasts of the Great Tao. But they did not realize at the time that by doing so they were accumulating huge dangers. After they invested a total of 10,000 spiritual monsters from heaven and earth, the dirty pool stopped changing and seemed to have solidified. The filth pool is no longer weakening. It has the original energy of the Great Tao inside, as well as the impurities and dregs of the Great Tao. Two completely different things coexisting. A master of the Great Way dived into the cesspool to see what was going on. As a result, they discovered that a living creature had actually been born under the sewage pool. This creature seemed to be a combination of a wild beast from the Great Tao and a spirit demon from heaven and earth. It was very strange, but it had an extraordinary status. After discussing it, they decided to take a look and see what this creature looked like. After all, this was something they had created with their own hands, and everyone was very curious. Xian Jinzi sighed at this point. We made a wrong decision, which pushed us into a dead end. We waited for about 10,000 years, and the creature was finally fully conceived. The moment he was born, the heaven and earth shook, and all the laws resounded. We didn't pay attention to it, thinking that the heaven and earth were celebrating for us, not knowing that it was actually a warning from the heaven and earth. 883. He possesses a special power that spreads along the dregs river under the earth toward other sewage pools. Wherever he passes, the dregs are transformed and have characteristics similar to those of this sewage pool. We were overjoyed at the time, thinking that our plan had succeeded. As long as we converted all the sewage pools, the Great Tao wild beasts would have nowhere to come from, and we could rest easy. But we didn't find that his aura became weaker the closer it got to the real sewage pool. The sewage pool would resist. But in the end, the transformation finally happened, and a sewage pool finally changed. At that moment, the entire battlefield of heaven and earth changed. The changes in the sewage pool have stimulated the great beasts. All of them are going crazy at this moment. All the wild beast kings were dispatched collectively. Coincidentally, there were only 2 Eternals guarding the inner battlefield at that time. The 2 Eternals stopped the 4 wild beast kings, but 3 of them still managed to escape from the inner battlefield. At the same time, the spirit monsters of heaven and earth also took action. We never thought that there would be so many of them, and their strength is beyond imagination. At this point, Xian Jinzi gave a bitter smile, his eyes full of helplessness. Perhaps we have captured too many spirit monsters, or perhaps our karma has exploded. The Wild Beast King has controlled the Great Tao wild beasts and joined forces with the spirit monsters to launch a fierce attack on us. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, but why didn't you retreat back then? He is the remnant soul of the former master of the formation. The master of the formation has fallen, and the remnant soul left behind is not strong. Sometimes it is difficult to control his thoughts, which will be clearly manifested. Lin Moyu has dealt with residual souls many times. There is some difference between Xian Jinzi's residual soul and Wan Zongling's residual soul. Xian Jinzi's shadow trembled for a while, and it took a few seconds for it to become solid again. The changes in his soul showed that his thoughts were very intense, and what happened back then was obviously very complicated. Xian Jinzi recalled the past. His voice was deeper and more helpless than before. What happened back then, with Xia Kai? Well, he sighed deeply and told what happened that year. When the Wild Beast King and the Heaven and Earth Spirit Demon appeared together, we realized that we were wrong. We were very wrong. It turns out that we are not the only ones blocking the Great Tao Wild Beasts. The existence of the Heaven and Earth spiritual demons has also restrained some of the Great Tao Wild Beasts, especially the king among them. Otherwise, unless the eternal existence is stationed in the inner battlefield all year round, we will not be able to stop the Great Tao Wild Beast King. But it is because we cultivated this guy that the Great Tao Wild Beast and the Heaven and Earth Spirit Demon joined forces. There seemed to be a hint of sarcasm in the helpless tone, as if Xian Jinzi was mocking himself, thinking how ridiculous what he had done back then was. Lin Moyu and Xing Xian did not speak. Xian Jinzi's story was not finished yet. After they arrived, they made two demands at the same time. One was to destroy this guy we cultivated, and the other was to kill us. As for the first request, we can definitely agree to it. After all, we don't know what this creature we have cultivated is. As long as we can save our lives, it doesn't matter if it is destroyed. It's just a waste of time, and it's not a big loss. But we can't agree to the second request. We can escape. We have 621 masters of the Great Tao, so some of them can escape. If that doesn't work, we can still force our way out of the ancestral land. But their next words made it impossible for us to escape. The Wild Beast King told us that if one of us escaped, he would lead the Wild Beast Army into the origin ancestral land and destroy the Avenue District. The Emperor of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Demons also said that if we escape, he will no longer care about the Great Tao Wild Beasts and let them do what they want to destroy the world. It was not until that moment that we realized that the spirits of heaven and earth usually did the same thing as us. They were all guarding the wild beasts of the Great Tao and preventing them from devouring the Great Tao. They were on the same front as us. But what we did pushed them to the Great Tao Wild Beast. Tell me how stupid what we did was. The sarcasm became stronger, and Xian Jinzi seemed to feel some regret for what he had done back then. Lin Moyu and Xing Xian heard all this for the first time. Xing Xian couldn't quite believe it, but he had to believe that the spirit monsters of heaven and earth were actually on the same front with them. How ridiculous it is that the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth are not our enemies but our comrades. These masters of the Great Way, who had been guarding the battlefield of heaven and earth for countless years, actually had no idea. They even occasionally hunt down spiritual monsters from heaven and earth. Similarly, the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth will also attack them. Xing Xian felt that his solidified thinking over the years was challenged and found it difficult to accept. Lin Moyu didn't have the same idea as her. After all, he had never come into contact with the spirit monsters. After listening to Xian Jinzi's words, Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, I have a few questions here. First, the relationship between the spirit monsters and the great beasts. Do those eternal beings know about it? Second, why are the spirit monsters hostile to the great beasts? Third, if you die, how can you guarantee the promise of the Earth Clan sister?" Xian Jinzi said, "You asked a very good question. For the first question, those eternal beings do not know the relationship between the spirit monsters and the great beasts. The spirit monsters do not appear frequently, and the ordinary spirit monsters are not very intelligent. They are similar to ordinary great beasts and cannot communicate. The second question is that the heaven and earth spiritual demons and the Great Tao wild beasts are indeed in a hostile relationship. We don't know the specific reason. If you want to know, you need to find the reason yourself. The third question is that we also don't believe in the promise of the heaven and earth spirit monster, so we cooperated with the heaven and earth spirit monster. We handed over the guy we cultivated, and then joined forces with the heaven and earth spirit monster to repel Ying Dao absurdity." Lin Moyu murmured, "So a great battle broke out here. The sinews joined forces with the spirit monsters of heaven and earth to fight against the great beasts. I wonder what the result will be. Xian Jinzi said, the result is that all 621 of our great Tao lords died, the emperor of the heaven and earth spirit demon was seriously injured, the great Tao wild beasts were almost extinct, and one of the 3 emperors died and 2 were injured. Sheng Xian couldn't help but let out a low cry. Didn't they say that the beast king can't be killed? Xian Jinzi smiled bitterly and said, we used to think that the king of wild beasts could not be killed. In fact, there is nothing in the world that cannot be killed. The king of the spiritual demons of heaven and earth has shown us through his actions that the king of wild beasts can also be killed, but we can't do it. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. If the desolate beast king is equal to eternity, and the heaven and earth spirit monster king can kill the desolate beast king, does that mean that the heaven and earth spirit monster king is stronger? Xian Jinzi nodded slightly, then shook his head. It can't be compared like that. According to my observation, the emperor of the heaven and earth spirit demon seems to have some means to restrain the great Tao wild beast, but his actual combat power should not be stronger than eternal. During the war, some of us died and some were injured, but we also understood a truth. If we don't keep our promise after the war, the emperor of the spiritual demons of heaven and earth will let the great Tao wild beast go, and then the battlefield of heaven and earth will inevitably collapse. If we keep our promise, even though there are less than half of the great Tao lords left, the heaven and earth spirit demon emperor has also promised that they will hold back the great Tao wild beasts and ensure that they will not launch a beast tide within 1,000,000 years. Sheng Xian was shocked and said, there are indeed records that there has not been a beast tide for 1,000,000 years. It turns out that it is because of this. The battlefield of heaven and earth once enjoyed 1,000,000 years of peace. During that 1,000,000 years, the wild beasts of the great Tao did not launch a beast tide, and the masters of the great Tao lived in peace. Unexpectedly, the root cause is here. Xian Jinzi continued, we have made mistakes and can die, but we don't want our own way to be buried. So I set up this formation, and transformed myself and my fellow Taoists into flowers of the great Tao, leaving our respective heritages in it for future generations. I thought the person who could solve this mystery should be the new master of the formation, but I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Lin would come. All the past events have been explained clearly, and all mysteries have been solved, but Lin Moyu still has some doubts in his heart. The wild beast king and the heaven and earth spirit demon king are so powerful. Why are they so obsessed with destroying this guy they cultivated? What is so special about this guy? Xian Jinzi shook his head. I don't know. They didn't explain, and we have nowhere to ask. Anyway, that guy is dead, but this dirty pool can't be destroyed. The heaven and earth spirit demon emperor tried many methods, but in the end he had no choice but to seal it underground. Now that it has reappeared, I hope fellow Taoist Lin will not repeat our mistakes. Lin Moyu was surprised at first. Since the things cultivated in this special sewage pool could attract the common hostility of the great beasts and the spirit monsters of heaven and earth, they would destroy it at all costs. Why did they leave this special sewage pool behind? Wouldn't it cause trouble later? It turns out that they can't destroy it. This land is extremely special. The source mountains are solid, and so is the cause land. The sewage pool goes deep into the earth, and what you see is only the surface. The real core area is beneath the earth. The earth was formed when the heaven and earth were born. No matter whether it is the spirit demon emperor of heaven and earth or the great Tao wild beast emperor, it is difficult to completely destroy it. The water in the pool is not water, but a special force of the Tao, composed of pure Tao origin energy and Tao impurities, and achieving a near-perfect balance. The spirit demon emperor of heaven and earth could only seal it up, but this seal was integrated with the formation left by Xian Jinzi. When the formation was broken, the seal also loosened. Lin Moyu can see this special sewage pool, but cannot enter it. At that time, Xian Jinzi also made some tricks. He used the original energy of the Tao in the dirty pool to allow his residual soul to exist eternally for billions of years. Being able to perform actions right under the nose of the spirit demon emperor of heaven and earth, one has to say that Xian Jinzi's level of formation is really strong. Lin Moyu sighed. I never thought that things would turn out like this. Jinzi said, yes, as the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. We asked for it back then. If we hadn't been greedy, we wouldn't have ended up like this. When I first started practicing, my predecessors told me that we should take one step at a time. We didn't take the right steps, but jumped up and ended up falling. Sheng Xian comforted him. The seniors actually just wanted to resolve the threat of the great Dao wild beast, and what they did was not wrong. Jinzi chuckled, little girl, there is no need to comfort me. The formation here has been solved. My last wish has been fulfilled. You can go in when the time comes. He seemed to have completed the last thing in his life, leaving no trace of it, and his remaining soul began to become illusory. Lin Moyu did not stop him. Sheng Xian wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lin Moyu's eyes. Jinzi murmured, what does it matter if you become a master through cultivation? In the end, you will return to the sky and become nothing. As he spoke, Jinzi's remaining soul dissipated, and everything became empty. It's all gone, and it's not all gone. The inheritance he left behind, Lin Moyu has taken it away and will spread it. The inheritance of the 621 great Dao masters who died here will not be cut off. Looking at the mysterious formation that was dissipated by the wind, Sheng Xian had some selfish thoughts at this moment, and whispered, fellow Taoist Lin, I don't want to tell anyone about what happened here. Lin Moyu said, there is really no need to tell anyone. The masters of the avenues here are all heroes. They sacrificed themselves for the entire world. The burial valley is their last memorial. It is good as it is now. Shengxin smiled and thanked fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu flew towards the ground, and Shengxin quickly followed. There is a huge crack in the ground of the burial valley, and under the crack is that special sewage pool. The crack was covered by a formation, and at the same time, there was an extremely powerful force covering the top of the sewage pool. The formation came from Jinzi, and the power came from the spirit demon emperor of heaven and earth. The spirit demon king is very powerful. His power is immortal and eternal for billions of years. Jinzi's formation was also very powerful. The two methods were like two doors, sealing the sewage pool tightly and blocking everyone. But Jinzi opened a back door for himself, allowing him to borrow the original energy of the avenue in the dirty pool to maintain the eternal existence of his residual soul and tell the past stories to future generations. He didn't care about what future generations would think of them. He just wanted to tell others not to do things beyond their knowledge and not to have wild ideas that would bring misfortune. Lin Moyu spent some time to find the back door left by Jinzi and separated a piece of his soul to drill in. Sheng Xian silently protected Lin Moyu and didn't ask anything. She knew that Lin Moyu must have his own reasons for doing this. Lin Moyu separated his soul and entered the formation, carefully feeling this special filthy pool. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the filthy pool with his naked eyes, his eyes full of complex expressions. Shengxin noticed something unusual. Did you find something? Lin Moyu said, I have indeed discovered that a living being is being nurtured in this dirty pool. Shengxin was startled, giving birth to another life? Lin Moyu said, but I am not sure whether the creature born this time is the same as the one back then. If it's the same, BHBJ, the great Dao Wild Beast King and the Heaven and Earth Spirit Demon King will probably come here again. Sheng Xian said, I heard from Senior Jinzi that when they arrived, the creature had already taken shape. What about now? Lin Moyu said, it will be soon. I will go and take a look. This time Lin Moyu separated more souls, wanting to see more clearly. After billions of years, this special sewage pool gave birth to living beings again. Lin Moyu was not sure whether the creatures born this time were the same as the previous ones. If it is the same, when it is conceived and formed, the Dao Huang Lu and Di Ling Mei will definitely come here again. It's hard to say what will happen then. There is a high probability that the burial valley will not be preserved, but fortunately, before that, I have already obtained the inheritance so it will not be buried. Lin Moyu's soul went deep into it. He couldn't enter the filthy pool, but could only sense it through the formation. With careful sensing, the outline of that creature took shape in the soul. It was a half-human, half-beast creature, and seemed to have characteristics of both wild beasts and humans. However, Lin Moyu sensed another breath, similar to that of the Soul Devourer. Lin Moyu's brows were getting tighter and tighter, and after a closer look, he had a very bad feeling. If a certain creature combines the characteristics of the great Tao beast and the soul-eating spirit, this creature will become extremely terrifying. Who can deal with such a creature? The Wild Beast King is not easy to kill, and the Soul Devourer is the same, and the Soul Devourer is immune to the great Tao. Lin Moyu felt a headache, but he had no ability to stop it now. Go find the Spirit Demon King. Lin Moyu had this thought in his mind, maybe the Spirit Demon King would have a calendar. Suddenly, Lin Moyu felt an eye slowly open under the cesspool and looked towards him. Boom! His soul was shaken violently, and the strand of soul he had separated from him shattered on the spot. Lin Moyu groaned and woke up, his expression extremely solemn. Sheng Xian asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's okay, that guy has his own consciousness, and he is hiding." Ah? Sheng Xin didn't understand what Lin Moyu meant. Lin Moyu said, "If I'm not mistaken, that fellow is the one that was bred by the predecessors back then. He was not completely destroyed, and was bred again after billions of years. And this time he has learned to hide. He may not be born until he is fully formed. He gives me a very bad feeling. If he is born, the whole world will probably suffer." Sacred Heart was frightened. "Is it that scary? What should I do?" Lin Moyu said, "Go back first and let me think about it." He waved his hand and several talismans flew out. The earth roared, the cracks closed again, and the burial valley returned to its previous appearance in the blink of an eye. The flowers on the avenue sway and bloom with various colors of light, which is very beautiful. But beneath the beauty lies unimaginable danger. After putting away the formation, Lin Moyu and Sheng Xian returned. He had to think about what to do. The idea that suddenly popped up in my mind just now was to go find the Spirit Demon King, but even if I really want to find him, I have to plan carefully. Halfway through, Lin Moyu asked, "Who is the longest-lived Lord of the Avenue on the battlefield?" In that great war, the 621 great Tao Lords who died accounted for almost 3/5 of all the great Tao Lords at that time. Afterwards, the battlefield between heaven and earth enjoyed a brief period of peace lasting 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years later, the Beast Tide reappeared. That Beast Tide was not small in scale. It was a huge explosion accumulated after 1,000,000 years. Moreover, the Lord of the Great Tao was weak at that time and did not have enough people, so the fight was very tiring and painful. In each great battle, another great Tao Master fell, so that fresh blood could be constantly replenished. Up to now, the number of Tao Lords has exceeded that of any other time in the past, and there are over 2,000 Tao Lords between heaven and earth. However, there are not many Tao Lords who can live from that time to the present. Even Xingxin's grandfather, the Emperor of War, could not exist for as long as Jinzi's lifetime. Sheng Xian thought for a moment. The one who has lived the longest on the battlefield now should be the Lord of Weak Water. I don't know how long she has lived, but she doesn't like to talk, and at every 10,000 years, she has spent at least 9,000 years on the battlefield of heaven and earth. There are very few masters of the great Tao who will stay in the battlefield of heaven and earth all the time. In the real world, they always have things to deal with, disciples, relatives, and friends. But the Lord of Weak Water stays here more than 90% of the time and never leaves. There must be some story behind it. Lin Moyu said, "I'll go find her. I'll lead the way when we get back. It's hard to find where she lives." Sheng Xian seemed very happy that he could help Lin Moyu. Soon they returned to the battlefield, where the formation was in operation. Compared to when Lin Moyu left, the formation seemed to have not changed much. These formations have existed for many, many years and have always been like this. Sheng Xian shouted, "Grandpa Zhan Huang, I'm back." Amidst the deep voice, a passage appeared in the formation. Sheng Xian was about to go in when Lin Moyu stopped him. "You go in first, I want to talk to Zhan Ho." "Oh." Sheng Xian was a little surprised, but did not ask why and walked into the passage. The passage was not closed, as if it was still waiting for Lin Moyu to come in. The shadow of the War Emperor appeared in the formation. Fellow Taoist Lin, do you have anything to say? Lin Moyu said, should I call you Senior War Emperor or Cursed Life? Zhan Huang frowned, and stared at Lin Moyu with a pair of illusory eyes. How did you find out? Lin Moyu smiled and said, didn't you leave a mark on my avenue and keep watching me? I don't even know why. The mark in the Immortal Avenue has been cleared, and the Cursed Life can no longer monitor Lin Moyu. And even before, he couldn't have known everything. It can only be said that he only knows part of it, not too much, and he is even less clear about recent events. The Lord of Curses quickly figured it out. It seems that your attainments and formations are beyond my expectations. Lin Moyu smiled and said, others also say so. What did you do to Senior Zhan Huang? The Lord of Curses said, he is fine. His intelligence has just been suppressed by me. Let him sleep for a while. Lin Moyu said, have you decided to take action? Now I am the master of the great Tao, and one more step will lead to eternity. If you don't take action, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. The Lord of Curses said, it's almost time to take action. Lin Moyu said, so are you going to make a move now? Do you want me to enter the formation and play with you? The Lord of Curses sneered, and the War Emperor's expression twisted. It seems that this formation can't do anything to you, but I didn't think that I could take your body with this formation. If that's the case, then let's not waste time. Just wait, I will take action at any time. Enjoy the rest of your time, it's running out. Amidst a burst of wild laughter, the Lord of Curse left. The War Emperor's eyes became dull, his consciousness was suppressed by the Lord of Curse. Now that the Lord of Curse has left, his consciousness will return with him. Lin Moyu knew that the Lord of Curse's purpose of coming this time was not to seize his body, but to warn, intimidate, and demonstrate. The Lord of Curse was telling himself that if he wanted, he could control the battlefield of heaven and earth at any time, and it was useless for him to hide in the battlefield. He could even threaten other Avenue Masters. If he didn't want to implicate them, he should not be a coward. At the same time, the Lord of Curses also wanted to test and see how strong he was so that he could decide when to take action. Now he couldn't monitor himself through the avenue, so he could only come here in person to test it. Unfortunately, he failed and was seen by Lin Moyu, so he failed to test Lin Moyu's strength. Please give me flowers. However, he also got some information. At least he knew that his formation was very powerful. If he still wants to use formations or something like that to deal with me, this approach won't work. Zhan Huang regained consciousness, and he looked at Lin Moyu with complicated eyes. During the period when his consciousness was suppressed, his memory still existed and he knew what was happening in the outside world. A deep voice sounded, how did you get involved with him? Lin Moyu was a little helpless. They came to me. What can I do? The Emperor's expression became more serious. So what are you going to do? Lin Moyu smiled and said, what else can we do? We have to find a way to kill him. The War Emperor was surprised. He is eternal and cannot be killed. Lin Moyu shook his head. Who said that eternity is immortal? As long as the conditions are met, eternity will die. Even the heaven and earth may perish, so how can eternity be truly immortal? I have dealt with him more than once, and he has never been sure enough to attack me, so don't worry. When he really attacks, I will let him know that the Lord of the Great Tao is not easy to bully. Lin Moyu was half joking, but Zhan Huang didn't find it funny at all. After a moment, the War Emperor could only sigh and wish you good luck. Lin Moyu laughed. I am not the master of fate. Compared with luck, I believe in strength more. He stepped into the passage and entered the formation. The War Emperor murmured in a low voice, who are you, and what do you want to do? For him, this was something he could not touch and did not dare to touch. Not to mention that he is just an array spirit now. Even when he was still alive, this is not something he can touch. As he said, there is nothing he can do except wish Lin Moyu good luck. Entering the formation, Lin Moyu saw Shingxin and said with a smile, let's go find the Lord of Weak Water. Sheng Xian nodded and called to the formation, Grandpa Zhan Huang, I will come to see you in a few days. The Emperor of War appeared in the formation, with a kind face, come and accompany Grandpa more often when you are free. Sheng Xian hummed and left with Lin Moyu. Halfway through, Sheng Xian whispered, Grandpa Zhan Huang has returned to normal today. Lin Moyu said, what did you find? Sheng Xian said, some time ago, Grandpa Zhan Huang was a little abnormal. I thought it was affected by the pollution tide, but now Grandpa Zhan Huang has returned to normal. This is good. Sheng Xian is the person who is most familiar with the War Emperor. Sheng Xian can feel any changes in the War Emperor at the first time. No matter how well the Lord of Curse conceals himself, he cannot hide it from the Holy Heart. However, Shingxin thought that Zhan Huang was affected by the pollution tide, so she did not ask any more questions. She believed that Zhan Huang could adjust himself. Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't tell her that it was the Lord of Curses who did it, and the War Emperor himself wouldn't say it either, so the matter would just be over. Sheng Xian took Lin Moyu over the Taoist temple and entered the mountains. After flying for a while along the mountains, they entered a canyon. The sound of water came from the canyon, and a special small lake appeared, as well as a large waterfall. The weak water avenue appeared in the sky, dropping endless weak water, which turned into waterfalls and formed a lake of water. Weak water cannot carry anything. The water is clear and looks calm, but it is full of dangers. Even if the Taoist master enters it, it will be difficult to float up and he will be swallowed by the infinite weak water. Weak water avenue is not strong in itself, but it is not weaker than 677. It has some special functions. Sheng Xian will use some weak water when refining pills, and sometimes she will come to the Lord of Weak Water to ask for it. Sister Shui, the Sacred Heart is here to visit. Shingxin stopped far away and called softly. After a few breaths, a faint voice came from afar, come in. The voice is so soft and goes deep into the soul that just by listening to it one can imagine that its owner is a frail woman. There is an exquisite cottage beside the Ruoshui Lake in the valley. Outside the cottage, a woman in white is sitting quietly on a recliner, seemingly resting with her eyes closed, looking very relaxed. For some reason, when Lin Moyu saw her, he could feel the sadness emanating from her. Her Tao heart. Lin Moyu felt that there seemed to be something wrong with her Tao heart, and it was not quite complete. Sheng Xian came to the Lord of Weak Water and said, Sister Shui, I brought a friend with me. The Lord of Weak Water just slightly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Moyu, my fellow Taoist, are you here for weak water? Weak water is very useful. Besides Holy Heart, sometimes other masters of the avenues would come to ask for it. She has gotten used to it. Lin Moyu bowed slightly. Lin Moyu greets Senior Shui, I am not here for Ruoshui. The Lord of Ruoshui, her surname is Shui and her given name is Xiao, but she seldom uses her real name. The Lord of Weak Water said lazily, what is that for? Lin Moyu said, it is about the 621 masters of the Tao Valley. Bang! The weak waterfalls exploded, and endless weak water flowed upstream and exploded in mid-air, and a weak water rain suddenly fell in the valley. The Lord of Weak Water swept away his laziness, stood up from the chair, and stared at Lin Moyu with his beautiful eyes. How do you know it's the 621st? Hearing these words, Lin Moyu knew that he had found the right person. She really is someone who lived through that era and should know something about what happened during that era. And seeing how she reacted, she might know more than he thought. Lin Moyu said, I went to the Burial Valley and cracked the formation left by Senior Xianjinzi. The Lord of Weak Water stared at Lin Moyu, did you get those inheritances? Lin Moyu nodded, got it. The Lord of Weak Water stretched out his hand, I want the inheritance of the Lord of Heavy Water. Lin Moyu asked, excuse me, Senior Shui and the King of Heavy Water? The Lord of Weak Water said, give me the inheritance, and I will tell you any questions you have. If you don't give it to me, I will rob you. She was obviously determined to inherit the Chongshui Avenue and there was no room for negotiation. Sheng Xian was also a little surprised. In her memory, the Lord of Weak Water had never been like this before. She had always been lazy and weak, like a sick beauty. This time, the inheritances of the 621 Avenue Masters were all in Lin Moyu's hands. Among them, the inheritance of the Heavy Water Avenue was nothing, so Lin Moyu didn't care about it at the moment and directly handed it over to the Weak Water Master. He realized that there must be something going on between the Lord of Weak Water and the former Lord of Heavy Water. Lin Moyu used his own great power to solidify each inheritance, making it look like a piece of pressed cards. The Lord of Weak Water glanced at the jade token, and after confirming that there was no problem, his expression became more serious. She stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed at her forehead. The power of the soul surged in her forehead, and a remnant soul was pulled out from her forehead. The remnant soul was incomplete, but Lin Moyu could see that it was 70% similar to the Lord of Weak Water, like two sisters. The aura emanating from the remnant soul belongs to the Avenue of Heavy Water. Lin Moyu understood instantly that this remnant soul was the remnant soul of the Lord of Heavy Water, and it was very likely that the Lord of Heavy Water and Fong of Weak Water were sisters. The Lord of Weak Water has always used his great power to protect the remaining soul of the Lord of Heavy Water, hoping that one day he can resurrect the Lord of Heavy Water. But it obviously didn't work out. The Lord of Heavy Water had already fallen, and a wisp of residual soul alone was not enough to revive him. It was a rare achievement that he could maintain his current state. After all, the power of the Great Tao of the Lord of Weak Water is not as good as the original energy of the Great Tao, and the degree of preservation of this remnant soul is far less than that of Xian Jinzi. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior Shui, do you want to use the inheritance of the Heavy Water Avenue to revive her?" The Lord of Weak Water did not answer. She took the initiative to guide the inheritance of the Heavy Water Avenue and slowly entered the residual soul. Sheng Xian explained, "Even if the Lord of the Great Tao is dead, he will leave a mark on his own Great Tao. With the remaining soul, it can trigger the mark on the Great Tao. Coupled with the same Great Tao inheritance, there may be a chance." Lin Moyu shook his head. "No, those ancestors didn't die in an ordinary way. They gave up their chance to reincarnate and erased their marks on the avenue. They really fell." What Sheng Xian said was correct, but it was useless to the Lord of Heavy Water Avenue. The Lord of Weak Water obviously did not believe Lin Moyu's words, and still caused the inheritance of Heavy Water Avenue to enter the remnant soul. The remnant soul suddenly began to twist violently and became unstable, as if it would collapse at any time. The Lord of Weak Water showed panic. "How could this happen? Xianer, help me." Sheng Xian immediately used the Great Way of Life to help the Lord of Weak Water stabilize his remaining soul. But the effect of the Avenue of Life was average, and it could only barely stabilize it. The Lord of Water became more and more panicked. "Stop!" Lin Moyu whispered, and at the same time a stream of life force shot out and fell into the remnant soul. The twisting residual soul suddenly stabilized. The effect of the power of life in healing the soul is much stronger than the life and humanity of the Sacred Heart. The Lord of Weak Water looked at Lin Moyu. "Why is this happening?" Lin Moyu said, "I said that when those ancestors fell, they took the initiative to erase their marks on the Great Tao. They were truly completely fallen. You can't revive her by doing this. For so many years, you have been using your own power to protect her. Don't you realize that she is disintegrating at 5.0? In less than 1,000,000 years, she will completely dissipate." The Lord of Weak Water was silent for a moment before he whispered, "Then is there any other good solution?" She seemed to have lost all her energy and spirit, and her words were filled with sadness. "Let me try." Lin Moyu took out a spiritual flower, which bloomed, and signaled Ruoshui Jisheng to put the remnant into the spiritual flower. After some hesitation, Weak Water finally let the remaining soul in. For countless years, the remnant soul has been in her body and has never left. Now it is leaving for the first time, and she is somewhat reluctant to do so. Lin Moyu felt the changes in the residual soul in the spiritual flower. Under the effect of the spiritual flower, the residual soul gradually stabilized, but there was no sign of recovery. He knew that the residual soul had existed for too long, so long that even spiritual flowers could not heal it. Spirit flowers are used to heal wounds, not for resurrection. The most a residual soul can do is to restore it to the state it was in when it was just separated. There is only one way to revive her, that is to become a resurrected person. After using 3 spiritual flowers, the residual soul of the Lord of Heavy Water finally stabilized and reached the state it was in when it was just separated. Lin Moyu stopped and did not take out any new spiritual flowers. The Lord of Weak Water didn't know that this was the limit. She asked with hope, "Why did you stop? Keep going?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "My spiritual flower can only restore her to the state she was in when we first separated, but it cannot truly revive her. If you want to revive her—" At this point, Lin Moyu paused for a moment, and the Lord of Weak Water couldn't wait to ask, "How can we revive her?" Her tone was hurried, her soul was constantly fluctuating, and with a hint of oppression, the aura of the Lord of the Great Tao emanated unconsciously, filling the entire valley. It wasn't that she did it on purpose, but she was really anxious inside and the group was slightly out of control. Lin Moyu said, "I have a magic that can revive the dead, but she has fallen for countless years, and I am not sure whether she can be resurrected. In addition, there are some problems with my magic." The Lord of Weak Water became more anxious. "What's the problem? Tell me quickly." Today's Lin Moyu is the last straw she can grasp. She knows the situation of the remnant soul very well. It has been like this for 180 million years. The remnant soul has been declining and will disappear sooner or later. Lin Moyu said, "The first question is whether it can succeed. If it fails, the residual soul will completely dissipate. However, rather than continue to drag it out for millions of years, I think it is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. If it drags on, I am afraid that Senior Shui's Dao heart will not be able to bear it. The second question is, if it succeeds, she will be restored to her peak state before her death, but because she was resurrected by Jin's magic, she will obey Lin's orders. However, Lin can also promise Senior Shui that he will not restrict her in any way. At the same time, if Lin dies, the spell will become ineffective and she will die. Senior, please consider carefully whether to maintain the status quo or give it a try." After becoming a resurrected being, he will become Lin Moyu's slave, but Lin Moyu changed his words so that it would be easier for the Lord of Weak Water to accept. Lin Moyu knew very well that reviving this remnant soul had become the obsession of the Lord of Weak Water, and even her Tao heart was damaged by it. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would not let it go. "I have already made all the possibilities clear. There is a possibility of failure, and even if I succeed there will be some sequelae. The decision had to be made by the Lord of Weak Water himself." Being able to do this was already the limit of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had a vague guess that this remnant soul might be one of the 621 masters of the Great Tao in the Burial Valley back then. If she could be resurrected, perhaps more detailed information could be obtained. Lin Moyu did not completely believe what Xian Jinzi said, in case Jinzi was hiding something. And it is impossible for the one who has been resurrected to deceive you. As the master of the Great Tao, Shui Xiu's heart of Taoism was damaged, but she was still decisive. She sighed softly, "I have tried various methods for countless years, but I still can't find a way to revive Xian. Fellow Taoist Lin is right. Rather than dragging it out like this, the final result will be nothing, so why not take a gamble? Fellow Taoist Lin, please cast your spell." She gritted her teeth and made the final decision, taking one last gamble. Lin Moyu was surprised to find that after she made the decision, her aura actually rose a little, and her damaged Tao heart showed signs of recovery. Sure enough, all those who can become the Lord of the Great Tao are not ordinary people. Lin Moyu said, "Since the seniors have made the decision, I will start. Once I start, I can't stop." The Lord of Weak Water whispered, "It all depends on fate. Please ask Brother Lin to cast a spell. Regardless of success or failure, the water will have no complaints." Lin Moyu held the remaining soul in his hand and used infinite summoning. The remaining soul was enveloped by the undead flame and gradually changed. Perhaps it was because the time was too long, or perhaps the residual soul had erased its own mark in the main body of the avenue, so the changes were extremely slow. But Lin Moyu knew it worked as soon as he started, and the magic did not fail. Infinite summoning is to find vitality from the true spirit. Even if billions of years have passed, one's own magic can follow the footsteps of the true spirit, from the heaven and earth, from the long river of time, to retrieve the soul fragments and finally complete the resurrection. It's just that now the time is too long, the process is a bit slow and will take some time. The Lord of Weak Water looked solemn and nervous, looking at the immortal flame in Lin Moyu's palm, but did not dare to disturb Lin Moyu. Seeing that the remnant soul did not collapse in the immortal flame and even had a tendency to become stronger, the Lord of Weak Water could not help but show hope in his eyes, as if he saw hope. Not only her, but also Xing Xian beside her was a little nervous and hoped that Lin Moyu could succeed. Lin Moyu said, "We are already halfway there. In fact, it has already been done." He said this to give the Lord of Weak Water a reassurance. The Lord of Weak Water immediately showed joy on his face. "Really?" Lin Moyu nodded. "It will take some time. After all, so many years have passed. I wonder what the relationship between you and her is." The Lord of Weak Water whispered, "Her name is Shui Xian, she is my daughter, and she was once the Lord of Heavy Water Avenue." Lin Moyu had guessed this in his mind, and was not surprised when he heard this answer. Xing Xian was a little bit unbelievable. Sister Shui's daughter, where is Sister Shui's Taoist partner? She was simple-minded and didn't think there was anything wrong with what she asked. Shui Xiu also knew her, so she didn't blame her. The Lord of Weak Water said, "When I was in the Dao Zun realm, I had a Taoist partner. We had a very good relationship. We were promoted to the Dao realm together, but unfortunately he failed to be promoted and died. After I was promoted to the Dao realm, I unexpectedly found that I was pregnant. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the power of heaven and earth when she was promoted to the great Dao realm. Shui Xian was gestated in my body for 1,000 years before she was born. She was born a Dao master and has the physique of her father. She is naturally close to the great Dao of Heavy Water." These words shocked Lin Moyu. After 1,000 years of pregnancy, she was born as a Taoist master. A baby who knows nothing has the power of the Dao Zun realm. If it were in the ordinary world, he might destroy the world and bring disaster to the world if he was unhappy. The Lord of Weak Water said, "When Xianer was still young, I sealed her power and did not release it until she became an adult. Later, I became the master of Weak Water Avenue, and Xianer became the master of Heavy Water Avenue soon after. Chip's cultivation talent far exceeds mine, and she has always wanted to pursue eternity. Until then, Xian Jinzi and his team discovered the sewage pool and began to use it for experiments. Xianer felt that if they succeeded, they would gain a huge amount of luck from the heaven and earth. Then she would have the opportunity to Eternity's Gate. But I was very worried at the time, so I asked the chip to keep a little bit of my soul with me, just in case. But I didn't expect that the final result would be like this. When they fell, even the mark of the avenue was erased, and their souls became useless." The Lord of Weak Water tells his story, which is a story full of warmth and heart-wrenching. She is a mother who wants her daughter to be safe and happy, but she doesn't want to hinder her daughter's dreams. Back then, she did not participate in the research of Xian Jinzi and others, and left behind a trace of her daughter's soul. In her opinion, she left behind a spark of hope for her daughter. Then she guarded this remnant soul for countless years, nurturing it with her own heart and strength, and finding various methods. Xing Xian was moved by Shui Xiu's story, with tears in her eyes. She comforted Shui Xiu, "Don't worry, Sister Shui, your Xianer will be back soon." Shui Xiu chuckled, "After so many years, I have already let go of the question of whether it will work or not. But I am unwilling to give up this last glimmer of hope." She seemed to have come to terms with it, but whether she really had or not, only she knew. Lin Moyu could feel that her Dao heart seemed to have recovered somewhat, but if she failed, she was afraid that the Dao heart that had just recovered would be shattered even more severely. "But fortunately, I won't fail. In the immortal flame, the soul is recovering and becoming stronger. The former Shui Xian was the master of the heavy water avenue. After resurrection, she can recover to her former peak state. But that was just the recovery of his realm. It was hard to say whether he could become the master of heavy water avenue again. As far as Lin Muyu knows, there is no new Dao master in Chongshui Avenue now, so maybe there really is a chance. The resurrected ones are recognized by heaven and earth. No matter whether they are living beings or not, as long as they are recognized by heaven and earth, they have the opportunity to become the masters of the Tao. Shui Xiu also felt the change in her soul, and her beautiful eyes became brighter and full of hope. Following the footprints of the true spirit, countless soul fragments were found. Once the soul was reassembled, the remaining body would not be a problem. This was the first time that Lin Muyu summoned a resurrected being after becoming the Lord of the Great Tao, and he had a different feeling. At the same time, among all the resurrected people he has summoned, this one is the oldest. The slow process allows him to comprehend the inner truth of the technique and sense the true spirit. The process of resurrection is the process of dealing with the true spirit. From this, Lin Muyu discovered a problem. If a person is strong, he will leave a residual soul after his death and reincarnate in the same time zone. If I use this remnant soul to create a resurrected being, what will happen to my true spirit? Will the spell fail then, or can one true spirit correspond to two existences at the same time? Lin Muyu was very interested in this question. The secret of the true spirit involved the essence of heaven and earth. If he could study it thoroughly, it would be very beneficial to him. In Lin Muyu's view, the process of cultivation is the process of gaining insight into the essence of heaven and earth. The result of cultivation is also to gain insight into the essence of heaven and earth. On the contrary, the immortality and the ability to destroy the world brought by cultivation are just side effects. To gain insight into the essence of heaven and earth is the ultimate goal of cultivation. This is what it means when one realizes the truth one day, one can ascend to heaven in broad daylight. If an ordinary person is lucky enough to understand the essence of heaven and earth, then those additional things will come along with it, and there is no need to practice for 10 days and nights. Lin Muyu is now looking for the true origin of heaven and earth. He vaguely saw the trajectory of the true spirit from the process of Shui Xian's soul reorganization, and saw a trace of fur hidden in the deepest part of heaven and earth. Shui Xian's soul is getting stronger and stronger, her soul is becoming more complete, and she is moving towards her former peak. It's going to be done. The eyes of the Lord of Weak Water became brighter and brighter, and after the joy, there was also kindness. Unconsciously, tears wet my eyes and rolled down my cheeks. It is almost impossible for a Lord of the Great Tao to shed tears, which shows how excited Lord of Weak Water is right now. Finally, after 3 full days and nights, Shui Xian's soul was completely restored. Boom! A road emerged, and the water above the road turned into a waterfall pouring on the soul. The waterfall has infinite weight. This is the heavy water avenue, and every drop of water weighs 1,000 pounds. Under the scouring of the heavy water avenue, Yin Zhen began to be reborn. The Great Tao constructs the physical body, and the water core returns to being the master of the Great Tao. She returned to her former peak, the strongest state. By the time the heavy water avenue completely dissipated, Lin Yu's thoughts had already been transmitted first. After becoming a resurrected being, her first reaction was to kneel down to Lin Muyu, but Lin Muyu stopped her. Asking your most beloved daughter to kneel down in front of her mother is just making yourself uncomfortable. Shui Xian, who had become a resurrected being, obeyed Lin Muyu's orders. She glanced around with a confused look and quickly locked onto the Lord of Water. Mother! After countless years, the call from his daughter made this powerful Taoist master unable to control his trembling body due to excitement. The Lord of Weak Water hugged the water core tightly, as if it were a rare treasure, and refused to let go. Lin Muyu winked at Xing Xian, and the two of them quietly withdrew from the valley, leaving the space to the mother and daughter who had been separated for countless years. When they arrived outside the valley, Xing Xian wondered, since fellow Taoist Lin had this kind of magic, why didn't he revive Senior Xian Jinzi at that time? Lin Moyu shook his head. This is not resurrection, just resurrection. If I resurrect Xian Jinzi, Senior Xian Jinzi will become my slave. This may be a problem for Senior Xian Jinzi. If it wasn't for satisfying the wishes of my mother, the Lord of Weak Water, I wouldn't have done this. Xingxin could understand Lin Moyu's thoughts. For many people, losing their freedom would be worse than death. She whispered, I hope fellow Taoist Lin can get the information he wants from Shui Xian. Lin Moyu smiled and said, whether we can get the information we need or not, at least the Lord of Weak Water has realized his dream of reuniting with his daughter, and that's enough. There is one advantage of being resurrected, which is that they will inherit most of their memories from their previous life, so the difference between Shui Core and his previous life will not be too big. The two waited outside the valley for half a day, and the Lord of Weak Water came out with Shui Xian. The Lord of Weak Water bowed to Lin Moyu. Thank you, Brother Lin. I have no way to repay you for your kindness. If Brother Lin has any instructions, I will definitely do my best. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Senior Shui, you are too polite. The best outcome is that you two can be reunited as mother and daughter. I just want to know everything that happened in the burial valley. The more detailed, the better. Facing Lin Moyu's questions, Shui Xian, as a resurrected being, naturally answered all the questions she knew. They returned to the valley, and the Lord of Weak Water took out tea and made it for them, while they drank and chatted. Shui Xian recounted what happened that year in detail from beginning to end, and her account was much more detailed than Xian Jinzi's. She was a participant in the whole thing from beginning to end, unlike some Taoist masters who joined in halfway and did not know the whole picture. After they discovered this special sewage pool, they accidentally threw a spiritual monster into it and discovered the changes in the sewage pool. After some discussion, a plan was made. However, they did not expect that a special creature would be born in the sewage pool. When they discovered this creature, they had disagreements. Some people advocate the extermination of this creature, as it gives people a sense of unease. But some people objected and wanted to see what the living creatures would eventually become. Because of this, disagreements arose among these Taoist masters, and many conflicts arose. This is a long experiment. The whole process lasts for millions of years. It would be abnormal if there were no contradictions. During this process, someone secretly took action, but failed. Xian Jinzi never said this information. Lin Moyu then realized that not all Taoist masters agreed to give birth to this creature, but they simply could not destroy these spirits. Later, they could only let the creatures grow. After all, the experiment had already begun and they couldn't stop. Finally, after millions of years of experimentation, their experiment was completed, and after millions of years of gestation, the creature was finally formed. That unknown creature naturally exuded an indescribable power. This power transformed the dregs of the Great Tao, which was equivalent to cutting off the roots of the Great Tao beasts. Once this force spreads, the Great Tao beast will suffer a fatal blow. At the same time, there is a force in it that spreads between heaven and earth, and this force makes many people of the Great Tao feel palpitations. Shui Xian also felt palpitations at that time, but she endured it and was even full of expectations for that creature. If she could get rid of the Great Tao beast, it would be a great merit for the entire world. She would definitely be able to obtain a lot of luck from the world and knock on the door of eternity. Among all the masters of the avenues, her realm strength is one of the best, and so is her contribution to the entire experiment. If we were to reward her based on her merits, she would have received the most luck from heaven and earth. She is very confident that she can hit eternity. But unfortunately, an accident happened later. The wild beasts on the road suddenly rioted, and even the spiritual demons of heaven and earth came. The emperors gathered together and let them know some secrets of the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth. The spirit demon king of heaven and earth regards the creature being nurtured in the filthy pool as its natural enemy, and the hidden beast indicated that this was the case. From Shui Xian's description, Lin Moyu learned some things that Xian Jinzi had not mentioned. The spirit demon emperor of heaven and earth once mentioned that they had bred a world-destroying monster and they could not let it live. As for why all of them had to die, It was because the spirit demon emperor of heaven and earth was worried that they would give birth to monsters again, so they had to die and their mark on the avenue had to be erased. When they truly fell, they would be deprived of even the chance to reincarnate. If they don't die, the spiritual demons of heaven and earth will join forces with the wild beasts of the great Tao. Let the wild beasts of the great Tao devour the great Tao, causing the heaven and earth to collapse and destroy the world on their own initiative. Faced with this situation, they, the masters of the Great Way, have no choice. The world-destroying monster in the sewage pool was destroyed by the heaven and earth spirit demon emperor himself, and then they all perished in the burial valley. Fortunately, they were able to leave behind a legacy. This was the biggest concession given by heaven and earth cousin Wang. Unexpectedly, a trace of Shui Xian's soul remained in the hands of her mother. The Lord of Weakwater Avenue used his own power to protect the soul for tens of millions of years until it was resurrected by Lin Moyu. Shui Xian's words supplemented Xian Jinzi's description, allowing Lin Moyu to better understand the existence of the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth. Although we don't know where they came from, we can be sure that they are not enemies of the cultivators. They blocked some of the great Tao wild beasts, especially the wild beast king. This is how the battlefield of the end of the world maintained a balance. But they are not friends of practitioners. When their own interests are involved, they will choose to join forces with the great beasts to deal with practitioners together. As Shui Xian's mother, it was the first time for the Lord of Weakwater to hear the true situation of that year. She was a little puzzled. What happened in the past is in the past. Why did Brother Lin bring it up again? Did something happen again? Lin Moyu whispered, I activated the formation left by Senior Xian Jinzi and saw the sealed dirty pool. Through the passage left by Senior Xian Jinzi, I sensed some of the conditions in the pool. The world-destroying monster that the spirit demon king mentioned is not dead. The expression of the Lord of Weakwater suddenly changed. She naturally understood what it meant if the monster was not dead. Shui Xian said, it was the spirit demon king who personally destroyed it back then, and he also disconnected this sewage pool from the underground Dregs River. This sewage pool has lost its source and has become a dead pool. Why is it still there? Lin Moyu shook his head, I don't know. According to my perception, the monster has intelligence and has learned to lie dormant. If we wait for it to come out, perhaps this world will really be in trouble. So I want to find the spirit demon king. Maybe he knows something, but I don't know where the spirit demon king is. So I want to ask Senior Shui if he has any clues. The Lord of Weakwater shook his head. We know very little about the spirit monsters of heaven and earth, and we only kill them occasionally when we encounter them. Shui Xian thought for a moment. Based on the direction the spirit monsters of heaven and earth came from at that time, it should be the direction of the inner battlefield. Perhaps those eternal beings would know. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. How could I forget about her? He took out the causal seed and activated it with his soul. Senior, are you here? The seeds of cause and effect sparkle, connecting heaven and earth, and the path of cause and effect appears faintly in the void. Several people recognized it as the Avenue of Karma, and knew who Lin Moyu was contacting, the Eternal Lord of Karma. After a few breaths, and Yuyan's voice came from the seed of cause and effect, has the Tao sent us the origin ancestral land? Lin Moyu hummed, yes, I have something to ask you. I wonder if you know where the spirit demon king is. Spiritual demon king? What are you looking for him for? And Yuyan was very surprised. Without waiting for Lin Moyu to answer, she continued, don't move. I'll come to you and talk to you face to face. The seeds of cause and effect were extinguished immediately. Lin Moyu was surprised that Nguo was still so energetic. Xingxin and the others were a little surprised that Lin Moyu was so familiar with the Lord of Karma. This was an eternal being, and he was usually high and mighty. Although the eternal existence is also a Tao Lord, his status and position are different from those Tao Lords, and his strength is much stronger. The key is that eternal beings cannot be killed. They are not afraid of getting hurt, so they fight much more crazily. A moment later, accompanied by the distortion of space, and Yuyan appeared outside the valley and flew in. The one who came this time was not a clone, but an Yuyan herself. Lin Moyu asked curiously. Senior is also in the battlefield of heaven and earth, and he can ignore the formation, which is amazing. And Yu Yin said unhappily, stop flattering me. I am in the inner battlefield. There is a passage from the inner battlefield that leads to the ancestral land of origin. I came here from the ancestral land of origin. Tell me quickly, why do you want to go find the spirit demon king? And Yu Yin came straight to the point and was very frank. As for Xingxin and the others, they were simply ignored by her as if they did not exist. Lin Moyu had nothing to hide from her. Don't be impatient, senior, have some tea and we'll talk slowly. The Lord of Weak Water quickly made tea for Yu Yin, senior Qingyin. And Yu Yin is a real old man, who has achieved the Lord of Eternity. She has lived for countless years and knows much more than them. Lin Moyu didn't think of Yu Yin at first and felt that he was really stupid at that time. Perhaps this is fate. If I had thought of Yu Yin from the beginning, I would not have come here, let alone save Shui Xin. And Yu Yin sat down. She noticed Shui Xin and frowned. You are weird. With a flick of her finger, the avenue of cause and effect emerged above the valley. The avenue of cause and effect cast down a rosy glow that enveloped everyone. And Yu Yin seemed to understand something. She glanced at Lin Moyu. You did it? Lin Moyu laughed. Yeah. And Yu Yin snorted lightly. You are a guy who is beyond the scope of cause and effect. You are really a headache. As long as you are involved, it will be difficult for me to settle the matter. But she is very lucky. She must be blessed by heaven and earth, otherwise she shouldn't be here. The law of cause and effect has the ability to calculate causes and seek results, but unfortunately, once it comes to Lin Moyu, and Yu Yin can't figure it out. But she still looked at it, and felt that Shui Xin was here because of the blessing of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu laughed. Since Seniorin is here, I will start from the beginning. This matter should not be hidden from Seniorin. Lin Moyu briefly recounted what happened in the burial valley. And Yu Yin drank a sip of tea and said, we know about that incident. Lin Moyu and the others looked at each other. The we that Yu Yin mentioned were the eternal beings. There are only 20 eternal beings in total. Excluding those who are silent, there are no more than 10 left. Lin Moyu was somewhat surprised that these 10 eternal beings all knew about what happened in the burial valley. Lin Moyu asked, did Seniorin know about it beforehand or afterward? And Yu Yin asked back, is this important? Lin Moyu said, it's a bit important. There is a big difference between before and after. Afterwards it can be said that they had no choice, but knowing about it in advance but not stopping it means that they might not be able to get away, or even that they reached some kind of agreement with the spirits and demons of heaven and earth. And Yu Yin sighed softly, I shouldn't have said this, but now that you've asked, as long as you swear a great oath here and don't spread what I said today, just treat it as a story. Everyone is curious, so without saying anything, they all made a solemn vow that what happened today would never be spread to anyone else. And Yu Yin then said, back then, wild beasts and spirit monsters came out in large numbers, not only in the burial valley, but also in the inner battlefield. We were surrounded by 4 wild beast kings and 2 spirit demon kings. We couldn't move. A spirit demon king told us what happened and gave us a choice. One is that we rush out to save people, but the world will be destroyed. We can't stop the power of the wild beast king and the spirit demon king when they join forces. Second, if we don't move, the spirit demon king won't move either. They will still suppress the great Tao wild beasts afterward, and ensure that the great Tao wild beasts won't threaten the battlefield of heaven and earth for 1,000,000 years. Friend Lin, what do you think we should have chosen back then? Lin Moyu then realized that there was more than one spirit demon king. During the incident in the burial valley, there were 7 wild beast kings and 3 spirit demon kings. There are 2 choices, either save people and destroy the world, or watch the Lord of the Avenue die. Faced with this choice, everyone knows what to choose. And Yu Yin sighed and said, some things, if you do them wrong, you will be punished. Those masters of the avenue made a big mistake, so they have only one way to go. After saying this, and Yu Yin looked at Lin Moyu, fellow Taoist Lin, why do you want to bring up the past again? Is there some hidden story behind it? Lin Moyu said, the guy under the dirty pool is not dead. What? And Yuyan raised her eyebrows suddenly and looked at Lin Moyu with lightning eyes. Lin Moyu said, I cracked the formation left by Senior Xian Jinzi, saw the sealed sewage pool, and also sensed the creatures being nurtured inside. The world-destroying monster mentioned by the Spirit Demon King is not completely dead. It has taken shape again. Moreover, it has learned its lesson this time. It is lying dormant and will not come out until it is fully formed. So I'm going to find the Spirit Demon King. From what he knew, the Spirit Demon King had a way to deal with that world-destroying monster. If even the Spirit Demon King can't do it, then perhaps only Zhulong can, but Zhulong won't take action easily. In short, since I have come to the battlefield of heaven and earth and I am a cultivator, I naturally cannot sit idly by. And Yuyan said, the area where the spirit monsters live is on the other side of the battlefield. If you want to find them, you have to go through the wasteland. The Great Wasteland is the home of the great wild beasts. Lin Moyu knew that he would most likely not be able to cross the Great Wasteland. Lin Moyu asked, is there no way to get around it? And Yuyan shook her head. The King of Wild Beasts has sealed the border, and there is no way around it. If we don't want to cross the Great Wilderness, we can only go through the Dead Land, but that road is also difficult to walk on. Even we may not be able to get through it. However, fellow Taoist Lin may have a chance. Sheng Xian was a little puzzled. If it is so difficult to walk, how did the spirit monsters of heaven and earth get here? And how did the Spirit Monster King get here back then? And Yuyan said, the spirit monsters of heaven and earth came through the cracks in time and space, but no one knows where the cracks will eventually lead to. As for the Spirit Monster King, it is not something that can be brought here just because you want to. He must have discussed it with the Wild Beast King and the others, so he crossed the great wilderness. Friend Lin, just think about it. If they can reach an agreement and act together, how terrifying the guy in the sewage pool will be. Lin Moyu whispered, they joined forces because of fear. That guy is really scary. But why did the Spirit Demon King and the Wild Beast King fight again in the Burial Valley? And Yuyan said, this matter is even simpler. After the Spirit Demon King killed that guy, the Wild Beast King relied on his numbers and wanted to kill the Spirit Demon King as well. As a result, in a fierce battle, the Spirit Demon King was seriously injured himself, and killed one Wild Beast King and injured two others. So they are still enemies. The brief alliance doesn't mean anything. Please give me flowers. Although the spirit monsters are not our enemies, they are not our friends either. Are you sure you want to go? Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, I think I should go there once. And Yuyan didn't try to persuade her much, because she knew Lin Moyu's character and once she made a decision, she would not change it. Okay, then you come to the inner battlefield first, I'll wait for you there. Lin Moyu nodded, I'll come over after I finish my work here. And Yuyan hummed, her figure gradually faded, and she left. Sheng Xian was a little worried. I've heard of the absolute Tao Death Land, where the Tao cannot enter, there is no original spiritual energy, it is a dead land between heaven and earth. If you enter it, even if you exist forever, your cultivation will drop significantly, and you may not even be as good as the Tao realm. 0. The Lord of Weakwater also whispered, there are many dangers in the absolute Death Land, and it is almost impossible to pass through. Why did she ask fellow Taoist Lin to take this road? Only Lin Moyu knew the reason why, and Yuyan said this. Because his own path to immortality is very special, and there are no other paths in the land of absolute death, it does not necessarily mean that there is no path to immortality. Moreover, even if there is no immortal path, he still has the vast world and undead servants, so his combat power will not be affected too much. So Yuyan felt that she could survive the desperate situation. Lin Moyu said, since I discovered the matter of Zhangdao Valley, I have the responsibility to solve it. He looked at Shui Xian, fellow Taoist, you have been reborn. Just stay here and accompany Senior Shui. Senior Shui has paid too much over the years. Fellow Taoist Xingxin, I have one more thing to trouble you with. Please help me count all the Dao Masters in Daoxin Hall. I want to pass on some of the inheritances of our ancestors to them. Sheng Xian nodded. Okay, I'll go and count it now. In the Dao Heart Hall, the Masters of the Great Ways still lead a leisurely life. Play chess, discuss philosophy, and drink tea. They only need to deal with the wild beasts on the road after the pollution tide ends each time. Especially in the past 20 years or so, the number of wild beasts on the Great Dao has not been large, and they have lived a very leisurely life. After Xingxin came back from the Lord of Weak Water, he returned to Daoxin to count the number of people. Lin Moyu went to find the Master of Formation. When Lin Moyu placed the 100 Formation Tower in front of the Master of Formation, the Master's expression became strange. He even had a hint of hostility. Fellow Taoist, what advice do you have? The Lord of Formations looked a little nervous. The Lord of Light had not appeared in these years, and now the 100 Formations Tower appeared in Lin Moyu's hands again. It can be imagined that the Lord of Light should be finished. Lin Moyu whispered, Master of the Array, I came to see you for 3 reasons. The first is to return the 100 Array Tower to you, and the second is to discuss our cause and effect. The Master of the Formation whispered, This is the first time I have met you. What is the cause and effect? Lin Moyu chuckled, You lent the 100 Arrays Tower to the Lord of Light, and the Lord of Light used it to kill me, so there is a cause and effect between us. This is not difficult to understand. The Master of Array Dao also had some knowledge of cause and effect, so he would understand what Lin Moyu said. He whispered, Then how do you want to end the cause and effect? Lin Moyu continued, The cause and effect between you and me can be big or small, and the big one can be a fight of life and death, but please believe me, Master of the Formation Dao, we fight to the death. If it's small, it's simpler. Just help Lin do something, and the cause and effect between us will be cleared up. The Master of the Formation frowned. It sounded ridiculous that a rising star wanted to order him to do things and even said that he had the ability to kill him. This was the battlefield of heaven and earth. From the Taoist temple to the front line of the battlefield, there were countless formations of all sizes, and a large part of them were arranged by him personally. This place can be said to be his home ground. How could Moyu have the capital to kill himself here? If I agree to do what Lin Moyu tells me to do, that would be too embarrassing. The Master of Formations took out a magic weapon, which was also a pagoda. It was taller and had more floors than the 100 formations, and contained more formations. This is the 1,000 Formation Tower that I refined. The 100 Formation Tower is something that I discarded. The 1,000 Formation Tower is not only powerful in itself, but also one of the most precious treasures. It can control various formations on the battlefield. He proudly introduced the 1,000 Formation Tower, implying that this magic weapon was very powerful. In the battlefield of heaven and earth, what could you use to fight me? But before he could finish his words, Lin Moyu lightly tapped his fingers, and hundreds of talismans flew out in an instant. Some of the talismans flew into the air and merged with the formations on the battlefield of heaven and earth, while a few of them flew into the 1,000 Formations Tower. The expression of the Master of Formation changed drastically. At that moment, he found that the 1,000 Formation Tower seemed to be out of control. He hadn't completely broken away from the tower yet, but the connection between him and the 1,000 Array Tower had weakened by a lot, and his control was not as good as before. Moreover, he had lost contact with the formations above his head, and those formations had simply changed hands. The Master of the Array looked at Lin Moyu fearfully. What did you do? Lin Moyu said, I am just telling you, Senior, that in terms of formation attainments, you and I are not on the same level. The words pierced into the soul of the Master of the Formation like a sharp knife, but the remaining ears heard them as true. The Master of Formation was wary and apprehensive, and as the Master of Formation, he had been dealing with formations all his life, so he naturally knew that what Lin Moyu said was true. Just these 100 or so divine runes have already shown that Lin Moyu's attainments in formations are indeed superior to his own. As the Master of Formation, I seemed a little ridiculous in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, How is it, Senior, have you made a decision? The Master of the Formation smiled bitterly. Do I have a choice? If my formation is not as good as theirs, then my greatest support will be gone. Lin Moyu is right, I am not their opponent. It is better to listen to what Lin Moyu wants to do before making a decision. Lin Moyu said, I have a formation here, and I would like the senior to help me set it up. The master of the formation showed a puzzled look. With your attainments in formation, do you still need me to help you? Lin Moyu shook his head. This formation cannot be set up by Lin himself, and Lin does not have time to set it up for the time being, so I can only ask the senior to do it. The master of the formation asked, what formation is it? Where is it set up? Lin Moyu said, the formation was created by Lin himself and is set up on Qingdao Cliff. As he spoke, Lin Moyu handed a jade token to the master of the formation. It contains part of this formation. The master of the formation took the jade token, and his eyes lit up as soon as he saw it. He became excited and looked at the jade token as if he had found a treasure. This formation. He could tell at a glance how profound the formation Lin Moyu had given him was. It was the most profound formation he had ever seen in his life. If you can comprehend it, it will be of great benefit to your cultivation. This kind of formation, even without Lin Moyu's request, he would set it up by himself, and not just once, but study it repeatedly. The master of formations has been pursuing formations all his life, so he would naturally be very excited when he saw such a profound and mysterious formation. Therefore, Lin Moyu is not worried at all that the other party will not agree. Not only will he agree, but he will also try his best to do it well. This is his instinct to pursue perfection in formations, so there is no need to worry that he will cut corners. Lin Moyu said, if the senior can comprehend something from this formation, it will be the senior's opportunity. It may take some time to set up this formation. Rare and precious materials. The master of the formation Dao almost patted his chest and assured, no problem, leave the materials to me. He has been the master of the great Dao for many years and has a lot of good things in his hands. He has almost all the materials needed to set up the formation. Lin Moyu said, then I'll trouble you, senior. Here are the remaining formation materials. Please speed up the arrangement, the sooner the better. Without Lin Moyu saying anything, the master of the formation couldn't wait to put away the formation information. Don't worry. I will leave for Qingdao Cliff immediately and set up the formation as quickly as possible. Lin Moyu took out another bottle and handed it to the master of the formation. After you arrive at the Cliff of Enlightenment, please scatter the powder in the bottle all over the Cliff of Enlightenment. The master of the Array Dao agreed without hesitation, no problem. Lin Moyu said, then I will take my leave first. The master of the formation did not keep any guests. After Lin Moyu left, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Qingdao Cliff. Lin Moyu looked in the direction of Qingdao Cliff. I hope it will be useful. He whispered something and turned to look for the Sacred Heart. Xingxin has sorted out the information of the masters of various avenues in the battlefield of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu matched them with the inheritance in his hands and gave some of the inheritance left by the predecessors to Xingxin. Please ask Xingxin to give it to them. Without any requirements or conditions, Lin Moyu is just given away for free. In the eyes of the Holy Heart, Lin Moyu was selfless. 1.1 Moreover, in the past 20 years, he had blocked so many great beasts for the battlefield of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu was not only selfless, but also a good person. Xingxin knew that Lin Moyu was about to go on a long journey, and with some concerns, fellow Taoist Lin, this trip. Lin Moyu smiled and said, thank you, fellow Taoist Xingxin. I cherish my life very much and will not die easily. Xingxin said, Xingxin is not worried about whether fellow Taoist Lin can reach the inner battlefield safely, but is worried about this place of absolute death. Lin Moyu said, since there is such a place in the world, there must be a reason for it. Going there is just to see the different scenery. It is not a bad thing. If the scenery is good, you can go there more often in the future. It is also a good place to relax and unwind. Sheng Xian was amused by Lin Moyu's words, and his worries faded a lot. Fellow Taoist Lin is really good at joking. Sheng Xian will wait for fellow Taoist Lin to return safely on the battlefield. Leaving the battlefield of heaven and earth again, Lin Moyu flew towards the inner battlefield. The battlefield of heaven and earth is a general term, divided into two parts. The outer battlefield is guarded by the masters of the Great Way, while the inner battlefield is guarded by several eternal beings. Although the number of eternal beings is small, they are not afraid of death. Once in danger, they can be reborn in the avenue. They can fight without restraint and fight desperately. Even the wild beasts have to retreat. Even if you are killed, you can kill yourself back in no time. Eternal beings will become silent, but it is not easy to make them silent, and it cannot be done easily. On the way to the inner battlefield, Lin Moyu first passed Jidao Mountain, an isolated mountain where the obsession of the Lord of the Great Tao also lingered. Many masters of the Great Ways had tried to knock on the door to eternity here, but ultimately failed and perished. They were obsessed with it, and over time, this source mountain stopped changing. The surrounding source mountains continued to change. After countless years, this source mountain became an isolated mountain. The surrounding small peaks could not compare with it at all. Jidao Mountain pierces straight into the clouds. From afar, the lingering obsession turns into phantoms, as if it is still competing with the sky, fighting with the Sky 19. This kind of obsession has gone far away from heaven and earth, and the wild beasts of the Great Tao also ignore them. Every beast tide will not affect this place. Lin Moyu watched from a distance for a while and then turned away. In his opinion, Jidao Mountain had been cursed. That was the reluctance left by the 10 masters of the Great Way after their failure. They were unwilling to fail, but faced with the rules of heaven and earth, they had no choice. This is the way of cultivation. If you fail in the end, you will die. After passing Jidao Mountain, you will arrive at Qingya. This place is tens of millions of miles away from the formation where the War Emperor is located. The Burial Valley and the Silent Mountain carry the stories of many masters of the Great Tao, while the Enlightenment Cliff is just the story of one master of the Great Tao. The Lord of Slaughter was once the top existence among the many lords of the Great Tao. He killed countless great beasts, and thousands of great beast kings died in his hands. According to legend, he could kill the Great Tao Wild Beast King alone, and could even fight against the Wild Beast Emperor without losing. Although he is the master of the Great Tao, his strength is very close to eternity. It is such a person who, after accumulating enough luck from heaven and earth, will eventually knock on the door to eternity and achieve eternity. When the door to eternity was knocked on, the air of eternity descended, causing the Enlightenment Cliff to no longer change and also become eternal. The Qingdao Cliff looks like it was cut by a sharp blade, forming a smooth and steep cliff. It is said that this sharp blade was cut by the Lord of Killing after he achieved enlightenment. The cliff contains an eternal breath, which is extremely mysterious. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the so-called eternal breath is actually the breath of the place of return. The place of return to origin is the first place where the world was born when it was first created. It has a special atmosphere when the world was first created, similar to the original energy of the Tao. However, those masters of the Great Ways did not enter the place of return to their origin, so they naturally did not know about these things. After one transmission and 2 passes, they became the so-called eternal aura. Lin Moyu saw from afar that the master of the formation was setting up the formation. His movements were not fast, and he stopped and moved from time to time, which seemed normal to Lin Moyu. After all, his own formation was too complicated and mysterious. He needed to learn and comprehend it while arranging it, so the speed would naturally not be too fast. But Lin Moyu believes that with the master of formation, his understanding of formation will gradually improve. Lin Moyu did not get too close, but just looked from a distance for a while and then left. The master of the formation was obsessed with the formation and did not know that Lin Moyu had been here. After passing Qingdao Cliff, you are almost out of the outer battlefield. Ahead is a majestic forest consisting of tens of millions of mountains, in which there are many wild beasts. Although this place is not the birthplace of wild beasts, many wild beasts live in the mountains and forests. The beast tide after the pollution tide basically originated from here. The mission of several eternal beings is not to block all the great beasts. What they really need to do is to restrain the great beast king. As for these ordinary wild beasts, they will naturally be dealt with by the masters of the Great Way. The best way to cross Qianhuanyuan Mountain is to lower the altitude, pass through the mountains and forests, and restrain your breath. This way the target is small and not likely to attract the attention of wild beasts. Otherwise, it would be very easy to attract siege by wild beasts, and there were many wild beast kings in the Qianhuanyuan Mountain. Once the Lord of the Great Tao was trapped among them, he would be in danger of falling. Lin Moyu did not lower his altitude, nor did he restrain his aura. Instead, he released his own aura and roared through the air. In an instant, thousands of mountains shook and countless roars resounded through the heavens and earth. Countless black spots appeared in the field of vision, and the aura of the wild beasts rose into the sky, turning into thick black clouds that did not dissipate. These black clouds are full of curses and the dregs of the Great Tao. If an ordinary Taoist master is contaminated by them, his soul will encounter mud. At the very least, your cultivation will be damaged, and at worst, you may be in danger of falling. Lin Moyu ignored the curses and filth and slapped out with one palm. The Great Tao destroying world palm. With the realm of the Lord of the Tao, he slapped out the Tao's world-destroying palm and gathered the power of the Tao. Although it was far inferior to that level, its power was no less. The palm print cleared the way and blasted out a passage in the black cloud. The next moment, countless wild beasts rushed up to the sky from the source mountain and pounced towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu chuckled, "I was killed today." Undead servants appeared all around and attacked the wild beasts on the road, and a massacre began. Faced with the undead servants, the Great Tao wild beasts had almost no power to fight back, and a large number of Great Tao wild beasts were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. The huge corpse fell like raindrops and hit Yuanshan. The corpse then turned into black gas and dissipated between heaven and earth. The wild beasts of the Great Tao come from the Great Tao, and after death they are scattered throughout the heaven and earth and return to the Great Tao. The impurities of the Great Tao became the Great Tao wild beasts, and the impurities of heaven and earth became the soul-devouring spirits. I have seen the impurities of the Great Tao, but what are the impurities of heaven and earth? Lin Moyu once again experienced the imperfection of the world. Compared with his own world, this world had too many problems. There are no impurities in the universe, so naturally there won't be any wild beasts or soul-devouring spirits evolving. This world is like a not-so-good template, showing all its shortcomings. Lin Moyu looked at this world. If he looked in the mirror, he could avoid many problems in his world. The undead servants killed their way forward, and the corpses of wild beasts fell like rain on the road, leaving no one alive along the way. There has never been anyone like Lin Moyu who broke into Qianhuanyuan Mountain in such a high-profile manner in history. Roar! The source mountain roared and shook, and finally the wild beast king appeared, but Lin Moyu still ignored it. Tens of thousands of undead servants surrounded it and began to besiege it. When he first encountered the Great Tao Wild Beast King, he was no match for him at all and could only save his life. Now, killing the Great Tao Wild Beast King is like slaughtering a pig. Lin Moyu has lost count of how many great wild beasts he has killed, including hundreds of wild beast kings. Lin Moyu harvested a lot of wild beast essence and made a fortune. In just a few days, Lin Moyu killed his way through Qianhuanyuan Mountain. The aura coming from the front was extremely fierce. This is still the outer battlefield area, but it is completely different from the previous world. The dregs of the Great Tao here have filled the void. Being in it, it feels like you are experiencing the tide of filth all the time. You need a firm heart in the Tao to stay here for a long time. However, this is indeed a good place to hone one's mind. Lin Moyu suddenly saw that there were several lakes outside Qianhuanyuan Mountain. The cesspool. These lakes are all cesspools, filled with the dregs of the world and full of impurities. The dregs and impurities converged here, forming a cursed lake, which eventually evolved into the body of the Great Tao Wild Beast. In the dirty tide, the soul of a great wild beast was born and flew into the lake. In just a few breaths, great beasts rushed out of the lake. These newly born great beasts immediately locked onto Lin Moyu and pounced on him frantically. He was stopped by undead servants on the way and chopped into pieces in the blink of an eye. New souls continued to fall into the pool, and great beasts continued to be born in an endless stream. The undead servants blocked them all, while Lin Moyu carefully observed the sewage pool. These newly born wild beasts are more powerful than the eggs in Yuanshan. Some of the great beasts in Yuanshan should also come from here. It seems that the great beasts will go through a process of becoming stronger after they are born. They gradually became stronger, and the best among them became wild beast kings, but no wild beast emperors have ever been born here. In addition to being born in the filthy tide, the souls of wild beasts will also be bred here. They will all enter the filthy pool and become new wild beasts of the heavenly way. But the speed of evolution of the great Tao wild beast is a little too fast. Lin Moyu counted them carefully and found that the number of souls flying in from the outside world was far less than the number of wild beasts rushing out, which meant that the souls had other sources. Considering the wild beasts that were killed, not much essence was left. The essence of a wild beast is its soul. If no essence is left after death, it means that the soul of the wild beast has not been destroyed. Those souls sank into the earth, along the dark river of dregs, and into the filthy pool. This point can be understood, but in addition to the soul, the great Tao wild beast also needs a sufficient physical body to complete such rapid evolution. In this way, the evolution speed of the physical body of the wild beast in the sewage pool is also amazing. In order to verify his guess, Lin Moyu moved his mind and the undead servants immediately rushed towards the sewage pool. The undead servants are not afraid of being polluted, they rush into the cesspool as if it were nothing. Lin Moyu connected the sight of the undead servants, and after seeing the situation in the sewage pool, he was still surprised. The cesspool is larger than it appears on the surface. The space inside is extremely wide, and impurities from the avenue are intertwined here, while dregs collide and merge here, becoming more concentrated. There are countless bubbles here, and in each bubble there is the body of a wild beast. I don't know how deep the sewage pool is, and there are countless bubbles. When a soul enters the bubble, the body will revive and the great beast will break through the bubble and be born. Lin Moyu witnessed the birth of the great Tao wild beast with his own eyes. Some souls fell from the filthy pool, and some souls came from the underground dark river. At the same time as the great Tao wild beast was conceived, new bubbles continued to appear in the sewage pool. The new bubbles would attract the dregs and impurities in the pool, and then quickly give birth to the wild beast's flesh body. To Lin Moyu, the entire sewage pool felt like a factory that created wild beasts. There are at least tens of millions of wild beast bodies under a dirty pond. It's not that there are too many souls, but too few souls. If there were a few more souls, the number of heavenly Tao wild beasts would be terrifying. The wild beasts breed and evolve nonstop. They launch beast tides time and time again. After being killed, some of their souls turn into essence, while others return along the dark river and continue to breed into new wild beasts. Nurturing and slaughtering form a balance. Lin Moyu could already see clearly that he could see three kinds of pollution in the area where he was. There are obviously other filthy pools in the distance, and the wild beasts on the road are breeding nonstop, but it's a pity that there are not enough souls. At the same time, Lin Moyu also saw clearly that the sewage pools here were not dense enough and could not breed the wild beast king. If the pool is strong enough, it is very likely that it will be born as a wild beast king and then develop towards the wild beast shore. Lin Moyu felt that what he thought was probably correct, but he still needed to see it with his own eyes. He continued to fly towards the inner battlefield, and after passing through Qianwanyuan Mountain, he came to a huge plain. There are many sewage pools scattered on the plain, and wild beasts live around them. Lin Moyu did not hide his aura, and these great beasts rushed towards Lin Moyu one after another, but were killed. Seeing more and more wild beasts, Lin Moyu has realized that the great wild beasts that come to attack the battlefield of heaven and earth are only a small part of them. Perhaps only when the wild beast king gives an order will the wild beasts here truly move. Back then in the Burial Valley, the wild beast king attacked with a large number of wild beasts. One can imagine how staggering the number of these wild beasts was. The deeper you go, the stronger the power of the cesspool becomes. The more polluted the pool, the stronger the wild beasts it breeds. While their strength is growing, their numbers are decreasing. The heaven and earth have basic laws. The stronger the person, the fewer their numbers are. Even the great beasts cannot escape this law. Lin Moyu felt that his guess might really come true. If the sewage pool was 1 or 2 times stronger, it could really give birth to the great Tao Wild Beast King. Finally, after he had passed tens of millions of miles of vast plains, a giant mountain range came into view. The mountains are connected together, reaching straight into the clouds, and the top cannot be seen. It extends to both sides, and there is no visible boundary. This mountain range is called Hengduan, and it is like a high wall, dividing the battlefield into 2 parts. Only after crossing the Hengduan Mountains can you truly enter the inner battlefield area. The Hengduan Mountains are not easy to pass through, as there are formations, seals, and eternal beings guarding here. If you want to cross it, you must first hold back all the eternal beings guarding here. This can only be done if the great Tao Wild Beast King takes action. Lin Moyu came to a place 1,000 miles away from the Hengduan Mountains. Looking at the Hengduan Mountains from afar, he saw that there was a temple every 1,000,000 miles on the Hengduan Mountains. The palace is not large in scale, but it is connected by the Hengduan Mountains and turned into a fortress to guard the place. The eye of the dead opened, and saw a blooming soul flame. The eternal soul is so dazzling. Who is here? The majestic voice traveled thousands of miles and exploded in Lin Moyu's ears. The eternal being who was guarding the world discovered Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu bowed slowly. Goodly Zhao, human Lin Moyu, greetings to the senior. After a moment, the other party's voice sounded again. So it's the immortal lord. I'm sorry for not coming to greet you. Unexpectedly, the other party was so polite. Lin Moyu said, Senior, you are too polite. Please come over and talk. I have some warm wine and snacks here. As the voice fell, a ray of light shot out from one of the palaces and came in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu stepped into the sunset glow and let it take him to the Hengduan Mountains. The closer you get to the Hengduan Mountains, the more you can feel how extraordinary this mountain range is. There are a large number of formations arranged on it, and these formations seem to be formed by nature, not by humans. The rosy glow led Lin Moyu through the formation and into this not-so-gorgeous palace. A middle-aged man with his upper body naked and exuding a fiery aura was sitting in the hall. In front of him was a stone table with a pot of wine and dozens of dishes on it. Lin Moyu came into the hall and saluted, Greetings to the Lord of Power. The Lord of Strength said in a loud voice, Don't be so polite, let's drink and eat meat together. The Master of Power was as generous as his voice. Lin Moyu then realized that the dozens of dishes on the table were all meat, without a single vegetable. Lin Moyu didn't recognize much of this meat and didn't know what kind of exotic beast it came from. The power emanating from the meat was enough to kill a Taoist priest. Lin Moyu was not polite at the moment and sat down at the table directly. I came here without asking. Please don't be offended, Senior. The Lord of Power said, What's so strange about this? This is not a forbidden place. You can come here whenever you want. And when you come back, you can come here to take charge. Besides, you may have been here before. Have you been here before? Lin Moyu himself was not sure about this question, but he felt that he had most likely never been here. Don't just stand there, eat quickly. The Lord of Strength was very polite and sent a large piece of meat in front of Lin Moyu. At the same time, he took a bite and said, Anyway, when I became enlightened, you seem to have been silent. In fact, I don't even know whether you have been here or not. The Avenue of Strength is not one of the 8 avenues that start from the Land of Return, which means that the time when the Lord of Strength will become enlightened will be relatively late. He said that he had been silent before he attained enlightenment 153, which means that the arrival of the Immortal Avenue was after the Land of Return was first formed and before the Lord of Power attained enlightenment. Now, all of the original 8 avenues, except for the Lord of Curses, have fallen silent. On the contrary, some eternal beings that achieved enlightenment later still exist. Lin Moyu said, I will know about this matter after I return. The Lord of Strength tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. It doesn't matter. It's just like that. What are you doing here this time? Lin Moyu said, I have something to do. I need to go find the Spirit Demon King. The Lord of Power was stunned. Why are you looking for that guy? Lin Moyu was about to speak when suddenly a stream of light flew into the palace from outside. Accompanied by gusts of fragrant wind, the Lord of Karma walked out from the flowing light. She glanced at the Lord of Strength, sniffed the alcohol in the air, and said unhappily, Eat, eat, eat. All you do all day is eat. The Lord of Strength laughed loudly, sitting here, what else can I do if I don't eat? Besides, even if I want to fight, I have to eat first. This is really laughable. I have never heard that someone who exists forever can be hungry. I am greedy, it is not a big problem. We have lived forever, so what can't we do? And Yuyan said to Lin Moyu, Friend Lin came really quickly. Lin Moyu smiled and said, It's not that fast. We were delayed for a while on the way. And Yuyan's beautiful eyes lit up. What happened again? She is particularly interested in people like Lin Moyu who cannot figure out cause and effect, and always feels that something interesting will happen to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I saw a few dirty pools and studied them. And Yuyan smiled and asked, How did fellow Taoist Lin do his research? Lin Moyu said, I just went into the sewage pool to take a look. I didn't expect there were so many wild beasts. I was quite surprised. And Yuyan's eyes showed surprise. The Lord of Power was stunned on the spot and forgot to chew the meat in his mouth. You went into the sewage pool? And Yuyan immediately reacted, Did you let the puppet in? Lin Moyu hummed, Wrong. The Lord of Power said, No wonder, I become weird when I get old. How dare you enter the cesspool that even we dare not enter? It turns out you are a puppet. The cesspool contains a vast amount of dregs, and even if it existed forever, I would not want to enter it. And Yuyan asked, What did you see? Lin Moyu said, I saw a lot of bubbles, and the bubbles were full of wild beast bodies, just waiting for the souls to come and merge with them. Later, as I got closer to the inner battlefield, the filthy pool became stronger, and the wild beasts it bred also became stronger. I guess that the sewage pool in the inner battlefield may directly give birth to the wild beast king. And Yuyan said, That's not so exaggerated. The sewage pool in the inner battlefield is indeed much stronger than the outer battlefield, but it can't directly breed a wild beast king. Instead, some powerful wild beasts can quickly grow into wild beast kings after some competition. Unlike the wild beasts in the outer battlefield, their potential is limited, and the probability of becoming a wild beast king is much lower. And Yuyan and Lin Moyu explained the process of the appearance of the wild beast king. The battlefield of heaven and earth is divided into inner and outer areas, separated by the Hengduan Mountains. The inner and outer battlefields are two completely different areas. The biggest difference is the wild beast king. The wild beast king possesses a certain level of intelligence and can control other wild beasts. They established a simple rule for the wild beasts in the inner battlefield. The wild beasts bred in each dirty pool need to fight each other, and only the fittest will survive. In a fight, you can devour your companions to make yourself stronger. As a result, the number of wild beast kings on the battlefield became extremely astonishing. Almost every 100 wild beasts can grow into a wild beast king. The wild beast king himself rarely takes action. Most of the time it is the wild beast king who takes action. The eternal being guarding here has to deal with the wild beast king most of the time. It would be easy to deal with the wild beast kings if there were only a few of them, but once there were too many of them, hundreds or thousands, they would also have a headache. After all, the power of the great Tao wild beast king is not weak. In a one-on-one fight, he is stronger than the great Tao Lord. It often takes the combined efforts of several great Tao Lords to surround and kill him. The Lord of Power ate meat and drank wine while listening to Yuyan's talk, and would occasionally interject a few words, but Yuyan obviously did not look at him well and often retorted, I have a good temper and I am not angry. After Yuyan finished speaking, the Lord of Strength said, It's useless to know all this. Anyway, they are here, I will just kill them one by one. And Yu Yin snorted, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. What's wrong with fellow Taoist Lin wanting to study the nature of the great Tao wild beast? The Lord of Strength did not refute. That's right, that's right. Anyway, I can't study it thoroughly, and I'm too lazy to study it. And Yu Yin ignored him. Fellow Taoist Lin, have you decided to travel through the land of death? Lin Moyu nodded. After thinking about it, it is safest to go through the dead end. If you don't take the dead end route, you will have to cross the entire wilderness. It is too dangerous because of the presence of the great wild beast king. When the Lord of Power heard that Lin Moyu was going to cross the deadly land, he couldn't help but exclaimed, staring at Lin Moyu with a pair of bronze eyes, unable to believe it. And Yu Yin ignored him and continued, in that case, fellow Taoist Lin, please take a look at this map first. She tapped her jade finger lightly, and a map appeared in the air. The map is exquisite, with mountains and lakes clearly visible. And Yu Yin said, this is the map of the inner battlefield. Although it is incomplete, it roughly includes everything. As you can see from the picture, there are a total of 108 dirty pools, including 9 imperial pools and 99 king pools. The imperial pond is the dirty pond where the wild beast king was born. The 9 are the most powerful. But it's hard to say whether there are any that have been missed. The spirit demon king's territory you want to go to is on the other side of the Great Wasteland. The Great Wasteland is circular, and the outer edge is surrounded by the absolute Deathland. There are only 2 exits, one is here, and the other is to the Spirit Demon King's side. The eternal beings have their own way of distinguishing the filthy pools. The filthy pool that evolves the Wild Beast King is called the Royal Pool, and there are 99 of them in total. In addition, 9 pools of the Wild Beast King evolved and were called the Royal Pools by them. There are a total of 108 sewage pools of the 2 types. However, they were not very sure that there were no other pools. After all, the deepest part of the wilderness was a place they could not reach. In the map presented by Yu Yin, the very center of the wilderness was a blank space. Similarly, on the other side of the wilderness, there was also a blank space, but it was marked as the territory of the spirit monster. The area outside the wilderness is a deadly place, and there is not much information here either. The Eternal Existence had only made a preliminary foray into the land of death they had been in, but had quickly retreated. This map is really just an approximation. It's better to have it than nothing, so Lin Moyu wrote it all down. And Yu Yin said, if fellow Taoist Lin wants to cross the land of death, there are 2 things he must pay attention to. First, there are many cracks in the land of death, and before entering a crack, no one knows what is on the other side of the crack. We had someone go in once, and it almost killed him on the spot. Second, the edge of the absolute death zone is connected to the Great Wasteland. No matter which edge you go out from, the result will be entering the Great Wasteland, and most likely the central area of the Great Wasteland. In this dead end, it is difficult to tell the direction, and you can't see where the edge is. Once you take a wrong step, you may find yourself in the wilderness in one step, and it will be difficult to return. Lin Moyu remembered Yu Yin's words clearly. While Yu Yin was speaking, she also made marks on the map, fearing that Lin Moyu did not understand. According to Yu Yin, there are 4 exits in the deadly place, namely the area guarded by cultivators and the territory of the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth. The other exit was a crack in the dead ground, and it was unknown where it led to. The last exit is at the edge of the deadly land, which leads to the home of the wild beasts, that is, the Great Wasteland. In fact, except for the territory of the Spirit Demon King and the cultivators, the other 2 exits are very dangerous. There are more troubles in Jiwedao Death Place, but Yu Yin and the others only know about these 2 troubles, and they don't know much about Jiwedao Death Place. Lin Moyu was a little curious. Someone has entered the crack before. What happened after entering? And Yu Yin looked at the Lord of Power who was still eating meat beside her, asked him, it was that guy who went in, and he went there more than once. The Lord of Strength laughed and said, I am lucky and I won't die. And Yu Yin rolled her eyes at him and said, you are indeed lucky. Once your body was half crippled, once you fell into a sleep for 10,000 years, and the 3rd time you almost died. The Lord of Strength didn't care. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I can still eat meat and drink wine here. Lin Moyu said, please explain in detail, Senior. The Lord of Strength said, it's nothing, actually. The first time I passed through the crack and entered a king's pool, I was contaminated, so I destroyed half of my body and fought my way back. And Yuyan interrupted him, why don't you tell me what you did in the sewage pool? The Lord of Strength said, I just wanted to bring back a great beast without a soul to see if its meat can be eaten. It's no big deal. Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Others avoided the great Dao wild beast for fear of being contaminated by it, but the Lord of Strength actually wondered if the great Dao wild beast could be eaten. It seems that this Lord of Power has lived too long and feels too comfortable, so he wants to find some excitement. Lin Moyu smiled and asked, can I eat it? The Lord of Strength shook his head. No, I took a bite and half of my body was contaminated. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. His answer still exceeded Lin Moyu's expectations. He actually ate it raw. He must be the #1 foodie in the world. Lin Moyu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, admiration. The Lord of Power laughed and said, after living for a long time, you have to try many things, otherwise it will be too boring. I went there again for the second time. This time I entered a strange place. Saw some weird guys. They seemed to have no form, but they seemed to have appearances. When I look at them, they will become my relatives and friends, and I can even use the magic of my relatives and friends. I was very angry at the time, so I started fighting with them. It was during this fight that I realized that the Anzi's methods were useless against them. But it's not completely impossible. We can still take down a few weak guys, but not the stronger ones. Later, I had no choice but to force the passage open and return to my ancestral land. Fortunately, I came back with some injuries, but I recovered after sleeping for 10,000 years. The eternal slumber is not real sleep, but the body is integrated into the avenue, hibernating in the avenue, and using the power of the avenue to heal injuries. Therefore 0 request flowers, 0. After hearing the description of the Lord of Power, Lin Moyu already knew that he must have seen the Soul Devourer. Maybe I left this world at that time, but I didn't leave it completely, so I could oppose homosexuality. Lin Moyu asked, what about the third time? Speaking of the third time, the Lord of Strength's expression became solemn, and his smile disappeared. The third time, I saw a big battle. There were 2 guys fighting. These 2 guys were very powerful. I didn't see clearly. There was only an aftermath, and I died and came back. Fortunately, I didn't remain silent. I stayed in the avenue for 100,000 years and became a hero again. He spoke carelessly, but it made Lin Moyu fall into deep thought. The aftermath alone was enough to kill the Lord of Strength on the spot. Needless to say, these 2 guys must be transcendents. Where does the crack in the deadly land lead to? Lin Moyu is sure that it is not in this world. At this time, the Lord of Power continued, by the way, in fact, even if those 2 guys didn't fight, I probably wouldn't have stayed there for long. That place is very strange. There is a force. Will tear my body and soul into pieces. I had secretly opened the passage while watching the battle, and wanted to return, but the passage opened very slowly there, so I was delayed for a while. And Yuyan raised her eyebrows, you haven't said this before. The Lord of Power rubbed his head and said, you didn't ask me before. Besides, I had just come back to life, so I couldn't remember some things. I only figured them out later. And Yuyan and the Lord of Strength are very familiar with each other, and their conversation is very casual. Lin Moyu listens on the side and thinks about the place described by the Lord of Strength. If I'm not mistaken, the Lord of Power should have entered the chaos, which means someone is fighting in the chaos. The battle between the Transcendents is not taking place in the heaven and earth, but in the Ministers of Chaos. The big bird that left its claw marks on the Red Stone Emperor's body, the source bird that was refined into the source magic, and the ghost husband, are they also from chaos? What's the connection between them? Lin Moyu felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth, only 10 steps away from solving it. And this step requires him to achieve eternity and take the last step before he can truly unlock end. And Yuyin took Lin Moyu walking in the Hengduan Mountains. The Hengduan Mountains were densely covered with countless formations, making it inconvenient to fly, so walking was the most suitable way. The Hengduan Mountains are an area that has existed since the creation of the world, which is why there are so many natural formations. According to Yuyin, the Lord of Destiny arranged a large number of formations to connect the natural formations in the Hengduan Mountains into a whole. The Lord of Destiny was one of the 8 eternal beings when the Land of Return was first formed, but unfortunately he has become silent now. In fact, when one cultivates to this level, one will know some formations to some extent. It is just a matter of whether one is proficient in them or not. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the formation in the Hengduan Mountains was a bit strange. Although it was the work of the Lord of Destiny, the style seemed to be different. After just climbing over a few mountains, Lin Moyu saw at least a dozen formation styles. This made Lin Moyu realize that the Lord of Destiny was not good at setting up formations, but was good at borrowing other people's formations. He should have glimpsed the future from the Avenue of Destiny, and thus copied other people's formations here, making slight changes to form the current pattern. Lin Moyu asked, now that the Lord of Destiny has fallen silent, what will happen to those laws? Formations need maintenance. Even the most perfect formation will have problems after tens of millions of years. And Yuyin said, the Lord of Time reverses time to keep the formation stable. Even if the formation is destroyed, it can be restored by reversing time. But he was injured recently and is sleeping in the avenue. The formation here is temporarily unmaintained. These formations, whether natural or copied by the Lord of Destiny later, were not considered too strong in Lin Moyu's opinion. If we have to talk about strength, those naturally formed formations are the main force. Along the way, in addition to the formations, there are also many birds and beasts. These birds and beasts are not weak, at least they are at the Daozun realm, and they also want to live in Hengduan Mountain. They were not originally living creatures here. They were all brought here by the Lord of Power with only one purpose, to be eaten. Although these birds and beasts are all above the Tao Lord, they cannot survive for long in their ancestral land. But before they died, they had already become food in the stomach of the Power. After crossing dozens of mountains, and Yuyin brought Lin Moyu to the entrance of the ultimate death zone. As far as the eye can see, there is a pitch-black fog that connects to the sky and spreads into the distance, with no end in sight. And Yuyin asked, Friend Lin, won't you consider it again? Lin Moyu joked, if Senior can contact the Spirit Demon King, then I won't have to take the risk. And Yuyin said, if we could have contacted him, I would have told you long ago. The Spirit Demon King has appeared only a few times in all these years, and I have only seen him once. We don't even know how many kings there are among the spirit demons. Lin Moyu said, then go ahead. The guy in the sewage pool in the burial valley gives me a bad feeling. If he comes out, there will be big trouble. When one reaches their level of cultivation, their feelings are often very accurate. After Lin Moyu said this, and Yuyin did not dare to take it lightly, I will send a clone to the burial valley to watch over it. I wish you all the best. Watching Lin Moyu enter the deadly place, and Yuyin sighed softly and was about to turn around and leave when a shadow appeared beside her. He went in? The shadow solidified, and it turned out to be the human emperor. And Yuyin asked, do you want to follow me in? The human emperor smiled and said, I don't want to attack fellow Taoist Lin right now, but fellow Taoist Lin mentioned before, what exactly happened in the burial valley? And Yuyin said, it's a very troublesome matter. I'll talk to Dali about it when we get back. The Dali mentioned by Yuyin is the Lord of Power. The human emperor hummed, I can sense the aura of the Lord of Curse from him. It seems that the Lord of Curse has taken action. And Yuyin sneered, then let him take action and see who will have the last laugh. Anyway, the enemies of fellow Taoist Lin never have a good end. The human emperor chuckled, it seems that fellow Taoist has great confidence in fellow Taoist Lin. And Yuyin said, for an existence that is not in the great Tao, you really don't know what will happen. The deadly place is not as dark as imagined, there is also light here. Lin Moyu didn't know where the lights came from. They seemed to come from all directions, illuminating the area. After entering the deadly place, the power of the Great Tao is rapidly weakening. If you go a little further, the Great Tao will disappear completely. Without the blessing of the Great Tao, even if it were an eternal existence, its combat power might be less than 1/10,000th of its usual strength. All the ways no longer exist, so this place is called the place of death. Without the Great Way, all practitioners will feel a sense of crisis and fear will grow deep in their souls. The practitioner's instinctive reaction is to leave this place and never come back again. The passage behind him was still there, and he could turn around and leave at any time if he wanted. Lin Moyu walked forward with a slight smile on his face. He walked briskly, not worried at all, because here, the Immortal Road still existed. 0. The Immortal Avenue is the most special avenue between heaven and earth. It is everywhere. No matter what secret realm or Jedi it is, it cannot isolate the Immortal Avenue. Lin Moyu is here, and can still exert his full strength, and can easily kill the eternal being. If we lure the Lord of Curse here, we can kill him. Lin Moyu had an idea, but it was just an idea and he knew it was useless. Even if the Lord of Curses is killed, he can be resurrected quickly in the avenue. The eternal existence cannot be killed by ordinary methods. If he wants to kill them, he must destroy their avenues, but in the land of return to origin, the power of heaven and earth protects the avenue. Even if he enters the land of return to origin, he may not be able to destroy the avenue. This is not like the avenues in the ancestral land of origin, which are easier to break. Therefore, Lin Moyu never thought of killing the Lord of Curse from the beginning. He wanted to find a way to silence the Lord of Curse or make him unable to recover forever. Although the place of death is good, it is not the best place. Try to draw a talisman here, it will be destroyed as soon as it leaves your finger. Nothing exists here and the talisman formation has lost its effect. After walking for a while, the road disappeared completely and even the entrance could no longer be seen. It became much darker in the dead zone, with only some faint lights coming from nowhere, barely illuminating the surroundings. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and a projection of the world appeared behind him. The world was shining, illuminating the surroundings and allowing a clear view of the distance. Under the illumination of the great universe, one can truly see part of the situation in the deadly place of Jiwadao. The ground was flat, without any dents or debris, as if it had been polished. This also means that this place is very strong and unbreakable. Lin Moyu tried to punch the ground, but the ground didn't move at all. The power of death rushed out of the fist and lingered on the earth, and it took a while to corrode a small hole. But after the power of death was removed, the hole was immediately repaired. The space here is also extremely solid. The space demon is summoned, but the space demon says that his power is suppressed and he is unable to manipulate the space here. There is a strange power contained in the deadly place that suppresses all the great ways. The power of several Taoist demons was affected, and was less than 0.03% of the usual power. The same is true for the undead servants, their power is suppressed. Fortunately, there is the world, so we can still exert some combat power. But if the distance is too far, the power of the undead servant will drop, just like other practitioners. Walking in the deadly place, Lin Moyu looked calm, without any fear or worry. The Immortal Avenue is his route, and the vast world is behind him. This is his confidence. A large number of undead servants have flown out. They are looking for the edge of the Absolute Death Zone and also drawing a real map of the Absolute Death Zone. Compared with the map provided by An Yuyin, the map drawn by Lin Moyu is much clearer and more complete. Now that he is here, he should explore the deadly place thoroughly, so that it will be much more convenient for him to come back in the future. Especially after listening to the experience of the Lord of Strength, he was even more interested in the fact that the cracks in the Deathland might lead to the soul-devouring spirit or to the chaos outside the heaven and earth. He also wanted to know what was happening outside the world. Only half a day after entering the deadly place, the undead servants reached the edge. An undead servant suddenly disappeared from the land of despair, and then appeared in a place billions of miles away. It took almost 2 seconds from disappearance to reappearance. The connection is lost during these 2 seconds and the date is blank. Lin Moyu immediately connected with the sight of the undead servant, saw countless soul flames, and then a bloody mouth opened in front of him. The undead servant reacted instinctively, but before he could take any action, several 20 forces fell from the sky, and the undead servant was instantly unable to move. He watched helplessly as the bloody mouth bit him, and the huge force swept through his body, smashing the undead servants to pieces on the spot. The undead servant died. The whole process was extremely short, and Lin Moyu could not analyze much information from it. The only thing we know is that after leaving the edge, we were directly teleported to the wild beast's hometown, and among the wild beasts on the main road. Countless soul flames belong to the great beasts, and there are many wild beast kings. The power that suppressed the undead servants came from the wild beast king, and it was also the wild beast king who bit the undead servants into pieces with one bite. Faced with a large number of wild beast kings, the lone undead servant had no power to fight back and was killed before he could even see the specific situation. Lin Moyu waited for 2 seconds, and with a thought, the undead servant that had been shattered to pieces was instantly reborn. The line of sight remained connected, and before he was completely reborn, Lin Moyu had already controlled his undead servants to rush into the sky. He needs to look down from a high position and see the situation clearly. There was a roar in my ears and a strong wind was howling. Before it reached the sky, a giant claw appeared in the sky and pressed down. The undead servant fell to the ground with a bang and was smashed to pieces again. So strong. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. Although they were both wild beast kings, there was a huge gap in strength between them. The wild beast kings he had killed in the outer battlefield before were far less powerful than the wild beast kings in the inner battlefield. The wild beasts bred in different sewage pools have quite a difference in strength. The whole process of the undead servant's resurrection and death again took less than 1 second, which was enough for Lin Moyu to see the situation clearly. There was a pool where filth was rolling endlessly. The undead servants were less than a kilometer away from the pool. The surrounding area was full of wild beasts, extending into the distance with no end in sight. The preliminary estimate is that there are no less than tens of millions of them, and the number of wild beast kings is astonishing, probably hundreds of them. It seems that the closer you get to the pond, the more wild beast kings there are. Come again. Lin Moyu was unwilling to give up and wanted to take another look. The undead servants are resurrected again and sold to the spirit world. But just like before, he didn't survive for a second and was killed again. Time and again, after 8 consecutive resurrections, Lin Moyu finally took his undead servants back into the universe. The 8 times allowed him to see more information. He saw that in the distance, there were many people fighting each other. The fight was not chaotic but very orderly, with other great beasts even watching from outside. Combined with the information in Yu Yin said, these great beasts will fight, devour the loser, and complete their promotion through the law of the jungle. This is a very cruel method, but it is very suitable for wild beasts. There doesn't seem to be any fighting between the wild beast kings. I don't know whether it's because their emperor doesn't allow it or this method is useless. He said he watched it 8 times, but each time was less than a second long, so he really couldn't see much. Another undead servant suddenly appeared billions of miles away. This time it reached the edge of the place, which was completely unrelated to the previous time. This time we were lucky, there were no wild beasts where the undead servants appeared. Lin Moyu immediately took over the undead servants, restrained his breath, and flew into the air. There were thick clouds in the sky, filled with filth and garbage. The spirit servants flew into the clouds and hid. As soon as he entered the clouds, he saw a scene that shocked Lin Moyu. There are also countless wild beasts in the clouds. Moreover, these wild beasts look a bit strange. They are smaller than ordinary wild beasts and have wings on their backs. To say they are small is relative. The length of each one is still over 100 meters. I'm afraid this is the smallest state they have shrunk to. Just as he could see clearly, a giant claw came towards him. The undead servant wanted to escape, but thunder descended from the clouds and turned into chains, trapping the undead servant and preventing him from escaping. Under the giant claws, the undead servants were crushed to pieces and powder fell from the air. Lin Moyu waited for a few seconds, and only revived him after all the powder fell to the ground. But as soon as he was resurrected, a giant claw fell from the sky again and directly killed the undead servant. Resurrected again and again, and killed instantly again and again, after several times in a row, Lin Moyu could only take it back. This time, there was a gain. In addition to countless wild beasts in the clouds, Lin Moyu also saw a wild beast he had never seen before. This wild beast was small in size and had wings, like a miniature dragon, but it felt even more dangerous to Lin Moyu. This is the hidden power of the wild beast. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the wild beasts were actually smarter than he had imagined. At least they had learned to hide their power. At the same time, Lin Moyu also had some bad feelings. Why did the wild 000 beast accumulate so much strength? It's definitely not going to be a good thing. The wild beasts are probably planning a great war. A moment later, more undead servants came to the edge of the wasteland. This time there were 3 undead servants at the same time. 2 of them were unlucky and appeared in the group of wild beasts and were killed instantly. One of them was lucky enough that there were no wild beasts around, so he naturally would not enter the clouds, but instead flew low and explored the earth. Lin Moyu saw rivers made up of the dregs of the road. These rivers should have been undercurrents, coming out from underground and flowing on the earth. The rivers of dregs eventually converged to form a lost pool. This lucky undead servant soon saw the figure of the wild beast and sensed a dirty pool from afar. He didn't come over, just turned and walked away. But it was still a step too late. A huge beast claw suddenly stretched out from the filthy pool, spanning thousands of miles and killing the undead servant. During this process, the undead servant seemed to be controlled by some force and could not move at all. Lin Moyu immediately resurrected the undead servant, but before it could take shape, the beast claw appeared again and smashed the undead servant to pieces for the second time. Time and time again, Lin Moyu had no choice but to take back his undead servants. He experienced the danger that Yu Yan had mentioned. No wonder even eternal beings could not pass through the wilderness. No one knew where the Lord of the Curse had gone, and the dangers in the great wasteland were extraordinary. Undead servants continue to arrive at the edge of the deadly land and enter the wilderness. Most of them will be teleported into the herd of wild beasts and almost killed instantly. A few will come to the wild and be temporarily safe. After repeated observations, Lin Moyu finally gained some understanding of the Great Wasteland and the wild beasts in the Great Wasteland. The number of wild beasts in the wilderness is astonishing, with almost tens of millions outside each sewage pool. Based on the calculation of 108 lost pools, the total number of wild beasts exceeds 1 billion. 1 billion is certainly not a lot compared to the undead servants, but the number of wild beast kings is too astonishing. The total number of wild beast kings is probably more than 100,000. With such a large number, if they launch an attack on the Hengduan Mountains, coupled with the existence of the wild beast king, Lin Moyu does not think that several eternal beings will be able to stop them. The reason why the current balance can be maintained, in addition to the huge formation in the Hengduan Mountains, is probably that the spiritual monsters also played a big role in it. The cultivators and spirit monsters were on both ends, surrounding the Great Wasteland. There was also a deadly zone surrounding it, which made it difficult for the great wild beasts to really break out. There are many bad rivers in the wilderness. Almost all the underground rivers will surface to the ground after reaching the wilderness, and these bad rivers are not safe either. The undead servant encountered a wide river of garbage. There were clearly no wild beasts there, but just as the undead servant was passing by, a terrifying force rushed out of the river and swept the undead servant in. The undead servant saw a creature similar to an octopus in the river, but after just one glance, the undead servant was swallowed up. That time, the undead servant didn't even have a chance to revive and truly perished. Not only the rivers, but also the land of the wilderness is not safe. The ground will suddenly crack open, and then generate infinite suction force to suck the undead servants in. The undead servants sucked in cannot be resurrected either. After repeated attempts, Lin Moyu finally understood why there were no great beasts in some areas of the Great Wasteland. Because those great wild beasts also know that there are more terrifying existences here. The dregs and impurities of the Great Tao gave birth to not only the wild beasts of the Great Tao, but also other terrifying beings. The Great Wasteland was too large and there was no map. The undead servants could only draw the areas they passed through, like scattered puzzle pieces. Lin Moyu was unable to piece them together for the time being. On the contrary, it was the place of death where Lin Moyu made some discoveries. He discovered that the edge area was not static. The edge of the deadly place was constantly changing. It might be the edge in 1 second, but not in the next. Its boundaries change irregularly, or maybe there is a pattern, but at least Lin Moyu has not discovered it yet. So when the undead servants come to the same place, it may be the edge area in the previous second, but not in the next second. Unable to find a pattern, Lin Moyu could only be as careful as possible and arranged undead servants on both sides to clear the way, in this way to ensure his own safety. He didn't want to enter the wilderness. If he was unlucky, no matter how many lives he had, they would not be enough to die. Lin Moyu did not walk very fast. On the 10th day after entering the deadly place, he finally saw a crack. This crack is right on the path that Lin Moyu must take. The length of the crack is about 100 meters, and it extends at an angle of about 40 degrees across the void, tearing 10 huge wounds in the space. Thick light flowed in the crack, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. The space took shape and was sucked into the crack like silk. Lin Moyu didn't go near, just watched from a distance. And Yuyin said that cracks are very dangerous, so we can't just look at the surface. An undead servant slowly approached, and when it was still 1,000 meters away from the crack, light suddenly burst out from the crack, the space suddenly twisted, and the undead servant was pulled towards the crack by a huge force. This force is so strong that the undead servants cannot resist it at all. When the rift erupted, Lin Moyu discovered that the projection of the universe had lost its function and the undead servants had lost the source of their power. Lin Moyu watched helplessly as the undead servant was sucked in and lost contact with him. But after a few seconds, the connection between him and his undead servant reappeared. The undead servant came to a place very far away from him, so far away that only a weak connection could be established. At most, he could borrow the undead servant's sight, but he could not perform any control on the undead servant. If the undead servant dies, he cannot take it back. Where did you go? Lin Moyu entered the sight of the undead servant with curiosity. The first thing you see is fog, and the lower half of the undead servant's body is in the fog. This is not ordinary fog, but fog composed of the power of the Sea Avenue. Tried to fly, but failed. The undead servant could not escape the aura. Lin Moyu had an idea. Since he couldn't fly, he might as well grow bigger. The undead servant suddenly grew larger and larger, and its field of vision changed, allowing it to see into the distance. There is fog in the distance, fog with no end in sight, all made up of the joyful energy of the Great Tao. And there seems to be something under this fog. At this time, a faint light came from afar and arrived in front of the undead servant at a very fast speed. Lin Moyu had a strange look on his face. The glimmer that the undead servant saw was actually himself. Of course it couldn't be me, I'm still standing here without moving a step. Then what the undead servant saw was naturally the soul-eating spirit. Lin Moyu had dealt with soul-eating spirits more than once and immediately realized what this place was. Outside of heaven and earth, some of the undead servants are now outside of heaven and earth, while some still remain within heaven and earth. The fog formed by the power of the Great Way, and the things under the fog, are what the heaven and earth use to isolate the soul-devouring spirits. At that time, the Lord of Power seemed to have been to a similar place, and he also faced the soul-eating spirit. As an eternal being, he can kill some weak soul-eating spirits, but he cannot deal with powerful soul-eating spirits. At this moment, the Lord of Strength was injured, and he lay in the avenue for 10,000 years before recovering. The soul-devouring spirit is indeed difficult to deal with, and it is impossible to deal with it with the strength of the undead servants. The soul-eating spirit read its own information from the few memories of the undead servants, changed into its own appearance, and then slapped out with one palm, which was the great Tao world-destroying palm. Although it does not have the power of the great Tao-destroying world palm, the ability of the soul-devouring spirit is enough to deal with the undead servants. One palm smashed the undead servant's body, and then 10 palms killed him completely. The undead servants died just like that, unable to even return. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and he did not let other undead servants pass through. Instead, he separated a bit of his soul and evolved an avatar to enter the crack. After being teleported, Lin Yu found himself at the Grand Avenue Garden Chi Palace. One half is within the heaven and earth, and the other half is outside the heaven and earth. It is much clearer to experience it in person than to experience it through the body of a good, undead servant. Lin Moyu realized that he could actually leave the world, but once he left, he would never be able to come back. He quickly grew larger, standing taller than the sky, and turned into a 10,000-meter tall giant. This is my first time coming to the world outside of heaven and earth. Although I haven't completely left, I can still feel the difference between the inside and outside of heaven and earth. The sky and the earth were wrapped in fog, and the original energy of the Tao turned into a barrier, separating the inside and the outside. A faint light came on, and a soul-eating spirit rushed over. The great Tao world-destroying palm. Lin Moyu takes photos of everyday life as soon as he gets inspired. The palm print flew past, and the soul devourer was instantly beaten to ashes. Lin Moyu's palm is quite powerful, much more powerful than that of the Lord of the Great Tao. The Great Tao world-destroying palm has its special ability and is very effective against soul-devouring spirits. But this soul-eating spirit is not very powerful, so it has no breeding work. The death of the soul devourer was like cold water being poured into a hot oil pan. In an instant, countless points of light lit up nearby, and each point of light was the soul devourer. Did you disturb the old nest? Lin Moyu dispersed this soul with a thought. Although this trip to outer space was short, Lin Moyu gained a lot. Previously in the virtual world, he was nearly sucked into the sky by the soul-devouring king. The situation was very dangerous at the time. If it weren't for Zhulong's intervention, he would have most likely died. At that time, he only caught a glimpse of the situation outside the sky, and it was outside the virtual world, so he didn't actually see it clearly. The only thing we know is that there are countless soul-eating spirits outside the sky, and they seem to envelop the entire world. This time it is the real world, entering the sky from the crack in the dead land. It was still difficult to count all the soul-devouring spirits, and the last faint light that appeared was denser than the stars. However, he also noticed that the soul-eating spirits outside the real world were not as active as those outside the virtual world. They usually seem to be in a semi-sleeping state and not awake. They will only wake up when they are stimulated in some way. The liveliness of the virtual world and the quietness of the real world form a sharp contrast. From what he had just seen, Lin Moyu had a feeling that these soul-devouring spirits were enveloping the world, and it seemed that they were not the enemies of the world, but were protecting this world. But at the same time, they seemed to be restricting the world. This feeling is very strange, I can't explain why, it's just a feeling. He bypassed the crack. He already knew what was outside the crack. The situation was very simple and there was no need to check it again and again. This is 100% different from the Great Wasteland. The situation outside the world is simpler than that in the Great Wasteland. The undead servants kept sending back the information they had obtained, and the topographic map of the Jiuedao death zone became more and more complete. Lin Moyu even arranged multiple undead servants in the same location and area to send back different information according to the different times and changes in the Jiuedao death zone. Eventually, a dynamic map is formed in my mind. He was looking for a pattern. The edge of the dead zone changed from time to time. It seemed that there was no pattern, but Lin Moyu felt that everything in the world had its reason. There is no pattern because I haven't found it yet. Undead servants continue to enter the Great Wasteland through the edge, allowing Lin Moyu to further understand the Great Wasteland. With the help of the undead servants, Lin Moyu strolled leisurely in the deadly place as if he was strolling in his own garden. The Great Wasteland is extremely vast, so the scope of the absolute death zone surrounding the Great Wasteland is equally astonishing. Lin Moyu estimated that at his own pace, he would have to walk here for at least a few months. A few days later, a crack appeared in the vision again. This crack is only 10 meters long and not very thick, but when Lin Moyu looked at it, he felt that it was more dangerous than the previous one. The danger comes from the space behind the crack, and no one knows what is behind the crack. An undead servant approached, and when it was still 100 meters away from the crack, a powerful suction force swept in and sucked the undead servant in. The whole process was the same as before. The undead servant was locked and suppressed, all his powers became ineffective, and he was sucked in without any power to resist. The connection was interrupted, and Lin Moyu knew that the undead servant was undergoing teleportation. After the teleportation was over, the connection would reappear. This time it took a long time, and I waited for a full 10 seconds before the connection was re-established. The 10-second legend means that the undead servant has been teleported a long distance. Moreover, the connection re-established this time was extremely weak. Lin Moyu could only vaguely feel that the undead servant was in a very far place. He couldn't even connect to the undead servant's field of vision, let alone manipulate and control it. Suddenly, the connection was lost again. Less than a second after the undead servant completed the transmission, the connection with Lin Moyu was completely cut off. Dead. Lin Moyu whispered to himself. There was suddenly an empty space in the chaotic area of the universe, which meant that the undead servant was dead and could not be resurrected. It is unknown where he was teleported to or why he died. The information obtained was too little, so Lin Moyu could only make a preliminary judgment. With a transmission time of 10 seconds, if it were to be transmitted out of space, it is possible that it would have already gone far away from heaven and earth. Combined with what the Lord of Strength said, he had also been to a special place at that time, and Lin Moyu judged that it was chaos. The Lord of Strength, whether in soul or body, could not adapt to the chaos, so he could not last too long in the chaotic area. In addition, there was a great battle in the chaos, and both the environment and the aftermath of the battle caused him to sleep for many years. In Lin Moyu's opinion, it was a great fortune for the Lord of Power to be able to survive and not fall into silence. The undead servant is already in chaos, and the chaotic environment has no effect on him. If he really entered the chaos, he could have survived safely, but now he is dead. This shows that there is no problem with the environment, but rather some other danger. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and decided to try again. Another undead servant flew towards the crack. This time, Lin Moyu sent a wisp of his soul to Qian Guanjiong's servant. The undead servants were sucked into the crack again, and the teleportation began. Lin Moyu frowned. It's really chaotic. Not long after the transmission began, Lin Moyu felt that his soul was blown away by an invisible wind and turned into ashes on the spot. He had experienced this feeling before, which was chaos. His soul had not yet become chaotic, so he could not withstand the invasion of chaos. 10 seconds later, the transmission ended and the undead servant reappeared in Lin Moyu's perception, but it only lasted for less than half a second before the undead servant was killed. After this experiment, Lin Moyu already had some answers in his mind. It should be chaos, right? My soul can't reach there. It seems that the world of chaos is not peaceful either. The transmission time is not short, and the distance is also long. When the world was first created, the source of the great Tao came from chaos. Our world is the servant of chaos. Lin Moyu conceived a rough outline of the universe. The heaven and earth were born from chaos, and outside the heaven and earth is chaos. Between the heaven and earth and chaos, there exist a huge number of soul-eating spirits. The soul-eating spirit is like the shell of heaven and earth, protecting it while also restricting those who leave it. Although most of this information was his speculation, Lin Moyu felt that his speculation was not wrong. The structure of each world within the heaven and earth is actually somewhat similar to chaos. Viewing the world fog as chaotic energy, it feels as if the heaven and earth are imitating chaos. Just as he was thinking, Lin Moyu suddenly retreated quickly. A beam of light emerged from the crack, shooting out like a sharp blade. The cracks were shining brightly, much more brilliantly than before. Lin Moyu reacted quickly enough, but was still a step too slow, and the bright light fell on him. The power of death surges and turns into armor, while the power of life flows through the body, becoming a second layer of barrier. But the light was too strong. Lin Moyu vaguely heard a sound similar to a bird's cry. Then the power of death collapsed, and the power of life could not hold on, and he was shattered on the spot. In the purple light, Lin Moyu was reborn. The light in the crack was gradually extinguishing, and it lasted only half a second. Lin Moyu didn't expect that someone could attack him through the crack. The attacker comes from chaos and has great power. As the light faded, the crack disappeared. Lin Moyu knew that it not only attacked him, but also broke the crack. The opponent's strength is so strong that it has surpassed eternity. Living in chaos. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, not caring at all that he was killed instantly. I've gotten used to dying. I can be resurrected anyway, so dying a few times is no big deal. On the contrary, he would be willing to be killed once. He felt the force that had just hit his body. This force came from an infinite distance and passed through the cracks to hit him. Although it was partially restricted by the heaven and earth during this process and was affected by the absolute deadly land, it was still powerful. Most importantly, there is a sense of chaos in the calendar. All these discoveries confirm Lin Moyu's guess. Lin Moyu pointed his finger at himself. Although he had completed his rebirth, a trace of the opponent's strength still remained. This strand of power was directed out and turned into a zone. This rune was somewhat similar to the rune seen on the Redstone Emperor's body. Then the rune continued to evolve and turned into a big bird. I just heard the faint sound of birds singing, and it was this guy who attacked me. You are such a big bird. I will remember you, and I will settle this account with you in the future. Remembering this guy's breath, Lin Moyu raised the power of death in his hands, corroding the last trace of breath left by the other party. When I enter the chaos in the future, I will definitely have a good talk with this guy. At the same time, Lin Moyu found it interesting. Is the world he is in a bird's nest? Why does he always have to deal with various birds? First it was the source bird, then it was a bird on the side of the Redstone Emperor, and now it is a bird again. Something is really wrong. Did I enter a bird's nest, or was the chaos full of birds? Don't worry about that for now, let's find the Spirit Demon King first. Lin Moyu erased the inappropriate thoughts in his heart and moved on. After walking for a few more days, everything was safe and sound, and there were no more cracks. It's just that there are undead servants who keep passing through the edge areas and entering the wilderness, bringing back all kinds of information from the wilderness. Compared to the deadly place, the wilderness is full of dangers. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and Lin Moyu calculated that he should have gone halfway. The dynamic map of the deadly zone has been mostly formed, and the pattern of changes in the edge areas has been vaguely found. Judging from just one change, there is indeed no pattern at all. But if we look at it as a whole, there are still some rules. Whether it is contraction or expansion, it will spread from afar, gradually increasing in amplitude until it reaches a certain limit, and then it will shrink again until it disappears completely. The entire deadly place is like a long and narrow arc, constantly changing direction. It looks like a straight line, but in fact it needs to turn inside, or even go in circles. If you keep moving in one direction after entering, you will eventually touch the edge somewhere and then be teleported into the wilderness. There won't be any reminders in the edge areas, and you can't find them before you step in. Even if they exist forever, you can't sense them. So they couldn't get through the dead end. In addition, the avenue is suppressed here, and all strength cannot be raised. This place is also considered the most dangerous place by the eternal existence, and it is given such a dangerous name. But this problem is not a problem at all in front of Lin Moyu. He has undead servants to lead the way, so he can definitely find the right path. This is On the 36th day after entering the Deathland, the undead servants suddenly sent an unusual message that they had found a strange place. This place is not on the only way, but an area that suddenly appears after a big turn. If Lin Moyu continued to move forward, he would not have to pass here. It was like a secret cave on the right route, and the situation inside aroused Lin Moyu's curiosity. Lin Moyu rushed over quickly and saw a huge space. There are many cracks here, almost one every tens of thousands meters, of varying sizes, like a crack concentration camp. After walking for so long, I only encountered 2 cracks, but here I saw tens of thousands of them at once. And Yuyan had never mentioned the existence of such a place, so it was obvious that these eternal beings had never been here. Lin Moyu, looking over, I found that these cracks seemed to be somewhat different from what I had seen before. There were some cracks among them, which continuously emitted wisps of air. Lin Moyu had seen these auras before. They were the auras of chaos. The chaotic energy merged into the space and was quickly transformed by heaven and earth into the original energy of the Great Tao. And when it was transformed into the original energy of the Great Tao, some of the energy was absorbed by other cracks. The whole feeling is just breathing. Absorb the useful chaotic energy and expel the useless energy after transformation. Inhale the chaotic energy and transform it into the origin energy of the Great Tao, and the world will provide 10,000 areas. At the same time, it expelled the useless impurities and turned into a soul-eating spirit. Lin Moyu suddenly understood the origin of the soul-devouring spirit. If we regard the heaven and earth as a living being, this is where the heaven and earth breathe, and the energy of the heaven and earth comes from here. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Who are you? A voice suddenly came. Lin Moyu looked up and saw a person sitting at the deepest part, behind a large number of cracks. He was dressed in black, with a pair of eyes glowing slightly, looking at himself through the crack. He hid his aura very well, and Lin Moyu didn't notice him until he spoke. Lin Moyu was about to speak when the other party spoke again. Concentrate your breath, quick. His voice was a little hurried, and Lin Moyu instinctively followed his orders, restraining all his breath and blending silently into the darkness in the corner. At the same time, several nearby undead servants were put away at the same time, and Lin Moyu became a transparent man at this moment. With his soul level, as long as he doesn't move, no one can find him even if he exists forever. 0. Lin Moyu did this to learn from the other party, and the other party did the same, hiding in the darkness and not moving. Among the tens of thousands of cracks, one crack expanded and suddenly became larger as the star chaotic energy poured in. The chaotic energy that surged in at this moment was hundreds of times more than usual. Then, a big bird with 4 wings and 2 heads squeezed in from the crack. The bird looked around and made a shrill cry. The space was distorted and deformed by the screams, even the cracks were deformed. At the same time, a majestic chaotic energy emanated from it, surging through the area like a tsunami. Surrounded by the terrifying aura, Lin Moyu's heart trembled. This big bird came from chaos and was so powerful that it should have surpassed eternity. But how could the chaotic creatures come here? They are simply invincible in this world. Just as he was thinking, a roar sounded in the space, and Lin Moyu saw countless divine symbols lighting up in all directions. The divine symbols intertwined into a terrifying formation, and a huge amount of the original energy of the avenue surged in from all directions, rushing towards the big bird. This force is equally terrifyingly strong, not much less than that of an Erigian. The forces coming from all directions trapped the big bird like a cage. At the same time, the crack closest to the big bird became larger, erupting with a terrible suction force, and together with the formation, sucked the big bird in. After the big bird left, the space stopped vibrating, the cracks recovered, and the formation disappeared. At this time, the voice came again. Who are you? Lin Moyu looked at the other party. Lin Moyu greets the senior. After a moment, the other party whispered, come here and talk. Lin Moyu avoided the crack and walked over, seeing the other person in the dark corner. What surprised Lin Moyu was that the other party was also a cultivator like him, an eternal being. But because the avenue here is suppressed, it is impossible to tell which avenue master the other party is. Lin Moyu bowed again. fourth senior. He looked at Lin Moyu, and the more he looked, the more strange he felt. After a moment, he asked uncertainly, "The Lord of Immortality?" Lin Moyu nodded slightly. "I wonder if you are senior." He responded, "I am the Master of Destiny." Lin Moyu was shocked. It turned out to be the Lord of Destiny. But hadn't the Lord of Destiny been silent? How could he be here? Seeing Lin Moyu's reaction, the Lord of Destiny said softly, "Don't be surprised, I was indeed silent, but I woke up a long time ago. It's just that I have been staying here, and the avenue is not sensitive, so it seems that I am still in silence." 477. Lin Moyu seemed to have thought of something. Is he taking the last step? The Lord of Destiny sighed softly, "I guess so. After wasting thousands of years, I still haven't made any progress. I don't know if I can make it through. Every eternal being has a completely different final step, depending on his or her own path. Only you know how to take the last step, and it is difficult to seek help from outside." Knowing this, Lin Moyu was still curious, but he knew that the last step was a personal secret, and asking the wrong question might lead to a powerful enemy. Lin Moyu then asked, "Have you been here for tens of millions of years?" The Lord of Destiny asked, "Do you know where this place is?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "This is my first time here, and I don't know." The Lord of Destiny said, "When the world was first created, a large amount of chaotic energy was transformed into the origin energy of the great Tao by the world. At that time, in addition to accumulating it on its own, it also needed to continuously absorb it. This is where the world absorbs the chaotic energy." Lin Moyu said, "Absorb the chaotic energy and transform it into the origin energy of the great Tao, and then transform the origin energy of the great Tao into various great Taos for use on the creatures on Earth." The Lord of Destiny said, "Yes, this is the basic process, but it is actually more complicated. When the chaotic energy is transformed, some impurities will be produced in the heaven and earth, and these impurities will be discharged from the heaven and earth through the cracks." The Lord of Destiny's words confirmed Lin Moyu's previous guess. Lin Moyu blurted out, "It's almost the same as I thought. These impurities of heaven and earth have become soul-devouring spirits." The Lord of Fate chuckled, "It seems that you know a lot, fellow Taoist. Soul-devouring spirits are made up of impurities from heaven and earth. They are things abandoned by heaven and earth, but they are also the shell that protects heaven and earth. They are also the cage that prevents transcendence." Lin Moyu said, "If the senior can complete the last step, even if it is only half a step, he will have to leave the world, and then he will have to face the soul devourer. Ordinary soul devourers are naturally no match for the senior, but the soul devourer king is not easy to deal with." The Lord of Destiny's eyes flashed, and he found that Lin Moyu knew more than he thought. Not all eternal beings know this. Each eternal being walks a different path. It is because of his own path and countless years of research that he can know this information. There are very few people in the world who know this. Especially regarding the soul-devouring king, Lin Moyu seemed to know more about it than himself. The Lord of Destiny realized something. "Fellow Taoist, have you ever dealt with Zhulong?" Lin Moyu said, "He did say a few words, but not much." The Lord of Destiny was surprised and asked, "You know so much, didn't Zhulong tell you?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Lin has dealt with soul devourers before, killed many soul devourers, and also fought with the soul devourer king, and was almost killed by him." The Lord of Destiny became more and more confused as he listened. How could Taoist friend fight with the soul devourer? The soul devourer should not be able to get in due to the limitations of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu said, "That was in the virtual world. Emperor Kunlun transformed his own spiritual realm and opened a passage." Lin Moyu briefly described what happened in the Su Kunlun Great Spiritual Realm. The Lord of Destiny was surprised and murmured in a low voice, "I didn't expect that Emperor Kunlun had already taken that step. I really didn't know about this. He is really courageous, worthy of being the leader of the 9 emperors. But how could he get into the deliverance boat? It's such a pity." The Lord of Destiny actually said the word pity. Could it be that Emperor Kunlun would be in danger after entering the deliverance boat? Was the voice that he heard in the Dewey boat the voice of Emperor Kunlun? Lin Moyu asked, "Is there any other way to say the boat of salvation?" The Lord of Destiny said, "The boat of salvation can be called the most mysterious thing in the world. It existed before we became enlightened, traveling between reality and illusion. No one knows what is inside it, and no one who has entered it can return. There was once a fellow Taoist whose last step seemed to involve the deliverance boat, so he left and never came back." Lin Moyu asked, "Is it silent?" The Lord of Destiny shook his head. "It's hard to say. Maybe he's silent, or maybe he's dead." He didn't say who it was, but it was scary enough. According to the Lord of Destiny, I am probably the only person in the world who can board the disaster boat and come back. The two chatted for a while and became more familiar with each other than at the beginning, and the Lord of Destiny gradually spoke more. He had been here for countless years and had never spoken a word, but now that he met Lin Moyu, he couldn't stop talking. Finally, the two of them got to the point. The Lord of Destiny talked about what he had been observing here over the years and vaguely mentioned his final step. The Lord of Destiny controls the road of destiny and can see the future of all living beings. This is his strength, but also his shackles. If he wants to break through, he must break free from the shackles. He needs to escape from the road of fate and see the fate of the world clearly. So he came here, suppressed his own great way in this deadly place, watched the breathing of heaven and earth, and felt the changes of heaven and earth again. Here are the deepest mysteries of heaven and earth, the laws governing the operation of heaven and earth, and some secrets beyond heaven and earth. For countless years, he saw living beings being sucked into the world from the chaos, and then expelled by the world, with a large amount of chaotic energy pouring in during this process. Just like the chaotic energy that surged in just in that short minute just now, it is enough to last for several years under normal circumstances. According to the Lord of Destiny 4.0, chaotic creatures would be sucked in every once in a while, bringing with them a large amount of chaotic energy, and then they would be driven away by heaven and earth. This kind of thing has happened countless times. To heaven and earth, it is as natural as drinking water and eating. The Lord of Destiny observed again and again, but just as he said, thousands of years have passed without any progress. He never found his final step, nor did he find which direction to look. The road to destiny is not obvious here. He cannot see his own destiny, let alone the destiny of heaven and earth. If it weren't for his firm determination, he would have given up long ago. The Lord of Destiny sighed, "Sometimes I think that it is better not to take this last step. It is also a good thing to be in eternal existence." Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and suddenly said, "I do have some different ideas. I wonder if you are willing to listen to them." Lin Moyu was about to speak, when the Lord of Destiny's expression suddenly changed slightly. "Another chaos creature is about to come in." Lin Moyu immediately shut up and held his breath. The two of them were in the darkness, as if they didn't exist, watching quietly. The intervals between the arrival of chaotic creatures are irregular. Sometimes they come in continuously, and sometimes there are 1 or 2 years between them. According to the Lord of Destiny, there is no pattern at all. The chaotic creature that came in this time was another big bird, but this time it was a big bird with 2 wings and 3 heads, which was a little different from the previous one. This big bird seemed stronger than the previous one, and it brought the chaotic energy of the starfish. There was no screaming. The big bird looked around with sharp eyes, as if looking for something. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. He saw wisdom in the eyes of the big bird. This big bird was wise. The big bird's sharp eyes swept across the position where he and the Lord of Destiny were. There was a strange power in the eyes. Lin Moyu suddenly felt a surge of desire to take action from the depths of his soul. At this time, the Lord of Destiny shook his head at him, signaling him not to do it. Lin Moyu woke up with a start. It was really scary that the other party could shake his heart with just a glance. Just half a minute later, the formation emerged, and heaven and earth began to separate from the big bird. The big bird obviously didn't want to leave, and fought against the formation. It madly exuded terrible power, with 3 heads and 3 mouths, spewing out huge amounts of chaotic energy. The chaotic energy turned into wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, but under the suppression of the power of heaven and earth, these wind, rain, thunder, and lightning only affected an area of less than 100 meters. In the end, he was driven away by the power of heaven and earth, and only the chaotic energy remained, which was transformed by heaven and earth into the original energy of the great Tao. The Lord of Destiny breathed a sigh of relief. This guy has been here many times and seems to be very interested in this world. Lin Moyu asked, "Are all those coming in birds?" The Lord of Destiny said, "Almost all of them. Occasionally there will be other creatures." Lin Moyu thought to himself, "It seems that our world is really in a bird's nest." The Lord of Destiny continued, "Fellow Taoist Lin, please feel free to speak up if you have any ideas." Lin Moyu said, "Although I don't know exactly what the last step of the senior is, I have some ideas about it. I believe that no matter who they are, their final step is to transcend themselves, transcend the avenue, and transcend power. When the world was first created, the great Tao had not yet been opened. Everything originated from the energy of chaos. The energy of chaos transformed into the original energy of the great Tao, and then evolved into the myriad great Taos of the world. If you want to transcend, you must step on it, go against the path of the great Tao itself, and comprehend the origin of the great Tao. There are countless ways to comprehend the origin of the great Tao. Senior, instead of observing the transformation of the origin of the great Tao here, it would be better for you to do the opposite and study how to transform the power of the great Tao into the origin of the great Tao. The energy of chaos is too difficult, so let's put it aside for now and focus on observing the relationship between the myriad great ways and the original energy of the great ways." The Lord of Destiny listened to Lin Moyu's words with his eyes shining, as if he had grasped the key point. He fell into deep thought. What Lin Moyu said was easy to understand, yet contained profound truth. He did not start from the avenue, nor from himself, but only from the level of strength. First comprehend the origin of the Tao, use it to transcend the Tao, and then find a way to transcend yourself. After a moment, the Lord of Destiny suddenly let out a long sigh. "After listening to what you said, I feel more and more that I have wasted these years." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I am just sharing my own opinions. I hope they can be helpful to you. The specific matters still need to be handled by you. I can't help you much." The Lord of Destiny shook his head and said, "No, you have already helped me a lot and pointed out the way. To me, it is more important than anything else. If I can achieve something, I will take you as my teacher. I will never be able to repay you for your kindness." As he spoke, the Lord of Destiny took out something and handed it to Lin Moyu. What he handed over was actually an egg. Lin Moyu saw that this egg was extraordinary. It contained the energy of chaos. He was slightly surprised. "Is it the egg of a chaotic creature?" The Lord of Destiny said, "Yes, about 7 million years ago, a chaotic creature came here. When it was driven away, it resisted fiercely, but was eventually driven away. After she left behind an egg like this. A chaos creature was gestating in the egg, but in this world, chaos creatures cannot be born. However, if we can enter the chaos in the future, this egg may be born. Fellow Taoist, you can let it recognize its master first. It may be of great use then." Just as the Lord of Destiny said, there is no chaotic energy between heaven and earth, and this egg cannot hatch. But I have the universe, and in the universe there is the aura of chaos, so this egg can be hatched. I am afraid that I am the only one in the whole world who has the ability to hatch this egg. There is already a little python in his chaos, and now he has to add an egg. He has not yet achieved eternity, but he has already come into contact with chaotic creatures. This can be considered a narrow path of fate. Lin Moyu was not polite either. In that case, then Lin will not be polite. He took the egg and put it into the chaos area. As soon as it entered the chaotic area, the egg changed. It began to absorb the chaotic energy, just like a hungry baby, greedily devouring food. If this continues, I might really be able to harvest another chaotic creature. The Lord of Destiny was in a very good mood at this time. Fellow Taoist Lin, you don't have to be polite. I really don't have anything good to give you. To be honest, this is just a small amount, which is far from enough to repay you for your guidance. If his path can be successful, Lin Moyu's kindness will be huge and difficult to clear. Lin Moyu said, Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Maybe I will ask you for help in the future. The Lord of Destiny naturally agreed and would do his best as long as he could help. The Lord of Destiny asked Lin Moyu why he came here. Lin Moyu also told him what happened in the Burial Valley and told the Lord of Destiny to find the Spirit Demon King. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Destiny took out a copper token and handed it to Lin Moyu. Fellow Taoist Lin, keep this token. I once dealt with a Spirit Demon King, and he owed me a favor. This token may be able to help you. This is the territory of the Spirit 137 monsters, so you better be careful about what you do, because they are not easy to talk to. Lin Moyu nodded and bit the token. The two chatted for a few more days, which was considered a half discussion between them, and then Lin Moyu said goodbye and left. The Lord of Destiny began his practice to comprehend the reversal of the Great Tao, how to transform the power of the Great Tao into the original energy of the Great Tao, and achieve transcendence at the level of power. This is difficult, but it is the only way to see clearly. Lin Moyu embarked on the second half of his journey. The deadly place was not scary at all in his eyes. With his previous experience, Lin Moyu walked faster and faster. After walking for about another month, we finally saw the light and arrived at the exit of the deadly place. As I approached the exit, a strange smell hit me in the face. This is not the breath of a cultivator. The breath contains a peculiar power of the Great Tao, which is not any of the thousands of Great Taos. It seems to be a Great Tao unique to the spirits and monsters of heaven and earth. Occupying a single avenue, what is the origin of this heavenly spirit monster? Lin Moyu thought in his heart, walked out of the passage, and officially stepped into the territory of the heaven and earth spirit monster. Various tiny sounds came to my ears, which were the sounds of insects crawling across the grass. Everywhere I looked was green, with towering trees and green grass. This is a huge grassland jungle with a few small hills occasionally, forming a unique environment. From afar, I saw some demons floating in the air, seemingly on patrol. A sharp sound resounded through the sky, and countless demons flew out from the grassland and jungle and surrounded Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked at the spirit monster of heaven and earth, and a strange look appeared on his face unconsciously. The spiritual monsters of heaven and earth are generally about 1 meter tall, and look similar to elemental liches, almost an enlarged version of them. Lin Moyu gestured in his mind. If it were shrunk, it would definitely be an elemental lich. Moreover, the avenue here is also very strange. When I sensed in the deadly place of Jiwadao, I found that there is an avenue here that is monopolized by spirit monsters and does not belong to the original ancestral land. The nature of its existence is somewhat similar to the avenue of physics that was discovered at the beginning, but this avenue is not as pure as the avenue of physics, but appears extremely complex. Lin Moyu felt all kinds of power from the avenue of the spirits of heaven and earth, as if it encompassed countless avenues. This is not the first time that Lin Moyu has seen the integration of various great powers. Thousands of spirit monsters from heaven and earth surrounded Lin Moyu from all directions. They didn't speak. Lin Moyu saw intelligence in their eyes. These guys seemed to have intelligence, but they just didn't speak. The spirit monsters of heaven and earth had no intention of taking action, they simply surrounded them. Some spirits looked at Lin Moyu with curiosity in their eyes, as if they were looking at something rare. Since they didn't move, Lin Moyu didn't do anything either. The voices of spirits could be heard in the distance. Apparently they had already sent the message back. All one had to do was wait. After a while, the spirit monsters made way for it, and a spirit monster that was taller than ordinary spirit monsters flew over. Wherever he passed, ordinary spirits and monsters bowed to him. This etiquette is about 70% similar to that of humans. Most of the ordinary spiritual monsters in heaven and earth have cultivation levels at the Dao Zun level, and a small number are at the Dao De level. However, this taller spirit demon has reached the Dao Lord realm. The tall spirit monster stopped in midair, looking down at Lin Moyu, and slowly said, "Cultivator, Why are you here? Finally, someone who could speak came. Lin Moyu slowly flew up and said, I am Lin Moyu, and I have something to ask the Spirit Demon King. Although he was in the territory of the spirit monsters, as the master of the avenue, Lin Moyu still maintained the proper attitude. The tall spirit monster whispered, What do you want from my emperor? Lin Moyu said, I want to talk to the Spirit Demon King in person. The tall spirit demon frowned slightly, obviously unhappy. My emperor is busy, you should go back. He drove people away without even asking what happened. The spirit monster really has a bad temper and is not easy to deal with. Lin Moyu took out the token given by the Lord of Destiny, Take me to see the Spirit Demon King. Since the other party was not polite, Lin Moyu naturally would not be too polite and spoke more directly. If that didn't work, he'd just break in. As soon as the token appeared, the surrounding ordinary spirits all retreated a distance and saluted the token at the same time. Although they didn't say anything, their actions showed that the spirits recognized the token. The token is not special because it contains the aura of the Spirit Demon King, which makes some spirit demons instinctively respect it. The tall spirit demon also looked at the token and waited for a few breaths before saying, Come with me. He led the way and flew deep into the territory of the spirit monster. He said nothing along the way. It was obvious that he did not like dealing with outsiders. The environment of the spiritual monster's territory is excellent, like a paradise, and it is difficult to find anything comparable in the world. There are rivers here, and what flows in them is not water, but the power of the Tao. The avenue unique to spirit monsters integrates various kinds of power. These powers spread out to form rivers. Each river contains its own attributes, just like the independent avenues in the ancestral land of origin. There are a large number of spiritual monsters living by the river. The aura emanating from these spiritual monsters is in harmony with the power of the avenue flowing in the river. The road and the river rush towards the distance and finally converge together without any conflict between them. This is another ancestral land of origin. Lin Moyu thought to himself that compared with the ancestral land of origin, the only thing that has changed is the form of the existence of the Tao, but its essence is the same. He overturned his previous idea. The spiritual monsters of heaven and earth possess not only one avenue, but almost all avenues. There are a large number of spiritual monsters in the world, and we saw at least tens of millions of them along the way. The most important thing is that their strength is even more amazing. The weakest spirit monsters are all Dao Zun. Lin Moyu has never seen a spirit monster below Dao Zun. There are many spirit monsters in the Dao realm, and there are also many in the Dao Lord realm. As they passed by, the spirit monsters all looked up at him with curiosity in their eyes. Lin Moyu knew very well that these spirits were not looking at him, but were attracted by the token in his hand. The token contains the aura of the Spirit Demon Emperor, and the Spirit Demon Emperor is the supreme being here. After flying for nearly half an hour, they had already traveled tens of millions of miles at their speed, but they still couldn't see the end. The territory of the spirit monster was quite huge. Half an hour later, we saw a huge stone tablet. When seeing the stone tablet, Lin Moyu instinctively thought of the Wanmiao stele. This stone tablet is very similar to the Wanmiao tablet, but the contents engraved on it are different. There are countless secret techniques recorded on the Wanmiao stele, which need to be activated with soul power, and on the stele in front of him, there is an array formation engraved. Lin Moyu saw at a glance that this was a teleportation array. The tall spirit monster activated the formation. Go in. As he spoke, he had already entered the formation, and Lin Moyu followed him in. The formation was activated and the two disappeared. 2 seconds later the transmission ended, Lin Moyu appeared and the tall spirit monster appeared in front of another stone tablet. When his vision returned, he saw a grand palace. Lin Moyu looked at the palace and felt something strange again. This temple gave him a sense of déjà vu. It wasn't that he had been here before, but the style of the temple seemed to have been seen somewhere before. It's obviously the palace of the heavenly spirits. Why does it smell so much like the human race? Is there any relationship between the spirit monsters of heaven and earth and the human race? The patterns carved on the temple, at first glance, look very similar to the mythical beasts in human legends. Among them are dragons, phoenixes, and some other things, all of which contain elements of the human race. The tall spirit monster came to the front of the palace and saluted respectfully. "Your Majesty, there are human cultivators holding the imperial decree to see you." A huge aura rose from the palace, and the pressure enveloped the world, making Lin Moyu feel a little pressure. The spirit demon emperor of heaven and earth is indeed powerful and has surpassed eternity, but it seems that he has not taken that step yet. He seems to be in a very strange state. An illusory face appeared in the sky, and a voice with a strong sense of pressure came out. "Let him in." "Yes," the tall spirit monster responded immediately. The palace gate opened with a roar, and the tall spirit demon said to Lin Moyu, "You can go in by yourself, Ho is inside." Lin Moyu nodded slightly and walked into the temple. There was a wide passage in the temple that led straight to the depths. There was fog in the depths, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Lin Moyu did not hesitate and walked straight into the passage. There were many decorations placed on both sides of the passage. The more Lin Moyu looked at them, the more strange they seemed. These decorations also had human elements. The cultural differences between each race are huge, with almost no overlap, but the ornaments of the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth contain human elements, which is by no means a coincidence. Passing through the thick fog, Lin Moyu saw a small house that was not gorgeous. In front of the house, a spirit of heaven and earth was sitting there. Lin Moyu smelled the rich aroma of tea. Do the spirits of heaven and earth also drink tea? This was Lin Moyu's first reaction, and he felt it was a little weird. Moreover, the spirit demon king's hut is equally strange, and it looks like a human's house no matter how you look at it. Lin Moyu instinctively felt that there should be some relationship between the spiritual monsters of heaven and earth and the human race. The spirit demon king glanced at Lin Moyu. "Fellow Taoist from the human race, don't be surprised. We have some connections with the human race." Sure enough, there is a connection. If that's the case, then it should be much easier to talk to. But the joy lasted less than half a second, and the spirit demon king said again, "But the people with whom we have a connection are not the human race today, so fellow Taoist, you don't have to think of using this connection to gain connections." "Well, you've said both the positive and the negative. But this is your territory, so I won't bother with you for now, and it's not a big deal." Lin Moyu said, "Junior Lin Moyu, I don't know what to call you." "Golden Emperor." The spirit demon emperor gave his own name and extended his hand to invite him. "You are a guest from afar. Come and have a cup of tea with me. My Tao tea is quite good." Lin Moyu walked over and took a sip. "It's really good tea, different from the tea of the human race." The Golden Emperor chuckled, "We, the spiritual demon clan, don't have any dealings with you cultivators on a daily basis. Fellow Taoist Lin took the risk of crossing the deadly land, so I think he has something important to do." Lin Moyu hummed, "It's about the Burial Valley incident." The Golden Emperor's expression changed slightly, and his tone became a little cold. "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you here to settle the score from the past?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "What happened back then is in the past, and the account has been settled, but some things are not over yet. I wonder which Kang Mei Huang was in the Burial Valley back then." The Golden Emperor said, "The one buried in the Valley of the Sword Emperor back then." Lin Moyu asked, "Can you find the Sword Emperor?" After all, the parties involved were present, so they could talk openly about some things. The Golden Emperor thought for a few breaths and agreed, "I will contact him and see if he has time to come." The Golden Emperor immediately contacted the Sword Emperor, but it was not clear whether the Sword Emperor would come. Lin Moyu asked curiously, "I wonder if the nobles are the 8 emperors?" The Golden Emperor said, "It is not easy for our spiritual demon clan to give birth to an emperor. There have only been 4 emperors in all these years. 4 is already a lot. With the fighting power of the Spirit Demon Emperor, 4 Spirit Demon Emperors are enough to compete with the 8 Wild Beast Emperors. No wonder they can hold back the Great Tao Wild Beast. Compared with the Spirit Demon clan, although there are more eternal beings among the cultivators, their strength is not much stronger." Not to mention the Tao Lord level, the number of wild beast kings among the great Tao wild beasts is enough to crush the spirit demon clan and cultivators. Therefore, although the two tribes had no communication, they reached a tacit understanding of not having offspring. The spirit demon clan held back a few wild beast kings, and the cultivators also held back a few, and the extra manpower could be used to deal with the wild beast kings. Using the strong to defeat the weak has allowed the three parties to maintain a balance over the years. Lin Moyu asked, "Are there 9 wild beast kings in total?" The Golden Emperor said, "Yes, there are only 9. They once tried to create more wild beast kings, but they all ended in failure." Lin Moyu said, "Fortunately, there are only 9 of them. If there were more, it would be difficult to fight." Jin Huang corrected Lin Moyu's words, "It's you cultivators who are difficult to fight. In fact, we can stay out of it, but..." Having said this, Emperor Jin suddenly stopped talking. Lin Moyu did not ask further questions, and even if he asked Jin Huang, he would not tell him, as it might be related to some secrets. From what happened in the Burial Valley back then, it can be seen that the Spirit Demon Clan does not actually care about the life and death of practitioners, and they also do not care much about the survival of the land. What they care more about is the monster bred under the pool, which will pose a threat to them. So they would rather the world be destroyed than destroy the monster. From this we can know that even if the world is destroyed, the Spirit Demon Clan will not die. Seeing the Spiritual Demon Clan's own avenue, Lin Moyu couldn't help but guess that the Spiritual Demon Clan was just dependent on this world. A moment later, the Sword Emperor flew in through the mist. The Sword Emperor lived up to his name, exuding a sharp sword aura. The moment Lin Moyu saw the Sword Emperor, he had an illusion that he seemed to see an enlarged version of the Sword Tao Demon. Said, the Sword Emperor glanced at Lin Moyu, "What are you doing here, a cultivator of the human race?" Jin Huang said, "This fellow Taoist Lin said that the matter of the Burial Valley is not over yet." The Sword Emperor narrowed his eyes. "Why, you want to settle the score?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's not a score settlement." As he spoke, he tapped his fingers and a projection appeared in the air, which was exactly what he saw in the Burial Valley at that time. The ground cracked open, revealing the specially modified sewage pool. The Sword Emperor said, "That's right, I sealed it myself back then, and I also killed the guy inside with my own hands." Lin Moyu didn't say anything. The scene continued to change. Lin Moyu's soul passed through the seal and entered the filthy pool. The Sword Emperor frowned sharply. "You went in?" The Golden Emperor also discovered something was wrong. How could Lin Moyu enter the dirty pool that the Sword Emperor had sealed himself? The Golden Emperor wondered, could it be that the seal has lost its effect after so long? The Sword Emperor said, "Impossible, the hidden seal is always effective." The scene that Lin Moyu saw at that time appeared on the screen, and a monster appeared in the screen. Boom! The sword energy rushed straight into the sky, and a road appeared in the sky. The road turned into a sharp sword and made a fierce sword sound. There was a hint of disbelief in the Sword Emperor's voice. "Impossible, I clearly killed it back then." The Golden Emperor also looked extremely solemn at this moment. "Sword Emperor, calm down first and listen to fellow Taoist Lin." Lin Moyu said, "I believe that Senior Sword Emperor must have killed the other party back then. Perhaps he had some means that we don't know about to save his life, and then start to breed again in the sewage pool." The Sword Emperor interrupted Lin Moyu, "That's impossible. I sealed this filthy pool with my own hands and cut off the source of its power. Even if he is still alive, he can't be reborn." Lin Moyu shook his head. "According to my observation, this cesspool was not completely sealed. Under the impact of time, the underground dregs and dark rivers broke some seals, allowing him to regain his strength." The Golden Emperor whispered, "Sword Emperor, although your seal can last forever, it is normal for it to have some flaws as time goes by. And you can see that fellow Taoist Lin's soul can get in, so the power of heaven and earth can naturally enter the dirty pool." Lin Moyu smiled secretly in his heart. The way he got in was the back door that Xian Jinzi had deliberately left behind. However, what Jin Huang said was correct. If he could enter, the power between heaven and earth could naturally enter as well. Perhaps the sewage pool gained some power from this, but because the power was not strong enough, it grew very slowly. Of course, Lin Moyu would not say that Xian Jinzi left a back door, so let them guess it themselves. In the picture, the monster suddenly looked towards Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu's soul dissipated on the spot, and the picture froze at the place where the monster last looked. Lin Moyu continued, "From my observation, that guy should have intelligence and has learned to hide. I guess he will hide until he is fully conceived and born." It was not until recently that Lin discovered this situation by chance. There is a glimmer of hope in heaven and earth, and so is everything, so there is no such thing as perfection in heaven and earth. Only by transcending heaven and earth can we perhaps achieve the perfection in our hearts. The Sword Emperor personally killed the monster and sealed the dirty pool. It seemed that all possibilities had been cut off, but with the passage of time, loopholes would still occur. With the realm of Sword Emperor, one can understand it as long as he thinks carefully. The Sword Emperor gradually calmed down and restrained his breath. Although he did not admit it verbally, he knew that there was indeed a problem on his side. None of the great Tao masters back then survived, and the secrets of the Burial Valley were only known to them, the spirit demon kings. In all these years, he had never been there to see it. Of course, it is not easy to go there, but with his strength, at least there is a way to go back. If he could go back and check a few times, this probably wouldn't have happened. The Sword Emperor said, "We have to find a way to go back, and I will kill him again." The Golden Emperor whispered, "We have to go back, but the key is how to go back. It's not easy for the wild beasts to survive there, and it looks like we have to fight another battle." The Sword Emperor said, "Tell them that the monster is about to be born again. Just like before, cooperate once again." Gold Emperor denied Sword Emperor's statement. "No, we have deceived them once before, and even took the opportunity to kill a wild beast king. They will not be fooled again this time. Back then, they only had 7 emperors, but now there are 9. The power is unbalanced. If we go after them again, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape unscathed." It turned out that the so-called cooperation was that the great Tao Wild Beast Emperor was fooled by the Spirit Demon Emperor. In the end, not only did he not gain any advantage, but he also lost an emperor. The loss was not small. The Sword Emperor slapped his thigh and said, "This is really troublesome. What do you think we should do? If it doesn't work, we can just withdraw and leave this world alone." The Golden Emperor snorted and said, "Don't talk nonsense." The Sword Emperor glanced at Lin Moyu and said nothing more. Lin Moyu's heart was stirred. The Sword Emperor's words seemed to be complaining, but they inadvertently revealed a message that confirmed his guess. They could really leave the world, but for some reason, they had to stay here. If there were no spiritual monsters in this world, the power of cultivators would be unable to stop the great beasts. However, due to the polluted pool in the Burial Valley, the spirits and monsters of heaven and earth may evaluate. Lin Moyu said, "In fact, Lin has a way to go to the Burial Valley." Jin Huang's eyes lit up. "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you talking about the place of death?" The Sword Emperor cried out in surprise, "How can I get out of that damn place? I might as well go through the wilderness." Jin Huang said, "Use your brain, you have come from a dead end." Lin Moyu continued Jin Huang's words, "Yes, Lin has a way to get through the dead end." Jin Huang asked, "May I ask how confident you are, Brother Lin?" Lin Moyu is not modest at all, Tian Cheng. With the help of undead servants, he can stroll leisurely in the deadly place as if it were his back garden. In fact, there is no danger in the dead end. The cracks can be seen and can be avoided as long as you don't rush forward. The only trouble is that the edge is elusive and you can touch the edge at any time, and in one step you will reach the wilderness. If you are not careful, you will fall directly into the beast's den, or be teleported into a cesspool like the Lord of Strength. Apart from this, there is no danger in Jiuedao Death Place. It's nothing more than that after the eternal existence enters, it cannot sense the great way, cannot muster strength, and will lose its sense of security. This is why they avoid it like the plague. The Sword Emperor said straightforwardly, "If you are so sure, then go to the dead end. At worst, you can teleport into the wilderness and I will fight my way out again." Back then, I was able to defeat 3 of them and even killed one of their emperors. I can still do it now that I'm old." The Golden Emperor said unhappily, "Don't brag. You know the characteristics of the wild beast kings. Back then, they only had 7 kings, but now there are 9. The power of each wild beast king must have doubled compared to the past. If you fight again, let alone 1 against 3, it would be good enough if you can fight 1 against 2. The Sword Emperor did not refute, and it was obvious that what the Golden Emperor said was correct. Lin Moyu interrupted, "Seniors, can you tell me about the Wild Beast King and the monster under the dirty pool?" Taking this opportunity, Lin Moyu raised his doubts. He knew too little about the Wild Beast King, all practitioners knew too little, and they knew even less about the monster under the sewage pool in Dao Valley. It would be of great benefit to me if I could get some information about them. Lin Moyu thought deeply. Now that the Spirit Demon Clan was here, a balance could be maintained between their cultivators and the great Dao wild beasts. What if one day, the demon tribe left? Or if the spirit monsters no longer restrain the great wild beasts, what should the cultivators do? In Lin Moyu's heart, he doesn't want to rely on any power that doesn't belong to him. Not only him, but also the 620 great Dao masters in Tuan Shou Valley thought the same. Request Flowers 00. That's why they decided to conduct that experiment, but unfortunately, the result was not good. The Golden Emperor thought for a moment, then coughed lightly. "In fact, you all know that the Wild Beast King evolved from the Imperial Pool. There are 9 Imperial Pools in total, so there are only 9 Wild Beast Kings at most. They have a characteristic, that is, the more Wild Beast Kings there are in the world, the stronger the power of each Wild Beast King will be. Now they have 9 Wild Beast Kings, and each one is much more powerful than before. In the past, the Sword King could fight 3 at 1, but now the Sword King can only fight 2 at 1. It is almost impossible for him to kill another Wild Beast King. As for the monster in the filthy pool of the Burial Valley, its name is Tun Yuan. It is a combination of the dregs of the Great Dao and the origin of the Great Dao. It has the characteristics of chaos and is extremely difficult to kill. Once he grows up, his strength will surpass that of the Wild Beast King. Then he will eat all the Wild Beast Kings and reach another level. In order to reach a higher realm and gain greater power, he will devour us as well, including those of you who are eternal, and will not let any of you 3 go. When that happens, he will continue to devour the vitality of heaven and earth and destroy everything." When talking about swallowing Yuan, there was an indescribable sense of fear in Jin Huang's tone, as if he had seen swallowing Yuan himself, which made Lin Moyu feel strange. There should have never been a swallowing Yuan in the world. "Why do you know this so clearly, Senior?" The Golden Emperor looked at Lin Moyu and finally whispered, "Because I have seen it, don't ask any more questions. I can't tell you more. Anyway, remember, that guy must not be born. Once he is born, this world will be over. There is no time to lose. You must immediately take the Sword Emperor through the land of death and head to the Burial Valley to kill the Devourer." Lin Moyu asked again, "Since the swallowing Yuan will devour the Wild Beast King first, why not tell them and let them do it together?" The Golden Emperor asked in reply, "What is the meaning of the existence of the Great Dao Wild Beast?" Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. The purpose of the Great Dao Beast's existence was to devour the Great Dao and destroy the entire world. The Golden Emperor said, "If the Great Dao Wild Beasts knew about this, not only would they not stop the other party from coming out, they would even help the other party to come out and stop us in return. In order to destroy the world, the Wild Beast King can do anything, including dying. We were able to fool them once, but we definitely can't do it a second time. So this time, we can't let them know about Zero." Less than a day after arriving at the spiritual monster's territory, Lin Moyu returned to the deadly place and started to go back to the old ways. The Golden Emperor was very worried about Tun Yuan's situation and urged the Sword Emperor to leave immediately. Lin Moyu has already understood that the Sword Emperor is good at fighting, but it is the Gold Emperor who makes the decisions. There are 4 emperors in the world, but for their own safety and to avoid attracting the attention of the Wild Beast Emperor, only the Sword Emperor can act. Lin Moyu thought about what Jin Huang had said before. He knew that if he hadn't been able to get through the dead end, he wouldn't have told him these things. I can only say some things because I need help from him, but that is definitely not all, and it does not touch on the most fundamental core. Continue to let the undead servants explore the way ahead to make sure that you are on the right path. The Sword Emperor looked at this scene and said, "Your puppets are pretty good. They are powerful and can also be used to explore the way. It's a pity that a lot of these puppets will be lost. These puppets are very rare. Don't you feel bad?" Lin Moyu said, "It hurts, but there's nothing I can do." The Sword Emperor said, "As far as I know, among your practitioners, no one can practice the way of puppetry to such a level. Where did you get these puppets?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment, an unexpected gain. The Sword Emperor snorted, "If you don't want to talk about it, forget it." It was obvious that he was not satisfied with Lin Moyu's answer, but he did not ask any further questions. Lin Moyu suddenly asked, "Senior Sword Emperor, did you come to this world just to help us?" The Sword Emperor said, "Of course not, we were ordered." His expression changed slightly. "Boy, you are trying to trick me." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's not a cliché, I just have some doubts in my heart. Although Senior Jin Huang didn't understand it before, I have already guessed that you are not from this world. As for the reasons, there are only a few, and it's not hard to guess." The Sword Emperor said, "Since you like to guess so much, then go ahead and guess. Anyway, I won't tell you, and you won't know whether your guess is right or not." Lin Moyu said, "If that's the case, then I'll start to guess." The Sword Emperor did not answer Lin Moyu. As he said, he let Lin Moyu guess for himself. Whether he guessed right or wrong, he would not be wrong. Lin Moyu said, "The Sword Emperor and others brought the spiritual demon clan to our world. They must have been instructed by someone. This world is not perfect, which led to the existence of the great Tao wild beasts. If you hadn't been holding them back, this world would have been destroyed long ago. Your mission is to ensure that the world is not destroyed. You can withdraw, but you will definitely be punished when you return. The punishment will not be small. If Tun Yuan appears, your mission will also end in failure. The person who ordered you should be from the human race. If I'm not mistaken, that person is a powerful transcendent, one of the top ones among all the transcendents. He likes to wear green robes." Lin Moyu expressed his guess while paying attention to Jinho's expression. The Sword Emperor was not good at hiding his emotions, especially in the deadly place where the power of the great Tao was suppressed. The Sword Emperor's expression became clearer, and Lin Moyu could get the answer from the subtle changes. Every time Lin Moyu spoke, he already knew whether what he said was right or wrong. Most of my guesses were correct, at least not very wrong. Especially when he mentioned the green robe, a clear gleam of light flashed in the Sword Emperor's eyes, completely confirming his words. It is indeed him. He has been paying attention to this world for a long time. But why did he do this? Was it simply to take care of the world, or was there another reason? Lin Moyu deeply felt that the green-robed old man's purpose was not simple. It was impossible for someone like him to do something simple. There must be a deeper meaning hidden in everything. People like this will think 3 steps ahead when taking 1 step. This step took him billions of years. He had laid the seeds since the birth of the world, but he has only begun to reap the rewards now. Is time really meaningless to him? Why does a layout take so much time? Or is it that this is just one of his countless plans? In addition to this world, there are many other plans. Lin Moyu thought a lot at this moment, and the depth of his thinking was far beyond the understanding of others. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't speak, the Sword Emperor was a little surprised. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Moyu said, "I was wondering what the old man in green robe was going to do." The Sword Emperor's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Great honored one." He realized that he had said the wrong thing again, so he shut up immediately and glared at Lin Moyu fiercely. "If you try to trick me again, I'll be rude to you." Lin Moyu shook his head. "You dare not." The Sword Emperor's expression changed. "You are just a master of the avenue. I will kill you if I want to. Why should I be afraid?" Lin Moyu didn't say anything, but silently took out a magic weapon. The cold air spread all around, and even in the deadly place, the power of this magic weapon could not be suppressed. When the Sword Emperor saw this magic weapon, his expression suddenly changed. Impossible, how could you have this thing? Lin Moyu said, you should be able to see it. The Sword Emperor's expression was very exaggerated. This is the Great Venerable's cushion. I have seen it before. Why is it here with you? Lin Moyu said, Senior Sword Emperor, do you dare to touch me? The Sword Emperor had a complicated expression, and after a while he said, Okay, I'll let you go. He still had to save face. Even if he didn't dare to do anything to Lin Moyu, he couldn't say it out loud. At this moment, Lin Moyu's mind was clear, and he had basically figured out that the shadow of the old man in green robe was behind many things in the world. The old man in green robe was making plans here, and he was the core of his plan. Otherwise, the universe is vast, and there are countless worlds. There are also boundary sea worlds within the worlds, and there are small worlds within the boundary seas. Link after link, how could he find himself in this small world? Just found it randomly? The probability of that happening is unlikely. All he could say was that he had chosen him early on. Lin Moyu even guessed that the world before his reincarnation was not in this world, but in another world. Even his own time travel was caused by the old man in green robe. The old man in green robe is called the Great Venerable by the Sword Emperor, so the next step is easy. 1.7. Work hard to become a transcendent, become a great venerable like the old man in green robe, or even surpass him. He was hung up and tortured to find out what his plan was all about. The way back was faster than the way here. After walking in the deadly place for less than a month, they arrived at the Hengduan Mountains. Lin Moyu contacted In Yuyin, and In Yayan came over soon. When she saw the Sword Emperor, In Yuyin could hardly conceal the shock in her eyes. She couldn't have imagined that Lin Moyu had successfully gotten through the deadly place, and not only that, he had also brought the Sword Emperor back. It was also the first time she met the Sword Emperor. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they immediately set off for Daoron. The Sword Emperor summoned a giant sword, and several people stood on the sword and rushed towards the Burial Valley. There is only one purpose for this trip, to kill the swallowing element in the dirty pool of the Burial Valley, and the sooner the better, because the longer the delay, the more danger there is. The three of them rushed across the plains, passed through Qianwanyuan Mountain, and headed straight for the Zhangdao Valley. And Yuyan circled around the avenue of cause and effect. The power of cause and effect radiated outwards, and their arrival did not attract anyone's attention. There is no need to let too many people know about the Burial Valley. If those great Tao masters knew too much, it would be bad. The Burial Valley is silent and no one usually comes here. With the sound of a sword, an invisible giant sword fell from the sky and enveloped the entire Burial Valley. The Sword Emperor blocked the Burial Valley to prevent Tun Yuan from escaping. The flowers on the avenue in the valley were still swaying. Lin Moyu drew the magic rune and unlocked the formation. There are 2 layers of seal here. The first layer is the formation arranged by Xianjinzi, and the second layer is the seal set by the Sword Emperor. A complex and mysterious talisman took shape in Lin Moyu's hand and slowly fell from the air. The flower of the avenue blossomed with brilliant light, the Burial Valley formation opened again, and a giant crack appeared. A special sewage pool appeared in front of the 3 people. The Lord of Karma looked at the sewage pool and said, "This is the sewage pool from that year. Is this sewage pool so powerful?" She was dragged to the Hengduan Mountains at the age of 23, and she had only heard about the Burial Valley, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. Although the Sword Emperor was arrogant, he was still polite to an eternal being like In Yuyin, and whispered, "Normally, there are 3 types of sewage pools: ordinary pools, main-level sewage pools, and emperor-level sewage pools. But this sewage pool is a special exception. It is a half-broken sewage pool, the only one of its kind in the world. A half-broken cesspool will not breed great Tao beasts, but it will also absorb great Tao dregs. However, it will not breed great Tao beasts. It only takes in but does not give out, and the accumulated great Tao dregs will become more and more. When the dregs of the Tao become too much, a qualitative change will occur, and something similar to the essence of the dregs will be born from the dregs of the Tao. If it were just this, it wouldn't matter. You also happen to throw our spiritual demon clan members into this. Our spiritual demon clan has the characteristics of integrating the great Tao. We returned the essence of the dregs to their origin and turned them into the origin of the great Tao. This origin of the great Tao did not evolve from the heaven and earth, but was transformed by us, and is incompatible with the heaven and earth. And these origins of the great Tao merged with the dregs of the great Tao for the second time, and finally evolved into the swallowing origin. The Sword Emperor described the cause and effect of the birth of Tun Yuan. He spoke very quickly, not caring whether Lin Moyu and Yu Yin could understand him or not. In short, he had already said it. And Yu Yin continued his words, because the fundamental power of the swallowing element does not come from heaven and earth, it is not in harmony with heaven and earth, and will it destroy the world? The Sword Emperor said, that's about it. Lin Moyu added, Tun Yuan has the characteristics of both the spiritual demon clan and the great Tao wild beast, so when they devour the world, they will be more interested in the spiritual demon clan. If they have to choose between the two, he will first choose to devour the spiritual demon clan. After devouring the spirit monsters, his power will become stronger. If I'm not mistaken, the noble has encountered swallowing Yuan before. The Sword Emperor had a complicated expression. He did not answer, but his expression already gave the answer. The formation was fully activated, and the Sword Emperor pointed with 2 fingers, believe. A great road emerged on his body, and the road turned into a sword, emitting bursts of sword sounds. The burial valley was shaking, and countless sharp swords emerged from the seal above the filthy pool. This seal was arranged by the Sword Emperor's great Tao, and the seal is filled with Jian Ho's Tao. At this moment, the Sword Emperor opened the seal, and the avenue turned into countless sharp swords that rose up like a huge wave, and turned into a sword tornado that rushed straight into the sky. As a large number of sharp swords flew away, the seal on the surface of the pool became weaker and weaker. The Sword Emperor shouted again, open. Wow! The special water in the sewage pool separated into 2 directions, and then turned into a water column that rushed straight into the sky. There are 2 water columns, one is the special origin of the Tao, and the other is the dregs of the Tao, and they are clearly distinguished. 2 completely different forces were able to work together to produce the terrifying swallowing Yuan. It can only be said that the magic of the universe is sometimes really hard to imagine. The water in the pool was drained by the Sword Emperor, and the situation at the bottom of the pool was completely exposed. And Yu Yin narrowed her eyes and said, look at something. She saw a thing at the bottom of the pool, neither human nor animal. It had a pair of huge wings that were wrapping itself. The Sword Emperor's voice was icy, you are not dead after all. Without saying a word, he lightly tapped his fingers and countless sharp swords shot down like a rainstorm, covering Tun Yuan. There were intensive collision sounds, and the sharp sword slashed on Tun Yuan's wings, but was blocked firmly and did not cause any harm to him. The Sword Emperor looked solemn, much stronger than last time. His hands changed, forming complex hand seals, and he shouted, kill. A giant sword fell from the sky, slashing towards Tun Yuan with infinite power. Before the sword hit the ground, the burial valley could no longer bear the weight. Countless cracks appeared in the burial valley that had existed for countless years, and the source mountain outside the valley also began to collapse at the same time. Lin Moyu and Yu Yin's expressions changed and they stepped back at the same time. The Sword Emperor's attack was too powerful, and even the aftermath would not make people feel good. A scream was heard, Tun Yuan's wings spread open, and the whole world suddenly became dark. His wings covered the sky and seemed to cover the entire world. The wings vibrated, and the feathers shot out to form a sharp sword, facing the Sword Emperor's attack head-on. The 2 swords collided, and the roar resounded through the heaven and earth. The area within 1,000,000 miles was shaking, the earth exploded, and the source mountain collapsed. Their fighting power has far surpassed that of the Tao Lords, and ordinary Tao Lords cannot even withstand the aftermath. The power of the 2 swords canceled each other out and they were evenly matched. With a scream, Tun Yuan soared into the sky and pounced towards the Sword Emperor. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he looked at the Sword Emperor as if he were looking at a mortal enemy. At the same time, there was a hint of greed in his eyes, and he wanted to devour the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor's expression was more solemn than before. One sword opens the sky. With a low roar, a sword even more terrifying than the previous one appeared. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. Why did the Sword Emperor's sword look so much like his own sister? This sword seemed to be able to split the sky apart. The sword's power enveloped the entire area. Tun Yuan had no way to avoid it and could only endure it. Tun Yuan screamed, and a giant beast appeared in the void. The beast looked similar to the great Dao wild beast, but on top of the beast, there were many spirit monsters standing. Back then, those great avenue masters threw a lot of spirit monsters into the filthy pool, and no one knew where they found these guys from. According to the Sword Emperor, some of their people entered the deadly place and came to the outer battlefield through the cracks. But there are not many such people, and it took the masters of the Great Ways many years to find some. The giant beast evolved from the void, rushed towards the sword light. At the same time, the shadows of the spirit monsters on its back crashed into various avenues and collided with the Sword Emperor. The sword of opening the sky was as powerful as a bamboo that broke through, shattering the phantom evolved by Tun Yuan. Finally, Tun Yuan used his wings to cover his whole body again and withstood the sword of opening the sky. With a scream, Tun Yuan was dropped from the air into dust and fell to the bottom of the pool. The sword of creation continued to crush down, causing Tun Yuan's wings to shatter and countless wounds to appear on his body. Tun Yuan screamed in the sword light, and his broken wings were still vibrating hard. It burst out with powerful force, opened its mouth suddenly and sucked, and the water from the sewage pool that was swept into the air by the Sword Emperor fell down with a bang, filling the sewage pool in an instant. Tun Yuan greedily absorbed the two forces in the filthy pool, and the injuries on his body recovered quickly. In just 2 seconds, Tun Yuan rushed out of the filthy pool and killed the Sword Emperor. The fierce battle between the two sides seemed to have just begun. It's really not easy to kill. Lin Moyu sighed. A fruit appeared on Yuyan's palm. She whispered, "Plant fruit." The Sword Emperor fought with Tun Yuan, and from the Sword Emperor's expression it could be seen that the fight was not easy for him. It seems to have the upper hand, but it is not easy to kill Tun Yuan. After lying dormant for so many years, Tun Yuan has become much more powerful than before. And Yuyan condensed the cause and effect in her palm, and she swallowed the Yuan seeds. The fruit ripened quickly, and the originally bright fruit suddenly emitted a large amount of deathly energy and quickly rotted. And Yuyan also spat out a mouthful of blood, and her soul was hurt. Lin Moyu didn't have a deep understanding of the law of cause and effect, and didn't know what Yuyan had done. And Yuyan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "I planted a deadly fruit on him, but the effect was not good." There are many kinds of cause and effect, and death is one of them. Once the cause of death is planted, the person will inevitably die. It is hard to say how and when he died. All we can say is that the ending is set. Likewise, if you sow dead fruit, you must also accept the backlash of the cause. The reversal of cause and effect is not a pleasant thing. And Yuyan vomited blood, and her soul was hurt, which was the result she had to bear. Moreover, this backlash would not be so simple. Lin Moyu could feel that Yuyan was seriously injured, especially at the soul level. It would not be easy for her to recover. And Yuyan's soul has become unstable at this moment. If she is not treated immediately, her soul injury will be further aggravated. And Yuyan smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect the backlash to be so severe." Lin Moyu took out a spiritual flower. "Senior, please use this flower to heal your wound." And Yuyan believed Lin Moyu and went straight into the spiritual flower to heal her wounds. With a roar, Tun Yuan suddenly burst out with amazing power, shocking the Sword Emperor and turning to kill Lin Moyu. His target was not Lin Moyu, but Yuyan. And Yuyan had planted a deadly fruit for him, and he sensed it, so he wanted to kill Yuyan. Your senses are very sharp. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and a large number of undead servants were killed, turning into meat shields in front of him. Swallowing Yuan rushed in with unstoppable force, ignoring the undead servants completely. A pair of huge wings vibrated, and infinite power swept like a storm, and the undead servants were instantly blown to pieces by the strong wind. The wind he stirred up was even more terrifying than the wind of annihilation in the beast abyss. From the induction sent back by the undead servant, Lin Moyu felt the opponent's power. Tun Yuan's power is comparable to that of the Lord of Eternity, and he is much stronger than the Lord of the Tao. The key is his ability. No matter how many Lords of the Tao there are, they cannot kill him. Not to mention the Lord of the Tao, even if it was an eternal being, it would be difficult to kill him. Coward! The Sword Emperor roared and chased after him. Lin Moyu chuckled, and the origin of energy burst out. The aura rose sharply, instantly breaking through eternity and stepping into another level. The great Tao world-destroying palm. Lin Moyu slapped out with one palm, using all his strength. A huge palm print suddenly appeared in the air and flew out with a roar. Wherever the palm print passed, the space was shattered. Even the clouds in the sky that never dispersed all year round were broken up by the palm print, and the light of the avenue fell on the battlefield unhindered. The Sword Emperor let out a strange cry, immediately stopped and stepped back, staying far away. The Sword Queen could dodge, but Tun Yuan, who was locked by Lin Moyu, had nowhere to escape. He could only scream and endure the great Dao Miesher palm. The wings of swallowing Yuan vibrated wildly, and endless power was spilled out, but it was all swallowed up by the great Tao destroying world palm and had no effect at all. Looking at his wings, Lin Moyu inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen these wings somewhere before. It's not the appearance, but its characteristics that are very familiar. As the great Tao's world-destroying palm approached, Tun Yuan's wings exploded and turned into a pair of wings of light that enveloped Tun Yuan. Time and space are distorted, and Tun Yuan seems to have entered another time and space. He wants to avoid the avenue of destruction. Wings of Time curse. Lin Moyu was shocked. Isn't this his own magic? We can't say they are exactly the same, we can only say there is no difference. No wonder it looks familiar. A large part of the power emanating from Tun Yuan's wings belongs to the curse calendar. The palm print passed through Tun Yuan's body, the light wings were shattered, countless wounds appeared on Tun Yuan's body, and then the wounds exploded, and Tun Yuan became a bloody mess. Even if one enters another dimension of time and space, one cannot completely avoid the great Tao world-destroying palm. Lin Moyu saw that Tun Yuan's injury was not just physical, his soul was also severely damaged under the Dao Miesher palm. However, Tun Yuan was able to withstand the full force attack of the great Tao of destroying the world and remain alive. His strength is indeed powerful. The Sword Emperor fell from the sky, the Tao turned into a sword, one sword cuts the Tao. A sword stronger than the previous one fell down. Tun Yuan was seriously injured at this moment and was at the end of his strength. He could not block Jian Ho's attack at all. With a loud bang, he was knocked to the ground again, his body completely exploded and shattered into pieces. Lin Moyu did not stop. He waved his hand and the world-burning fire fell down like an overwhelming force, turning the earth into a sea of fire. Tun Yuan is not that easy to kill. He will not die even if he is torn into pieces. Only by completely destroying his soul can he be truly killed. Lin Moyu stared at the earth without blinking. He saw souls struggling in the fire that was burning the world. Suddenly he frowned and saw some souls escaping into the earth, quickly diving into the ground and disappearing. The Sword Emperor landed beside Lin Moyu, finally killed him. Lin Moyu shook his head. No, his remaining soul escaped. The Sword Emperor was startled and asked, "What?" Lin Moyu hummed, "He escaped deep underground and is nowhere to be found." The Sword Emperor frowned and said, "This is troublesome. If he is not dead, he will come back sooner or later." Lin Moyu said, "But at least there won't be any problem in the short term." Tun Yuan was severely injured and it would take tens of millions of years for him to recover. With so much time, Lin Moyu believed that he had already reached eternity, or even transcendence. At that time, even the mere swallowing of Yuan would be at your disposal. He was also very interested in Tun Yuan's pair of wings. Why were they exactly the same as his own time curse wings? What was the connection between them? Although he rarely uses this technique nowadays, Lin Moyu is clear about how powerful it is. The power of the curse can destroy the avenue and the entire world. Now it seems that if I can transcend it one day, the wings of time curse may be able to destroy the entire world. The Sword Emperor whispered, "It seems that this is the only way now." Tun Yuan escaped, and the Sword Emperor had no way to find him, so he could only give up temporarily. As Lin Moyu said, there shouldn't be any problem for tens of millions of years. The Sword Emperor restrained his breath. His expression was very complicated. "How did you do that palm strike just now?" Lin Moyu said, "That's how Qian Zhao did it." The Sword Emperor snorted lightly and didn't ask any more questions. This was Lin Moyu's secret, and she would definitely not tell him. He pointed at the sewage pool and said, "Since you have reached the level of half-step transcendence, I will leave this sewage pool to you. Turn it back to its original form." Lin Moyu knew that he was trying to prevent the recovery of the swallowing essence. The dirty pool was the product of the condensation of the Great Tao and was difficult to destroy. Otherwise, the Sword Emperor would not have just sealed it back then. But I should be able to just restore the sewage pool to its original state. Good. Lin Moyu did not refuse, and used his concentration force again to forcibly raise his realm to half-step super glue. The Great Tao world-destroying palm. The palm prince fell from the sky and hit the dirty pool. The water in the sewage pool began to boil, and the original energy of the Great Tao in the sewage was assimilated and destroyed by the Great Tao's world-destroying palm, and the same thing happened to the dregs of the Great Tao. Lin Moyu struck with one palm after another, breaking the balance of the sewage pool and returning it to its original shape. The power of the sewage pool was being melted away and became weaker and weaker, and there was no longer any soil to breed the swallowing element. This special sewage pool was reduced to its original form, but the Sword Emperor was not satisfied. He rushed into the sewage pool and used his own power to isolate the sewage pool from the underground undercurrent, and then blocked the surface of the sewage pool. After checking several times and making sure there was no problem with his seal, the Sword Emperor felt relieved. The spiritual flowers dissipated, and Yuyan's soul recovered a little. She is eternal, and while her soul is powerful, it is also much more difficult to heal when she gets injured, and the Ritual Spirit Flower is obviously not enough. And Yuyan bowed to Lin Moyu and said, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your help." Lin Moyu was not stingy and took out a few more spiritual flowers and gave them to Yuyan. "You should be able to recover after using these. If it still doesn't work, come back to me." And Yuyan was not polite at all and took it with a smile. "That guy escaped. Are we going to chase him?" The Sword Emperor immediately asked, "Can fellow Taoist and find his whereabouts?" And Yuyan said, "I planted the fruit on him. There is a cause and effect connection between us. I can find him through cause and effect." Lin Moyu could actually use the Seeking Ring to find the escaped Tun Yuan, but Lin Moyu had his own ideas and didn't want to look for him immediately. But he would not stop the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor said, "Then I'll trouble you, Taoistan." And Yuyan looked at Lin Moyu. "Where is Dao Yu?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Only the remnant soul of Tun Yuan is left. Senior Sword Emperor is enough. The burial valley was destroyed by 010. I want to stay here to restore it." The Sword Emperor was puzzled. "What is there to recover from this?" Lin Moyu said, 621 sages are buried here. Their spirits are immortal, and the flower of the avenue should bloom forever. As a junior, it is my duty to restore it." And Yuyan seemed to see that Lin Moyu didn't want to leave, and immediately echoed Lin Moyu's words. "Fellow Taoist Lin is right. The Lord of the Great Tao here has made contributions to this world. Although they made some mistakes and paid with their lives, as a junior, fellow Taoist Lin should not only remember their mistakes but also their good deeds." She thought for a moment, took out a causal magic weapon, and at the same time condensed a ball of causal power and injected it into the magic weapon, and handed the magic weapon to the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor can activate this treasure, and the treasure will point out the direction. Senior Sword Emperor will definitely be able to find him soon. The implication is that she doesn't want to leave either. Give her a magic weapon and tell Sword Emperor to go find it yourself. The Sword Emperor belongs to the Spirit Demon clan, and his ideas are different from those of Lin Moyu and the others. He cannot understand Lin Moyu's ideas. In that case, I will go find him myself. After I resolve this matter, I will come back to find fellow Taoist Lin. Then I will trouble fellow Taoist Lin to go to the Deathland again. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. Okay, Lin and other sword masters have returned triumphantly to the city. Ta. The Sword Emperor activated the magic weapon of cause and effect, and flew out immediately after receiving the instructions. Looking at the devastated and almost razed Burial Valley, Lin Moyu sighed softly. Under the fierce attack of the Sword Emperor, the Burial Valley was completely destroyed and no longer looked the same as before. Although the sewage pool was sealed, the Sword Emperor did not take any protective measures. If there is a Lord of the Great Tao who is unaware of the situation and approaches the sewage pool to trigger the seal, he is very likely to be strangled by the seal. From this we can see that the sword does not care about the life or death of the practitioner at all. After the Sword Emperor left, and Yuyan said with a smile, "It seems that fellow Taoist Lin has some opinions about him." Lin Moyu shook his head. "I can't say I have any opinion, but I don't like it either." And Yuyan said, "He is not from our tribe, so he will not consider so much when he takes action." Lin Moyu said, "It's normal actually, but I just can't stand it. For personal reasons, why the senior doesn't want to go with him." And Yuyan narrowed her eyes and smiled. "We are in the same group." At this moment, and Yuyan suddenly became a little playful and less serious than before. Lin Moyu was amused by her words. "Indeed, we are in the same group." While talking, Lin Moyu had already started. A large number of undead servants flew out, almost one every 10 meters, and quickly occupied the entire Xiuedao Valley. And Yuyan looked at Lin Moyu. "How does fellow Taoist Lin plan to restore the Burial Valley?" Lin Moyu said, "Restoring the terrain is relatively easy, but the flower of the avenue is difficult. I don't know if I can succeed, so I can only give it a try. The flower of the avenue carries the will of all the predecessors. Once it dissipates, it will be difficult to restore it." And Yuyan stretched out her jade hand, and a fruit appeared in her palm. She planted the fruit again, and whispered, "Then Yuyan will plant a fruit of success for fellow Taoist Lin. Every time you sow fruit, you will inevitably suffer the backlash of the Great Way." Even as the Lord of Karma, and Yuyan could only mitigate the backlash. Just like just now, in order to kill Tun Yuan, and Yuyan sowed the seeds of death, but ended up suffering serious injuries herself. So under normal circumstances, she would not easily sow the fruit directly, but would use other methods to influence the cause. Now, for Lin Moyu, she directly planted the fruit. Lin Moyu felt a little grateful. "Thank you, Mr. N." And Yuyan smiled and said, "You and I don't have to be so polite." The fruit of success dissipated after a faint light. And Yuyan's body swayed slightly and her face turned paler, obviously suffering the backlash from the Great Tao. Backlash is inevitable, but this time the backlash is not as strong as before. With Yuyan's help, Lin Moyu's chances of success are much higher. Tens of millions of undead servants activated the Avenue of Time at the same time. They had a unified rhythm and breath, as if they were a whole. The avenues of time merged together to form a large net that slowly enveloped the entire Burial Valley. Time goes backwards. The time belonging to the Burial Valley began to flow backwards. What happened in the past resurfaces. And Yuyan seemed a little nervous. She knew very well how difficult it was to reverse the flow of time. This is not about going back in time, or going back to see what happened in the past, but about bringing out things from the past in the long river of time and letting the past shine into reality. It would be fine if nothing happened here during this period of time, but if something like a war happened, these things will happen again. As a spellcaster, you have to bear the consequences. The damage caused during the war will affect the spellcaster. 0121062223 Feilu 1603303000. And Yu Yan instinctively thought that it would be difficult for Lin Moyu to succeed, but since Lin Moyu chose to do this, he must have some confidence. Time began to flow backwards, and soon it was back to the time of the previous war. A huge backlash swept in, and a large number of undead servants died on the spot due to being unable to withstand the backlash. This is a war of eternal level. It is normal that the undead servants cannot bear it. Although the undead servants died, their power was not interrupted. They were resurrected the next moment and continued to maintain the state of time reversal. As long as these tens of millions of undead servants do not die at the same time, the reversal of time will not be interrupted. What's more, Lin Moyu has countless undead servants ready to go and can be replenished with shit at any time. This is Lin Moyu's confidence. And Yu Yan was stunned by what she saw. She didn't expect Lin Moyu's method to be so sophisticated. At that moment, Lin Moyu's palm appeared in the light and smashed Tun Yuan into pieces. Yu Yan was frightened again. It turns out that Tun Yuan was beaten to death by fellow Taoist Lin. She was in the spirit flower at the time and had no idea what was happening outside. She thought Tun Yuan was beaten away by the Sword Emperor. Unexpectedly, the one who actually drove Tun Yuan away was Lin Moyu. That palm strike was truly terrifying. The undead servants endured the backlash of the Great Tao and continued to keep the reverse flow of time uninterrupted between life and death. Finally, the undead servants survived the war and returned to the beginning of the war. The next step is the most critical one: how to get the old things from the reverse flow of time back to the present. Everything exists in the past, and the past exists in the long river of time. The avenue of time continued to move, and thousands of undead servants exerted their strength at the same time, pushing the avenue of time to the extreme and summoning the long river of time. The long river of time emerged. Lin Moyu had been to the long river of time before and had dealt with the spirit of time, so he was quite familiar with it. Lin Moyu suddenly asked, "Seniorin, is the life of time still asleep?" And Yu Yan gave an affirmative answer, "Still asleep." Lin Moyu laughed, "That's good, I'll be back soon." He flew into the long river of time, and the spirit of time emerged at the same time. Lin Moyu greeted him with a smile, "Spirit of time, here I come again." The spirit of time asked, "What's going on this time?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Of course I have something to ask you for help. I am here to reverse the flow of time." The spirit of time looked at the burial valley and asked, "Is the area so large?" Lin Moyu said, "The range is indeed a bit large, but there is nothing we can do. Please ask the spirit of time for help." The spirit of time was obviously a little embarrassed. "You are not the Lord of Time. Although I am in charge of the long river of time, many things are restricted. If this matter is done by the Lord of Time, it will be much simpler." Lin Moyu said, "Whatever you ask, I will do my best." The spirit of time thought for a moment and said, "There is indeed something. If you can agree, I will help you." And Yu Yan was a little surprised at this moment. Lin Moyu could actually communicate with the spirit of time, and it seemed that they had known each other for a long time. Among all the avenues, the avenue of time has its own particularity. In addition to the avenue of time, there is also the long river of time. The Lord of Time controls the avenue of time, and through the avenue of time he can control the long river of time. But there is also a spirit of time in the long river of time. The spirit of time is nominally controlled by the Lord of Time, but only in name. The slaves of time are not completely controlled by the Lord of Time. Especially the spirit of time in front of him, who obviously has his own ideas. If he doesn't like it, he can just follow orders and ignore the announcement. But the spirit of time cannot control the avenue of time in turn, and there are some things he cannot do. Lin Moyu and the spirit of time seemed to be discussing something. And Yu Yan couldn't hear it, but it was definitely not a small matter. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moyu agreed. Then he left the river of time. The spirit of time waved his hand, and the river of time flowed down. Thick fog enveloped the burial valley. The time of the countercurrent froze at this moment, the destroyed flowers of the avenue reappeared, and the ruined source mountain was also recovering. In just a moment, everything in the burial valley returned to normal. The spirit of time whispered, "Don't forget what you promised." Lin Moyu said, "Please rest assured, I will definitely do what I promised." The long river of time slowly faded away. Lin Moyu and In Yuyan could both feel that after completing the reversal of time, the spirit of time was obviously weaker. Without the control of the Lord of Time, it was indeed difficult for the spirit of time to accomplish these things on his own, and he had paid a lot. And Yuyan smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, if you do this, you will definitely be blessed in the future." Lin Moyu said, "I don't ask for any blessings, I just want to have a clear conscience." As he spoke, he drew the talisman and began to draw the formation again. And Yuyan was puzzled, what is Brother Lin going to do? Lin Moyu said, "I want to take a look at the sewage pool." In the reversal of time, he did some small actions, not only in the burial valley, but also in the sewage pool, which also enjoyed the reversal of time. However, because the original energy of the Tao is too strong and the dregs of the Tao are too dirty, the long river of time cannot bear it, so it may not be useful. The formation in the burial valley was activated again, the ground cracked, and a sewage pool appeared before their eyes. Sure enough, the dirty pool had lost the original energy of the avenue and had returned to its original appearance. But similarly, the new seal set by the Sword Emperor has also disappeared, and was replaced by the seal set by the Sword Emperor tens of millions of years ago. This seal has a back door, which was secretly opened by Xian Jinzi, and he can also enter the sewage pool through this back door. The sewage pool at this moment was exactly what Lin Moyu wanted. "I'll go down and take a look." Lin Moyu flew towards the sewage pool, and In Yuyan followed him, smiling and saying, "I'll go down and take a look too." She knew exactly what Lin Moyu wanted to see, which was the so-called essence of the dregs. Although the dregs of the Great Tao and other filth pools are strong, after condensing together they all evolve into the desolate flesh of the Great Tao. Only this filthy pool is the most special. It is unable to evolve into a great beast. All the dregs have been continuously gathered over billions of years and finally formed the essence of dregs. Lin Moyu opened a passage through the formation, entered the sewage pool, and kept diving. He was the one who personally dispersed the original energy of the Great Tao in the sewage pool just now, and he already had a certain understanding of the situation in the sewage pool. At that time, he avoided the dregs in the cesspool and only dispersed the original energy of the Great Tao, and the Sword Emperor obviously did not notice his little trick. The two continued to dive, deeper and deeper, until they reached the bottom of the sewage pool. There is also a seal at the bottom of the sewage pool, which was newly set up by the Sword Emperor. The sewage pool is too deep and is not affected by the reversal of time. This seal prevents new avenue dregs from flowing into the cesspool, but in Lin Moyu's opinion, it won't be long before the avenue dregs pollute the seal. Although the seal cannot be broken, once it is contaminated, the dregs can get in. Therefore, the Sword Emperor's seal is of little use, and it can only last for a few thousand or tens of thousands of years at most. Such a short period of time is too short for the world. Q. This also shows that the Sword Emperor is too confident in himself, even a little conceited. The visibility in the sewage pool was not good, even Lin Moyu and In Yuyan could not see too far. This place is also filled with chaotic forces, and perception is greatly affected. A large number of undead servants spread out in all directions, searching for the essence of the dregs, greatly improving efficiency. Just half an hour later, an undead servant sent back a message. Found it. Lin Moyu immediately took In Yuyan over. In an inconspicuous corner, among countless impurities, a mass of something only the size of a baby's fist was rolling. This massive thing gave off a faint light and a chaotic aura throughout its body. All the dross was gathered in it, but it did not reach the state of extremes leading to the opposite. Instead, it gave people an indescribable feeling of nausea. Given Lin Moyu and In Yuyan's realm, they felt uncomfortable just by looking at it. And Yuyan said, "This thing is dirtier than the wild beast king." And Yuyan was normal, this was the dirtiest thing she had ever seen in her life. It seems that it can not only pollute the avenue, but also pollute the heaven and earth. Lin Moyu said, "It is indeed very dirty, but if it can surpass the limit, it may become the cleanest thing in the world." When it becomes dirty to the extreme and then beyond the limit, the nature will go from one extreme to another. Lin Moyu pondered, I have an idea. I wonder if it's feasible. And Yuyan asked, what idea? Lin Moyu said, I want to push it beyond its limits so that it can cultivate another living being. And Yuyan's face changed drastically. You are going to do this too? And Yuyan looked at Lin Moyu with some concern. She did not object immediately. Based on her understanding of Lin Moyu would not do such a meaningless thing. Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. Of course not, I'm different from them. It's hard to say for sure, it's just an idea at the moment, but I think it's very likely to be realized. And Yuyan didn't say anything. She didn't know whether she should object or not. Her instinct told her to believe Lin Moyu, but what happened tens of millions of years ago told her that it was unrealistic. Lin Moyu has the whole world to compare with, and can clearly see that this world has loopholes and is not perfect. The great Tao beast is an imperfect product. What I want is to repair it and make this world a little more perfect. The idea that suddenly popped up in his mind gave him an idea, and a corresponding plan was born. Fix the loopholes instead of brutally killing all the 793 beasts in Datawang. The wild beasts of the avenue cannot be killed completely. As long as the loopholes remain, the wild beasts of the avenue will continue to emerge. We can only find a way to fix it and make the loophole disappear. And Yuyan couldn't make a decision and looked at Lin Moyu with complicated eyes. Lin Moyu reviewed his plan in his mind and determined that the possibility of realization was very high, so he made a decision directly. Senior, don't worry about it. I have already made a decision on this matter. This seemed to help Yuyan make a decision. And Yuyan said, in that case, let's listen to fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu said, Lin is being sentimental. Senior, please don't do anything for Lin. This matter involves a lot of things and it's not appropriate to do anything for him. What he was about to do involved the entire heaven and earth, and the cause and effect involved were even greater than the matter of swallowing Yuan. If Yuyan were to sow the seeds for herself, she might not be able to withstand the backlash and might even die. And Yuyan was not clear about the interests involved, so Lin Moyu deliberately reminded her. Just as she raised her hand, she heard Lin Moyu say this. And Yuyan stopped immediately. She understood what Lin Moyu meant. What exactly is Brother Lin going to do? Lin Moyu said, if it is really done, then the trouble with the great Tao wild beast will be completely solved, once and for all. And Yuyan's beautiful eyes were shining, and she naturally knew what this meant. This means that the rules of heaven and earth will change. Eternal beings like them will no longer need to guard the Hengguan Mountains, and the Lord of the Great Tao will not need to stay in the ancestral land for most of the time. To the heaven and earth, this is an unimaginable feat. If it can be done, then knocking on the door of eternity is inevitable. But Lin Moyu himself is the master of the Immortal Avenue. As long as his realm is strengthened, he will be able to return naturally and achieve eternity. Therefore, it is not important to Lin Moyu whether he knocks on the door of eternity or not. And Yuyan didn't know that Lin Moyu did this for a purpose. He was studying the evolution of heaven and earth, and once came into contact with the original energy of the great Tao in Yuanshan Mountain and witnessed the scene when heaven and earth were first created. Since the beginning of the evolution of heaven and earth, there have been loopholes, problems, and imperfections everywhere. Afterwards, over the long years, one loophole after another was repaired, and the world became more and more perfect, and more powerful. The existence of the great Tao beast can be said to be the biggest loophole in the world. If it can be repaired, the world will be more powerful. At the same time, Lin Moyu was thinking about another question. This world had no master. If he could become the master of the world, perhaps the situation would be different. But if you want to become the master of heaven and earth, many conditions are required. First of all, you must be recognized by heaven and earth, and then you can talk about other things. If you become the master of heaven and earth, then after you achieve eternity, it should be easy to take the last step. Only Lin Moyu himself knows how complicated his thoughts are. This is not just a plan, but a set of plans, one within another. Divine talismans flew out from Lin Moyu's hands, bringing a strange light to the sewage pool. The divine talismans formed an extremely complex formation, wrapping up the dregs and the essence. The dregs of the avenue in the cesspool were attracted by the formation, quickly flowed over, were absorbed by the formation, and then merged into the essence of the dregs. This ball of waste essence, which is only the size of a baby's fist, was accumulated over billions of years. There should have been a lot of waste essence in the filthy pool, but later a lot of it should have been absorbed by Tianyin, and now there is not much left. The undead servants were still searching, but Lin Moyu was focusing on the piece in front of him. The dregs that originally gathered naturally now had an external force added by Lin Moyu, and the speed of gathering suddenly increased by thousands of times. Coupled with the essence of dregs as a trigger, these dregs quickly turned into traces of essence, making the essence of dregs in the formation more powerful. And Yuyan was amazed. What Lin Moyu was doing was manually cultivating the essence of the dregs. But there is only a limited amount of waste in this sewage pool, and if things continue like this, it will soon be absorbed. The passage between the sewage pool and the underground dregs river has been sealed by the Sword Emperor, and no new dregs can be injected into it. Lin Moyu also cannot bring the dregs and essence to other dirty pools, as other dirty pools will directly use the dregs and essence to evolve into great beasts. And Yuyan looked at the increasingly powerful essence of dregs and the increasingly smaller cesspool of dregs, and for a moment she didn't know what Lin Moching would do next. After Lin Moyu confirmed that there was no problem with his formation, he dived directly down, and Yuyan followed him curiously. Arriving at the bottom of the dirty pool, he touched the seal of the Sword Emperor. In the Sword Emperor's seal, there seemed to be countless sharp swords flowing endlessly. The Sword Emperor's seal is very special. It uses his own avenue, the Avenue of Sword. Lin Moyu moved his mind and the Sword Demon appeared beside him. The sound of swords rang out, and the sky of swords was shrouded in the power of swords. And Yuyan looked at the Sword Demon in amazement, and thought to herself, how come this little guy is so similar to the Sword Emperor? What is similar is not the appearance, but the aura of the Sword Demon. They both control independent sword paths. The difference is that the sword path of the Sword Demon is a copy of the original world, while the sword path of the Sword Emperor comes from the Spirit Demon clan. In comparison, the Sword Demon is more pure and independent. Lin Moyu ordered, see if you can trigger the resonance of the seal. Be careful not to alarm the owner of the seal. The Sword Demon flew down in response and landed right at the seal. He turned into a sword, making a slight sound, and gradually melted into the seal. The Sword Demon disappeared, and he became one of the countless sharp swords in the seal. After a moment, the voice of the Sword Demon came, Master, I have already merged into it. Lin Moyu said, open a passage to the outside world. The Sword Demon immediately took action, and soon a hole appeared on the seal, which went through the inside and outside of the seal. For a moment, a large amount of dregs from the external dark river of dregs continued to pass through the seal and flow into the cesspool from the hole. The sewage pool suddenly has a source of dregs, and there is no need to worry about the problem of insufficient dregs. Lin Moyu was not satisfied. He asked the Sword Demon to open a few more holes. At the same time, he set up a formation in the cave so that the cave could be maintained for a long time. Jian Qi had no idea that the seal he had set up had become riddled with holes and was leaking everywhere. The undead servants sent news that new dregs and essences have been found. The filthy pool has been accumulating dregs since the beginning of the world, and the amount of dregs essence that will eventually form will not be too small. After part of it is eaten by the devouring Yuan, there will still be some left. At this moment, they were all found by Lin Moyu, and these dregs and essences were gathered together, which eventually made the dregs and essences he cultivated more powerful and saved a lot of time. The tattered Sword Emperor's seal continuously sent waste into the filthy pool, which was quickly absorbed by Lin Moyu's formation. Not only that, Lin Moyu also entered the underground river and set up a formation in it. Xian Jinzi couldn't do this back then. His formation will be contaminated by the dregs of the Great Way and eventually lose its effect. But Lin Moyu can. His talismans have been modified and integrated with some rune characteristics of chaotic creatures, so they are not afraid of contamination. In this way, a large amount of dregs in the underground river were forcibly pulled into the sewage pool, providing nutrients for the dregs cultivated by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked at his masterpiece and suddenly said, "If we follow the dark river, we can reach the core of the wilderness." And Yuyin thought for a moment and said, 24 is theoretically possible, but no one has ever done it, and there is no point in doing it. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's not necessarily meaningless. Having one more way is always good." And Yuyin was obviously a little worried at this time. What if the Sword Emperor finds out about what you did? Lin Moyu said, "If he finds out, he won't dare to do anything to me." And Yuyin didn't know where Lin Moyu got his confidence from, but looking at him, he didn't seem to be worried at all about being discovered by the Sword Emperor. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, if I was worried that the Sword Emperor would find out, I wouldn't have restored the Burial Valley." Lin Moyu once didn't know what kind of existence the Spirit Demon Clan was. Because of the mystery, Lin Moyu remained in awe of them. He only knew that their strength was stronger than the eternal existence of the cultivators. 621 great Tao masters had died for this, and those eternal beings did not dare to say anything. But now, Lin Moyu already knew where they came from and witnessed how powerful they were. On the surface, he still maintained respect, but deep down, he no longer took them seriously. In the final analysis, the Spirit Demon Clan is just following orders, and a piece of ice jade cushion is enough to make them dare not touch me. Although they are powerful, just look at the Sword Emperor and you will know that they are definitely stronger than eternity, but still do not exceed the scope of eternity. At least his own great Tao of Destruction palm is enough to give them a headache. Based on these 2 points, Lin Moyu is no longer afraid of offending them. They also cannot give up this world easily, because they have a mission to accomplish. If they do so, their instigators will surely punish them. Giving up is conditional and can only happen if certain conditions are met. It was for various reasons that Lin Moyu dared to restore the Burial Valley. He made it clear that he wanted to do so. If the Sword Emperor had not left, he might have done so in front of him. Now that the Sword Emperor has left, it might as well save his face. No longer dwelling on this question, and Yuyin looked at the Dreg's essence that was gradually becoming stronger and bigger and asked, "How long will it take to cultivate this?" Lin Moyu said, "At the current rate, it will probably take about 100 years. And Yuyin asked, "Are you going to stay here?" Lin Moyu nodded slightly, "Yes, I will stay here to prevent any accidents." "Do you plan to go back?" And Yuyin nodded, "I plan to go back to the avenue to heal my wounds first. I will come back 100 years later to watch your performance." She made a small joke, and Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Okay, I'll invite you to watch the show then." And Yuyin frowned. "We were fellow Taoists at first, then friends, and now we are comrades in arms. You can call me Yuyin from now on." Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, as if he had sensed something, and he replied with a smile, "Okay, Taoist Yuyin, have a safe journey." And Yuyin smiled sweetly and was about to leave but stopped. "By the way, be careful of the human emperor." Lin Moyu said, "The emperor is planning to attack me, right?" And Yuyin asked curiously, "You know?" Lin Moyu said, "He knew it a long time ago, but he was not sure. As for the reason, it was nothing more than my origin technique. But he should be able to figure out that he can't get the origin technique. If he forces it, he may die. If you see the human emperor, please help me bring these 4 words to him." And Yuyin asked, "Which 4 words?" "The secret method of all spirits." Lin Moyu spat out 4 words. And Yuyin did not ask about the specific meaning of these 4 words. "Okay, if I see him, I will definitely bring him here." With that, and Yuyin left the Burial Valley, and returned to her origin. She wanted to heal her wounds, so returning to the main road was the best option. After Yuyin left, Lin Moyu returned to the Burial Valley, guarded the dirty pool, and kept the flowers of the Avenue Company. Although he left the cesspool, his attention was always on the essence of the dregs, paying attention to its every change. Whether your plan will succeed depends on this. At the same time, he continued to comprehend his own avenue, which was not the avenue of immortality, but the avenue of the universe. The world is constantly growing at an astonishing speed. In the process of growing in the world, Lin Moyu can gain a lot. He can further understand the nature of the world. Although the universe is called the world, it is actually on the same level as the world he lives in. It is an independent existence in the chaos. This kind of existence is called a realm by the strong people of certain races and certain times. The names may be different, but the essence is the same. Therefore, through understanding and studying the universe, Lin Moyu can understand the world he lives in and figure out how to become the master of this world. When he first realized that the world was not perfect and lacked a master, he had already had the idea of becoming a landlord. Once the world has a master, all uncontrollable things will change, and many seemingly unsolvable problems can be easily solved. As time went by, Lin Moyu was drinking tea and meditating in the burial valley. The wind blew, causing the flowers of the avenue to sway, and the valley was filled with various fragrances. More than 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. No one has been to the burial valley for more than 20 years. Lin Moyu would occasionally enter the pollution tide when it came, to feel the changes in the world beyond the extreme, and to feel the profound process of the soul evolving from the world. When the beast tide breaks out, if it is too powerful, he will send his undead servants to block some of it, but if it is not strong enough, he will not move. More than 20 years later, the Sacred Heart dressed in white came to the valley. She saw Lin Moyu sitting in the valley, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. It is indeed fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "The tea has just been brewed, come and have a cup." Sheng Xian walked over with a smile. Several times the beast tides were weaker than expected, so I guessed that it was Brother Lin who did it, and it turned out to be true. What is Brother Lin doing in the burial valley? Lin Moyu pointed to the flower of the avenue and said, "Let's keep the company of the predecessors and make some arrangements." Shengxin didn't understand what Lin Moyu meant, but it didn't matter. She squinted her eyes and smiled. "Do you mind if Shengxin disturbs you?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It is a blessing to have fellow Taoist Saint Heart accompany me." For the next 10 years, Sheng Xian stayed with Lin Moyu in the burial valley. Shengxin is good at playing the piano, and the sound of the piano is beautiful and ripples in the valley. The sound of the piano contained a rich life force that nourished the flowers of the avenue. The sea of flowers swayed, and countless shadows appeared above them. Faint applause could be heard cheering for the Sacred Heart. Sheng Xian often discussed the Tao with Lin Moyu. Although their paths were different, they both reached the same destination and gained a lot. Lin Moyu multitasked at the same time, continuing to study his own world, and gained a lot from it. Many gains are gradual and their effects are not apparent at present, but at some point, their effects will become apparent and help Lin Moyu break through. 10 years later, Sheng Xian finally left. She regarded Lin Moyu as a good friend and said she would come back to keep her company when she had time. After 10 years of discussing the Tao together, Sheng Xian had gained more than Lin Moyu. She had a new understanding of the Tao, and Sheng Xian had already digested most of the inheritance left by the former Lord of Life. 8. Today's Holy Heart's cultivation is more profound than before. What has been improved is not necessarily strength, but the understanding of the great Tao. Strength is just a byproduct of realm improvement. Lin Moyu continued his regular life, and the essence of the dregs grew day by day, becoming stronger and stronger. As the essence of the dregs becomes stronger, the cesspool is gradually becoming clearer and seems to be moving in another direction. The cesspool is no longer like a cesspool. Lin Moyu did not deliberately conceal this change. As long as you come to the burial valley, you can see it. As for whether you can understand it, that is another matter. 50 years later, someone came to the burial valley again. Lin Moyu made a cup of good tea. "Human Emperor, come and try Lin's tea." The Emperor laughed and came over, sitting in front of Lin Moyu in a familiar manner, picked up the tea and drank it all, and praised loudly. He looked like an old friend who had known Lin Moyu for many years and was not at all shy. Lin Moyu knew it very well. Now, even if it was just a glass of plain water, the human emperor would praise it as good water. The reason is nothing more than 4 words: the secret method of all spirits. Lin Moyu said, "The Emperor is a little late." The human emperor laughed and said, "That old ghost Jinmu is making trouble, so I went over to deal with him." Among all the eternal beings, the human emperor is one of only 2 people who make plans in the virtual world, which means that his last step is related to the virtual world. As for the other Lord of Time, his plan has failed. But over the years, the human emperor's plan seems to have no effect, and no one knows how he will take this final step. Lin Moyu had some vague guesses, so he used the secret method of all spirits to test whether the human emperor would come. Now it seems that my guess is probably correct. The human emperor has his own calculations, and so does Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, "What does the Emperor of Humanity plan to do with the Emperor Jinmu?" The human emperor did not hide anything this time. "What else can I do? I can't kill him or not. I can only lock him up first. If he hadn't been unwilling to cooperate, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. It should have been a win-win situation, but it had to turn out like this. If I can take this last step, he will naturally be free, but I will not be there at that time. If I fail, then even if I remain silent or perish, he will still be able to regain his freedom, and he will also not be able to find anyone to avenge himself. So, he is doomed to fail to avenge himself." Having said that, the human emperor laughed unscrupulously once again. His laughter was a little crazy. He had been taking the last step for so many years but had not made any progress, and he was more or less heartbroken. The human emperor also realized this and laughed. When one's Tao heart is impacted, one needs to vent occasionally. "Don't blame me, fellow Taoist Lin." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It is better to open up than to block. The emperor's choice is correct." The human emperor drank another cup of tea. "This emperor will not beat around the bush, fellow Taoist Lin. Just be frank, this emperor needs the secret method of the 10,000 spirits." Lin Moyu laughed. "Does the human emperor know what the complete set of the mystical law of all spirits is?" The emperor shook his head. "I don't know." He was honest and didn't make up any words to fool people. He was able to obtain the soul-stealing technique, so it's not surprising that he knew the secret technique of all spirits. But if you want to know the specific content of the Wanling secret method, Lin Moyu bets that he doesn't know. Lin Moyu said, "Among the mysterious techniques of all spirits, there is a technique that is used in conjunction with the soul-stealing technique, called the soul-controlling technique. I think it is what the human emperor needs." After explaining the effect of the spirit control technique, the emperor's eyes sparkled. "Fellow Taoist Lin is right. This is exactly what I want." Lin Moyu said, "Okay, I will just say it straight. The human emperor only needs to help me do one thing. I will give you the spirit control technique." The emperor asked, "What is it?" Lin Moyu said, "Help Lin deal with an unkillable enemy." The emperor raised his eyebrows. "Eternity?" Lin Moyu nodded. "That's right, there's no need to kill it, just put it into silence." The human emperor fell into deep thought, and he began to calculate the gains and losses. It is not easy to deal with eternity. If you fail, you will create a great enemy for yourself. The human emperor suddenly asked, "It's the Lord of Curse, right?" Lin Moyu smiled and said nothing, but the human emperor already knew the answer. He pondered again. The Lord of Curse was not easy to deal with. He was eternity, one of the 8 original avenues when the world was first created. He had lived for countless years, much longer than himself, and it was said that his strength was also quite terrifying. He failed in his last step and fell into silence. Now he has returned and is planning the last step again. The human emperor said, "He is not easy to deal with." To be honest with fellow Taoist Lin, when I discovered that he had left a mark on fellow Taoist Lin's avenue, I knew that he had returned and was even going to deal with fellow Taoist Lin. But I don't know why he wanted to deal with fellow Taoist Lin. I was just curious at the time, so I left a mark on fellow Taoist Lin's path. But I promise that I have never pried into fellow Taoist Lin's privacy. Lin Moyu said, "This matter is in the past and there is no need to mention it again. Let's just say now, he wants to deal with me, and I will deal with him in the same way. I will set up the whole situation and make sure he has nowhere to escape. The human emperor and I will work together to deal with him and should be able to beat him into silence. If successful, Lin will offer his spirit controlling skills to help people take the final step. The last half of the sentence was an irresistible temptation to the human emperor. The last step, which he had been planning and pursuing for countless years, had almost become an obsession. Now the biggest opportunity is in front of him. It depends on whether he dares to choose it. Of course he has another way, which is to capture Lin Moyu and force him to speak out. But the human emperor would not choose this way. Lin Moyu is not easy to deal with. Not to mention anything else, just being able to obtain the secret method of all spirits is already beyond himself. Moreover, Yin Ho was also very afraid of Lin Moyu's great Tao of destroying the world palm. After thinking for a long time, the human emperor asked in a deep voice, "When do you plan to take action, fellow Taoist Lin?" Lin Moyu said, "Lin has some things to do here, and he is hiding in the dark. We have to wait for him to take the initiative. It may take 1,000 years, or 300 to 500 years. He will definitely take action." The human emperor made up his mind, "Okay, then I will wait for news from fellow Taoist Lin." As he spoke, he took out a square piece of jade with a formation engraved on it. Lin Moyu saw that there was a teleportation array inside. The teleportation array was not special. What was special was this jade pong ball. As an array disk, it can directly provide power for the teleportation array and can be carried with you. It is much more convenient to use than ordinary array disks. The human emperor said, "When the time comes, fellow Taoist Lin can directly activate this formation, and I will be there immediately." The human emperor did not stay. It was not easy for him to make this decision, but once he made the decision, he would do it firmly. Lin Moyu was not worried about whether the human emperor would help. Since he had decided to be the enemy of the Lord of Curse, he would definitely go all out. If he could not kill the Lord of Curse in one go, he would be making a big enemy for himself. The human emperor knows the seriousness of the matter, so he will definitely use all his strength, even more ruthless than himself. Moreover, the human emperor wanted to master the art of controlling souls very much. Since he came back from that door, he obtained the art of stealing souls, trapped Emperor Jinmu, and used the art of stealing souls to lay out the entire spiritual realm. Now we are only one step away from the last step. How can we give up? Therefore, the art of controlling spirits is the lifeblood of the human emperor, and it is a condition that the human emperor absolutely cannot refuse. Lin Moyu had already figured out all of this from the moment he asked in Yuyan to deliver the message, and everything was under his control. The human emperor was well aware of this, so he joined the game willingly. As for whether he has the ability to control spirits, the human emperor can naturally tell the real from the fake, and this cannot be deceived. After the human emperor left, Lin Moyu resumed his previous life, gaining enlightenment, observing the world, and cultivating his essence. 100 years is not a long time. For someone at the level of the great Tao Lord, it will just pass in a short period of seclusion. But these 100 years were destined not to be peaceful, as people came in waves. Xingxin came several times, and each time she stayed with Lin Moyu for a while before leaving. She was the master of life and had a lot of things to do. The essence of the dregs is becoming more and more powerful, getting closer and closer to the level that Lin Moyu expected. In the 92nd year, a sword energy rushed into the burial valley, and the sword emperor returned with murderous intent. Lin Moyu poured him a cup of tea as usual. "Senior Sword Emperor, you have been through a lot, but it seems you have gained something." In fact, the Sword Emperor's expression was not looking good at the moment. Lin Moyu could see that he probably had not succeeded, and he just said this casually. The Sword Emperor looked at the burial valley with a strange expression. The burial valley had been destroyed into ruins before, so how did it recover now? And the sewage pool. He turned into a sword light and flew over the filthy pool. He saw the pool gradually becoming clearer and his own seal. This seal is not the one he laid decades ago, but the one he laid tens of millions of years ago. At the same time, across the sewage pool, he felt that there was something wrong with the seal he had set up under the sewage pool. The Sword Emperor realized something was wrong and rushed towards the filthy pool with a changed expression. Lin Moyu just put the teacup on the table, and the bottom of the cup hit the table with a slight sound. Wow! A formation appeared above the filthy pool, and terrifying power rolled out, shocking the Sword Emperor away. This formation was set up by Lin Moyu, who modified Xian Jinzi's formation. It is very powerful. Even if the Sword Emperor wants to force his way in, he will have a hard time. The Sword Emperor stabilized in midair and looked at Lin Moyu unkindly. What did you do? Lin Moyu said, I am going to do an experiment. If it succeeds, I will be able to get rid of the great Tao beast once and for all. The Sword Emperor's expression became increasingly ugly. Those Tao masters tens of millions of years ago had also said similar things. His eyes were cold. Open the formation, I will go down. Lin Moyu refused. No. The Sword Emperor's aura rose violently, the sword rang out, and a road turned into a sharp sword hanging in the air, as if it would chop Lin Moyu into pieces at any time. Lin Moyu said, if Senior Sword Emperor wants to force me, I don't mind fighting him, but you should know my strength. You may not be able to take advantage of me. As he was speaking, the space in the burial valley was distorted, and countless undead servants appeared in the void. At the same time, layers of formations appeared in the burial valley, and each formation was very powerful. Lin Moyu has been here for nearly 100 years, how could he just sit there? While he was attaining enlightenment, he was also transforming the burial valley, using various formations to arm the valley to the teeth. The formation not only covered the entire burial valley, but also part of the land outside the valley. If the Sword Emperor were to fight here again now, the burial valley would not suffer any damage. Lin Moyu doesn't need to do it himself, the formation and undead servants alone are enough to hold off the Sword Emperor for a while. When Lin Moyu faced the Sword Emperor, he not only relied on the Ice Jade prayer mat, but also on his own, strength. The Sword Emperor looked at the overwhelming number of undead servants, thought of Lin Moyu's previous palm strike against Tun Yuan, and realized that he had no advantage. Considering Lin Moyu's mysterious identity, the Sword Emperor's aura suddenly weakened. Lin Moyu said, if you want to talk, come down and have a cup of tea and we can chat. If you don't want to talk, then Senior Sword Emperor, please go back. I will take Senior Sword Emperor back when I finish my work here. The Sword Emperor took a few deep breaths, his body twisted and deformed, and after a while he finally suppressed his anger, and slowly lowered himself to sit opposite Lin Moyu. What are you talking about? Lin Moyu extended his hand and said, let's drink tea first. There's no rush. I'll talk slowly. The Sword Emperor took a sip of tea and put the cup down with a snap. Hurry up and tell me. Lin Moyu said, I am different from those predecessors thousands of years ago. They were exploring and only had an expectation of the results of their experiments, but I have a clear understanding. I know what I am doing, what the results of the experiment are, and what will happen in the end. I know everything very well. The Sword Emperor frowned. How can I trust you with your empty words? Lin Moyu said, whether you believe it or not is up to you. You can't stop me anyway, and I can't call on other spirit demon kings to help me. So why not just stay here and watch the results of my experiment? According to the time, we will be able to see the final results in a few years. The Sword Emperor seemed to be considering Lin Moyu's words, and after a moment he said, then I will take a good look at what you are doing. Lin Moyu said, Senior, you want to see it, but you can't see it for free. Lin has a request. The Sword Emperor snorted coldly, don't go too far. Do you really think that I dare not take action? Lin Moyu shook his head. It's not that you don't dare, but you're not sure. To be honest, I'm definitely not your opponent in a head-on fight, but don't think it's easy. So don't say such things anymore, it just adds to the joke. Lin Moyu repeatedly told the Sword Emperor with words, you won't gain any advantage by fighting me, so don't say this anymore. The more you say it, the more embarrassed you will be. The Sword Emperor gradually cooled down. What do you want? Lin Moyu said, after this incident, help me deal with someone. The Sword Emperor snorted coldly, with your strength, do you still need my help? Suddenly he realized something. You want to deal with eternal existence? Lin Moyu said, yes, an eternal one. The Sword Emperor said, if you can't kill him, why bother to do it? Lin Moyu said, don't ask about the whole story. Yongheng is indeed difficult to kill, but he is not completely unkillable. At least Lin has a way. Once this matter is settled, I will take you through the deadly land and return to the demon spirit tribe. And I can also promise you, Senior, that I will take care of the matter of the yuan swallowing. I guarantee that it will not survive. Lin Moyu made some promises in exchange for the sword being taken out. In his plan, the Sword King is an additional item, not a necessary item. Having the Sword King is just an extra layer of protection, increasing the success rate. The Sword Emperor finally calmed down and whispered, are you sure you can get rid of Tun Yuan? Lin Moyu said, I will definitely do what I promised. I was the one who crippled Tun Yuan, so I can definitely kill him completely. And if you are willing to help me, consider it as Lin I owe you a favor. Regardless of success or failure, Lin I will send you back to the demon spirit tribe. The Sword Emperor thought for a long time, and finally agreed to help Lin Moyu out and deal with it. He is not like the human emperor, who is not afraid of making enemies and does not care even if he fails. The real reason that made him agree was that Lin Moyu promised to take action against Tun Yuan. Although he didn't know why, he always felt that Lin Moyu was too mysterious. That palm strike was so shocking that it completely crippled Tun Yuan. After that, he chased and hunted for nearly 100 years, but was unable to kill the already disabled Tun Yuan. The difference also made the Sword Emperor depressed. The Sword Emperor recounted how he had been chasing Tun Yuan over the years. The two of them were in a stalemate for a long time, one chasing the other. Because of the causal magic weapon given by An Yuyin, the Sword Emperor can easily find Tun Yuan, no matter how Tun Yuan hides. Later, Tun Yuan also realized this and stopped hiding, but fled into Qianwanyuan Mountain. There are a large number of great beasts in Yuanshan, and these great beasts have become food for Tuan Yuan. It seems that Tun Yuan is the natural nemesis of the great Dao wild beast. Even if its strength is not as good as that of the great Dao wild beast, it will still devour the opponent. After devouring some great beasts, Tun Yuan recovered a little. The Sword Emperor caught up with him and injured him again, and Tun Yuan escaped again. He fled into a sewage pool and recovered some of his strength with the help of the pool's power. The Sword Emperor chased him into the cesspool and injured him again, forcing him to flee. They fought and fled like this for more than 100 years. There were thousands of wild beasts in the Yuanshan Mountain, and they were eaten and killed by the two of them. Countless of them were killed or injured, and in the end they still failed to kill Tuan Yuan. The Sword Emperor talked about what happened in the past few years and whispered, Tun Yuan found the dregs of the underground river leading to the inner battlefield and has already sneaked through. I can't chase him through the underground river. He might go straight to a king-level person on the battlefield to our **** him. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, it doesn't matter. Even if he can devour the great Dao wild beast, it will take a long time for him to recover. And even if he can recover, I can still cripple him again. Besides, the wild beast king is not someone you can easily mess with. Before we figure out the role of the yuan swallowing, the wild beast king will not take the initiative to sacrifice himself. If my experiment is successful, maybe even the swallowing of yuan can be solved. The Sword Emperor looked surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Moyu's so-called experiment would have such a great effect. From his initial doubts, he now has some expectations for Lin Moyu's experiment. The Sword Emperor stayed in the burial valley. He did not come to disturb Lin Moyu. He found an empty corner and sat in the air, seemingly falling into a deep sleep. In the 98th year, An Yuyin returned with a gust of fragrant wind. Seeing the Sword Emperor, An Yuyin greeted him with a smile, the Sword Emperor is here too. The injuries have been completely recovered. At this moment, An Yuyin is radiant and graceful, overshadowing all the flowers of the Dao in the Dao Valley. She gave Lin Moyu a look, as if to say, the Sword Emperor didn't take action. Anyone who is not blind can see what the sewage pool has become now. The sewage pool is no longer the same as before. According to the character of the Sword Emperor, he will definitely go down to check it out. Tian Yubaju will fall out with Lin Moyu. Now the Sword Emperor can sit there quietly, which is obviously abnormal. The Sword Emperor just nodded lightly and didn't say much, so Yuyin naturally didn't ask any more questions. She came to sit in front of Lin Moyu. Fellow Taoist Lin, how are you? Lin Moyu said, it's almost done, maybe another year. And Yuyin smiled and said, it seems that I came at the right time. Lin Moyu hummed, it's indeed on time. And Yuyin took out a box and gave it to Lin Moyu. This is the Taoist tea produced in my Tao, Taoist Lin. Please have a taste. Lin Moyu took it without hesitation. Okay. Without saying a word, he changed the tea leaves. After a while, the fragrance filled the air. Lin Moyu couldn't stop praising her. And Yuyin was obviously enjoying it, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. And Yuyin's arrival brought some vitality to the Zhangdao Valley. She chatted with Lin Moyu, telling some stories about her experiences, and Lin Moyu also talked about some past events. Both of them had rich experiences and their stories were very exciting. Although the Sword Emperor did not participate, his ears perked up and he was obviously listening very carefully. Time passed unknowingly, and in the 99th year, the essence of the dregs reached the standard expected by Lin Moyu, 1 year earlier than expected. 9 is the maximum number, 99 years is just right. Lin Moyu suddenly understood, put away the tea table and flew up slowly. One after another, divine talismans flew out and turned into keys to unlock the numerous formations he had set up. The sewage pool was completely exposed, and the aura concealed by the formation rose into the sky. The sewage pool has become extremely clear. It no longer looks like a sewage pool, but more like a clear pool. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. There was a divine light lingering in the pool, as if there were rare treasures in the pool. The Sword Emperor slowly opened his eyes and stared at the filthy pool which had changed drastically, wanting to see what Lin Moyu was doing. Rise! Lin Moyu shouted softly, and the dirty pool began to boil. Water columns shot up into the sky, and a strange stone about half a meter high floated up under the protection of the formation. This is. With the Sword Emperor's knowledge, he naturally recognized at a glance that this was the essence condensed from the dregs. Lin Moyu, for 100 years, the so-called experiments have only solidified the essence of the dregs? The Sword Emperor was puzzled for a moment. This piece of dregs essence was indeed not small, but what was the use of condensing it into something? The essence of dregs is filled with the purest dregs of the great Tao, which can be said to be extremely dirty. In the eyes of the Sword Emperor, it is no worse than that of the Wild Beast Emperor. This kind of thing is just for the cultivators to use. And Yuyin said, in just 100 years, it has grown so big. Lin Moyu said, the effect is okay. With his active intervention, the essence of the dregs condensed over 100 years was at least equivalent to what it would take for nature to condense over 1,000,000 years. He saved 10,000 times the time. But this is not enough. Although it is the essence, it is not enough to reach the extreme. Lin Moyu rearranged a formation to cover the essence of the dregs. He waved out a ball of world-burning fire and activated the formation at the same time, refine. The formation plus the world-burning fire turned into a furnace and began to refine the elixir. The dross and essence began to shrink, and a large amount of impurities were burned away, leaving only the essence of the essence. The essence of the dregs is gradually getting smaller, but its dirtiness is getting deeper. The Sword Emperor's expression changed several times, and he took a few steps back unconsciously. The dregs and essence were too dirty, so dirty that he didn't want to touch them, for fear that he would be contaminated by some strange curse if he touched them. And Yuyin also felt a little uncomfortable, but she did not move and still stood firmly beside Lin Moyu. The half-meter-high essence of dregs was gradually refined to the size of a ball. The essence was completely condensed, but the breath it exuded made the space wail. A terrible curse is spreading. It is not only dirty, but also the strongest poison in the world. Anyone below the Tao realm will die if they take a sniff of it. Even if one is at the Tao realm, one will die if touched. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the avenue of immortality emerged. The power of life and the power of death were simultaneously injected into the refined essence. With the Tao as the guide, things will turn around when they reach their extremes. Lin Moyu let out a low cry, and his path to immortality suddenly reversed 3 times. Using the immortal avenue as an introduction, the essence of the dregs that have already reached the extreme can truly surpass the limit and achieve the opposite result. Everything Lin Moyu did was within the rules of heaven and earth and did not go beyond the rules. So it is different from what those Tao lords did tens of millions of years ago. What they did was actually breaking the rules. Because the spirit monsters are not creatures of this world, using the power of foreign creatures to transform the sewage pool will naturally break the rules, so it would be strange if there were no problems with the things that were born. After the essence of dregs exceeded the limit, a miraculous change occurred. All the dregs disappeared and it became extremely pure, as if it was the cleanest thing in the world, without a doubt. From the dirtiest to the cleanest, this is the principle of extremes, going from one extreme to another. If there is no one to control it, after the transformation to the opposite extreme, this mass of extremely pure matter will gradually dissipate under the influence of the Earth's rules. But now 690 doesn't know how to do it, and Lin Moyu has only completed half of what he wants to do. The fire that burns the world is taken back and replaced by the fire of the soul. Lin Moyu was refining this flawless object like refining a weapon. A great beast appeared in the soul fire. This beast was pure in body and only the size of a palm, but the aura of power it exuded was astonishing, much stronger than ordinary great beasts. He is like the opposite of other great beasts, pure and pure. The refined little beast let out a soft moan, and the sound was as clean and clear as his body. The small body has a pair of bright big eyes, which are also clean and cute, and are very lovable. And Yuyin narrowed her eyes slightly. She saw through the appearance and saw the essence. She whispered, "This beast has no soul?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes, he has no soul, so he cannot be considered a real living being, and he will not be contaminated by the power of the wilderness. On the contrary, he evolved from the dirtiest impurities of the avenue, and he has the ability to absorb and purify the impurities of the avenue." And Yuyan's eyes lit up slightly. "Can this little beast also devour the great Tao wild beast?" Lin Moyu said, "To be precise, it is purification. He can purify the dirt of the great Tao wild beast and turn it into his power. It looks very similar to devouring, but it is actually different. Tuan Yuan is a wild beast that devours the avenue. As it devours more and more, it itself becomes polluted, becomes filthy, and becomes more and more violent. However, the little beast created by Lin Moyu can purify the filth of the wild beasts on the road. In addition, it has no soul and will not be affected. In essence, it is not a real living being, but a thing that is half living being and half magic weapon." The Sword Emperor also saw the clues, "So what are you going to do next?" Lin Moyu said, "Just let him play freely." As he spoke, he moved his mind and the little beast in his hand flew into the sewage pool, drilled directly to the bottom, and sneaked into the underground river of dregs through the passage at the bottom. Wherever the little beast passed, the dirty underground rivers were purified. Lin Moyu said, "It will follow the dregs underground river into the various sewage pools, purify the sewage pools, and purify the wild beasts on the road. Maybe the speed won't be too fast at the beginning, but as long as we give him time, the great Tao wild beast will be completely eliminated in the end." There was a gleam in Yuyan's beautiful eyes, and she looked at Lin Moyu with admiration. The problem that they had been unable to solve for many years was solved by Lin Moyu from the root. The great Tao wild beast dragged them, the great Tao lords and eternity, and had to stay here. I think it won't be long before their mission is over. Not only their mission was over, in Lin Moyu's opinion, the mission of the Spirit Demon Clan was also about to end. He looked at the Sword Emperor. "Senior Sword Emperor, what do you think of this result?" The Sword Emperor pretended to be deep and said, "Not bad. Your approach is indeed beyond my expectations." Lin Moyu knew that he wanted to save face, so he didn't dwell on it too much. "Does the Sword Emperor's promise to Lin still count?" The Sword Emperor said, "What I promised will count, and you should also do what you promised." Lin Moyu said, "Of course, I always keep my word." And Yu Yin whispered, "I can help you too." She had already learned from the human emperor that Lin Moyu was going to deal with the Lord of Curse, and this time she came here to help Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, "I will contact you then. I have already completed the layout. The rest depends on when that guy will make his move." And Yu Yin said, "Okay, I will be in the Burial Valley, waiting for your news. After 100 years, I finally got what I wanted and gave birth to this soulless beast. I will use it to deal with the wild beast on the road, and leave the rest to time." Then it was the turn of the Lord of Curses. The Lord of Curses had been plotting against Lin Moyu for many years. He hid in the dark, waiting for his chance. Lin Moyu is also calculating against the Lord of Curses. In terms of calculation, the Lord of Curses seems to be very strong, but he is too cautious. Being overly careful is his weakness. After Lin Moyu cleared the marks he left behind and got rid of his surveillance, he began to plan how to deal with him. He is not like the Lord of Curses. Once he attacks, he will kill the opponent with one blow and will never give the opponent any chance. The problem now is how to lure the Lord of Curse into action. He has to create an opportunity to lure the Lord of Curse into action. After leaving the Burial Valley, Lin Moyu used himself as bait and returned to the Taoist temple. The human emperor opened the formation for Lin Moyu. Sheng Xian had already told the human emperor what Lin Moyu had done over the years and how he had single-handedly blocked most of the wild beasts. Although the human emperor didn't quite believe it, Shengxin's words were so convincing that he couldn't help but believe it. Even when Lin Moyu came back, the human emperor said thank you for his hard work. I returned to the Taoist temple and went to look for Shengxin, who was in seclusion refining the elixir. Afterwards, Lin Moyu looked for the master of the formation. When he saw Lin Moyu, the master of the formation whispered, "The formation you want has been set up." Lin Moyu said, "Okay, this is the formation inheritance left by Xinyu Xianjinzi." The master of the array Dao took it and looked at it, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "Fellow Daoist Lin, are you really willing to give this to me?" Lin Moyu said, "I was originally planning to give it to you, senior, but it took some time. Please don't blame me." The master of formation has been obsessed with formations all his life, and Xianjinzi's inheritance of Tao is like a treasure to him. Also, when Lin Moyu forced him to go to Qingdao Cliff to set up the formation, he was reluctant at first, but later as the formation was arranged, his understanding of the formation deepened. After that, he did not bear much grudge against Lin Moyu. Instead, he felt somewhat grateful for the formation information that Lin Moyu gave him. 1.7 This subtle psychological change was not even noticed by Zhen Daoji himself. He didn't realize at all that he no longer hated Lin Moyu. He arranged the formation according to Lin Moyu's request and waited for Lin Moyu to come back. This was a great surprise for him. The master of formation Dao whispered, "I'll remember this. If you have any instructions, please let me know." Lin Moyu said, "I don't have any instructions. Senior, you have worked hard these years. When the matter of the great Dao wild beast is completely resolved in the future, you can also focus on the art of formation." Without further explanation, Lin Moyu said goodbye and left. Along the way, many people in the main hall greeted Lin Moyu with a very good attitude. The Sacred Heart has spread the news of what Lin Moyu has done, and that Lin Moyu had passed on so much inheritance to everyone before, and they are all grateful for Lin Moyu's selflessness. Unconsciously, Lin Moyu has gained the respect of everyone. After walking around the Taoist temple, Lin Moyu left again. This time, he wanted to create an opportunity to attract the Lord of Curse. The key is that he doesn't know where the Lord of Curse is or when he will take action, so he can only guess. Lin Moyu's heart is like a time mirror. He knows what the Lord of Curse cares about most and what he worries about most. What the Lord of Curses cared about most was naturally his own body. At that time, he had just become a Taoist master, and in the eyes of the Lord of Curses, his body was not good enough. But Lin Moyu felt that he was not ready yet and was afraid of failure, so he did not take action. Now that he has become the master of the great Tao, his body has become stronger, but his experience has also increased significantly. The Lord of Curse has also been preparing over the years, and must be more prepared than before, but there is still a problem, that is, as he becomes stronger, his confidence will naturally decrease. This is an irreconcilable contradiction. His growth rate is much faster than that of ordinary people, and seems to have exceeded the control of the Lord of Curse. The Lord of Curses would certainly be anxious. What if one day I were to surpass his imagination and achieve eternity in one fell swoop? Once he achieves eternity and returns to the great Tao, his plan will be declared bankrupt and he will no longer have any chance. Then it would be almost impossible for him to take this last step. But the faster he cultivated, the more the Lord of Curse felt that he had unlimited potential, and the more he wanted to occupy his body. So Lin Moyu calculated that the Lord of Curse would definitely take action, and it wouldn't take long. Even if he is still not fully prepared, he has to take action, just like a gambler who has to take a chance even when he is not sure. But he was too cautious. What I had to do now was to find a way to attract him and help him make a decision. But how to attract him? Lin Moyu already had a rough plan in mind, but it still needed some time to prepare. Lin Moyu came to Chengdao Cliff, which was a huge cliff. It was formed by a giant mountain range being cut in half by someone. The ground was smooth. The person who cut the cliff was the Lord of Killing. He was one of the only two people who opened the Gate of Eternity after the Gate of Return was closed. It's a pity that he is silent now, probably because he failed in the final step and no one knows where he has gone. Lin Moyu came to the Chengdao Cliff and saw the formation set up by the Master of Formation. He glanced around, taking in all the details of the formation in his mind. The formation was arranged quite well, not as perfect as his own, but at least it could be used. The formation that Lin Moyu asked the Master of Formation to set up was only the outer part of the entire formation. The real core had to be done by him personally. Lin Moyu stayed in the Chengdao Cliff for a few days, carefully feeling the aura in the cliff. The cliff that was cut open by the Lord of Slaughter still carried the Lord of Slaughter's indomitable killing intent. He achieved enlightenment through killing, and no one knows how many wild beasts he has slaughtered. His fighting power for the purpose of killing is very strong. If he were there, the pressure on practitioners in the Hengguan Mountains would be much less. A few days later, Lin Moyu left Chengdao Cliff and headed for Jidao Mountain. There are 3 scenic spots outside the battlefield: Burial Valley, Success Cliff, and Silence Valley. Except Chengdao Cliff, which is a happy event, the other 2 places are tragedies. In the Jidao Mountain, many masters of the Great Ways had attacked the Gate of Eternity one after another, but they all ended in failure. It is not safe to attack the Gate of Eternity. You must go all out and leave nothing behind to have a chance of success. In this case, the Lord of the Great Tao will also suffer backlash, and after failure he will be seriously injured at best, or even die. According to records, at least 100 masters of the Great Tao died in Jidao Mountain. They were all once extremely talented people, but ended up like this. There is a sense of meaning in the Jidao Mountain. The obsession of the Lord of the Great Tao still remains, lingering in the mountains all year round. The road is difficult to follow. Only the winners smile, not the losers cry. Lin Moyu felt the sadness in the mountains and couldn't help but sigh. After entering Jidao Mountain, Lin Moyu stopped flying and measured the ground with his feet, as if he was looking for something. On the 3rd day after he left Chengdao Cliff, a divine talisman suddenly appeared at the place where Lin Moyu had originally stood in Chengdao Cliff. The talisman does not glow and is inconspicuous. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it at all. Moreover, the talisman only appeared for a second, and then sank into the earth and disappeared. In every corner of Chengdao Cliff, fist-sized souls appeared. The bottle of powder that Lin Moyu handed to the Master of Formation at that time was refined from the original energy of the Great Tao, and contained a few strands of Lin Moyu's soul. When the powder is scattered all over Chengdao Cliff, it also means that Lin Moyu's soul has spread all over Chengdao Cliff. Now that these souls have been activated, the tiny souls begin to work, completing the last link of this formation, which is also the most core part. The souls moved very quickly and secretly. Even if someone was on Qingya, they might not be able to find it. Lin Moyu himself walked in the Jidao Mountain for several months. He walked around Jidao Mountain again and again, as if he was looking for something, but he never stopped to search. Finally, 6 months after entering Jidao Mountain, Lin Moyu arrived at a place. It is surrounded by 3 mountains, forming a small valley. The small valley was not big, with a diameter of less than 100 meters. Lin Moyu began to set up the formation here. Talismans flew out one after another, and the formation quickly took shape, becoming more and more complicated. Several months passed like this, and an indescribably complex formation was completely completed. Lin Moyu stood in the middle of the formation, acting as the center of the formation. He said loudly, "Today, I, Lin, will try to knock on the door of eternity. If I can achieve enlightenment, this place will be renamed Qingdao Mountain." His voice spread out loudly, spreading throughout Jidao Mountain. But it seemed that these words were spoken to himself, as there was no one else in Jidao Mountain. Lin Moyu's aura rose, and his strength increased to the extreme. With just this level of aura 507, it is impossible to knock on the door of eternity, and it cannot even attract the projection of the place of return. Then Lin Moyu waved his hand and a strange aura rose. The 2 auras quickly merged into one, and the shadow of the place of origin emerged, along with an indescribable gate. Lin Moyu's second paragraph triggered the luck of heaven and earth. Knocking on the door of eternity requires the luck of heaven and earth. He has killed countless great beasts over the years, and the luck of heaven and earth accumulated is magnificent enough. Knocking on the door of eternity exudes endless pressure, as if telling the world how noble his existence is and how inviolable it is. This was the second time Lin Moyu saw the gate of eternity and the first time he saw the carvings on the gate clearly. It was Zhulong. Lin Moyu was a little surprised to find that the figure carved on the gate of eternity was actually Zhulong. The formation under his feet started to work rumblingly, integrating his strength and the luck of heaven and earth, turning it into a heavy punch, and rushing towards the gate of eternity. Boom! The gate of eternity continued to vibrate and squeak, as if it was about to open. However, Lin Moyu vomited blood, his face turned pale, and his breath dropped sharply. Lin Moyu had a solemn expression. He wiped off the blood and did not continue to knock on the door of eternity. The formation slowly stopped, the luck of heaven and earth also dissipated, and the projection of the place of return disappeared. Lin Moyu failed in his knock on the door this time and was slightly injured. But there was a gleam in Lin Moyu's eyes, so that's how it is. When I knock on the door again, it will be the time for me to achieve enlightenment. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered, as if he understood something, and his expression was extremely happy. He looked injured, but he didn't care at all. The sentence "when Lin knocks on the door again, it will be the time for enlightenment" shows that he is full of confidence in knocking on the door of eternity. This time it was just a try, and he would only try it briefly. He had no attachment and did not care about the temptation of the eternal gate at all. This also means that Lin Moyu has an extremely firm heart in the Tao. The reason why many masters of the great ways fell is because they could not resist the temptation of the gate of eternity, and forced themselves to do it and refused to let go, which led to their eventual fall. Everything Lin Moyu showed his wisdom and unshakable heart of Tao. This included finding the place to knock on the door and setting up the formation. After saying this, Lin Moyu left Jidao Mountain without looking back. The formation he had left behind before was still there and had not been removed, as if it would be used next time. This formation is mysterious and complex, and it contains Lin Moyu's understanding of the way of formations. If it were seen by a master of the way of formations, he would definitely regard it as a treasure. After he left, a line of blood suddenly appeared in the sky and then fell to the edge of the formation. The bloodline circled the formation several times, then rushed into the sky again and disappeared. The bloodline is much thinner than a hair, hidden in the halo and difficult to detect. After the bloodline was gone, the core of the formation moved slightly, and a pair of eyes seemed to appear. Lin Moyu, who had already left far away, also smiled at this moment, thinking to himself, "I finally couldn't help it." What he did was naturally to seduce the Lord of Curse. What the Lord of Curses is most worried about now is his own success in reaching eternity and returning to the path of immortality. Once this happens, the purpose of the curse will fail. However, his cultivation speed is different from that of ordinary people, and the Lord of Curse cannot grasp its speed. He may be like other masters of the Avenue, wasting millions of years in this realm without making any progress, or he may reach eternity in a very short time. The Lord of Curse was too cautious. He tried several times but never dared to take real action. So this time, I pretended to knock on the door of eternity to deceive the Lord of Curse. I am about to become enlightened, and if you don't take action it will be too late. Apparently his idea was very successful and indeed attracted the attention of the Lord of Curse. Lin Moyu was thinking in his mind, no matter how prepared you are, you will have to take action. If you don't want to take action, I will force you to take action. After leaving Jidao Mountain, Lin Moyu headed towards Qingdao Cliff. He did not fly fast, but stopped and walked along the way, as if he was observing the scenery. His breath was gradually calming down, and it seemed that he had not yet recovered from the state of knocking on the door of eternity. As his breathing calmed down, a white light appeared on Lin Moyu's body, and the injuries he had suffered before were gradually recovering. Lin Moyu's appearance is that he wants to go to the Cliff of Enlightenment to understand the trajectory of the Lord of Slaughter's enlightenment and gain more experience to prepare for his next knock on the door of eternity. And judging by Lin Moyu's performance, it won't be too long before the next knock on the door comes, maybe in a year or two, or maybe next month. The formation in the Jidao Valley is still there and can be used again at any time. A few days later, Qingdao Cliff appeared in sight. It was at this moment that the sewage tide arrived. The dregs were flying all over the sky, covering the sun and obstructing the view. Filth tide is the most common thing in this area. It comes every once in a while, which is not surprising. But this time, the sewage tide made Lin Moyu feel a little unusual. Finally he made a move. His mind was as clear as a mirror. On the surface, he pretended to know nothing and continued to move forward in the dirty tide. The dirty tide became stronger and began to concentrate on Lin Moyu. Only then did Lin Moyu seem to notice something was wrong. Who? A low shout rang out, and a huge force swept out, blowing away the filth around. In an instant, a red light suddenly lit up and filled the field of vision. The scarlet light, with a sickening smell of blood, kept drilling into the soul. Below the Tao realm, just smelling this scent would damage one's cultivation. If his cultivation was a little lower, he would probably die on the spot. When one reaches the level of the Lord of Curses, if he wants to destroy the world, he only needs to emit his own aura, which is enough to cause the world to collapse. Lin Moyu keenly discovered that in the red light, in addition to the power of the Lord of Curse itself, there was also a faint breath of the great Tao wild beast. It seems that his last entry into the core of the great wasteland was not completely fruitless. I don't know what he is hiding, so be careful. Lin Moyu never underestimates any opponent, let alone the Lord of Curse. The surroundings were already covered by a red light. Lin Moyu would certainly not sit still and wait for death. He moved his mind and slapped the field with his palm. The great Tao world-destroying palm. The palm print swept across the sky and earth, crushing the red light. A large number of undead servants rushed out, following the palm print and rushing forward, bursting out with all their strength to clear the way for Lin Moyu. The sword demon appeared on Lin Moyu's shoulder, and the great way of sword unfolded. It also turned into a sharp sword to clear the way for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu acted decisively and without hesitation, breaking through first before doing anything else. The red light was crushed, revealing the real body hidden behind it, which was a sea of red blood. The sea of blood boiled, rolling up huge waves, hitting Lin Moyu, trying to prevent Lin Moyu from breaking through. The great Tao's world-destroying palm seal was washed away by the huge waves, and the undead servants were also scattered. The sword demon made a sharp sound of sword and cut through the huge waves, opening up a passage in the sea of blood. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, and the space Taoist demon, the true fire Taoist spirit, and the red blood Taoist demon appeared at the same time. The red blood demon also rolled up huge waves, sweeping towards the sea of blood with the power of corrosive curse. The red tide of the red blood demon and the sea of blood looked very similar, as if they had the same origin. Lin Moyu was very clear that they did have the same origin. The origin of the Lord of Curse is very complicated. Several Eternal Lords do not know it, and Lin Moyu only knows one or two of it. He does have some connection with Red Blood Avenue. The two forces collided with each other, and the Red Blood Taoist demon screamed and kept exerting strength, fighting against the Blood Wave without losing the upper hand. The true Fire Taoist demon's entire body was spewing fire, and the surrounding heaven and earth were also burning with true fire. The true fire ignited the sea of blood, and a muffled groan suddenly came from the sea of blood. The fire of the true Fire Taoist demon burns the true soul. The sea of blood is a part of the Lord of Curse. The true fire burning the sea of blood can also cause damage to the Lord of Curse. The sea of blood retreated a lot under the burning of the true fire. The space demon waved his hand and said, "The space is broken." The space ahead shattered with a loud bang, taking the sea of blood with it. The space demon, Li Zhaohao, used the most direct method to forcibly open up a passage for Lin Moyu. Space transfer. The space demon opened an escape passage, allowing Lin Moyu to cross a long distance in an instant. The sea of blood further away was boiling. The huge force distorted the space, shattered the space channel, and forced Lin Moyu back to reality. But at this moment, the blood sea encirclement has been broken by more than half. The great Tao world-destroying palm. Lin Moyu struck out again, and in an instant, he struck out hundreds of times. Without improving his cultivation, he just relied on his current strength to strike out with all his strength. The power of the Tao-destroying palm has already surpassed that of most Tao masters. Hundreds of great Tao world-destroying palms paved the way for Lin Moyu. At the same time, the great Tao of space took action, and the sword demon was instantly teleported back from afar. Countless undead servants were summoned, and at the same time, they used the great Tao of gold to bless the sword demon. The sword demon transformed into a golden sword, carrying the golden avenue, sharp and unstoppable, and slashed towards the sea of blood. The blood sea was finally opened up, and Lin Moyu turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the passage. There was a roar from the sea of blood. Now that the Lord of Curse had already taken action, it was impossible for him to give up. The boiling sea of blood chased Lin Moyu all the way. Although the sea of blood was huge, its speed was astonishingly fast, faster than Lin Moyu, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. There was a hint of panic in Lin Moyu's eyes, and his expression was solemn. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the direction Lin Moyu was heading was exactly the Qingdao cliff not far away. "You can't escape." The voice of the Lord of Curses resounded between heaven and earth. His voice turned into thunder of the 9 heavens, echoing throughout most of the outer battlefield. In the Tao Lord Hall, many Tao Lords looked up at the same time. They vaguely saw a sea of blood boiling, and then heard the voice of the Lord of Curses. Everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, as if something heavy was pressing down on their souls, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. It exists forever. Who are you hunting? It's making such a big noise. Do you want to go and have a look? The masters of the great Tao discussed endlessly, but no one took any action. If there really is an eternal being fighting with humans, and they go to watch, they might be affected. The masters of the Great Way all cherish their lives and will not do such things. The master of the formation drew a divine symbol, and a formation suddenly took shape. I have set up a surveillance formation on the battlefield outside. One by one, the formations set up by the master of formations were activated, and various images were transmitted, and finally one was locked on. The picture shows the Qingdao Cliff. Outside the Qingdao Cliff, there is a sea of blood. A stream of light flies into Qingdao and disappears. The vast sea of blood also chased to the Qingdao Cliff, and the huge sea of blood almost completely enveloped the Qingdao Cliff. Blood Sea. Eternity, could it be the legendary Lord of Curse? Some people associate the Sea of Blood with the Lord of Curses, who has appeared in some legends and has a great reputation. As soon as he said this, there was an uproar among the crowd. Who is the Lord of Curse going to target? It should be said that no one is worthy of the Lord of Curse's attack. This eternal being will not easily take action. But I think the person who escaped into the enlightenment cliff is the master of the great Tao. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. For an eternal being to deal with the Lord of the Tao, wouldn't that be an easy task? Why could he be allowed to escape? Everyone looked at Qingdao Cliff, wanting to know what was happening inside, but no one dared to go in. The master of the formation's eyes flickered, and he vaguely knew something. There are formations that he personally arranged in the Qingdao Cliff. Those formations were given to him by Lin Moyu, and he gained a lot in the process of arranging them. He could see that those formations were only part of a huge formation, and the core was not given to him. One can also feel that this formation is very powerful. Looking at the projected image, CGDD, the master of the formation suddenly had an idea that this formation was used to deal with the Lord of Curses. It is not the Lord of Curse who is hunting down Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu who is planning to deal with the cursed being. It's impossible to think that a Lord of the Great Tao would plan to deal with an eternal being. But if this formation is strong enough... The master of the formation shuddered, and a chill rose from the depths of his soul. He felt that it was not impossible. At the edge of the battlefield formation, Xing Xian whispered in front of the formation, "Grandpa, let me pass." The shadow of the War Emperor appeared. "No, that's between the Lord of Curse and Lin Moyu. Don't bother with it." Xing Xian looked anxious. "I want to go over and help him, Grandpa. Just open the door." The Emperor of War was determined. "You can't help him if you go, but will only hinder him. Think about it. He has always planned everything he did over the years, and it's hard to say who will win between him and the Lord of Curses." The War Emperor still remembers clearly how Lin Moyu looked confident and calm when facing the Lord of Curse. In his perception, Lin Moyu was even more unfathomable than the curse itself. Sacred Heart said, "But that is eternal." Zhan Huang said, "You have to believe him, these are the words he left for you." As he spoke, Zhan Huang projected a picture, which showed what Lin Moyu said to Zhan Mo when he was on the last level. "Senior Zhan Huang, if anything happens, don't let Xing Xian come out." Lin Moyu's voice came out clearly, and Zhan Huang said, "There are some things he can't say clearly, but you should be able to understand, so just wait here for him to come back." Xing Xian was still anxious. In fact, she knew in her heart that she could not help Lin Moyu in the past. Qingdao Cliff was covered by a sea of blood, thicker than before. The Lord of Curse emerged from the sea of blood with a huge face, a pair of eyes overlooking the entire Qingdao Cliff. "You have no way to escape." Lin Moyu stood on the top of the cliff, looking into the eyes of the Lord of Curses. When the world was first created, the Land of Return was first formed, and the 8 avenues competed for a seat in the Land of Return. At that time, there was a sea of blood between heaven and earth. It was evolved from the first drop of blood when heaven and earth were first formed. The sea of blood also carried the first dregs of the beginning of the Great Tao. You evolved spiritual wisdom from the sea of blood, and then comprehended the Great Tao of Curse, becoming the master of the Great Tao of Curse, and then becoming an eternal being. This sea of blood is your true body and your greatest support. As long as the sea of blood does not perish, you will not die. And the blood sea is vast and boundless, covering hundreds of worlds and breaking through the boundaries of reality and illusion, so you are not afraid at all, and your behavior is just like your true self, with dregs and unscrupulous. For countless years, you have left legends in many worlds, causing countless deaths and injuries, and in doing so, you have gained a huge amount of power of faith. Until you tried to take the last step and enter the core of the Great Wasteland, you were blocked by the Great Wild Beast King and were cursed and defeated. Later, you hid in the Black Blood Realm and used the cloning function evolved from the Great Physical Avenue to transfer the curse to the Black Blood people, and then let them clone the Black Blood Realm to bear the curse with the world. After countless years, you finally cleared the curse. During this process, you kept looking for a way to break it. You found many ways and harmed many geniuses, and finally discovered my existence. You know that I am the reincarnation of the Immortal Lord. My body is special, and the Immortal Tao is also special. So you want to borrow my body and my Tao to step into the core of the Great Wasteland again to help you take the last step. Lin Moyu tells the life of the Lord of Curse like telling a story. The Lord of Curses said coldly, I didn't expect you to know so much. Where did you know these things? The long river of time? Even the Lord of Time cannot see my methods. Lin Moyu did not hide it. The long river of time records your past. You are too confident and rarely erase what you have done. You just concealed it a little. Can you hide it from the Lord of Time? But it cannot hide from the Spirit of Time. The Spirit of Time has recorded everything you have done. Even if your information is gone in the long river of time, it still exists in the memory of the Spirit of Time. Lin Moyu chatted with the Spirit of Time for a long time, and learned the true identity and background of the Lord of Curse from the Spirit of Time. The Spirit of Time has memory. Even if things in the long river of time are gone, its memory still exists. There are only so many eternal beings in the world, and the Spirit of Time will instinctively pay special attention to what happens to them, so it is all recorded. Before chatting with the Spirit of Time, Lin Moyu also chatted with the Lord of Destiny. From the Lord of Destiny, Lin Moyu also learned a lot about the Lord of Curse. After the two sides worked together, most of the situation became clear. The Lord of Curse said coldly, "What's the use of you knowing so much? What's the use of knowing so much?" To others, it is nothing more than knowing a story, but to Lin Moyu, it is not the case. Lin Moyu did not answer, but continued to ask loudly, "In the past, for the power of faith, you caused disasters in thousands of worlds, spread terror, and cast curses to make all living beings fear you. Do you think you did it right?" The Lord of Curses sneered disdainfully, "Are you kidding? How did you cultivate to the Lord of the Great Tao? The blood on your hands is no less than mine. I need the power of faith, but I don't want to manage it. That's too troublesome. I prefer a straightforward way. As for those weak creatures, why should I care about their feelings?" Lin Moyu continued, "The power of faith you have gained is not the real power of faith, but the fear of those creatures towards you. This power of faith contains hatred. Do you feel comfortable using it?" The Lord of Curses was even more disdainful. "What does hatred mean? And this happened many years ago. Those worlds died or were destroyed. What do you want to say? Do you want to be a good person and avenge them? In the past, the worlds that had been drained of their power by the Lord of the Curse basically never had a good outcome. The curse spread and disasters were rampant, and in the end, they either went to destruction or struggled on the brink of death. The curse will be passed down from generation to generation. As long as the master of the curse is still alive, the curse will not disappear. There are thousands of such worlds, with countless living beings in them." Lin Moyu said, "Of course I am not seeking revenge for them, but those creatures will seek revenge for you." The Lord of Curses' disdainful laughter turned crazy. "Are you crazy? They have all been dead for countless years. Moreover, even if those creatures want to come for revenge, do they have the ability to do so? Not to mention them, you will soon become one of them. Why do you think I should listen to all your nonsense? This time is enough for me to completely surround Chengdao Cliff. You should go to hell." At this time, Chengdao Cliff had been completely enveloped by a sea of blood, which was 1,000,000 times more powerful than the previous siege. In the eyes of the Lord of Curses, Lin Moyu had no chance of breaking out. This is also the reason why he is willing to let Lin Moyu listen to nonsense. His body is too big and it takes time to move. Lin Moyu was not panicked. "You are stalling for time, and so am I." He stamped his feet lightly, and in an instant the Chengdao Cliff roared and shook, a strong light burst out from under the ground, and a formation suddenly emerged. This formation was gigantic in scale, starting from thousands of miles away from Chengdao Cliff, connecting the earth to the sky, and enveloping the sea of blood like a giant net. Originally, the blood sea of the Lord of Curse surrounded Lin Moyu, but unexpectedly, Lin Moyu used the formation to counter-encircle him. The formation was activated, and countless great ways emerged between heaven and earth, bringing tremendous power to the formation. The Lord of Curses said in a cold voice, "You plotted against me." Lin Moyu said, "You are an eternal being, and it is very troublesome to deal with you, so I always have to make some preparations. You are stalling for time, and so am I. This formation is quite powerful. The problem is that it takes a long time to activate. The Lord of Curses said coldly, "Do you think that a formation can deal with me?" Lin Moyu said, "It's not enough to just rely on a formation, but this is just the first step." As he said this, he took out the cause-seeking ring. The cause-seeking ring can be used to find causes and consequences, but this is not its only function. The cause-seeking loop has many functions, among which there is one function that Lin Moyu has never used because the backlash is too great, far exceeding the cause-seeking loop. Trace the cause to the effect. Lin Moyu shouted in a low voice, and the Xuanin ring burst into a strong light, shooting into the Minister of the Sea of Blood. He mobilized almost all of his soul power, including the words spoken by the Lord of Curse before, and sent them into the Sea of Blood with the tremendous power of cause and effect. The Lord of Curse said coldly, "What kind of magic weapon is this?" He could tell at a glance that this cause-seeking ring was not simple, and its level was so high that he had never seen it before. Lin Moyu sneered, "A magic weapon that can deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang, and Lin Moyu was shattered to pieces on the spot. The Lord of Curse was stunned. Why did you self-destruct before he even made a move? However, he immediately realized that Lin Moyu was suffering from the backlash of the magic weapon. The backlash could cause a Dao Master to be shattered to pieces on the spot, so the power of this magic weapon must be far beyond imagination. In the purple light, Lin Moyu was reborn, and the Seeking Cause ring officially took effect. Tracing back the cause to the result is the current Lord of Curse. The Lord of Curse is living well. After a period of silence, he was resurrected without suffering any damage. And what he did seemed to go against the rules of heaven and earth without any punishment. This happens because he is strong enough to bear the consequences of his own actions. But now, the cause-seeking loop has brought out all the previous causes and effects, amplified and strengthened them, and they have exploded at the same time. For countless years, everything the Lord of Curses had done, all the causes and consequences, at this moment, turned into terrifying causal forces and erupted completely. The Sea of Blood was boiling. The power of faith that he had once obtained, along with the hatred it contained, turned into attacks one after another, raging in the Sea of Blood. "Please give me flowers." The Lord of Curse screamed, "What did you do? What did you do? Why is this happening?" The Sea of Blood continued to explode, blood waves rose, and the blood was destroyed and evaporated. A large amount of causal power surged in the Sea of Blood, and the causal power turned into black gas, destroying and corroding the Sea of Blood. Lin Moyu sneered, "The cause in the past is the result in the present. Even if you exist forever, you can't escape it. An eternal being cannot even completely break off the cause and effect between himself, or in other words, he simply does not bother to break off the cause and effect between himself and ordinary creatures." The Lord of Curse was conceited, but he didn't know that although many of those worlds collapsed, there were still many creatures in the world that survived the destruction. Generation after generation lived in fear and disaster. Their hatred accumulated from generation to generation, and now it was unknown how deep it was. These forces turned into fear, became the power of faith, and fell on the Lord of Curse, which also contained infinite hatred. Now that the hatred has erupted, Lin Moyu uses the cause-seeking ring to transform the hatred into the power of cause and effect to attack the Lord of Curse. This is the revenge from karma. When Yin and Yang launched the attack, the formation was also fully activated. In an instant, infinite power of the avenue gushed out from the formation, exploding the sea. When the Sea of Blood enveloped the Asking Dao Cliff, it had already wrapped up a number of formations within it. When these formations were activated, it was as if they were activated inside the Sea of Blood. Their power was astonishingly strong. The Lord of Curses screamed even more miserably. The damage he suffered at this moment was unimaginable. If he was not an eternal being, if his true form was not such a vast sea of blood, he might have been injured and silent. The Lord of Curse knew that he had fallen completely into Lin Moyu's trap, and he instinctively wanted to escape. But he found that he couldn't escape at all. He could not open the door to the place of origin, nor could he escape from the net of the formation. "There are other eternities to help you." The Lord of Curse screamed, and only other eternal beings had the power to stop him from returning. Lin Moyu didn't say much. He raised his hand and the statue warriors left behind by the celestial god civilization attacked. They rushed into the sea of blood and began to wreak havoc. Similarly, a large number of undead servants flew out and killed their way into every corner of the sea of blood, also breaking blocks. Lin Moyu's 10 fingers were as fast as lightning, drawing a large number of divine symbols, and shouted in a low voice, "Open!" When the formation was activated to the second stage, its power became even greater, and a large area of the sea of blood was shredded into pieces. Lin Moyu injected a huge amount of death power into the formation, which amplified the death power and corroded the blood sea for a long time. It seemed that Lin Moyu did a lot of movements, but in fact it took less than 10 seconds. The Lord of Curse was subjected to an unimaginable saturation attack within 10 seconds. He reacted and began to fight back while roaring. The boiling sea of blood turned into a giant hand and slapped towards Lin Moyu. The sword demon transformed into a giant sword and blocked Lin Moyu, while the space demon tore open the space and swallowed the attack. The sword demon was slapped away by the blood palm, and the power of the blood palm was greatly reduced and swallowed by the space crack created by the space demon, and did not cause any harm to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu took out a square jade and activated the formation in the jade. The formation was shrouded in light and the human emperor flew out from the light. As soon as the human emperor came out, he launched an attack on the curse without saying a word. He brought the path of destruction and charged into the sea of blood. The avenue of destruction caused the sea of blood to boil, and the previous cause and effect formation had already turned the sea of blood upside down. The power of the Lord of Curse was no longer as strong as it was in his heyday. The Lord of Curses was tricked by Lin Moyu, and was very angry after being injured. Now that he was targeted by the human emperor, he took out all his anger on him. "Human emperor, you are my enemy. I will kill you." The Lord of Curses roared, and countless curse powers boiled over, transforming into thousands of attacks that bombarded the human emperor. The human emperor fought a fierce battle with the Lord of Curse in the Sea of Blood, and the Lin Moyu formation continued to sweep and destroy the Sea of Blood. It is not easy to kill the Lord of Curse. The Sea of Blood is his body. If the Sea of Blood cannot be cleaned up, he cannot be killed at all. He is not the Wild Beast King, and the current Lord of Curse is not the Lord of Curse of the past. When the Lord of the Curse entered the Great Wasteland, he knew what he was facing, so he went all out and entered with his true body. But now, the Lord of Curse may not use his entire true body to deal with himself. Perhaps in some corner of the world, there is a sea of blood of the Lord of Curse hidden. Even the God of Light is capable of such a thing as a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows, let alone the cursed creature, who is a spirit. Lin Moyu once again started the search for causes, searching for causes and consequences. He used the seeking ring to search for the Sea of Blood where the Lord of Curse had hidden. With a bang, his body exploded again. The backlash of Sun Ain Wan was still so powerful that Lin Moyu couldn't stop it at all. But with new students around, Lin Moyu didn't care if he died a few times. After the backlash, the Seeking Cause ring quickly took effect, emitting dozens of rays of light. Each ray of light fell on a different area, tearing out channels in the void, and behind the channels were different scenes. Some are in the real world, some are in the virtual world, and some are hidden in the core of a certain world. Without exception, there was a sea of blood in every place, a total of 39. Others have 3 burrows, but you have 39 burrows. You are really good at hiding. The Lord of Curse left a total of 39 clones in various hidden corners. As long as at least one of them is not killed, he can recover in a very short time even if he is beaten into silence. If all these clones were destroyed, his recovery would be much slower, but he still could not be killed. Unless the cursed avenue in the land of origin is destroyed, the curse will eventually be restored. Lin Moyu took out the cause and effect crystal to contact An Yuyin. And Yuyin was already outside the Qingdao cliff. When she heard Lin Moyu's call, she immediately rushed in. Lin Moyu pointed at the 5 Blood Sea clones hidden inside the world and said, "I'll leave these 5 to you to deal with. Don't harm the world." If he were to destroy the 5 seas of blood, the entire world would be shattered. It would not be a big deal, but he did not want to bear the consequences. If Nguyen took action, with her identity as the Lord of Karma, she could naturally destroy the Sea of Blood without harming the world. And Nguyen also understood this principle, and took action immediately, using the power of cause and effect to wipe out the Sea of Blood. The power of cause and effect has infinite uses. And Nguyen determined the result that would destroy the Sea of Blood, and then used the power of cause and effect to detonate this result. The effect was good, and the sea was being worn away quickly. In order not to hurt the world, and Nguyen acted very carefully. Lin Moyu was much simpler and more brutal. His aura rose and he directly broke through the Tao Lord realm and stepped into the level of half-step transcendence. The Great Tao World-Destroying Palm. The real Great Tao World-Destroying Palm, with the power of destruction, rushed into the passage created by the Xuan'an Ring and reached the Sea of Blood. The Blood Sea clone of the Lord of Curses shattered under the Great Tao World-Destroying Palm, and Lin Moyu killed it thoroughly. If one palm was not enough, he would use 2 or 3 palms, until the Seeking Cause ring automatically closed the channel. The body exploded and was reborn in the purple light. Lin Moyu repeatedly used the Great Tao Destroying Palm to completely destroy the clone of the Cursed Purpose. Sensing that his clone had been destroyed, the Lord of Curses became anxious and angry. He roared repeatedly while fighting the human emperor. "I want you dead." Creating an avatar is not an easy task for him. This kind of avatar is like inheritance, which requires many conditions to create. Over the years, he has only created 39. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu is now destroying it. How can I tolerate this? Amid the roar, the Lord of Curses finally transformed into a phantom. This was a guy who looked neither human nor inhuman, with a curse all over his body like a wild beast. He roared and repelled the human emperor, and rushed towards Lin Moyu and Nguyen. And Nguyen's expression changed, but Lin Moyu said, "It doesn't matter, he can't come over." As soon as the words fell, a sharp sword flew from the side and stopped steadily in front of Lin Moyu. At the same time, the Sword Emperor appeared next to the sharp sword, and the sword slashed out endless sword energy. The Lord of Curse was swept by the sword energy, shattered into pieces with screams, and turned into blood rain that fell to the ground. The Lord of Curse once again condensed in the Sea of Blood, and he roared, "Spiritual Demon King, why do you want to interfere in this matter?" The Sword Emperor snorted coldly, "This is my business, you have no right to interfere." The Lord of Curses stared at Lin Moyu fiercely, "I really underestimated you, but do you think you can kill me like this? Dream on." Heaven and Earth Death Curse. The heaven and earth roared, a terrifying force descended, the cursed avenue emerged, and bursts of brilliant light burst out, while at the same time, bursts of stench rolled in from the south. The power of the curse avenue evolved into the word death and pressed towards Lin Moyu. And Nguyen's face changed, he activated the origin of the Great Tao and cast a death curse on you. She was a little anxious. Under the death curse, no one could survive except eternal existence. Even if Lin Moyu had the ability to resurrect, the death curse would not disappear. No matter how many times Lin Moyu was resurrected, the death curse would follow closely. But once the death curse is released, Lin Moyu will die and his body will be destroyed. The Lord of Curse was also forced into a corner, and he planned to abandon Lin Moyu's body. Don't worry. Lin Moyu 0.6 with a thought, the rebellious demon appeared and waved his little hand on the word death. The word death immediately flies back, and the Nidao monster can reverse actions and many attacks. But it was still a little difficult for the rebellious demon to fight against the cursed avenue, and he was overwhelmed by one blow. The Lord of Curse was stunned at this moment. He couldn't understand what Lin Moyu did and why his curse flew away backwards. The great ways of positive and negative are too rare, even the Lord of Curses has never seen them, and he has no time to think about them. Come and die. With a roar, the human emperor rushed over, driving the power of destruction to attack the curse again. The human emperor used all his strength, the avenue of destruction roared, and a large amount of blood sea was destroyed. The sword emperor also took action, with thousands of swords flying simultaneously, shattering large amounts of sea blood. Seeing this, and Yuyan continued to speed up the destruction of the Curse Master's clones, and Lin Moyu also did not stop for a moment, destroying the remaining clones. The Lord of Curse was entangled by the Human Emperor and the Sword Emperor, roaring incessantly but unable to do anything. The Lord of Curses attained enlightenment very early and is extremely powerful. Even the Human Emperor and Yuyan, who are both eternal beings, are wary of him. If they fight alone, neither of them may be a match for the Lord of Curse. But now it is not a one-on-one fight, but a group fight, and there is also Jian Peng who is stronger than him. Under the dual suppression of the Sword Emperor and the Human Emperor, the Lord of Curse had no power to fight back and could only barely defend himself. At this time, the Lord of Curses had already begun to think of retreating, but due to the interference of the Human Emperor and the siege of Lin Moyu's formation, he could not return to his place of origin. In the end, the Lord of Curses watched Lin Moyu and Yuyan destroy all 39 clones that he had worked so hard to create. His anger had reached its peak, and when his clones were destroyed, the Lord of Curses went completely crazy. "I want you all to die, all of you." The Lord of Curses roared, and the Curse Avenue was filled with red light. The smell of blood increased rapidly and enveloped the sky and the earth. For a moment, the entire battlefield, the Taoist Palace, the Hengduan Mountains, and the vast wasteland were all shrouded in red light. The sea of blood was boiling, and gaps between heaven and earth were opened up by an unknown force, a total of 39 gaps, which was exactly 26, the number of the 39 clones he left behind. The gap led directly to the locations of the 39 clones he had left behind, and a red light returned from the space where those clones were. Lin Moyu saw that these were wisps of soul left by the Lord of Curse and his clone. He not only left 39 clones, but also left 39 souls outside. Moreover, the clones and souls were not in the same place, and there was some distance between them. The Lord of Curses was more cautious than Lin Moyu expected. He didn't expect that there was a soul besides the clone. He was really careful enough and so afraid of death. But on the other hand, we can also think that this was his preparation for his final step, but now it has been destroyed by himself. The Lord of Curse went completely crazy and took back all 39 souls. At this moment, his soul became complete and his fighting power recovered to its peak. The sea of blood boiled even more violently, and the formation roared, as if it was about to explode by the sea of blood. One after another, divine runes sank and floated in the sea of blood, and then exploded. Lin Moyu drew a large number of divine runes and added them to the formation to make it stable again. And Yuyan raised her palm upwards, fruit of injury. Wrapped in the avenue of cause and effect, and Yuyan began to plant fruits. What she planted were fruits of injury. Once the fruits were planted, the Lord of the Curse would inevitably be injured. The reason was not important. The fruit of injury was planted quickly, and the fruit bloomed and then turned into nothingness. The sea of blood stopped for a moment, then screams were heard and the breath of the Lord of Curse dropped sharply. At this moment, and Yuyan also groaned, her body trembled, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. The law of cause and effect backfired and she was also injured. This is the law of cause and effect, a very unreasonable law. But the law of cause and effect also has its limitations. Any result has a price to pay, and the more outrageous the result, the higher the price. The fruit of injury that Yuyan planted at this time can hurt the Lord of Curse, but she also has to bear the backlash brought by this fruit and will be injured as well. She did not sow the seeds of death, unless she herself did not want to live anymore and everyone died together. As the master of the Tao of cause and effect, and Yuyan is very terrifying once she fights desperately. Even if she is not strong in combat, she can drag others to death with her. Lin Moyu used all his strength to heal Yuyan's injuries and gave her several spiritual flowers. And Yuyan took the spiritual flower with a smile on her face, but did not use it immediately. The bright red on the corner of her mouth was very stunning. She didn't stop and continued to plant fruits. Lin Moyu said, "Don't plant anymore. It's too late." And Yuyan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." At this moment, she was glowing all over, dazzling and brilliant. The fruit of bad luck. The fruit of chaos. and Yuyin planted 2 fruits in her left and right hands. The fruit of decline can make the curse master's luck decline and fall into an unspeakable state. Nothing can go smoothly, and the movements will become slow. The fruit of chaos can affect the mind of the Lord of Curse, causing it to become confused. The 2 fruits bloomed at the same time, and the Lord of Curse was affected and roared again. At the same time, and Yuyin was also attacked by the avenue. However, these 2 fruits were not very powerful and did not cause much real damage, so the backlash Yuyin suffered was not that strong either. Bloodbath the world. The sea of blood boiled as the Lord of Curses roared, and the mighty blood wave forced the Sword Emperor and the Human Emperor to retreat. The sea of blood turned into torrential rain that fell from the sky, evolving into countless tornadoes that seemed to wash away the entire heaven and earth. The statues of the previous divine civilization sank and floated in the sea of blood. They lost their vitality and no longer had any fighting power. Although the statue is powerful, it is still a little inferior to the Lord of Curse. The undead servants rushed out, and the densely packed undead servants used all their strength to blast away the attacking sea of blood. The sea of blood exploded, turning into countless bloody men, who started fighting with the undead servants. The Human Emperor and the Sword Emperor fought back again and continued to fight the Lord of Curse. Lin Moyu could see that the Human Emperor had used his full strength, but the Sword Emperor had not. But this is also normal. The Human Emperor does it for himself, but the Sword Emperor does not. Lin Moyu had expected this to happen early on, but he did not ask too much of the Sword Emperor, as long as he could hold back the Lord of Curse. He continued to draw divine symbols, which merged into the Chengdao cliff and became one with the formation he had set up before. The formation became stronger and stronger, and the killing aura became heavier. He had set up 3 levels of formations on the Cliff of Enlightenment. The first and outermost level, but the one that required the most work, was given to the Master of Formations to complete. It took the Master of Formation more than 70 years to complete this step. If he did it himself, it would take at least 20 years, and he would be discovered by the cursed creature in the process. The second step is to perfect the formation and integrate the formations arranged by the Master of Formation. This step was relatively quick, and it took Lin Moyu nearly a year, 143, and he completed it through strands of his own clones. The formations set up in the front and back steps are mainly to trap the Lord of Curse. The third step is also the core of the entire formation. Once the third step is completed, the entire formation will change from a trapping formation to a killing formation. But this step is the most difficult and cannot be accomplished by clones alone. Lin Moyu needs to do it personally. So after the war began, he was always multitasking, constantly setting up formations in his soul hand. Now the formation is finally about to be completed, and the real murderous intention of Lin Moyu's layout has arrived. It is difficult to kill the Lord of Curse. The best you can do is to silence him. But it is also not easy to beat him into silence. If you simply kill him, the Lord of Curse will naturally return to his place of origin under the rules of heaven and earth and be reborn in the great Tao. In this way, in 100,000 years at most, or 100,000 to 20,000 years at least, the Lord of Curse will be able to come back. What Lin Moyu wanted was to beat him so hard that he wouldn't be able to recover for millions of years. More than 100,000 talismans flew out, and the last step of the formation was finally completed. The great formation in the Chengdao cliff suddenly changed, transforming from a trapping formation into a killing formation. A murderous aura rose into the sky, a killing array broke out, and a sea of blood was strangled. At the same time, a terrifying figure appeared in the air. Lin Moyu was startled. The land of slaughter. Then Lin Moyu looked at the Human Emperor with a complicated look that contained many meanings. The Human Emperor also looked at the Lord of Slaughter, who suddenly appeared, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The Cliff of Enlightenment is the place where the Lord of Slaughter attained enlightenment. His will, an eternal will that will last for billions of years, remains here. Lin Moyu now used the killing array. The murderous aura was overwhelming, and he drew out the will of the Lord of Killing. As soon as the Lord of Slaughter's will came out, it locked onto the Human Emperor, as if he had seen his mortal enemy, and killed him silently. The human emperor snorted coldly, temporarily letting the Lord of Curse go, and fought with the will of killing. Although the Lord of Slaughter only has will, his will is strong enough to fight with the human emperor. This scene was a bit surprising. And Yuyan asked curiously, how could this happen? I'll tell you later. Lin Moyu knew it very well. He knew it the moment the killing life appeared. Lin Moyu said loudly, Sword Emperor, don't let him escape. The Sword Emperor snorted as a reply, and the sword in his hand became several points stronger. Now that the human emperor is no longer there to share the burden, he naturally has to experience more. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and pushed the formation to its extreme, continuing to strangle the sea of blood. In order to completely silence the Lord of Curse, he had to strangle the sea of blood completely first. The formation roared and exploded continuously, and the sea of blood was quickly strangled and gradually shrank. Without the entanglement of the human emperor, the Lord of Curses saw hope again. He drove the sea of blood to roll up huge waves, and once again repelled the Sword Emperor, trying to break through the formation and escape to heaven. How could Lin Moyu do as he wished, rebel against the Tao and disrupt the Lord of Curse? Previously, the Lord of Curses was affected by the fruit of chaos, and his thinking was already a little confused. Now, under the influence of the rebellious demon, his thoughts have become even more confused. The Lord of the Curse simply stopped thinking about it and left it to Binyu to deal with. He was born with a sea of blood and had a strong fighting instinct. When he was affected by the rebellious demon, the sea of blood suddenly turned into sharp arrows and flew backwards. A road appeared in the originally empty void, which was the positive and negative road of the rebellious demon. The rain of arrows forced its way out of the road and bombarded it, causing cracks to appear on the road. The rebellious demon screamed, his aura dropped sharply, and a red light came out of his body, obviously cursed. In the blink of an eye, the rebellious demon had lost its strength, and Lin Moyu waved his hand to take it back. The Lord of Curse completed the curse attack through the avenue of the rebellious demon, making the rebellious demon lose his combat experience. Without the influence of the rebellious demon, the Lord of Curses roared and charged again. At this moment, the other Taoist demons attacked at the same time. The sword demon turned into a sharp sword and slashed forward. The undead servants provided the sword demon with golden power, making the sword even sharper. A sword slashed into the sea of blood, leaving a big hole in it. Suddenly, a big hand emerged from the sea of blood and grabbed the sword demon tightly. The sword demon struggled frantically to break free from the sea of blood, but his body was already stained with blood and his breath was rapidly weakening. The whole world is cursed. The voice of the Lord of Curses rose loudly, and the sea of blood reflected a red light. Under the shining light, the history of curses was everywhere. The true fire Taoist demon, the red blood Taoist demon, and the space Taoist demon were all affected, and their combat power was greatly reduced. Suddenly, a pair of giant eyes appeared in the void, and Zhulong came. Zhulong glanced at Lin Moyu with complicated eyes. Before he could speak, Lin Moyu spoke first. You can settle my account later, I will do my work first. Lin Moyu knew that he would inevitably be punished by heaven if he used the Taoist demons to fight in this way, and he was dealing with an eternal being. Zhulong can control the heavenly punishment to a certain extent, so Lin Moyu discussed it with him and decided to punish him later. After a moment, Zhulong's voice sounded, okay. Zhulong disappeared and left temporarily. A simple word good was enough to show that Lin Moyu and Zhulong were very familiar with each other. The Lord of Curses forced the Taoist demons to retreat and continued to break out. Lin Moyu whispered, you can't escape. With a touch of his finger, the void twisted, magma rolled, and a hell descended. Skeleton hell. It has been a long time since I used this magic. The skeleton hell is now an important part of the universe. The undead in the universe will enter the skeleton hell after death and then reincarnate. The skeleton hell also continued to grow stronger during this process. These dead souls more or less contained a trace of their power in life, and became the nourishment of the skeleton hell. Lin Moyu had no idea how strong the skeleton hell was now, but he knew it was not weak. And all its other functions are there, that's enough. The skeleton hell emerged in the sea of blood, and countless evil spirits from hell flew out and gnawed at the sea of blood. The sea of blood contains the power of the Lord of Curse. It is a delicacy and a great tonic for the evil spirits in hell. They were not polite at all, as they devoured the sea of blood with big mouthfuls. Get lost. The Lord of Curse had monitored Lin Moyu for a period of time and knew what the skeleton hell was. With a roar, the sea of blood turned into black iron, trapping the evil spirits of hell inside. The sea of blood squeezed the souls in the hell area into pieces. Not only the evil spirits in hell, but also the hell of bones was squeezed. The netherworld black dragon rushed out, spewing dragon breath from its mouth to melt the black iron, but the black iron was extremely solid and difficult to melt for a while. The netherworld black dragon directly used its head to ram into the black iron, again and again, and the entire sea of blood was shaking. Lin Moyu saw that the current strength of the nether black dragon was close to that of the Lord of the Great Tao. Although it was not too strong, it was still considerable. After all, the skeleton hell hasn't grown for too long, it still needs time. Go to hell. The Lord of Curse roared, and the black iron transformed from the sea of blood became even stronger. It squeezed over with a red light, and the nether black dragon was also crushed. The skeleton hell collapsed on the spot. At the moment when the skeleton hell was attacked, Lin Moyu's soul fell on the Lord of Curse. Skeleton hell completed his mission and successfully locked down the Lord of Curse. The last empty soul essence stone appeared in his hand and then turned into nothingness. Corpses explode. Boom! A terrible explosion occurred in the center of the sea of blood, and a huge hole appeared in the sea of blood, and screams came from the hole. For a moment, the rest of the blood sea became quiet, and the blood warriors evolved from the blood sea also stopped. The undead servant seized the opportunity and killed all the blood warriors. The formation continued to strangle the sea of blood without stopping. Lin Moyu once used the empty soul essence stone to injure the Lord of Time, and now it can be used to injure the Lord of Curse just as well. This corpse of a strange creature from chaos has amazing effects. The Lord of Curse monitored Lin Moyu back then, but he couldn't find out what happened to him in the virtual world, so he didn't know there was such a thing as the empty soul essence cloth. Get money. The Lord of Curses screamed incessantly and only stopped after a few breaths. After the baptism of the exploding corpses, the Lord of Curses' aura became several points weaker than before. The Sword Emperor attacked again, but he still did not use his full strength and continued to just entangle the Lord of Curses. As for killing the Lord of Curse, that is Lin Moyu's priority. Whether Lin Moyu can succeed or not, it doesn't matter to him. The Lord of Curses was still roaring, and there was an obvious hint of fear in his voice. The blow just now had really blown him up pretty badly. The sea of blood suddenly began to shrink, and as it became smaller, its aura condensed and became stronger. The huge sea of blood eventually turned into a giant tens of millions meters high. The giant slammed on the Qingdao cliff, causing the mountain to collapse, the ground to sink, and a large number of formations to be destroyed. He tore the formation into pieces and still wanted to escape. After being beaten to this point, the Lord of Curse no longer had any intention of killing Lin Moyu. He just wanted to escape now. Lin Moyu's aura rose rapidly and he entered a half-step of transcendence. It's time to end it, Great Tao destroying world palm. The huge palm prince covered the sky and slapped towards the Blood Sea Giant. When the Lord of Curse gathered his strength and turned into a Blood Sea Giant, Lin Moyu knew that this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. The Sea of Blood was too large before, and even with the Great Tao world-destroying palm, it was difficult to truly hurt the Lord of Curse himself. But now the Blood Sea has condensed into a giant, and as the Blood Sea becomes smaller, the power of the Lord of Curse will surge, so he can tear the formation apart. Both forms have their own advantages and disadvantages, but for Lin Moyu, the Blood Sea Giant, after condensing and shrinking, became his best target. This time, the Great Tao world-destroying palm was used with all its strength, and a huge amount of power of faith surged from the universe and was added to this palm. A huge amount of power of the Great Tao was absorbed by the Great Tao world-destroying palm, evolving into a majestic palm print that firmly locked the curse. By the time the Lord of Curse discovered the danger, it was too late. He was locked in and could not recover into a sea of blood. He watched helplessly as the palm strike fell upon him. Wherever the palm print passed, a sea of blood disappeared and his aura dropped drastically. The Lord of Curses screamed continuously, and he never stopped screaming since the beginning of this battle. Faced with Lin Moyu's layout and calculations, he had no power to resist. Every step was calculated by Lin Moyu. He was hurt again and again, and any counterattack ended in failure. But the injuries he had suffered before did not cause any serious damage. As long as he could escape, everything could be made up for. But this time, the heavenly Tao world-destroying palm hit his foundation. After one palm strike, the Blood Sea Giant was half crippled. Lin Moyu was reborn in the purple light, and 480 then took another half-step into transcendence and slapped out with another palm. "Stop, stop," the cursed monster screamed. But Lin Moyu had no intention of stopping. The Lord of Curse exploded, and the Blood Sea Giant turned into a vast sea of blood again, but the size of the Blood Sea now was less than half of the previous one. The formation rose again, strangling the sea of blood. Now that Lin Moyu had already taken action, he would not stop. The great Tao-destroying world palm was continuously struck, and he was reborn again and again. He did not care about exposing his true strength and poured out all his power. The Sword Emperor avoided it from afar. He didn't want to have a close contact with the great Tao world-destroying palm. The human emperor finally defeated the will of the Lord of Slaughter and also stayed away from him. His eyes were full of astonishment. He knew that Lin Moyu had the great Tao-destroying world palm, and he also knew that the great Tao-destroying world palm was very powerful. He had seen it when Lin Mo was dealing with the world will. Similarly, he also knew that Lin Moyu would suffer backlash after using the great Tao-destroying palm, but Lin Moyu had the ability to resurrect. But he always believed that Lin Moyu's resurrection ability was limited and it was impossible to revive infinitely. Therefore, the great Tao world-destroying palm cannot be used easily. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. The great Tao world-destroying palm will indeed backfire, but there is almost no limit to the number of times Lin Moyu can be resurrected, which means that there is no limit to the great Tao world-destroying palm. He suddenly thought of Lin Moyu's avenue, the avenue of immortality. Is this the essence of the immortal path, true immortality? He began to understand what the immortal avenue was and felt the horror of this avenue. And Yu Yin, who was beside Lin Moyu, was surprised and happy. Lin Moyu was surprised that his strength had reached this level, and so was Yuan. The Lord of Curses has tried his best to divert the Sea of Blood and avoid the great Tao world-destroying palm as much as possible, but the Sea of Blood is still being annihilated and becoming weaker and weaker. The breath of the Lord of Curse was gradually weakening, and he screamed, "Stop, don't kill me, I have something to say." Lin Moyu didn't listen to him at all, and continued to clap with the Tao-destroying world palm. The Lord of Curse shouted, "I have the shocking secret of the Great Wasteland." After saying this, Lin Moyu finally stopped, but the Human Emperor and the Sword Emperor continued to guard, not giving the Lord of Curse any chance to escape. Lin Moyu's voice was low and cold. "What secret?" The Lord of Curses said, "I know the shocking secret in the Great Wasteland, but you have to promise not to kill me after I tell you." Lin Moyu nodded. "As long as the secret you tell is valuable, I promise not to kill you. I, Lin, keep my word, and you should have a relationship with me." The Lord of Curse has monitored Lin Moyu for a long time and knows Lin Moyu's character. Although he is cruel, he is a man of his words. The Lord of Curses did not dare to let Lin Moyu take an oath. Once he did so, the result might be death. Lin Moyu was not threatened at all. This had happened before, and he didn't dare to try it. The Lord of Curses said, "I believe you." In the center of the Great Wasteland, Huansongu is building the 10th thick pool. CHCG, this imperial pool is different from the other 9 imperial pools. It will gather the power of all the dirty pools. Once successful, the dirty pools of the great beasts will be collectively sublimated. Then the king-level filth pool will be able to directly breed the wild beast king, and the emperor-level filth pool will be able to breed the wild beast emperor. And the Wild Beast Emperor will also be able to break through the limit of the 9 lords. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. What does it mean to directly give birth to the king of wild beasts? If there are enough of them, even eternal beings will have to retreat. The massive amount of wild beast kings will be a disaster for practitioners, and it will also be a disaster for the spirit demon clan. If the wild beast king can be born, then this disaster will become a world-destroying disaster. Lin Moyu asked, "How did you know? When did this happen?" The Lord of Curse said, "I once entered the core of the great wasteland, but was discovered by the wild beast kings. My body was contaminated by the mud and had to remain silent. But I left my mark in the center of the great wasteland, and I have been monitoring them since I woke up, so I discovered this." Lin Moyu asked, "Why didn't you say it before?" This is a big deal. It concerns the entire world and all living beings, and it is not just the Lord of Curse's business. The Lord of Curses said, "Because I feel that the filthy pool can help me take the last step, but I need to enter there. The wild beast king is guarding there, and it is full of filth, so I can't enter. So I need Lin Moyu's body. Only his body is not afraid of the curse and can be used for medical treatment. After all, it's for my last step." Lin Moyu asked, "In your opinion, how much time is left?" The Lord of Curses said, "I don't know. This cannot be determined." Lin Moyu took a deep breath. "Okay, this secret is valuable, so you can go and keep quiet." His aura rose again, the great Tao of Destruction palm was displayed again in the world, and the formation was activated again. The Lord of Curses screamed, "You promised not to kill me." Lin Moyu said, "I didn't kill you, I just sent you to silence." Lin Moyu always keeps his word. You stay silent and you will wake up after many years. He said that he would not kill the Lord of Curse, but he never said that he would not send him to silence. The Lord of Curse then realized that he had been fooled by Lin Moyu in his panic. He exploded in anger, "Let's die together." All the blood rushed towards Lin Moyu frantically, and at the same time, the curse road smashed down on his head with a red light. The avenue roared and exploded continuously. The Lord of Curse used his own avenue as a weapon and fought desperately with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, "It's useless." His expression remained unchanged, and he continued to strike out with the great Tao world-destroying palm, dispersing all the blood that was attacking him. The human emperor also took action at this moment. The avenue of destruction emerged and collided with the avenue of purpose of curse. The human emperor was blown away, and the curse avenue only paused slightly before continuing to smash towards Lin Moyu. The Sword Emperor and Yu Yin attacked at the same time, using their own avenues to resist the Curse Avenue. The Lord of Curses burned his own soul, and his shadow appeared on the Cursed Avenue, forcibly knocking Yu Yin and the Sword Emperor away. He hated Lin Moyu so much that he was willing to burn his soul to kill her. Lin Moyu was not panicked at all. Just as the Curse Avenue was approaching, the Scepter of Natural Disaster appeared in his hand, and his body became extremely huge. The Scourge Scepter also grew larger, and Lin Moyu smashed it hard like swatting a fly. With a bang, the Cursed Avenue was smashed to pieces, and the Lord of Curse let out a terrifying scream. What kind of magic weapon is this? The Human Emperor and the Sword Emperor had the same thought at the same time. They couldn't imagine that Lin Moyu actually had a trump card. This kind of magic weapon that can directly shatter the avenue has never been seen before. The Sword Emperor instinctively thought of the old man in green robes, and thought to himself, could this also be a magic weapon given by the Great Venerable? In his understanding, only the Great Master has this ability. The avenue was destroyed, but fortunately it was only the projection of the avenue and the main body was fine. The Lord of Curses screamed as he returned to the sea of blood. This time he was badly injured, and his aura weakened again drastically. His strength was only 1/10 of what it was at his peak. This strength left him no chance to escape. Even if he wanted to fight hard, he couldn't do it. The Lord of Curses laughed miserably before falling silent. "I have been defeated, once again. Billions of years ago, I was defeated by the Wild Beast King. Billions of years later, I was defeated by a kid like you. But I will not give up. When I return, I will definitely take the next step and crush you to pieces. If I remain silent, you won't have an easy life either. I will curse you, and you will never be able to attain enlightenment." He uttered his final curse, his soul burst into flames, and the sea of blood collapsed. The infinite curse ignored the boundaries of space and the obstacles of the formation, and descended upon Lin Moyu according to the rules of heaven and earth. The Lord of Curse was plotting to take Lin Moyu's body, so he didn't use any harsh force on Lin Moyu, for fear of hurting the body that would soon belong to him. But now, he himself is about to calm down and doesn't care about these things. He will not let Lin Moyu have an easy time. Despite the curse, Lin Moyu smiled and gently waved the scepter of calamity. Curse is also a kind of element. Lin Moyu spoke words that only he could hear, and the elemental gem on the scourge scepter suddenly lit up. All the curses that were coming were turned around and penetrated into the elemental gems and disappeared. The Lord of Curses was in complete despair. His final curse had failed miserably. It was as if he had been closely tied to failure ever since he became the Lord of Curses. Lin Moyu said, "Just be at peace and stay quiet. Maybe you will have a chance to recover in the future." The formation continued to strangle the sea of blood, and Lin Moyu finally slapped out the great Tao-destroying palm, sending the cursed eye on the road. The battle finally came to an end. Lin Moyu waved his hand and removed all the formations. A loud roar was heard and Qingdao Cliff shook violently. Without the formation to maintain it, Qingdao Cliff finally collapsed. If the Lord of Slaughters will still exists, then Qingya might be able to remain the same. But now the will of the Lord of Slaughter has been destroyed by the human emperor, and the Cliff of Enlightenment has lost its foundation, so it is normal for it to collapse. From then on, there was no more Qingdao Cliff in the battlefield of heaven and earth. Unless the Lord of Slaughter returns one day, he may recover from the Chidori Qingsho Cliff. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you, Senior Human Emperor. This is what I promised you. Please keep it." Lin Moyu handed the spirit control technique to the Human Emperor. After checking it, the Human Emperor confirmed that it was correct and showed joy on his face. "Fellow Taoist Lin, keep your word. If you have any problems in the future, please call me." After finishing speaking, the Human Emperor turned and left, looking a little impatient and wanting to study the art of controlling spirits. With the talent and ability of the Human Emperor, he will be able to master the art of controlling spirits in about 10,000 years. By then, he will make some arrangements and will probably try to take the final step. As for whether he can succeed, it all depends on himself. Lin Moyu looked at the Sword Emperor. "Senior Sword Emperor, why don't you go to the Hengduan Mountains first? I'll come to you after I finish some things here and send you off." The Sword Emperor nodded. "Okay, I will wait for you there." After saying this, the Sword Emperor turned and left. After seeing the Scepter of Calamity, the Sword Emperor had new guesses about Lin Moyu and his attitude was much better than before. He felt that Lin Moyu had a special relationship with the old man in green robe, otherwise he would not have used his own avenue to help him block the Curse Avenue at the last moment. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief when the guy who had been staring at him was dealt with. "After planning for so long, I finally have some free time." Looking at Yuyin, whose face was a little pale, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Yuyin, are you free? Why don't you accompany me for a walk?" And Yuyin smiled sweetly, "Okay." Now that his illness is gone, Lin Moyu finally has a chance to relax. The two left Qingdao Cliff and headed towards Qianwanyuan Mountain. Lin Moyu felt a little sad and talked about some past events with Yuyin. There was his matter with the Lord of Curses, and there were other matters as well. Among them, Lin Moyu mentioned the Lord of Slaughter. When the will of the Lord of Slaughter appeared before, the reason why Lin Moyu looked like this was because he was exactly the same as the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm. "Please give me flowers, 0. The Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm also practices the way of slaughter, so it is almost certain that the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm is the reincarnation of the Lord of Slaughter. And Yuyin was also a little surprised, so, the Human Emperor knows that the Lord of the Wood-Killing Realm is the reincarnation of the Lord of Slaughter? Lin Moyu said, "I noticed the expression of the Human Emperor at that time. Although he didn't show much, it was still a little different. Obviously he knew. To be precise, the human emperor didn't know that the wood-killing realm lord was the reincarnation of the Lord of Slaughter before. Later, because of some things, he met the wood-killing realm lord. At that time, he must have confirmed the other party's identity and killed the art-killing realm lord. From this, we can also infer that the Lord of Slaughter's silence back then should have something to do with the human emperor. So the human emperor does not want the Lord of Slaughter to return to the Great Tao, at least not before he takes his last step. And Yu Yin said, although I don't have much friendship with the human emperor, I can roughly know what kind of person he is. He is completely capable of doing such a thing. Lin Moyu said, there is no need to go into detail about the specific process. Everyone is doing it for their own final step. It is normal to do anything. Like the Lord of Curses, who cursed thousands of worlds and countless lives for billions of years, all living in agony, but he didn't care at all. The accumulation of karma has turned into a weapon that I can use to attack him. Master Yu Yin should know that everything in this world has its cause and effect, so you should think about the consequences of some things. And Yu Yin obviously agreed with what Lin Moyu said. Indeed, if one day in the future the Lord of Slaughter reappears and stops the Emperor from taking the last step, it would actually be normal. Lin Moyu chuckled, if that's true, it's quite interesting. There is eternal existence in the silent cycle of reincarnation, and there is only one body in each reincarnation. Perhaps it is impossible to have 39 clones like the Lord of Curses, but having 3 burrows is a very common thing. In the Taoist temple, everyone was silent. This war shattered everyone's 3 views. Although they could not see the whole process, they saw and heard the final result. The Lord of Curse was silent, Lin Moyu won, and the Lord of the Avenue killed the eternal being. Such a bizarre thing happened right in front of everyone. They suddenly felt that eternal existence was not so invincible. What Lin Moyu did broke the inherent cognition of many people, but they did not know that Lin Moyu was able to achieve this point completely as a result of careful calculation. Among all the masters of the Great Way, the most excited one is the master of the Formation Way. He suddenly discovered that the formation could be so powerful that it could deal with eternity. At the same time, he also realized that although he was the master of formation, he still had a long way to go. The avenue of formations can only help oneself, making one's formation more powerful and more effective, but it cannot allow oneself to arrange a more complex and powerful formation. In the past, the master of the formation always thought that his road had come to an end. But now it seems that my journey has not just begun. Apart from the master of formation, the happiest person was Sheng Xian. The War Emperor's phantom laughed. How is he? Is he okay? Sheng Xian also smiled and said, Grandpa is right. 74-7 Zhan Huang said, we can go find him now. Sheng Xian shook his head. No, I'm going to make the elixir. As he spoke, Sheng Xian flew towards the Taoist temple. Zhan Huang watched Sheng Xian disappear with a smile on his face, and a hint of red light slowly appeared in his eyes. In the corner of the formation, beneath the ground, a spot of red was boiling. Lin Moyu and Yu Yin talked as they walked, and they talked about many things. And Yu Yin talked about some things that happened after eternity, things to pay attention to, etc. When they arrived at Qian Wanyuan Mountain, and Yu Yin's backlash injuries had almost healed, and Yu Yin stretched her body, showing off her beautiful figure, fellow Taoist Lin's immortal path is really magical. Lin Moyu asked, when Taoist fellow Yu Yin was in the land of return, didn't he study the great way of immortality? And Yu Yin said, we all believe in our own way and don't explore other people's way. Every eternal being is a person who has carried out his own path to the end. He can do so by focusing on one thing. How could he study the great path of others? Lin Moyu said, in fact, there is nothing wrong in learning some of the great principles of others, even if you only learn the superficial knowledge, not to mention applying it to other cases. But understanding more great principles and understanding the whole world will be of great benefit. Fellow Taoist Yu Yin, do you know what is outside the heaven and earth like? And Yu Yin said, outside the heaven and earth is chaos, and in the chaos there are other heavens and earths similar to ours. Lin Moyu asked again, "Does Taoist Yuyan know what is behind that door?" And Yuyan shook her head. She had never gotten that door, so she didn't know. Those who have entered that door in history were generally ambiguous and unclear about what happened behind the door. Even they themselves were a little confused. Lin Moyu said, "Fellow Taoist Yuyan is right. There are indeed many worlds we live in, which are called realms. Behind the door is a destroyed realm, or rather, the remains of a former realm. So I call that door the realm gate." And Yuyan couldn't help but pause. "The destroyed realm?" Lin Moyu said, "Yes, that realm was once prosperous. The human emperor's soul-stealing technique came from one of their forces. That force is called Wanling Pavilion. They have a set of secret techniques called Wanling. The soul-stealing technique is just one of the techniques in the Wanling secret technique. And in the Wanling Pavilion, there are strong people in the Holy Spirit realm. The so-called strong people in the Holy Spirit realm are actually..." Lin Moyu told Yuyan in detail the information he got in Wanling Pavilion. A strong person in the Holy Spirit realm is not necessarily stronger than an eternal being, because the realms are different, and strength cannot be distinguished by realm. In the realm of Wanling Pavilion, the strong ones in the Holy Spirit realm belong to the realm after eternity, and they have transcended the realm. But even if he transcends the realm, he may not be able to defeat the eternal existence in his own world. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the realm where Wanling Pavilion was located was not as good as the world where he was, and the same was true for their strong men. Now that things have come to this, Moyu Suxing said a little more. There are two kinds of dregs and impurities in the world. One is the dregs of the Great Tao, which evolved and gave birth to the Great Tao wild beasts. The Great Tao wild beasts are born to want to devour the Great Tao and destroy the world. This is their instinct. The other is the impurities and dregs of the world itself, which evolved and gave birth to the soul devourers. Soul devourers are born to devour living beings, but at the same time they are outside the world, wrapping it up and isolating it from chaos. This is also their instinct. I feel that if we can take the last step, we will have to leave this world, and the result will be facing the soul devourer. Only by passing the soul devourer can one truly achieve transcendence. The soul devourer should be the last level. And Yuyan digested what Lin Moyu said for a while before saying, "I see, we didn't see it clearly before." She had discussed the last step with others more than once, but never in such detail as Lin Moyu was talking about it now. Lin Moyu said, "The reason why I told you all this is just to tell you that the path of karma is the most suitable path for transcendence. With the help of the great way of cause and effect, fellow Taoist Yuyan can easily understand other great ways, apply what you have learned to other things, and complete your last step." And Yuyan looked at Lin Moyu with her beautiful eyes. Does Brother Lin know Yuyan's last move? The final step of each person's eternity is their own secret, unknown to outsiders. And Yuyan never told anyone about her final move, including Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, "I can probably guess that fellow Taoist Yuyan's final step should be to change the cause and effect, to go against cause and effect, and to change fate against the will of heaven. But it's difficult to comprehend this step. I still suggest that you start from other avenues and choose some other avenues to comprehend. Maybe you will gain something." And Yuyan thought about Lin Moyu's words, and felt more and more that what Lin Moyu said made sense. Especially what Lin Moyu said at the beginning, about things outside the world, aroused some interest in her. And Yuyan sighed softly. "I originally thought that achieving eternity was the end, and I never thought about the last step. Now that fellow Taoist Lin said this, I want to give it a try." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Go and give it a try. The world is wonderful and you are just one step away from seeing the beautiful scenery. You can't just give up." The two walked in Qianwanyuan Mountain. Strangely, there was not a single wild beast here. The last time Lin Moyu passed Qianwanyuan Mountain, there were many wild beasts on the road in Yuanshan, but now, as he walked along, he didn't see a single one. Lin Moyu didn't find it strange. It seems that the little guy has started to work. The soulless beast he released followed the underground undercurrent. The 10th stop was most likely the pool outside Qianfanjuan Mountain. Most of the wild beasts in Qianhuanyuan Mountain come from the dirty pools outside the mountain. If something happens to the sewage pool, the wild beasts on the road will definitely rush over. From the current situation in Qianhuanyuan Mountain, it can be judged that the soulless beast has already started working. All living things have their own nature, and the nature of soulless beasts is to purify the wild beasts. While purifying the wild beasts on the road, let yourself grow. Lin Moyu and Yuyan chatted happily as they crossed Qianhuanyuan Mountain and came to the plain behind them, where they soon saw the first pond. Outside the sewage pool, there are densely packed wild beasts. These great wild beasts, from the sky to the ground, surrounded the filthy pool from all directions, growling incessantly. The dull sound resounded across the earth like thunder. These great beasts were fully focused at the moment and didn't pay any attention to Lin Moyu and Yuyan at all. If it were any other time, the wild beasts of the Great Tao would have pounced on you long ago. They wouldn't care if you were the lord of the Great Tao or an eternal being, nor would they consider whether they could defeat you or not. They would just attack you first and talk later. But now, their attention is clearly drawn to more important things. Moreover, the behavior of these great beasts made you feel strange. The eyes of these wild beasts were full of vigilance and a strong desire to fight, but they did not actually take action. Very alert, but also a little scared. Lin Moyu also noticed this, and after observing for a while he figured out some clues. These wild beasts should have all left from this sewage pool. This sewage pool is like their home nest. When something happens to their home nest, they will naturally return. The wild beasts densely surrounded the filthy pool, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. And Yuyan said, "How about we go in and take a look?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "No, I have a way." After all, the soulless beast was bred by himself and has a connection with him, so he can see something through it. Lin Moyu drew a talisman, which unfolded and projected a picture showing the appearance of a sewage pool. The sewage pool has completely changed its appearance at this moment. The sewage pool, which was originally full of dregs, is now much clearer. In the middle of the dirty pool, a soulless little beast the size of a fist lay quietly on the surface of the pool, looking as if it was sleeping. It is connected to the cesspool, and it emits a faint glow. The light shines into the cesspool, and the dregs in the cesspool are undergoing a transformation. As the transformation occurred, the aura of the soulless beast was gradually becoming stronger. And Yuyan said, "It is purifying the sewage pool." Lin Moyu nodded and said in an affirmative tone, "Yes." He did not order the soulless beast what to do, leaving everything to it to decide on its own. The soulless beasts are purifying the sewage pool at this moment, using the power of the sewage pool to strengthen themselves. Once the sewage pool is purified, these wild beasts will lose their homes. "Our home has been robbed." And Yuyan chuckled, feeling it was a bit amusing. Lin Moyu said, "These great beasts haven't figured out what's going on yet, but they will probably take action soon." And Yuyan said, "With so many great beasts, it doesn't know how to deal with them." Lin Moyu said, "Just watch it, just treat it as a show, it's quite fun." He planned to watch and see how the soulless beasts would deal with these great wild beasts. All living things in the world have souls, and soulless beasts are the most special. They are living beings but have no souls. Even Lin Moyu finds it difficult to understand. But existence is reasonable, which means that there are still many secrets in the world that he doesn't know about. By looking at the process of the Yuanhan beast dealing with the Great Tao beast, perhaps we can get some clues. If Lin Moyu wants to become the master of heaven and earth, he must understand heaven and earth thoroughly before he can find a way to become the master of heaven and earth. The soulless beast continued to purify the sewage pool, and the sewage pool became clearer and clearer. The great beasts surrounding it finally couldn't help but roar and rush towards the soul beast. The wild beasts on the road are ferocious and they want to kill this B**************** D who stole the house. Boom! A large amount of water columns exploded from the sewage pool, and the water columns fell like rain. The raindrops were glowing, exactly the same as those on the body of the unrefined beast. When these rains fell on the great Tao wild beasts, the great Tao wild beasts' aura dropped sharply and their bodies were rapidly collapsing. The body of the great Tao beast evolved from dregs and maintained a peculiar state of balance. At this moment, raindrops fell, carrying the purifying power of the soulless beast, purifying the waste part of the body. The balance of their bodies was lost and their flesh was shattered in an instant. The shattered body fell into the filthy pool, and under the dim light of the pool, the body was quickly decomposed and purified. Without a physical body, the soul of the wild beast appeared in midair. Then the soulless little beast opened its mouth and let out a crisp cry, and those souls were immediately sucked away by it. The body of the great Tao wild beast is dirty, but its soul is clean. The soulless little beast purified its body and devoured its soul, and its aura became much stronger. And Yu Yin was surprised. It can actually be like this. Lin Moyu was thoughtful. He saw the clue. Balance. It turns out that breaking the balance can destroy the body of the great Tao wild beast. This is a good idea. It can be used not only on wild beasts, but also in other places. And it's not just this world, other worlds should also abide by the way of balance. Lin Moyu thinks a lot. His perspective is different from that of ordinary people, and he looks at problems directly at their essence. Those wild beasts that had not yet rushed forward stopped at the same time, and spurted out attacks from their mouths towards the soulless beast. The soulless beast did not move, and the water splashed again. A strong light rose in the dirty pool, wrapping the soulless beast in it, and the soulless beast turned into a ball of light. Therefore, the attack landed on the light ball and did not cause any damage to it. It can even purify attacks. And Yu Yin was sharp-eyed and saw that the ball of light was not blocking the attack, but purifying it. The filthy curse contained in the wild beast's attack was purified the moment it touched the ball of light. While purifying, the power inside will also be absorbed by the soulless beast to strengthen itself. The soulless beast is like a bottomless pit. No matter how strong the attack of the great Tao beast is, it will absorb it all. From this point of view, it seems to be invincible. Lin Moyu looked at this scene and pondered another question. Since the soulless beasts were not afraid of these great beasts, why didn't they just purify all of them? Are there any other restrictions? It is true that the soulless beast is the nemesis of the great beast, but water can put out fire, and fire can also dry up the water. Who restrains whom simply depends on who is stronger among the 360. In the case of a huge disparity in power, the great Tao wild beast should also be able to kill the soulless beast. Gradually, Lin Moyu discovered some problems. It's not that the soulless beast won't take action, but the time has not come yet. After looking at it for a while, Lin Moyu confirmed his opinion, so that's how it is. And Yu Yin immediately asked, "What's going on?" She was also very curious as to why the soulless beasts did not directly purify these great beasts, but instead purified the dirt and dullness first. Lin Moyu said, "These great beasts were born from this dirty pond. The dirty pond is not only their home, but also the place where they leave their true spirit marks. The soulless beasts seem to be purifying the sewage pool, but they are actually polluting their true spirit marks. As long as their true spirit marks are purified, these great beasts will collapse on their own. There is no need to purify and absorb them one by one, which will save a lot of trouble." And Yu Yin was surprised and asked, "The mark of the true spirit of the great beast in the dirty pond?" Lin Moyu said, "Although it's just a guess, I think I'm right. If that's true, it would be interesting. The great Tao wild beasts are clearly evolved from the dregs of the great Tao, but they have the mark of the true spirit, which shows that their existence is also recognized by heaven and earth. Heaven and earth both recognize them and yet are on guard against them. What is going on here? If we can understand the truth behind this, we will be one step closer to the essence of heaven and earth." Lin Moyu's research on heaven and earth is getting deeper and deeper, and what he considers is completely different from others. Even if it was in Yu Yin, it would be impossible for her to think like Lin Moyu, let alone find the essence of the world from the tiny details. And Yu Yin heard what Lin Moyu said and understood every word, but when they were put together, it became a little blurry. As an eternal being, he has a deep understanding of his own path and this world. But compared with Lin Moyu, and Yuyan felt like she was nothing and was far from it. What is the nature of heaven and earth? Why do we need to understand the nature of heaven and earth? What does it have to do with the Tao and what benefits can be gained? Each one is a problem. Is this the gap? And Yuyan sighed softly. She had to admit that there was some gap between herself and Lin Moyu. This is the gap in the understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. For Lin Moyu, it has become an instinct that he can never catch up with. Therefore, and Yuyan stopped asking questions, not wanting to disturb Lin Moyu, and just watched quietly. The purification of the sewage pool has reached the middle stage. At least half of the dregs in the sewage pool have been completely purified, and the sewage pool is almost becoming a clear pool. Finally, at the bottom of the cesspool, one by one, the marks of the true spirits began to emerge from the dregs. Lin Moyu has been to the space of the true spirit mark, seen countless true spirit marks, and personally received true spirit marks. The moment the true spirit mark appeared, Lin Moyu could feel it clearly. And Yuyan is a little weaker. As an eternal being, she naturally knows about the true spirit mark, but the number of times she has dealt with the true spirit mark is very few. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, "A dirty pool is a world, and this world breeds great beasts." The world has left a mark of the true spirit, and the true spirit of the great Tao wild beast exists in heaven and earth. The world recognizes the existence of the great Tao wild beast, but at the same time, we have to guard against the great Tao wild beast devouring the great Tao. So what is the meaning of the great Tao wild beast's existence? Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. The meaning of the existence of the great Tao wild beast is to cultivate the Lord of the great Tao and make the Lord of the great Tao eternal. After becoming the Lord of the great Tao, if you want to go one step further, you need enough luck from heaven and earth, and you also need your own unshakable belief. However, it is not easy to obtain the luck of heaven and earth. The existence of the wild beasts of the great Tao can provide enough luck of heaven and earth for the masters of the great Tao. As long as you are strong and brave enough, you can, like the Lord of Slaughter, accumulate the luck of heaven and earth by slaughtering wild beasts on the road and forcibly knock on the door of eternity. After understanding this, Lin Moyu knew that the heaven and earth always maintained a balance, and there was always a way out. For the Lord of the great Tao, the existence of the wild beasts was the 10 paths to eternity for them. What about eternal existence? Could those great wild beast kings also be their path? Lin Moyu vaguely grasped a key point. If he wanted to become the master of heaven and earth, he had to start with Huangzhengou. This possibility is not small. Lin Moyu decided that after achieving eternity, he could go to the wild beast king to continue his research and find a way to become the master of heaven and earth. He had a vague feeling that becoming the master of heaven and earth was very important to him. Even if one takes the last step to become a transcendent one someday, there are still strong and weak transcendents. Chaos is not safe, he needs stronger power. There are still many mysteries waiting for him to solve: the disappeared small world, the ancient battlefield left in the big world, the replica of the Xinxia Tower belonging to Ming Anwen, and the mysterious manner that appeared in the big world, all of which need to be solved. Finally, the spiritual mark of Wuqi's hand was completely exposed. The light emitted by the soulless beast fell on the mark of the true spirit at the bottom of the sewage pool. Green smoke suddenly came out of the true spirit mark and began to disappear. At the same time, the wild beasts on the road that were attacking frantically died in large numbers. The mark of the true spirit dissipated, and they could not survive. One by one they fell from the air and landed in the filthy pool. The filthy pool was filled with purifying power, the bodies of the wild beasts were purified and their souls were devoured. The sword of the soulless beast points to the essence of the true spirit mark, and kills these great beasts by destroying the true spirit mark, with astonishingly high efficiency. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the more than 100,000 wild beasts were killed or injured. The remaining ones will not last long and will die in a few minutes at most. Some great beasts died on the shore, and a powerful suction force was generated in the filthy pool, as if there were hands dragging these great beasts in. The soulless beast was still lying on the filthy pool. It seemed like it had done nothing, but it had already cleared out all the wild beasts here. As the number of wild beasts on the road decreased, Lin Moyu had removed the formation and could watch directly with the naked eye. The two of them looked down from a high place, standing in midair and watching the whole process. And Yuyan couldn't help but sigh. It's really amazing, it was cleaned up like this. Lin Moyu said, after being purified, the sewage pool will completely lose its function as a sewage pool. From now on, the sewage pool will no longer be called a sewage pool, but should be renamed a clean pool. And Yuyan also discovered that the sewage pool, after being purified by the soulless beast, also possessed the power of purification. The dregs that come in from underground will be purified as soon as they come in. The dirty pond is no longer there, and a clean pond appears. A few days later, when the soulless beast was completely purified, the sky suddenly sank and muffled thunder sounded. Then a brilliant and majestic aura of heaven and earth descended from the sky and landed on Lin Moyu. The soulless beast was bred by Lin Moyu himself, and everything it did would ultimately be blamed on Lin Moyu. Killing hundreds of thousands of wild beasts was nothing. Turning a dirty pond into a clear pond was a real big deal, and it also brought a lot of luck from heaven and earth. And Yuyan also exclaimed, "What a strong destiny of heaven and earth." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's really strong, a little unexpected." Lin Moyu had a feeling that even if there was no immortal path in the land of return, he could rely on the luck of heaven and earth to knock on the door of eternity and lead his own path into it. Even if it is not safe now, if I can purify 2 or 3 more sewage pools, plus the wild beasts I have killed over the years, it should be enough. Zhulong's request had been fulfilled long ago, and he had no idea how many wild beasts he had killed over the years. Thinking of Zhulong, Lin Moyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. After silencing the Lord of Curses, Zhulong did not show up and did not punish the Sword Dao demon and the others. It seemed that the matter had come to an end. Did Zhulong forget? How could Zhulong forget? At that time, I told Zhulong, okay, that I would settle the account with him later, and Zhulong agreed. But now he hasn't shown up, which means the matter is not over yet. That means something is wrong. Lin Moyu looked at Yuyan, fellow Taoist Yuyan, help me take a look at the situation of the cursed heavenly Tao in the land of return. And Yuyan was also a little surprised, but she still did as she was told, and her mind entered the place of origin to check the situation on the cursed avenue. After a moment, she opened her eyes and said, "The cursed avenue is currently in a state of silence." Lin Moyu was still a little worried, because the situation on the road could not fully explain the problem. The Avenue of Destiny was also in a state of silence, but the Lord of Destiny was safe and sound in the dead end. Lin Moyu said, "Compare the Curse Avenue and the Destiny Avenue and see what the difference is between them." And Yuyan did as she was told. After a careful comparison, she also found something wrong. The Curse Avenue seems to be a little more active than the Destiny Avenue, but the difference is not big. Lin Moyu's voice was heavy. The Lord of Curse is not silent. It is not easy to make this judgment. After all, he killed the Lord of Curse with his own hands, and the place where his clone was hidden was also found by Zunyanhuan. There can be no mistakes or omissions when cause and effect are entangled. Therefore, Lin Moyu was certain that he had defeated the Lord of Curse into silence. Now, without sufficient evidence, he said based on mere speculation that the Lord of Curse had not fallen silent, overturning his previous conclusion. And Yuyan thought it was unlikely. Could it be a mistake? Lin Moyu shook his head. It shouldn't be wrong. And Yuyan said, "Don't be anxious, take a look." As she spoke, she took out a magic weapon, a mirror, and said, "To find the cause and effect." The mirror showed the scene of the place of origin, and a force of cause and effect fell on the cursed avenue. And Yuyan felt it for a moment and frowned slightly. There is no cause and effect. Judging from the cause and effect, the curse should have been dormant. Lin Moyu said, "Cause and effect are not necessarily accurate. There are many ways to block cause and effect. Can you reveal the situation of the place of origin?" "Let me see." And Yuyan nodded. She mobilized her power, and the mirror projected the image of the place where she returned to. But doing so obviously puts a lot of pressure on her, because the place of return is the core of heaven and earth, shrouded by invisible power, and outsiders are not allowed to spy on it. To enter the place of origin, one must either be an eternal being or be like Lin Moyu, who has the great way in himself. And even someone like him has to go through 700 tests. And Yu Yin was under great pressure to reveal the situation of the place of origin in this way. Lin Moyu also knew this, so he looked at it quickly. He locked onto the cursed avenue. It seemed that the cursed avenue had been silent, but Lin Moyu still saw clues from it. On the surface, the Great Tao is silent, but the power of the Great Tao is still flowing inside, but it is flowing very slowly, which is different from other silent heavenly Taos. That's enough. Lin Moyu made a judgment and stopped immediately. And Yu Yin stopped immediately and asked, "How is it?" Lin Moyu said, "The Lord of Curse is indeed not silent." And Yu Yin's expression changed slightly. "Are you sure?" Lin Moyu was very sure at this moment, but he knew it would not be easy to find the Lord of Curse. The results are very different with or without silence. Once silent, one will enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn through the true spirit. Reincarnation does not succeed in one go. After reincarnation, one may become a blade of grass, a tree, or even an imaginary beast. In a new life, it is not necessarily possible to awaken the spirit, or to start the path of cultivation again. Perhaps it would take multiple reincarnations before one could start the path of cultivation again. At that time, it does not mean that one will definitely be able to return to the Great Tao. At most, one will have a higher talent than ordinary practitioners and will have an advantage in the Great Tao that one is practicing, but one may also perish halfway. This goes on life after life, and eventually one will be able to return, but it is hard to say how long it will take. It could be hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years. Therefore, as long as the Lord of Curse can be silenced, that will be enough. When he returns, Lin Moyu believes that he can easily crush his opponent. But now the Lord of Curse is not silent, so he has a way to recover. Although it still takes a lot of time, the process is completely different. What Lin Moyu was most worried about was not that he would come to cause trouble for himself, but that he would cause trouble for the origin continent. The Lord of Curse knows where the origin continent is. He used to be disdainful of it, but now he can't say for sure. But now I can't go back to the original continent. And Yu Yin also considered this and asked, "What are you going to do?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment. There are only two ways. One is to find him and kill him. The other is for me to ascend to eternity and leave the battlefield of heaven and earth. In fact, there is a third method, which is to destroy the cursed avenue in the land of return after being promoted to eternity. This is the most thorough solution. In this way, the Lord of Curse will not remain silent, but fall. But Lin Moyu knew very well that he couldn't do it yet. The second method is that even if he is promoted to eternity and leaves the battlefield of heaven and earth, he cannot always guard the origin continent. There will always be a time to leave. Now the Lord of Curse is hiding in the dark again, and God knows when he will make a move. So if you want to solve this problem, only the first method is feasible. That's the problem, how to find him. And Yu Yin said, "You don't have to worry. At least in the next 200 or 300 years, he won't be able to stir up any trouble. After suffering such a severe blow, it will take time to recover. 200 or 300 years is not too long, it should be more than that." Lin Moyu thought about it and came up with an idea. "Let's go to the Hengduan Mountains." And Yu Yin asked, "What are you going to do?" Lin Moyu said, "Go find someone, maybe he has a solution." And Yu Yin was a little confused. Lin Moyu said he wanted to find someone, but she really couldn't think of who else to find. Even her own path of karma couldn't find the whereabouts of the Lord of Curse, so could anyone else find it? What's more, she knows all the people in the Hengduan Mountains. Lin Moyu didn't tell her who to look for, only that she would know when the time came. After the filthy pool was completely purified, the soulless beast looked up at Lin Moyu and made a clear cry with a hint of intimacy in it. Then it jumped into the sewage pool, entered the underground river of dregs from the bottom of the sewage pool, and headed towards another sewage pool. The empty soul beast has its own rhythm, and Lin Moyu ignored it. The two men crossed the plains at the fastest speed and arrived at the Hengduan Mountains. Coming to the majestic Hengduan Mountains again, Lin Moyu was still a little shocked. This mountain range connecting heaven and earth is like a high wall that blocks disasters. You will never see it anywhere else. The Sword Emperor was waiting in front of the Hengduan Mountains. He sensed the auras of Lin Moyu and Yin Yuyan from afar and turned into a stream of light and rushed over. "Have all the matters been dealt with?" asked the Sword Emperor. Lin Moyu nodded. "It's done, let's go and take you back." The Sword Emperor said, "Okay, but don't forget what you promised, Tun Yuan, you have to hurry up and solve it." After the battle with the Lord of Curse, the Sword Emperor had some trust in Lin Moyu. He felt that Lin Moyu not only had a mysterious identity, but also had sophisticated means, and that he could even plot to kill the Lord of Eternity. Moreover, Tun Yuan was crippled by Lin Moyu himself. To deal with Tun Yuan, Lin Moyu might be more suitable than himself. He also had a feeling that if he faced off against Lin Moyu, he might be the one who would be in trouble in the end. He wanted to bring his discovery back to the clan immediately and tell the other emperors. Especially the appearance of soulless beasts was discussed a lot. And Yuyan activated the formation of the Hengduan Mountains, and with different thoughts in mind, she quickly came to the deadly place. This time, and Yuyan also followed Lin Moyu into the deadly place and saw with her own eyes how Lin Moyu turned the deadly place into a smooth path. The third time Lin Moyu walked through the deadly area, his speed was faster than the previous 2 times. He had completed the entire journey in just over 20 days. When they arrived at the exit of the spiritual demon tribe, Lin Moyu said goodbye to the Sword Emperor. "I won't go. Thank you, Senior Sword Emperor, for this time. I will come to the nobles after I get rid of the devouring Yuan." The Sword Emperor had something on his mind at the moment, so he didn't think much about it. "Okay, we'll wait for your news." He turned and left. And Yin said curiously, "He seems to be worried." Lin Moyu could probably guess. "Never mind him, let's go meet someone." Taking Yin Yuyan back on the road, in the dead end, Lin Moyu made many twists and turns and finally returned to the space where the Lord of Destiny was. Seeing the dense cracks, Yin Yuyan was obviously a little nervous. She never thought that there was such a special space in the deadly place. But she didn't see anyone here. Lin Moyu suddenly pulled her to a dark corner and whispered, "Concentrate all your breath." And Yuyan immediately did as she said, and the two of them seemed to disappear in an instant. If you didn't get closer, you couldn't see them at all. Under Yuyan's gaze, a crack suddenly grew larger and glowed, and then a stream of strange air rushed out from the crack. The aura became more and more powerful, spreading throughout the entire space, making people feel heavily oppressed. And Yuyan heard her own heartbeat, and for some reason she felt a little nervous at this moment. As an eternal being, and Yuyan hasn't been nervous for many years. This emotion only appears when she is still in the beginning of her cultivation. Now in this deadly place, the great Tao is suppressed and the power is difficult to use. It is as if I have returned to the beginning of cultivation. This emotion surges up instinctively. As she watched, a large bird rushed out from the crack, making a sharp and unpleasant cry. And Yuyan felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She could feel the terror of the giant bird. Even if she was not in the fatal area, the bird seemed to have the ability to kill her. I felt a little flustered and my breathing became heavy. This kind of thing can only happen in a dead end. Lin Moyu signaled to her with his eyes not to worry, and under Lin Moyu's eyes, and Yuyan gradually calmed down. After the big bird cried for a while, a powerful suction force erupted from a nearby crack, trying to suck it away. It was obviously unwilling to leave, and after resisting for a while, it was finally sucked away and disappeared, leaving behind only a large amount of chaotic energy. Lin Moyu said softly, "Okay." And Yuyan let out a long breath, and her whole body was obviously relaxed. "What is this?" Lin Moyu said, "Chaotic creatures." And Yuyan exclaimed, "It's actually a chaos creature." She naturally knew about chaotic creatures, but had never seen one before. This was the first time she saw one with her own eyes, and she deeply felt the power of the chaotic creatures. She couldn't help but ask, "What are the chaos creatures doing here?" Lin Moyu said, "This is where the heaven and earth absorb the power of chaos. The chaotic creatures are just sucked in. They cannot stay between heaven and earth and will be sent back." As Lin Moyu walked out of the darkness, and Yuyan hurriedly followed. She couldn't get lost here, and it would be much more troublesome to go back after going in. Lin Moyu shuttled through the cracks and soon arrived at the area where the Lord of Destiny was. At this time, the Lord of Destiny was sitting with his eyes closed, seemingly comprehending something, and Lin Moyu did not disturb him. There is a strange aura flowing through the Lord of Destiny, which is different from the power of the Tao and is a little more advanced. Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile. The Lord of Destiny had obviously gained something from his last step. And Yuyan saw the Lord of Destiny. "I didn't expect there was someone here." She could see that the Lord of Destiny was an eternal being, but could not correspond to a certain avenue. The Great Tao is suppressed here, and there is not much aura of the Great Tao on the Lord of Destiny. Lin Moyu introduced, "This is the Master of Destiny." And Yuyan's expression changed slightly. It turned out to be him. The Avenue of Destiny was one of the original 8 avenues, and the Lord of Destiny was one of the first few people to achieve enlightenment. Later, he fell silent because of his last step, and his avenue remained silent until now. Lin Moyu said, "The Lord of Destiny has long been revived, but the avenue is suppressed here and it seems to be still dormant." And Yuyan suddenly realized, "No wonder you asked me to look at the Curse Avenue before. It turns out that the avenue really can't fully explain whether there is silence or not. You came to find the Lord of Destiny, to find the purpose of the curse through the Destiny Avenue?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes, I don't know if he will help me." At this time, the aura of the Lord of Destiny fluctuated slightly, and a voice came, "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you looking for the Lord of Curse?" Lin Moyu said, "Yes, that guy escaped, and I couldn't find him using the path of karma, so I had to trouble you. I don't know what your relationship with the curse is." The Lord of Destiny said calmly, "He and I are both one of the 8 great ways at the beginning of heaven and earth, but his roots are different from ours, and he is not an orthodox practitioner. He was the first drop of dirty blood in the world to become a Taoist. He created a sea of dirty blood, and his body and soul were filthy. We all stayed away from him, fearing that his Tao would pollute us. Does the curse have any grudge against you, my friend?" Hearing him say this, Lin Moyu felt relieved. After he revived, "He has been plotting against my body, but I ended up plotting against him. We had a big fight not long ago, and I killed all 39 of his clones. In the end, I don't know what means he used to escape. Asterisk. He's in hiding now. I'm afraid he'll take revenge on my friends, so I want to find him and silence him completely." After explaining the whole story, the Lord of Destiny looked at Lin Moyu. Due to the special environment here, he could not see what was special about Lin Moyu's body. The Lord of Destiny said, "I think it should be related to fellow Taoist Lin's immortal path. His original body is the sea of filthy blood, so he has many clones scattered everywhere. Fellow Taoist Lin was able to destroy his 39 clones, which is already very impressive." Having said that, he couldn't help but glance at Yuyan. He thought that Lin Moyu was able to destroy all of his clones with the help of Yuyan, the Lord of Karma. Then he continued, "But fellow Taoist Lin certainly doesn't know that in addition to his 39 Blood Sea clones, he also has a subsoul. Q. He is the first person in the world to achieve enlightenment through a drop of blood. When the dirty blood evolved into a sea of dirty blood, it did not completely consume that drop of dirty blood. Instead, a very tiny trace of it was left behind, which became his subsoul. The subsoul will not have any effect at ordinary times. Only when his soul body is defeated and falls into dormancy, the subsoul will be activated, recondense the blood energy of heaven and earth, re-evolve the sea of blood, and revive again. I don't know how long the specific process will take, but I don't think it will take too long. Friend Lin's worries are not without reason. He is just like that. He will never give up and has no bottom line. If it was the heyday, maybe I would still consider my face, but now. Lin Moyu said, "So I'm sorry to bother you." He had already heard from the tone of the Lord of Destiny that the Lord of Destiny was indeed capable of finding the Lord of Curse. Among all eternal beings, there are only two who know everything in the world best, the Lord of Time and the Lord of Destiny. The Lord of Time knows the past and the Lord of Fate knows the future. But the Lord of Time is also affected by the Spirit of Time, and perhaps knows less than the Lord of Destiny. The Lord of Destiny said, "Then I will try my best to find it. If I fail, please do not blame me, Brother Lin." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You are joking. This is what Lin wants. No matter success or failure, I will remember your kindness." The Lord of Destiny laughed and said, "Then let's begin." His aura slowly rose, and a special aura seemed to have opened up a certain space, and the avenue of destiny that had been silent for countless years in the land of origin suddenly began to boil.